This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents The Winter Crown by Elizabeth Chadwick, read by Katie Scarf. Chapter 1. Westminster Abbey, London, December 1154. At the precise moment Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, placed the golden weight of a crown on Eleanor's brow, the child in her womb gave a vigorous kick that resonated throughout her body. Clear winter light rayed from the abbey's Romanesque windows to illuminate the confessor's tomb in the sacrarium and cast pale radiance upon the dais where Eleanor sat beside her husband, the newly anointed King Henry II of England. Henry gripped the jewelled orb and the sword of sovereignty with confident possession. His mouth was a firm, straight line, and his grey gaze purposeful. In the mingling of gloom and light, his beard glinted copper-red, and he exuded all the glow and vigour of his 21 years. He was already Duke of Normandy, Count of Anjou, and Consort Duke of Aquitaine, and had been a force to be reckoned with ever since leading his first battle campaign at the age of 14. The Archbishop stepped to one side, and Eleanor felt the full focus of the congregation strike her with the intensity of a fixed beam of light. Every bishop, magnate, and English baron was gathered here to bear witness, to pay homage, and to usher in an era of peace and prosperity, during which the wounds suffered by decades of civil war might be healed by the young king and his fertile queen. An air of anxious optimism filled the air. Everyone was eager to seek favour and advantage from their new sovereign. In the months to come, she and Henry would have to pluck the jewels from piles of common stones and discard the dross. This was the second time Eleanor had worn a crown. For more than 15 years she had been Queen of France, until her marriage to Louis had been annulled on grounds of consanguinity. The latter had been a convenient box in which to conceal the true reasons for parting, not least that she had only borne Louis 2 daughters of their union, and not the all-important sons. That she was more closely related to Henry than to Louis gave Eleanor cause for sardonic amusement. Money, influence, and human imperatives always spoke more loudly than conscience and God. In 2 years of marriage with Henry, she had produced 1 healthy son and expected another child before winter's end. Henry rose from King Edward's carved throne, and all knelt to him and bowed their heads. He extended his hands to Eleanor, who sank in a curtsy, her silk skirts a flood of gold around her feet. Henry raised her up by their clasped fingers, and they exchanged glances bright with exultation and a mutual awareness of how significant this moment was. Cloaked in ermine, hand in hand, they paced down the abbey's great nave, followed by the Archbishop's jewelled processional cross. Frankincense-perfumed smoke and the vapour of icy breath swirled heavenwards. Eleanor held her head high and walked with a stately tread and straight spine in order to balance the weight of the jewelled crown and the swollen curve of her womb. Her gown shone and flared with each step, and the choir sang triumphant praise, their voices soaring to twine with the smoke and carry all to God. Within her the child tumbled joyously, flexing and testing his limbs. It would be another boy. All the signs were auspicious. Their firstborn son, 16 months old, was being cared for at the Tower with his nurse. But one day, God willing, he too would be anointed king in this cathedral. Outside the abbey, crowds had gathered in the sharp December cold to watch the spectacle and to fete England's new king and queen. Ushers and marshals held the throng at a distance, but the mood was cheerful, the more so when servants of the royal household showered the gathering with fistfuls of silver pennies and small loaves of bread. Eleanor watched the scramble, heard the cries of blessing and approbation, and although she barely understood a word of English, the sentiments were clear and made her smile. "We have made an auspicious beginning," she said to Henry. "Given what has gone before, it would be impossible not to do so." His own smile was wide, but Eleanor saw his glance flick across from the Abbey to the Palace of Westminster and harden for an instant. Once a grand residence, it had become ruinous during the later years of King Stephen's reign and needed urgent repairs to make it habitable. For now, he had set up his administration at the Tower and his domestic quarters across the river at the manor of Bermondsey. "But you are right," he said. "We have made a favourable start. Long may it flourish." He placed his hand on her rounded womb, deliberately displayed to their subjects through the parting in her cloak. Being fruitful was a vital part of queenship, and never more than now at the start of their reign. He gave a delighted chuckle to feel the baby's firm kick against his palm. "This is our time. We should make the most of every moment." Taking a handful of coins from an attendant, he flipped them into the crowd. A young woman standing near the front with a small child caught one in mid-air and sent him a dazzling smile. Eleanor was tired, but still bright with excitement, as the barge bumped against the jetty on the river entrance to the Tower. A crewman cast a rope around a mooring stake and hauled the vessel closer into the steps. Attendants hastened with lanterns to illuminate the winter night and escort the royal party from landing stage to apartment. Splintered gold reflections spilled across the dark waters of the Thames, heavy with the salt scent of the estuary. Eleanor's teeth chattered, despite her fur-lined cloak. She had to step carefully on the frost-rimed paths, wary of slipping in her thin kidskin shoes. Talking animatedly to a group of courtiers, including his half-brother, Hamlin, Vicomte de Touraine, Henry strode ahead, his voice ringing out in the clear night. He had risen long before dawn, and Eleanor knew he would not retire until the small hours. Their domestic use of candles and lamps was a major item of expenditure in winter. No one could keep up with him. Entering the Tower Keep, she slowly climbed more stairs to their chambers, pausing for a moment to rest her hand on her womb. A swift peek into a partitioned alcove reassured her that the heir to the new throne was sound asleep in his crib, tucked under soft fleeces and blankets, his hair a burnished gold flicker in the light of the single lamp. The nurse smiled at her with an expression that said all was well, and Eleanor turned to the main chamber, where she and Henry would spend the night before crossing the river to Bermondsey the next day. The shutters were secured against the bitter winter's night, and a fine red fire blazed in the hearth. Eleanor went to stand within the arc of heat and let the comforting warmth envelop her and banish the chill left by the icy gusts from the river. The reflection of the flames danced hypnotically on the surface of her gown, inscribing stories in the silk. Her senior maid, Marquisa, came to disrobe her, but Eleanor shook her head. "No," she said, smiling. "I want to savour the day for a little longer. There will never be another like it." Henry's half-sister Emma handed Eleanor a cup of wine, her hazel eyes shining. "I shall remember this all my life." Until Eleanor's marriage to Henry 2 years ago, Emma had dwelt at the Abbey of Fontevraud in the hall for laywomen. She and her brother Hamlin were Henry's illegitimate half-siblings, and both had places in the household. "We all shall," Eleanor said, and kissed her. She was fond of Emma, valuing both her gentle company and her embroidery skills. Henry arrived, his energy still bubbling like a cauldron over a hot fire. He had exchanged his coronation robes for a tunic of everyday wool and donned a favourite pair of boots that were worn to the shape of his feet. "You look as if you were ready to spit on your hands and begin work." Giving him a knowing look, Eleanor eased carefully down in a chair before the hearth and arranged her gown in a full sweep around her feet. "I am." Henry went to fiddle with an ivory chess set, arranged ready for play on a small bench near the window. "Unfortunately, I am constrained by the sleeping habits of others. If I don't let them rest, they become as dull as blunt knives." He shifted the pieces about to create a scenario of checkmate. "Perhaps you should take the opportunity to sleep for a few hours too." "What use is there in being dead to the world?" Abandoning the board, he sat on the bench facing her and purloined her goblet for a swallow of wine. "The Archbishop of Canterbury will attend me at first light. He has a candidate to put forward for the position of Chancellor." Eleanor raised her brows. The business of bargaining for favour and position was hard apace. She had already deduced from their brief exchanges before the coronation that Theobald of Canterbury was a wily one. His benign, myopic expression concealed the fact that the man himself was as strong as sword steel. He had defied King Stephen and prevented Stephen's eldest son, Eustace, from being acknowledged heir to England, for which he had been exiled for a time. His stand had kept Henry's cause afloat, and favours were owed. Theobald's reputation for gathering around him men of rare and keen intellect was renowned. "Thomas Becket, his archdeacon and protégé," Henry said. "London-born, but educated in Paris, and eager to demonstrate his skills as a fiscal genius." "How old is he?" "30s, so not in his dotage like half of them. I have spoken to him in passing, but I have not garnered any particular impression yet." "Theobald must have a reason for putting him forward." She retrieved her wine from him. "Naturally he does. He wants one of his own in my household because he thinks to influence the way I govern and promote the interests of the Church. And the man will have a keen brain, I am certain." He gave a taut smile. "But if I choose this Thomas Becket, he will have to change allegiance. I do not mind men in my service seeking advancement, but never at my expense." Hearing the edge in his voice, she gave him a searching look. He stood up, restless as a dog in a strange place. "Loyalty is a virtue rarer than hen's teeth. My mother told me to trust no one, and she is right." "Ah, but you trust her, do you not?" He sent her an evaluating glance. "I trust her with my life, and I trust that she always has my best interests at heart, but I do not always trust her judgment." There was a small, difficult silence. Eleanor did not ask if he trusted his wife's judgment, because she suspected his reply would disappoint her. The child kicked again, and she stroked her womb. "Quiet, little one," she murmured, and gave Henry a rueful smile. "He is like you, barely sleeps and is always restless, especially in church. I think he was running a race during the coronation." Henry chuckled. "Doubtless he was excited at the notion of being born the son of a king. What children we shall make between us." He came to crouch at her side and took her smooth hands in his calloused ones, bridging the gap that had briefly opened between them. He strengthened the repair by sitting on the floor at her feet like a squire, while he shared her wine and asked her opinion upon matters pertaining to the appointment of other court officials. It was mostly him talking while she listened, because these were English affairs and concerned men she barely knew, but she was pleased to be asked, and ventured opinions here and there. They agreed that Nigel, Bishop of Ely, a former royal treasurer, should be persuaded out of retirement and his expertise used to set the exchequer to rights and start revenues flowing again. Richard de Lucy, a former official of King Stephen, would take up a senior administrative role together with Robert Beaumont, Earl of Leicester. "It does not matter to me where men have sided in the past," Henry said. "It is their abilities I seek, and their good service now. I said I trust no one, but I am willing to give men of backbone and intelligence a chance to prove their loyalty. Both de Lucy and Beaumont know where their best interests lie." Eleanor gently ruffled his hair with her fingertips, loving the way firelight played over the red-gold waves. She must cultivate these men, too. When Henry was absent from England, she would have to deal with them, and better as allies than enemies. "Stephen's son I shall keep where I can see him," Henry continued. "Even though he has rescinded his claim to the crown, he may still prove a rallying point for dissent." Eleanor cast her mind over the courtiers she had met in recent weeks. King Stephen's surviving son, William de Boulogne, was a pleasant, unremarkable young man, a couple of years younger than Henry. He walked with a limp from a broken leg, and was hardly the stuff of which great leaders were made. The only threat, as Henry said, was from those who might use him as a spear on which to nail their banners. "That seems prudent," she agreed, her words ending on a stifled yawn. The long day was catching up with her. The fire was warm, and the wine had gone pleasantly to her head. Henry rose to his feet. "Time to bid you good night, my love." "Are you not coming to bed for a while?" she asked with a note of entreaty. She wanted to end this glorious day wrapped in his arms. "Later. I still have business to attend to." He kissed her tenderly on the mouth and briefly laid his palm over her womb. "You are everything a queen should be. I have never seen a woman look as beautiful and regal as you did today." His words softened her disappointment and filled her with a warm glow. She watched him go to the door, his tread still as buoyant as it had been that morning. On the threshold, he turned and gave her a melting smile, and then he was gone in a draught of cold air. After a moment, Eleanor summoned her ladies and prepared to retire for the night, regretful to be alone, but still with a deep contentment in her heart. Henry's squire tapped softly on the door of the rented house in Eastcheap, a short walk from the tower. The bolt slid back, and a maidservant quietly admitted the young man and his royal master before closing the door and kneeling. Henry ignored her and fixed his gaze on the young woman who had dropped in a curtsy as he entered the room. Her head was bowed, and all he could see was the heavy ripple of her ash-brown hair against the pale linen of her chemise. He went to her and lifted her chin on his forefinger so that he could look into her face. "My king," she said, and her full lips parted in a smile that stole his heart. "Henry." He raised her to her feet, crushed her against him, and kissed her passionately. She circled her arms about his neck and made a soft kitten sound. Feeling all the warm points of her body against his, he buried his face in her abundant hair, inhaling scents of new grass and sage. "Ah, Ailba," his voice caught. "You're sweet as a meadow." She nuzzled his throat. "I did not think you would come to me tonight. I thought you would be too busy." "Ah, I am busy, but I have time for this." "Are you hungry? I have bread and wine." He shook his head and cupped her breast. "I have eaten a surfeit today. There is only one appetite I need to sate just now." Ailbert gave a soft laugh and eased from his embrace. Taking a lamp from the trestle, she led Henry up the steep stairs to the sleeping loft. The lamp was guttering by the time Henry reached for his clothes and prepared to leave. "You could stay." Ailbert stroked his naked back with languid fingers. He gave a regretful sigh. "I have too much business to attend to, my love. The Archbishop of Canterbury is visiting me in a few hours' time, and it would not be fitting to greet him still warm from the bed of my mistress, no matter how enticing that bed may be." He raised her hand to his lips. "I will come again soon, I promise." "The Queen looked very beautiful today," she said quietly. "She did indeed, but she is not you." Ailbert sat up a little straighter and preened. "My love, you are a different part of my life." He tucked a tress of her hair behind her ear. "There are duties, and then there are pleasures, and you are surely of the second sort. Especially while Eleanor was great with child and he could not bed her." From a small curtained-off section beyond the bed came the soft wail of a child waking from slumber. Ailbert donned her shift and disappeared behind the hanging, returning a moment later with a red-haired infant boy cuddled in her arms. "Hush, little man, hush now," she crooned. "See, your papa is here." The child stared at Henry, and his chin wobbled, but when Henry made a face at him, he giggled and hid his face against his mother's soft white neck, before turning to peep at Henry again out of round blue eyes. Henry was amused and delighted. There was nothing worse than a screaming child that kept on screaming. "I will provide for him," he said. "He is the son of a king, and he will have everything he needs to make his way in the world." Fear flashed in Ailbert's eyes. "You will not take him from me. I could not bear that." "Don't be a foolish wench." Henry ducked around their son to kiss her again. "Her child belongs with its mother in the early years." Of course, once intellect, reason, and physical strength had progressed sufficiently for his son to be educated, then the maternal ties would be severed, but he was not going to say that now. "I must go." He tugged a strand of her hair, kissed his son, and, on his way out, deposited a fat pouch of silver pennies on the table in the main room to join the silver piece she had caught outside the cathedral earlier. The dark winter morning was nowhere near dawn, and he thought he might doze in a chair for a couple of hours, and then prepare for the Archbishop's visit. As he set out for the tower, his thoughts were all on business of government, and Ailbert was already pushed to the back of his mind. Chapter 2. Manor of Bermondsey, near London, December 1154. Eleanor considered the man whom Henry had just appointed Chancellor of England. Thomas Becket was tall and thin, with a lantern jaw, strong nose, and keen grey eyes, that even when focused on a particular matter, missed nothing on the periphery. "You are to be congratulated, Master Thomas," she said. He bowed with a small flourish. "I am grateful for the opportunity the King has given me, madam. I shall do my best to serve you both to the best of my ability." He spoke slowly, measuring the words. When she had first heard him, Eleanor had thought it was a ploy to increase his gravitas, but now realized it was his way of controlling a speech impediment. Certainly his diplomatic skills must be sound, for the Archbishop credited him with a large part in persuading Rome not to acknowledge King Stephen's son Eustace as heir to England. "Then we shall hope for great things, Master Thomas." "Tell me what you require, and I shall do everything I can to bring it to fruition." He tucked his hands inside his furred sleeves, which were fuller than normal, serving to increase the space he occupied. She had taken note of the ornate brooch pinning his cloak and the gold rings adorning his manicured fingers. Master Beckett had the eye and the taste for luxury, but so did many at court. A man of station had to support his dignity by his external appearance, unless he was all-powerful like Henry and could do as he pleased. Nevertheless, it was an appetite to be watched. "I am sure we shall work well together. It will be an advantage to have someone in the household who is familiar with the diplomatic business of the realm." Beckett dipped his head. "Indeed, madam, but there are always new skills to learn, and I look forward to doing so." As he spoke, his voice deepened its cadence. He was hungry for this, she thought, eager to serve, but keen to exercise his new powers. Henry arrived, bright-eyed and ebullient. "Are you ready for the hunt, my Lord Chancellor?" He clapped an affable hand on Beckett's shoulder. "My grooms have found you a fast horse, and you can borrow one of my hawks until you have time to fill your own mews." Beckett bowed. "Sire, I am yours to command." Come then, time to go." Henry swept his Chancellor off, as enthusiastic as a child with a new playmate. The other men finished their drinks, swallowed last morsels of bread, and were off too, eager for the chase, keen to make an impression on their new king. Eleanor watched them leave, feeling envious of their masculine freedoms. Entering the later stages of pregnancy, she was confined to narrow indoor pursuits. The men would talk the politics of the court, interspersed with enthusiastic discussions about the sport. They would cement alliances, brag, show off, and vent their excess energy in vigorous exercise. Henry would learn more about Beckett and the other lords upon whom his rule depended, and they would learn more about him, or as much as he wanted to show them. Eleanor's duty while the men went hunting was to talk with their wives, daughters and wards, and establish her own network. Feminine wiles were often more effective than male bluster, and there were subtle ways of attaining one's will that did not involve boasting contests and riding horses into the ground. Among the gathering of ladies, Eleanor took an instant liking to Isabel, Countess de Warenne, who was wife to Stephen's son, William de Boulogne. She was an attractive young woman, with glossy brunette hair, dressed in 2 thick braids that showed beneath the hem of her veil. Her eyes, warm brown flecked with gold, sparkled with humour and intelligence. She took Eleanor's small son under her wing and told him a simple story about a rabbit which involved finger play and gentle tickles. Will squealed with laughter. "More!" he demanded, bouncing. "More! Now!" Eleanor noted the wistful expression on Isabel de Warenne's face. She had been wed to King Stephen's youngest son for 6 years, but the couple remained barren, which Eleanor thought a good thing in political terms. William de Boulogne had abjured his right to the crown, but seeds of rebellion might still be sown in a new generation, and Henry was prudently keeping the young man under close watch. Observing the rapport between her son and Isabel, Eleanor decided to take the Countess into her own household and cultivate her friendship. She would have invaluable knowledge about the English barons, particularly those who had supported Stephen. The more she could draw Isabel into her affinity, the better. "You have some skill there, my lady," Eleanor said warmly. Isabel laughed. "It is not so difficult, madam. All children love these games." She put her arm round Will and made a rabbit shape out of the kerchief in her hand. "And men, too," she added impishly. Eleanor chuckled, acknowledging the truth of the statement, and thought that Isabel de Warenne would do very well indeed. "The Queen has asked me to join her household," Isabel told her husband that evening as they prepared for bed in their lodging-house near the Tower. She had thoroughly enjoyed her day. She had not had the opportunity to socialize at court with women of her own rank for many years, but now there was peace, it would be different, and she had even begun to feel optimistic. Playing with the new Queen's beautiful little boy, and seeing Eleanor's well-advanced pregnancy, had given her a moment's sadness, but she had made the most of the moment, and not allowed herself to dwell on her own situation. Her husband lay on the bed, his back supported by bolsters and pillows, while she rubbed his lower right leg with a warming unguent. He had broken his shin the previous year, in an accident at court, about which he refused to talk. The circumstances were murky, and Isabel had never unravelled them to her satisfaction. She suspected it had either been a warning to William to step aside from claims to his father's crown, or else a failed attempt at murder. Having no desire to pursue kingship, William had willingly yielded his entitlement, and the danger seemed to have faded, even though she knew he was still closely watched. "I am not surprised," he said. "The king intends keeping me at court, and it is only logical that you should attend the Queen." He looked wry. "One side of the coin is favour and friendship, and the other is polite house arrest. Henry does not trust us out of his sight." "But that will ease in time," Isabel said, with her need to have all right with the world. "I hope so." He puffed out his cheeks. "I have never known anyone with so much energy. He hunted up hill and down dale today, and if his horse hadn't flagged, he would have carried on until nightfall and damned the rest of us. Only that half-brother of his, Hamlin, and the new Chancellor could keep up, and that was by sheer force of will and because they had the best horses. I have no doubt he will be off again tomorrow at the crack of dawn." He changed position, grimacing. "He plans to go to Oxford next week, and then on to Northampton." She gave him a sharp look. "Just the king's entourage or all the court?" "Just the king. He did not mention the Queen's household. Be thankful." Isabel rubbed and pressed. "I shall miss you." "I won't be gone long. Don't worry." She concentrated on her work. The unguent was all rubbed in. Where the break had been, there was a thick scar like a knot in a branch. "Isabel." He spoke her name in that gentle, melancholy way that made her want to weep. "Come," he said. "Unbind your hair for me. It is so beautiful when it's loose." She reached hesitantly to her luxuriant braids. Her fingers, moist with the remnants of unguent, clung to the heavy, elastic strands. She loved him deeply, but in the protective way an older sister might love a little stepbrother, and moments of intimacy were awkward. They had married at the decree of his father, the king, when she was 16 and he was just 11, and their physical relationship, as he came to maturity, had never truly blossomed. They lay together because they had a duty to provide heirs for the lands of Boulogne and Warenne, but thus far she had not conceived. She told herself there was time, and surely it would happen, but as each occasion proved unsuccessful, her doubts grew, as did her guilt at failure. He set his hands in her hair and drew her close, but their embrace came to no more than strokes and gentle kisses, which, instead of intensifying, faded away as he fell asleep. Isabel lay at his side, trapped by his hand in her hair, which he gripped like a child with a comfort cloth. She listened to his slow, steady breathing, and her heart ached. At the end of February, a late snow fell, covering the land overnight in a thick white quilt. At Bermondsey, the hearth in the birthing chamber was kept well stoked, and although Eleanor's lower body was naked during this later stage of labour, the covers around her shoulders were of insulating fur. "Think," said Emma as she gave Eleanor a drink of wine fortified with honey. "This child will be born in the ermine in more ways than one." Eleanor was between contractions and so managed a faint smile. Her eldest son had been born to a duke and duchess, whereas this new baby would be the offspring of the King and Queen of England. "Indeed, and his father will be here to see him this time." Henry had recently returned from his lightning travels round England. The deep snow had prevented him from hunting, so he would be closeted in his chamber with Becket and de Lucy, busy with matters of state. She sipped the drink, welcoming the sweetness of the honey. "When Will was born, Henry was away on campaign, and by the time he did set eyes on him, he was 7 months old." The next contraction surged, stronger than the last, and with a gasp of pain, Eleanor returned the cup to Emma. The senior midwife performed a swift examination. "Very soon now, madam," she said with cheerful encouragement. Eleanor's face contorted. "Not soon enough," she panted. "I tell you, men have the better part of the bargain in every way." It was almost noon before a baby's wail filled the birthing chamber, and Eleanor slumped against the bolsters, gasping and exhausted. "Madam, you have a fine, lusty boy." Beaming, the midwife lifted the child from between Eleanor's bloody thighs and placed him, all damp and squirming, on her belly. Eleanor laughed triumphantly despite her weariness. With 2 sons vouchsafed to the succession, she had more than accomplished her duty. The midwife cut the cord and dealt with the afterbirth, tending to Eleanor while her assistant bathed the baby in a brass bowl by the fireside. Once dried and wrapped in warm linen and furs, he was returned to his mother. Eleanor cradled him in her arms, stroked his birth-crumpled little face, and counted and kissed his fingers. A glance towards the pale light, shining through the window leads, showed her silent feathers of green-tinted snow whispering past the glass, and she knew she would always remember this moment. The stillness after bloody struggle, the warmth of fire and pelts protecting her and her new son from the cold, the sense of hushed, enclosed peace that was almost holy. Eleanor awoke from slumber to the sound of London's church bells and the closer peal from St. Saviour's ringing out the joyous news that a prince was born. The window showed quenched afternoon light fading towards dusk, and the snow had ceased. Henry was standing at the bedside, looking down into the cradle with a beatific smile on his cold-reddened face. Eleanor pushed herself upright against the pillows, wishing that her woman had woken her before his arrival and given her a moment to prepare. He turned at her movement, and she saw the shine of tears in his eyes. "He is beautiful," he said, and his throat worked. Eleanor seldom saw this vulnerable side of her husband. His expression, the way he spoke, filled her with aching tenderness, as if her maternal instincts were flowing out over him too. He lifted the swaddled baby from his cradle and sat down with him on the side of the bed.
"You have given me everything," he said. "You have fulfilled every part of the bargain. I do not give my trust lightly, but I give it to you here. You are my dearest heart."
There was complete candour in his stare, and Eleanor's own eyes filled because she knew how much courage it took for him to lower the shield and admit so much. Clearly the sight of his newborn son had had a profound effect on him. Yet she was wary, because she knew from hard experience that with Henry something meant sincerely now was open to change at a later moment. She said nothing, and looked demure, while the bells rang and rang. Eventually he rose to leave, and with reluctance handed the baby to one of her women.
"I will arrange for his baptism. Henry, as we agreed. The Bishop of London will perform it in the morning. I leave you to your rest. You need to recover and grow strong again, ready for the next one."
He kissed her and departed in his usual flurry. Eleanor smiled, but she was exasperated. A moment ago, everything had been enough and perfect for him, yet already he was anticipating the next one, and it was not what a sore, bruised wife wanted to hear just hours after giving birth. The notion of growing strong in order just to produce another baby for him caused her eyes to narrow. She had warned him at the outset of their marriage that she was more than a brood mare, and she would not be treated as one. Chapter 3. Winchester, September 1155.
"The Archbishop is pushing me to organise an expedition to Ireland," Henry said, pacing the floor with vigour and irritation. "The old fox wants to bring the Irish Church to heel under Canterbury's influence. He suggests I should make my brother king there, but if he thinks to use me and Geoffrey to work his will, he is mistaken."
Eleanor sat by the window, dandling 7-month-old Henry in her lap, and watching his older brother gallop his wooden hobby around the trestle, shaking its red leather reins. "What does Geoffrey say?"
Henry wrapped his hands around his belt. "He likes the idea of a kingdom for himself, but not as distant as Ireland. I certainly do not want him left on his own devices on my seaward flank."
"You are right to stand your ground." Eleanor was unable to warm to either of Henry's brothers. Geoffrey, the second-born, was full of petulant bluster and resentful of Henry's primary position. Eleanor did not trust him near her or her sons, and avoided him when possible. She felt a similar but less strong antipathy towards Henry's youngest brother, William. He was less forthright in his sense of prerogative, but sought to intimidate others as a way of bolstering his station. Henry's only decent brother was Hamlin, who was bastard-born and had to sustain his position at court through loyal service.
"I refuse to let the Church dictate to me," Henry growled. "Theobald may invoke Rome all he wants, and play on how important he was in the past as a mediator. He can hint at how many favours I owe him, but it makes no difference. I shall deal with Ireland in my own good time, not his."
"Have you told him that?"
"Not as such."
A sly look crossed his face.
"I said that since it concerned my brother, it was a family matter, and I must consult our mother. I know for certain she will not agree. Like me, she will see it as a waste of time and resources, and dangerous. Theobald will pursue it for a while, but I can outlast him."
"Clever," Eleanor said. Henry's mother was his deputy in Normandy, and ruled her roost from the abbey at Bec. She knew the Archbishop well, and would be a sympathetic intermediary, while still ensuring Henry's will was done.
"I think so."
he said with a grin.
"Look, Papa, my horse can gallop fast,"
chirruped Will, who had just begun to talk in sentences. Henry's expression softened.
"A man always needs a fast horse to be ahead of the game and outride his opponents."
He caught and embraced his son, and their heads pressed together, Henry's fox red mingling with William's brighter, ruddy gold, but both of the same coin. "What does your Chancellor say, being as he was once Theobald's man?" Eleanor asked. "Has he sought to persuade you?"
"Thomas does as I command him."
Henry flashed her a sharp grey glance.
"He takes his instructions from me now, and his task is to raise revenues, which he's doing remarkably well. It must be his merchant blood."
He set his son back down on the floor.
"My mother will deal with Theobald, and that will keep the pair of them occupied and leave me free to attend to other matters."
Eleanor handed the baby to his nurse. "You mean us? The matters are mine as well as yours." A wary look entered his eyes.
"That goes without saying."
"And yet I always feel I need to say it." Irritation sparked in his eyes.
"When I cross the sea to deal with matters in Normandy and Anjou, you will be my regent here. You are my proxy as I am yours. Rest assured I will always involve you."
Eleanor had no intention of resting assured, because she did not believe him. If he involved her, it was for his own ends. "But the business of Aquitaine is mine first," she said firmly. "And it is my choice to involve you, not yours to involve me." Henry made an impatient sound.
"Why are you arguing over words? You need the strength of my sword to keep your barons in check, and it is my sweat and striving that sees to the defence and protection of Aquitaine. Our son will one day inherit your duchy, and it behoves us both to do our best for him. I do not know why you fret about this."
"Because it matters to me. Do not take me for granted, Henry." He made an exasperated sound before pulling her against him and kissing her forcefully. She gripped his arms, their embrace a battlefield, sparking with tension and pent-up sexual energy demanding release.
"As if I would."
"I tell you, it is more than your life is worth." She spoke close enough for her words to be part of the next breath he drew. He laughed.
"And yours, my love. Since it seems we are perfectly matched, we should call a truce."
He kissed her again and led her to the bed, drawing the curtains around the canopy, shutting out the world. And as they undressed each other, short-breathed with lust, she had the thought that only opponents made truces, not allies. Eleanor stood beside Henry in the great hall of Westminster Palace and studied the transformation with pleasure. The smell of fresh plaster and timber had replaced that of cold, damp stone and neglect. Craftsmen were still busy about their tasks, but they were cosmetic now rather than of structure. The final smoothing, the last touches of paint and varnish were falling into place. The hangings commissioned from Canterbury had recently arrived and were being suspended from poles beneath friezes of red and green acanthus scrolls that added detail and colour. English embroidery was the best in Christendom.
"All will be ready for the council in 3 days' time, sire,"
said Thomas Becket with a sweep of his fur-lined sleeve.
"The furniture will be here before dusk, and the napery is arriving tomorrow."
One of his briefs had been to see to the refurbishing of the Palace of Westminster, ready for the great council and court gathering at Christmas before Henry's departure to Normandy. Henry nodded his approval.
"Excellent," he said. "A year ago this was an uninhabitable shell, with water running down the walls and half the lead stolen from the roof. Now it is fit for the purpose intended."
Beckett dipped his head and sent a glance of acknowledgement to Eleanor.
"With the Queen's advice, I have done my best, sire." "I am pleased to see my Chancellor and my wife working together in harmony," Henry said with satisfaction. "I could not ask for a better result."
Beckett bowed again, and Eleanor reciprocated. She was still uncertain of Beckett, and found him an enigma. He was unfailingly polite to her, never familiar. They could talk easily on many subjects and understand each other. He was cultured, observant, and sharp-witted. But there was no great warmth in their communication. She could never tell for certain what he was thinking, and that unsettled her. His goal seemed to be to provide whatever she and Henry desired of him, especially when it came to raising revenue, and that, in its turn, added to his lustre. Eleanor had enjoyed working with Beckett at Westminster, advising, designing, and selecting, but while her involvement was one of routine pleasure, he had been like a starving man let loose at a banquet. There had been moments when she had had to curtail his rampant enthusiasm. The subtle, textured hangings from the workshops at Canterbury were of her choosing, but the pink marble high table with its arched columns was Beckett's contribution, as were the matching benches and the ornate fountain. She had not visited the Chancellor's home yet, but had heard it was sumptuous enough for the Greek emperor. It was ironic that Henry could as happily sleep on a straw pallet as a feather bed, whereas his Chancellor had the tastes and inclinations of a potentate, or of a man striving to forget his common origins in a display of overblown grandeur. From the great hall, Beckett led them along a covered pathway. A bitter wind swept off the river, which was tipped with whitecaps, as the incoming tide battled up the estuary. Eleanor wrapped her cloak firmly around her body, sheltering her womb, where the child conceived in September was starting to thicken her figure. They came to a smaller hall that had been derelict the previous year, and now stood proud in a coat of fresh limewash, roofed in oak shingles gleaming like dull silk. The warmth inside the smaller dwelling was like an embrace, and Eleanor went to enjoy the heat glowing from the fire in the central hearth. Here, too, the walls had received new plaster and limewash. An insulating layer of fragrant straw covered the floor topped by reed matting. Ceramic lamps hung from the ceiling on brass chains, and the exotic perfume of scented oil filled the chamber. On a sturdy chest under the window stood an exquisite little ivory box with ornate hinges. Henry pounced on it. "I remember this," he cried. "My mother brought it with her when she came to fight for her crown. I haven't seen it since I was a child. She used to keep her rings in it." His face was animated as he raised the lid to reveal many small, irregular lumps of opaque grey and gold resin, resembling beech shingle. "Frankincense!" Eleanor looked over his shoulder and smiled. "The Bishop of Winchester left it behind when he fled," Beckett said. "I am sorry there were no jewels inside, but the frankincense is worth its weight in gold." "I am surprised it does not hold 30 pieces of silver," Henry muttered. He placed 3 lumps on a small skillet at the side of the hearth and held it over the fire until pale, fragrant smoke started to twist from the resin. Henry, Bishop of Winchester, was King Stephen's brother. Unwilling to raze the castles he had built during the anarchy, he had offered bribes and wriggled all ways to try and unhook himself, and when he saw that he was going to be brought down whatever he did, he had quickly and quietly arranged to send his purloined, amassed treasure to France, to the abbey at Cluny. He had followed, slipping out of the country on the ebb tide of a dark November night. Henry wafted his hand through the smoke. Closing her eyes, Eleanor inhaled the scent of royal power and of God. Memories coiled around her, many of them powerful and glorious, even if not altogether happy. When she opened her eyes again, Henry's half-brother Hamlin had joined them. His grim expression and wooden posture were an immediate warning.
"It's Ailbur," he said to Henry. "There has been an accident."
Henry rose from the hearth and swiftly drew Hamlin to one side. Eleanor watched the latter stoop to murmur in Henry's ear and saw Henry stiffen. The English name meant nothing to her, and she did not even know if it was male or female, but it clearly meant a great deal to Henry. Without a word to her or Beckett, he strode from the room, dragging Hamlin with him. Eleanor stared after them in astonishment and disquiet. She was accustomed to Henry's volatile flurries of energy, but not like this. "Who is Ailbur?" She looked round at her ladies, who shook their heads. She turned to Beckett, who was picking up the box of frankincense from the side of the hearth. "My Lord Chancellor?" He cleared his throat.
"I have no personal acquaintance, madam."
"But you know who it is?"
"I think it best for the king to tell you when he returns, madam."
Anger flashed. She felt at a disadvantage, undermined. "You may think what you like, my Lord Chancellor, but you will tell me if you know." He looked down at the little box and secured the lid.
"I believe the king has known the lady for many years," he said. "More than that, I cannot say."
So, it was a woman and of long acquaintance. Henry's sexual appetite was as intense as the rest of him, and Eleanor accepted that he made arrangements to slake his lust when she was heavy with child or not by his side. There were nights when he did not come to her chamber. Much of that time he was working on matters of government, but she was not naive. Any court whore would leap at the chance to oblige him, and his position of power meant he would never be refused. But a woman he had known for many years was more than a passing fancy, and his behaviour just now spoke of deep concern. Everyone was avoiding her gaze. Standing tall, she gathered her dignity. "Thank you, my Lord Chancellor," she said with regal command. "The king has business to attend to, but you may show me what else has been accomplished here." Beckett bowed and took his response from hers.
"Madam, I think you will like what has been done with the smaller hall."
He gestured with an open hand. Eleanor followed him, and as he showed her the renovations with comments and flourishes, she replied as if she was interested, but when the tour was finished, she recalled not a word of what he had said. Henry gazed at the body of his mistress. With the sheet drawn up to her chin and her eyes closed, she might have been deeply asleep, were it not for the waxen appearance of her skin, which lacked any warmth of colour. Her beautiful hair still rippled with all the vibrant life that had left its owner.
"A cart in the street, laden with barrels, overturned and crushed her," Hamlin said. "By the time they pulled her out, she was dead. I am sorry." Words were inadequate. He almost felt foolish for saying them, but there had to be something to fill the void. Henry grasped a hank of Ailbur's hair and rubbed its softness between his finger and thumb, then leaned over and kissed her icy brow. "I was a youth of 14 when we met."
His voice caught in his throat, and he had to clear it with a cough.
"She was a girl, fresh from the country, and sweeter than apple blossom. There will never be another one like her for me."
"I am sorry," Hamlin muttered again. "I knew what she was to you." He squeezed Henry's shoulder in sympathy and stood for a moment in silence. Then he said, "What about the child?" Henry drew a shuddering breath.
"I will bring him to Westminster to join the nursery. It was my intention to do so anyway, at some point."
He turned away from Aylbur's broken body, leaving it to be made ready for church. In the room below, his small son, Geoffrey, sat on his nurse's lap, fingering a scrap of blanket, his blue eyes big with wonder and anxiety.
"Is Mama still asleep?"
he asked. Henry plucked him out of the woman's arms.
"Your mamma is sending you to live with me, because she cannot care for you any more," he said. "You will have brothers to play with and people to look after you. Here, would you like to ride on my big horse?"
The child sucked his bottom lip, but nodded gamely. Henry threw a look over his shoulder at Hamlin, filled with a raw mingling of grief and anger. Hamlin recognized dangerous ground. Henry never coped well when matters took away his control and made of him a straw in the flood, and he hated exposing his vulnerability to others. "I never knew my mother," he said. "She died at my birth, but I do remember our father's care and how he made me his son, even though I had no rights of inheritance. I loved him for that, and honoured him all of his days, as you know." Henry swallowed.
"Yes, I do,"
he said, and then looked at the little boy in his arms.
"Here's all I have of his mother."
Abruptly, he pushed his way outside. It had started to snow, and he protected his son within the thick fur folds of his cloak. Hamlin followed him out, closed the door, and directed their attendant guard to disperse the curious crowd that had gathered. As dusk advanced, Eleanor set down her sewing to rest her eyes. The winter light was not conducive to fine work, but the repetitive act of pushing the needle in and out of the fabric, creating the design, always helped her to think.
"Madam, is there anything I may do for you?"
asked Isabel de Warenne, who had been keeping her company throughout the afternoon. Heavy-eyed, little Will snuggled against Isabel's side, tucked in a fold of her cloak. He had been running round the room with his toy weapons earlier, but had paused for respite and the comfort of a cuddle. His baby brother slept in his cradle, watched over by his nurse. "No," Eleanor said, "other than bid the steward put bread and cheese under a cloth for when the king returns. He will be hungry. And summon Maddock. If I cannot sew, I will listen to music."
"Madam."
Isabel tidied her sewing away with graceful, unhurried movements that soothed Eleanor to watch and filled her with a glow of gratitude. "Thank you," she said, lightly touching Isabel's sleeve.
"For what, madam?"
"For companionship without words." Isabel's face turned pink.
"I could see you were troubled, but wished to keep your own thoughts. There is nothing I could say that would have been wisdom."
"And that is what makes you wise. If you had chattered, I would have sent you away."
"I learned discretion when I was at court before,"
Isabel replied with a small grimace.
"Sometimes the silences have more substance than words."
She started to rise, gently disturbing the little boy.
"Come, my prince,"
she said.
"Shall we find you some bread and honey?"
Will rubbed his eyes and grizzled, but Isabel cajoled him until he brightened and put his hand in hers, the other clutching his toy sword. A sudden flurry at the hall doors and a blast of icy air heralded Henry's return. With mingled relief and exasperation, Eleanor glimpsed his ruddy hair and the swirl of his short green cloak.
"Papa!"
yelled Will, and dashed from Isabel's side towards his father, brandishing his sword. He skidded to a halt in front of him, a look of surprise and consternation on his face at the sight of the other little boy standing at Henry's side. He was older than Will, and taller, but the resemblance shrug.
"And I would have told you, but I saw no need at this stage."
Eleanor was tempted to dash her wine into his face. She could not believe he saw the matter as of no consequence.
"You must admit, he is a fine little chap," he cajoled.
"I can see no wrong in him," she said stiffly, and rose from the trestle. "Forgive me, I'm not well. I need to retire." Henry gave her a sharp look.
"You are not going off to sulk, I hope?"
"No, sire, I am not. But I am going to think long and hard, and so should you." Without waiting his leave, she left the hall with all its fine new furniture and embellishments, and went to her own adjoining chamber, where she dismissed her ladies, sat on her bed with the curtains closed, and shut herself away. Once alone, she pounded the coverlet with her fists, and let the tears and the anger surge through her body. It was betrayal of the worst sort, even while she had been carrying and bearing little William, believing him Henry's firstborn son. He already had a male child out of this woman, and now the shine of her memories was forever tarnished. She did not blame the child, and yet she could not prevent feelings of terrible jealousy. She would have to see him every day in the nursery, his features a blending of Henry's and this unknown woman's. Having the advantage of age, he was already bigger and stronger than her legitimate sons, and would be in a position to compete with them. Eventually, she gathered herself together and wiped her eyes. Done was done, and could not be changed, but the future was a different matter. By the time Henry arrived, Eleanor was composed, and sitting in bed, clad in a fresh white chemise, her hair a golden ripple around her shoulders. Resting a wax tablet on her upraised knees, she tapped the end of her stylus against her lips as she pondered.
"To whom do you write?"
Henry demanded suspiciously. "To your mother," she replied, "to tell her she has another grandson, unless, of course, she already knows." Henry shook his head.
"It was none of her concern either."
He wandered about the chamber, picking up a casket to examine the carving on it, putting it down and picking it up again. Eventually, rubbing the back of his neck, he turns to her.
"I thought you did not want to know, otherwise you would have asked."
She noted with weary inevitability how he had turned the blame around. "Well then, I will ask you now. Are there any others I should know about?"
"None whose mothers have chosen to come forward. The child will be an asset to the household, and a good companion to our boys. You will see."
Eleanor's heart clenched. "I have no interest in the other women you bed. Indeed, I do not wish to know about them. But if children are born of your rutting, that is different, because they affect our affinities. I must know about them." He shrugged.
"As you wish."
His eyes had the flat glitter in them that told her he was calculating how much he could keep to himself and how little he could give her. "I do wish. I warned you once. I am not just your brood mare."
"So you keep saying, and so I well know, but I will not be dictated to or ruled by a woman's womb. Within 2 weeks I shall be in Normandy, and you will be regent here. I hardly call that treating you as a broodmare."
He paced the room again, heeled around sharply, and then plumped down on the bed, uttering a hard sigh.
"Let us be done with all this. I need your cooperation, and when measured against the governing of our lands, the fact that I have a son by another woman, and born before I wed you, is a trifling matter."
Eleanor tightened her lips, still feeling resentful and insecure, but acknowledging the logic of what he said. He would never change his ways. There would always be other women, and the business of government mattered more than an argument over a mistress. It was the betrayal of trust that hurt. "Very well," she said shortly. "Let us be done." Henry leaned over and gave her a kiss, to which she responded with lukewarm enthusiasm before drawing away. "What do you intend for the child?" He gave her a questioning look. "You say he will be raised in our household, but what role do you intend for him later?" He opened his hands.
"That will all come in good time. I shall watch him and decide later what best suits him, be it the pen or the sword."
Eleanor said nothing. It would be the priesthood if she had anything to do with it. That way, he would serve the family cause without being a threat to her own sons. Henry began undressing.
"There is no need to write to my mother about this. I will tell her when I arrive in Normandy."
Eleanor set her writing aside and moved so that he could join her in bed. Usually, on the eve of a great council, he would have kept late hours with Becket, Robert of Leicester, and Richard de Lucy, and then, for all she knew, gone elsewhere to slake his sexual energy. But tonight was for conciliation and mending broken bridges, so that, although damaged, with care they might still be crossed. Chapter 4. Windsor Castle, May 1156. Eleanor paused in reading Henry's letter to press her hand to her womb as she felt it tighten around the child. By her reckoning, she was not due for several weeks, but her body was making preparations. She had moved from Westminster as the spring advanced and settled in at the stronghold of Windsor for her lying in. It was peaceful here, but only 25 miles from London, and within easy riding distance for messengers arriving from the south coast ports. A pleasant breeze ruffled the fresh green leaves on the apple trees, and the sun dappled the garden in coins of warm, pale gold. Will and his half-brother Geoffrey were playing a game in the orchard, galloping around on their wooden hobby horses, waving their toy swords and uttering blood-curdling yells. "Are you well, madam?" Isabel gently touched her arm. "It's just a twinge," Eleanor reassured her. "There is no need to summon the midwives yet, although I shall be glad to be free of the burden." She heaved a regretful sigh. "Henry will not be here for the birth, unless circumstances change, which I doubt." She looked at the letter. They were still besieging Mirabeau, and not expected home this side of summer. "I knew Henry's brother would foment rebellion the moment they crossed the sea. He was biding his time and paying lip service to loyalty while he was in England." She had never warmed to Geoffrey Fitz-Empress. The fact that he had tried to abduct her just days after the annulment of her first marriage had coloured her opinion of him. But independent of that, he was a bore, not stupid by a long way, but lacking the wit and charisma that made Henry shine. He claimed that their father had bequeathed him Anjou as his inheritance portion, and had already incited one uprising in an effort to overthrow Henry's rule there. This was his second attempt, and Henry was about the business of putting down the challenge once and for all. She lowered the letter to her lap. "I shall go to Henry immediately I have recovered from the birth. England is at peace, and my mother by marriage has grandchildren she has not yet seen." Her gaze followed little Geoffrey Fitzroy. Over the past several months, She had come to terms with his presence in the household and had achieved a state of detachment. She was still determined that his path would lead to the church, but for the moment he was just a small boy. She had deliberately not sought to know more about his mother and what she had been to Henry. It was easier that way. "I must also go to my own duchy." She smiled at Isabel. "You have never seen Aquitaine, have you?" "No, madam," Isabel said, "but I would like to." Eleanor glanced round the garden. Today bears a resemblance, but the light is different there, brighter. Here the fruit is sharp and the wine is sour from lack of sun on the grapes. In Aquitaine, both are as sweet as honey. Or perhaps I have just been absent for too long. She made a rueful gesture. It is time I visited my people again and showed them their heir. She cast a fond look at Will, who had flopped down in the shade to rest, his face pink from all the running about, and her heart flooded over with ocean-deep love. That evening, Will was quieter than usual. Heavy-eyed, he toyed with his supper of bread sops in milk. Geoffrey devoured all of his and a second helping, and then was ready to dash off and play again with the other castle children. Eleanor brought Will to sit with her and had her harpist play a soothing ripple of notes, while Isabel told him a story from the fables of Aesop about a fox and a crow. Leaning against Eleanor, he listened quietly and sucked his thumb, while she stroked his hair. Once the story was finished, Eleanor beckoned to Pavia, his nurse. "Bed for you, little one," she said tenderly. Hands and face washed, prayers said, Will clambered into the small bed arranged beside his little brother's crib. Eleanor came to check on the sleeping baby and to kiss her children good night. Will's clean chemise, which she had finished stitching yesterday, was as white as a bell-bind flower in the gloom. Once again she stroked his bright hair. "Good night. God bless you," she murmured. "Mama." He yawned, turned on his side, and in an instant was sound asleep. Eleanor and Isabel sat down to a game of chess, and the harpist continued to play softly for them, the notes as gentle as rain. Geoffrey's nurse brought him in from his game and put him to bed, ignoring his protest that he was not in the least sleepy. Eleanor moved one of her knights and stifled a yawn. "I should retire too," she said. "I have no stamina these days." "Even so, your wits are still sharp," Isabel replied, screwing up her face. "I do not know how I am going to escape from this trap you have set." Eleanor flashed a smile. "I am practicing so I will be ready for Henry. He's always so determined to win, and I like to prove him wrong and keep him on his mettle." The women played for a while longer, drank wine and listened to music while the candle burned down on its pricket. Eleanor grimaced because her back was aching. Even sitting down with cushions against her spine, there was no respite. "Shall I rub your back for you?" Isabel's question was interrupted by piercing screams from Will. "Mama! Mama!" With one accord, Eleanor and Isabel shot to their feet and dashed to investigate. Will's nurse, Pavia, was already leaning over him. "I fear he has a fever, madam." Eleanor pressed her hand to Will's brow. He had been a little warm earlier, but no more than might be attributed to sunflush. Now he was scalding, and his eyes were glittery and half-closed against the lantern light. "My head hurts," he whined. "Hush, hush, all's well. Mamma's here," Eleanor soothed, her voice calm, although she was sick with fear. "Fetch Marquisa," she said to the nurse, and lifted Will out of the bed. He wrapped his arms around her, and she felt his shudders ripple through her own body. There was a sudden gush of heat against the front of her gown as he spilled his bladder, and his wails increased, high-pitched with pain. The noise woke baby Henry, who began to howl in tandem, and Isabel hastened to soothe him. Pavia returned from her errand.
"Madam, let me clean and change my little lord. I have fresh linens here."
She held up a folded pile of cloth. Eleanor gave him to his nurse. Will's urine had left a gleaming dark stain on her gown that soaked through her chemise to her skin. The moisture was clammy on her body below her heart and over the swollen mound of her womb, and she felt a terrible sense of foreboding. Pavia removed Will's shirt and then stepped back, stifling a scream against the back of her hand. Eleanor stared, and her breath caught in her throat as she saw the dark red pinpricks blotching her son's torso and arms.
"No!"
She shook her head.
"No!"
Marquisa put her head around the curtain.
"Madam?"
And then she saw Will, and her look of worried inquiry turned to shock.
"I will fetch the physician,"
she said, and was gone. Eleanor took Will from Pavia and brought him into the main room to examine him in better light. The blotches did not resemble the blisters of pox or la rougeole, both of which could be killers, but that was no cause for comfort. The contagion was burning through her son's tender body like wildfire. Marquisa returned, Master Radolf at her side. He was dishevelled from his bed, his hair sticking up in tufts around his skewed cap. His satchel of nostrums was slung over his shoulder. Eleanor berated him for his tardiness while weeping with relief.
"Do something!"
she cried.
"In God's name, help him!"
The physician took Will in his arms and called for more light to examine him. Will wailed and tried to hide his eyes from the blossom of fresh candle flame. Master Radolf's lips compressed as he saw the rash. Eleanor gripped her hands together.
"You can do something, can't you?"
He gave her an impassive look.
"My best," he said.
"I can do no more. I will not lie to you. This is a serious condition. We are in the hands of God, and we must pray for his divine mercy." Throughout the night, Eleanor sat at Will's side, powerless to do anything as his condition worsened despite everything Master Radolf tried. He vomited up the potions administered to ease his pain. He was bled to cool his raging blood, but to no avail. At first he kept up a constant high-pitched wail like a sitol bow sawing across a string that was about to snap. But towards dawn that stopped, and instead he flopped in her arms as unresponsive as a hot rag doll. The blotches melded together, becoming a livid purple patchwork covering his arms and torso. Eleanor prayed in desperation, asking God's mercy, and knowing that, as her son deteriorated further with each frail breath, God was not listening. For whatever reason, he was choosing to punish her and Henry by taking their child. Every single member of her household, from knight to slop boy, knelt in prayer, and the chamberlain's lad flung the shutters wide to admit a bright May morning, the fresh air bursting with a scent of growing life. Eleanor's chaplain, Father Peter, administered the last rites to the limp, barely breathing Scrap in Eleanor's arms. She held him to her and watched the erratic rise and fall of his chest. A day since he had hurtled from his bed, his toy sword in his hand, ready to seize life with every particle of his being. Hearing snuffling and sobs, she rounded on her women.
"Cease your noise,"
she hissed.
"If he can hear us, I will not have him subject to such sounds."
Emma detached herself from Eleanor's ladies and, choking, fled the room, her hand pressed to her mouth. Eleanor pushed the matted hair away from Will's brow.
"Come, little one, my brave one,"
she said.
"Mamma is here. Hush, don't fret, all is well."
All is well." The little boy's chest rose and fell, rose again, shuddered, and was still. Eleanor stared, willing him to take another breath, but the moment drew out, stretching into eternity. His eyes were almost closed, just a faint glitter under the lowered eyelids. The dreadful patches of fever had not touched his face, which was pure and perfect, but the rest of his body looked as if it had been ravaged by a demon.
"Madam,"
her chaplain gently touched her shoulder,
"he has gone to join his Father in heaven. God will care for him in his mercy."
Eleanor was numb. Somewhere within her, grief was gathering, waiting to rend her apart. But this moment was the space between the slice of the knife and the realization of a mortal wound.
"Why can he not stay with his mother on earth? Why take him?"
Anger sparked through the numbness. Why not take the other child who was the fruit of fornication? It was a dark and terrible thought, a sin, but she could not prevent it.
"It is not ours to question,"
the chaplain said gently.
"We cannot know God's plan."
Eleanor pressed her lips together before she uttered blasphemy. Her child's soul was on its journey, and she dared not hinder his path by railing against God. She continued to hold him against her, folding him into her body. Even though she knew it was over, she kept waiting for him to draw another breath. He had been hers to care for and protect, and it was all her fault that his bright little life had been snuffed out. But what more could she have done? What would Henry say? He had left the children in her care as her responsibility, and she had proven unequal to the task. She gave a low moan and would have doubled over, save that the child in her womb made it impossible. The new life kicked within her, even while she gazed on death.
"Madam."
She felt the gentle pressure of Father Peter's hand on her shoulder.
"Come, I will send for someone to wash and prepare him."
"No!"
Eleanor thrust him off.
"It is my duty and my right. No one else shall have this task and do what must be done. I am well enough for this."
The following hours lasted for an eternity to Eleanor, and at the same time the passage of light to dark seemed as swift as the blink of an eye. There was so much to do to arrange the funeral rites and decide on the burial, to dictate letters so that messages could go out to those who had to know of the tragedy. All the practical details setting the seal on the brutal fact of Will's death. The letter to Henry was the hardest. She was too shattered to find the words, and the letter she sent was that of a queen to a king, not of one grieving parent to another. Washing her son's lifeless, blotched body with rosewater, she remembered the joy and triumph of his birth on an August morning in Poitiers. All the joy, all the hope and expectation. Cradling him in her arms, and later presenting him to Henry as a wonderful gift when he returned from campaign. A golden child bouncing on her knee, vibrant as the sun with life, arms around her neck in a tight squeeze. All now to become corruption and dust. She whispered under her breath as she worked, telling him she was here, that everything was safe and all right, even though it wasn't. Isabel and Emma took the baby and Geoffrey elsewhere, lest whatever ill vapours had invaded Will's body affected them too. Father Peter and Eleanor's advisers tried to make her leave, but she refused, growing angry when they persisted. Let the room be fumigated with incense, and let the shutters remain open to allow the spring day to flood the chamber, because she wanted to remember her son as being of light, far removed from the suffocating night hours and the terrible fever that had burned him up before her eyes. Eleanor's numbness intensified as the hours passed, until it was like a heavy iron lid covering a cauldron simmering with grief and guilt and fear. She dared not lift the lid, because she knew the resultant burst of emotion would kill her too. By the time evening came round again, Will had been stitched in a shroud of the finest linen, double-wrapped and then enfolded in a length of red silk, but with his face exposed. A small coffin had been swiftly prepared, and he was placed in it with rose petals and his favourite toy sword, that only a day since had been killing imaginary foes in the garden, while death waited its moment in the shadows. Will lay in state in Windsor's chapel, surrounded by a blaze of candles and lamps, in order to hold the light as the sun went down. Eleanor insisted on kneeling in all that hot shimmer to keep vigil throughout the night. Isabel and Emma stayed at her side throughout, and neither woman spoke out to try and dissuade her, because they loved her, and they knew the strength of her will. At dawn, following a requiem mass, Will's coffin was borne from the chapel and placed in a cart decked with royal shields and rich cloth to be taken the 17 miles to Reading Abbey, where he was to be buried at the feet of his great-grandsire, the revered King Henry I. Father Peter tried to dissuade Eleanor from accompanying the cortege, saying she had already endured too much, and for the sake of her unborn child she should remain at Windsor and let others attend to the burial, but Eleanor was adamant. "I will be with him when he is buried," she said. "I am his mother, and he remains my responsibility, even if he breathes no more. You will not sway me from this course, so do not try." Heavily pregnant, unable to ride a horse, she travelled in a litter. The road between Windsor and Reading was sound, and they made steady progress. With the litter curtains drawn shut, Eleanor tried to rest and gather herself for what had to be done. Her womb continued to contract and relax at regular intervals, although without pain. The journey was a risk, but she could not have let her little boy go alone into the dark. It would have been different had Henry been here, but he wasn't, and the responsibility was hers, all of it. She had to see it through, on this bright spring morning, to its bitter end. The weather changed for the return to Windsor next day. Clouds covered the sky from horizon to horizon, and heavy rain turned the road into a patchwork of sludgy puddles. The going was slow, and behind the litter curtains, Eleanor counted her prayer beads through her fingers, and saw images of the candles ranked around the tomb of King Henry I, and the darkness of the hole into which they had lowered her son. Not 3 years in the world, and already finished with it. The chanting of monks, the scrape of a shovel tip on slate and soil, the weeping of her women. Eleanor had not cried. That response was buried under a slab of numb disbelief. 2 days ago, people had run to line the road to watch the funeral cavalcade pass by in brilliant sunshine, expectant of receiving alms, curious but respectful. On the return, only a few hardy or desperate souls braved the waysides, bundled in hoods and cloaks, hands outstretched. Eleanor did not part the hangings to investigate, but she heard their voices raised in supplication. The rain thudded on the roof of her litter, and a few cold droplets splashed in her lap, almost like proxy tears for the ones she could not shed. By the time they arrived at Windsor, the sporadic contractions of her womb had become regular cramps, and she knew that she was in the early stages of labour. Marquisa took one look at her as she stepped from the litter and summoned the midwives. The pangs of full labour crashed over Eleanor, and she clenched her fists, certain she was going to burst. The midwife bathed her forehead with cool herbal water.
"Madam, all is progressing as it should,"
she said in an encouraging voice.
"Soon you will hold your new babe in your arms, and he will take away the pain and ease your loss."
The seal over Eleanor's numbness weakened and cracked, allowing rage to boil through.
"How dare you say that to me?"
she panted.
"No child will ever take my son's place. He was everything."
The woman curtsied and dropped her gaze.
"I only sought to comfort you, madam. Forgive me."
Eleanor was incapable of reply as the next pain surged through her, and with it the tears in gut-wrenching spasms. The baby slithered from her body in a welter of blood and fluid, and as it drew its first breaths and began to bawl, Eleanor convulsed and howled her own grief to the rafters. She didn't want this child. She wanted Will.
"It is a girl, madam. You have a daughter."
The midwife's tone was subdued as she held the squalling infant aloft, still attached to Eleanor by the umbilical cord.
"A lovely baby girl."
Eleanor's body convulsed in a fresh paroxysm of grief. Looking worried, the midwife cut the cord and quickly gave the baby to an assistant.
"The Queen's womb has displaced itself. She is in grave danger," she said. "We must return it to its rightful place immediately, or there is no hope."
She rummaged among her nostrums, emerged with an eagle feather, and thrust it into the flame of the nearest candle until it began to smoulder. Swiftly, she turned and wafted the acrid smoke under Eleanor's nose. The powerful, bitter stench made Eleanor choke and recoil. The terrible spasms became a fit of coughing, interspersed by retches, and when, finally, she was able to breathe properly again, she lay gasping like the mauled survivor of a shipwreck washed ashore. Her tears became a softer weeping, and Isabelle de Warenne folded her in a firm, sympathetic embrace and rocked her like a child. The labour pangs began again, and the afterbirth slithered into the midwife's waiting bowl. Eleanor was no longer numb, but wretched and sodden with grief. Even as she bled from the birth, it seemed to her that she was bleeding for her lost son, too. The baby, freshly bathed and wrapped in a clean towel, was presented to her. A daughter. In a way, it was a blessing, because no one would ever see her as a replacement for Will. Even with the marks of her birth still upon her, she was beautiful, with a heart-shaped face and a quiff of soft, dark hair that reminded Eleanor of her sister, Petronella, who was in fragile health and being cared for at the convent of Sainte in Poitou. "How is she to be named?" Emma asked.
"Matilda for her grandmother, the Empress,"
Eleanor replied in a fractured voice.
"That was the king's wish, should it be a girl."
If a boy, he had told her she could have the naming, but it was a moot point. The messengers would bring him the news of his daughter's birth, following on the heels of that of Will's death. A sense of failure swept through her. There would be no bells rung in joy for this child, for they were all occupied in tolling the demise of the heir, and it was all her fault. Chapter 5. Chinon, June 1156. At Chinon, on the Loire, Henry was in a good mood. He had finally brought his brother Geoffrey to heel and seized the castles of Mirabeau, Chinon, and Loudun that had been in rebellion against him. Chinon had capitulated at dawn that morning, and Geoffrey had bowed his head and accepted the inevitable, if not with good grace, then with dour resignation. It was the second time he had rebelled against Henry, The 3 castles were a bone of contention between the brothers that was not going to go away. Geoffrey insisted their father had willed them to him, but in using them as centres of rebellion, he had made it impossible for Henry to let him keep them.
"Sire, if I may make a suggestion—"
Henry turned round from the embrasure and eyed his chancellor. Thomas had proven invaluable during the weeks on campaign, dealing with routine matters and keeping the coffers full. He was also a convivial and cultured companion with a shrewd eye for an advantage.
"By all means." "It seems to me that your brother will continue to be a thorn in your side for the foreseeable future. The moment you turn your back, he will be fomenting rebellion." "I do not intend turning my back," Henry said, "but go on." "Perhaps, if he were to have lands of his own, something he can carve out of another estate that might benefit you also."
Henry rubbed his forefinger across his beard.
"You had in mind?"
"Brittany, sire. They have recently rebelled against their count, and with a little persuasion might be prevailed upon to consider your brother to replace him. He would be occupied keeping the Bretons in check, and at the same time he would bring Brittany into your sphere of influence. It would also fulfill his desire for a title and elevate his standing." Henry's eyes gleamed. "An interesting notion. On the margins, but not Ireland." Beckett made an elegant gesture of agreement that emphasized the garnets and pearls jewelling the cuff on his sleeve. "It needs some thought, but I can see the possibilities." Henry clapped his shoulder. "You are to be commended, Thomas." "I do my best to fulfill my duty, sire." "Ah, no, it is more than just your duty. You enjoy this," Henry said with a knowing smile. He glanced towards the door where a messenger had just been admitted. With Chinon newly taken, the bustle of envoys in and out of the keep was at full tide, but he recognized the man as one of Eleanor's. His immediate thought was that the child had been born, and he beckoned the man to come forward. As he approached, however, following the usher, Henry realized something was wrong. There was no smile on the messenger's face, no anticipation of a reward for joyful news.
"Sire."
The man knelt, and from his satchel produced a single thin package to which was attached Eleanor's seal. And then he bowed his head and looked at the ground. Henry took the letter and broke the seal, not wanting to open the thing, but knowing he must, and, immediately, lest he needed to act. The words were Eleanor's, but written in the formal tone she used as queen, and what she wrote was so immense and devastating that he could not take it in. It was like being presented with a rock to swallow. Everything seemed to stop inside him. He lifted his gaze and stared around the room, at the stones in the wall, the hangings, at the texture of his chancellor's jewelled cuff, the glitter of light on the chips of rock crystal. They were all real because he could see them and reach out and touch them. But this letter spoke of something he had not seen, something so terrible that it couldn't be true. Yet the fact that it might be took him to silence. Beckett was eyeing him in consternation. "Sire?" Henry handed him the letter. He would not read it again, because the words were indelibly branded on his brain. He left the hall and almost ran to his chamber, where he ordered everyone to leave before slamming and barring the door. Turning, he leaned against it with his eyes closed, shutting everything out, so it would not be real. Other men's children died, not his. His were strong and blessed. This one would follow him to the English throne. He could see him dashing about, full of vigour, waving his small sword and shouting, could remember the wet baby kiss on his cheek, and the trusting, soft hand gripped in his as they crossed the icy yard at Westminster, with all the candles shining for the Christ-child's birth. Henry put his face in his spread right hand, and rare tears welled. Many times he had been ill himself as an infant, sometimes seriously, but he had survived. Why hadn't William lived? Why hadn't he possessed the constitution to win through? Wiping his face on his cuff, he cursed and wept some more, while anger burned in his belly. Surely something could have been done to save him if his protectors had been more vigilant. Why had Eleanor allowed it to happen? She should have kept him in a place where the air was cleaner. Now there was no air in his son's lungs, only dust. The thought of Will, a fresh little child, surrounded by corpses and decay, made him sick. He had left Eleanor to guard and care for their son, and she had failed in her duty. Probably too busy meddling in politics and matters best left to men, as was her wont. When he thought that he had not been there to rescue his son, the dark feelings became unbearable, and he locked them away, because he knew, if he gave them opportunity to grow, they would break him. He knuckled his eyes and swallowed his tears because all the grief in the world would not restore his son to life. Will was gone. He should go and pray that his soul had found its way swiftly to heaven, but he was not sure he could enter a church just now. A hand rapped on the door. "Henry, let me in." He palmed away his tears and went to draw the bar. Hamlin stood on the threshold, his brow wrinkled with sorrowful concern. He cleared his throat. "I grieve to hear the tragic news from England. Beckett told me. I came to see if there was anything I could do, if there was anything you needed." "No one can give me what I want or need," Henry said hoarsely, but stood aside to let Hamlin enter the room. "Nothing will bring him back." He closed the door and leaned against it again. His chest heaved convulsively. "Do you want me to say anything to the court?" "No, I am my own spokesman." Henry swallowed. "I will not have the business of the court interrupted for this. Let masses be said for my son, and let us all pray for his soul, and then let us move on with business that applies to the living. I refuse to make a meal of my grief, and I will not let others make a meal of it for me. Do you understand?" Hamlin frowned. "I am not sure I do, but if that is your wish, then let it be so. I am truly sorry. He was a fine little man." "Yes," Henry said grimly. "And now he is no more, so I must needs beget more sons to ensure the succession." That was the way to deal with the matter, to be hard and pragmatic until the shell toughened and nothing could ever pierce it. "Will you write to Eleanor? She must be distraught." Henry's mouth thinned. "We shall speak soon enough. For now, I have nothing to say to her that I want to commit to a scribe or bleed onto parchment." Chapter 6. Bec Elua, Rouen, summer 1156. Henry's mother, Empress Matilda, held her swaddled namesake in the crook of her arm. A half-smile deepened the lines surrounding her mouth. She had already greeted her grandson of 16 months before hastily handing him over to his nurse to have his wet clouts changed.
"I never bore daughters," she said to Eleanor. "Perhaps it was no bad thing, for, strive as we may, it is men who rule the world, and they do not have to face the trials we do."
"No," Eleanor agreed. "They do not." She had been churched 2 days ago, almost 7 weeks since Will had died. The pain remained raw and desperate, but she dealt with it moment by moment, hour by hour, and day by day. Each mark of time took her further away from his death, but also distanced her from the time when he was alive, and she clung to his memory and painted it in her mind anew each day, knowing it would fade in slow increments until his bright presence dwindled to a shadow on her soul. The Empress had greeted her with a tender embrace and tears in her eyes, and this from a woman who never wept. Eleanor had feared that Henry's mother would blame her for Will's death, but Matilda had been compassionate and concerned for her welfare.
"You look tired," she said. "You should not be about so soon after childbirth, and your terrible loss."
Eleanor shook her head. "Had I stayed in England, I would only have spent my days mourning things I cannot change." She bit her lip. "I have to talk to Henry, and he has a daughter to greet." She was dreading that moment. Not only was there the death of their son to be navigated, but she feared his response to the new baby because it was a daughter, and not a boy to stand in the place of the one they had lost. She reasoned if she went to him now that she was churched, she might conceive again swiftly, and perhaps if she did bear another son, Henry would forgive her, although she was not sure if she could forgive herself.
"But you will stay here for the rest of the week at least."
The Empress patted Eleanor's knee with her free hand. "Yes, madam, of course."
"Good."
She jogged the baby for a moment.
"It is fitting that you choose Reading Abbey for the burial, and at my father's feet. He was a great king. My grandson would have been one too, had he lived."
"I did everything I could."
Tears scalded Eleanor's eyes.
"But it was not enough."
The Empress gave her a sharp but not unkind look.
"I said that to myself on the day I sailed away from England. I spent 9 years striving to win the throne that was rightfully mine. There were times I thought I would die in the attempt or be broken forever. Whatever your grief, you must absorb the blow and continue, because it is your duty."
"Yes, Mother, I know."
Eleanor tried not to feel resentful. Matilda meant well and offered sound advice, but she did not fully understand. She was the patronizing matriarch, showing a younger subordinate how much she still had to learn, despite the fact that the younger one had been ground through just as many mills.
"I shall write to Henry and tell him to be gentle with you."
"Thank you, Mother, but I do not need your intervention."
Eleanor had been going to say interference, but changed the word in time.
"I can speak for myself."
The Empress's lips pursed as if she was going to take issue, but then she too hesitated and modified her words.
"I know you can, daughter," she said. "But you should consider carefully what you say. My son is like my father, and expects the world to do his bidding without question. But he has much of my husband in him too, and that means he will not always deal directly when faced with the needs of others. You must not let him push you too hard, especially when you are not yet in full health."
Eleanor inclined her head.
"Thank you for your concern, Mother."
She knew Matilda would probably still write to Henry.
"I do want to ask your advice on another matter."
Her mother-in-law immediately sat up a little straighter.
"Indeed?"
Her eyes brightened.
"It is about Henry's bastard-born son."
Eleanor indicated the small boy sitting with his nurse at the side of the room. She had to steel herself to look at him, because he so resembled Will, and was a constant living reminder of what she had lost. The Empress nodded.
I had heard rumours that my son had a child born of a common whore. I thought the tale unreliable. Who knows the father in those circumstances? But I can see with my own eyes that whatever her occupation, the boy is of my son's siring.
Eleanor grimaced. I know little of the mother, nor do I wish to, but I've been told she was with him before he wed me, and that she was English.
A boyhood paramour, then.
The Empress gave a dismissive wave.
What do you want to ask me?
Eleanor played with a beautiful pearl ring the Empress had given her, turning it right and left on her finger. Henry has taken responsibility for the child. I will do nothing to harm him, nor will I be hostile towards an innocent, whatever the circumstances of his birth, but I will not permit him to undermine my own children in any way. The Empress handed the baby to the wet nurse.
Henry's father sired Emma and Hamlin on his mistress. She died in childbirth, and Geoffrey had them raised in his household. They were of no concern to me. I was fighting for a crown, and had little time to worry about such things. Besides, my own bastard-born half-brothers were the absolute backbone of my cause. Without them, Henry would not have his throne. I expected from the outset that Hamlin would grow up to support Henry, and indeed he is more help to him than Geoffrey or William will ever be. Hamlin depends on Henry for his position. You need not fear that this child will usurp your sons. Raise him to his duty, and he will be an asset.
It is the way Henry looks at him, Eleanor said, and could not prevent her lip from curling. And now Will is dead and our little Henry still an infant. She closed her hands into fists. I desire to have my own children recognized and ranked as first in their father's heart. She felt miserable as she spoke, for she could not make such a thing happen for the willing of it.
Then what do you want from me?
Eleanor leaned forward. I ask you to take him into your household to raise and educate. I know it would be for Henry to decide, but the boy is your grandson. It meant he would not have to be under her roof, a constant reminder of the son she had lost, but still suitably placed within the family. Would you consider doing so? The Empress looked thoughtful, and then slowly nodded.
Yes, I would be willing to think about it.
More than willing, Eleanor thought, seeing the gleam that lit in the older woman's eyes. The Empress turned in her seat and beckoned the nurse to bring little Geoffrey over to them. The boy knelt respectfully when prompted by his nurse, and then rose and faced Eleanor and his grandmother, with his legs set apart in a pose exactly like Henry's. There was no fear in his blue gaze, but he was wary.
Can you say the Lord's Prayer, child?
The Empress asked. Geoffrey nodded, and did so, with barely a stumble, his Latin fluent.
Good,
she said, and dismissed him, having first made him kneel again, while she patted his hair in blessing, and gave him a small honey cake from the tray at her side.
He has the aptitude, she said to Eleanor once he had gone. If his father agrees, I will take him.
Thank you, madam. Eleanor was unable to conceal her relief. The Empress gave her a wintry smile.
If I can ease your burden, I will. You have a heavy load to bear, and it will grow no lighter with time. I do not say this to discourage you, but it is always best to confront the truth.
Eleanor forced a smile. At least her mother by marriage was honest. There was never any dissembling with the Empress. Having resolved what she was going to do with young Geoffrey Fitzroy, she could now focus on dealing with Henry. Eleanor was 2 miles from Saumur when she met an entourage travelling in the opposite direction. The sun blazed in a sky of naked blue, as the first strong heat of summer struck the Angevin heartlands like the beat of a hammer on a new anvil. Drawing rein, Eleanor waited for the approaching troop to pull aside and give her right of way in respect of her rank. The other party halted in the road too, refusing to give ground, pale dust sifting around the hooves of their horses and sumpters. A young nobleman on a muscular grey palfrey rode to the front and glared at Eleanor's troop. His gaze then lit on her, and with an irritated shrug of his body, he commanded his men to draw aside. "Madam, my sister," he acknowledged curtly. Eleanor eyed her brother-in-law with distaste. Geoffrey was the main reason Henry was still here in Anjou when he could have been back in England long since. Indeed, could have been with her when their son took ill. If Geoffrey was free and on his way, though, it meant that he and Henry had come to terms. "Brother," she managed to be civil, "I thank you for yielding the road."
"What else am I to do but honour the privilege owed to my brother's wife?" His voice was edged with disdain.
Eleanor raised one eyebrow. "I take it you and my husband have mended your differences." Geoffrey brushed at a speck on his cloak.
"Rather say that for now we have interests in common. The people of Nantes have asked me to be their count. I am to rule Brittany with Henry's blessing, and that is something I never thought to have."
His tone intimated cynicism rather than gratitude. "That is excellent news," Eleanor said, and meant it. She even smiled. Such an undertaking would keep Geoffrey occupied, prevent him from making trouble in Anjou, and meant that she would not have to be in proximity to him, except on rare occasions.
"It remains to be seen, but for now I agree."
He gathered the reins as his restive palfrey sidled.
"I was sorry to learn of my nephew's death."
The remark was perfunctory and insincere. "I am sure you were," Eleanor replied stonily. "I wish you a safe journey, my lord, and never to see you again."
"And I wish you the best of fortune with my brother."
He gave her a sour smile.
"You could have been wed to me if you had taken a different road."
"Indeed," she said smoothly. "I thank God for guiding my path that day." Geoffrey gave her an ironic salute.
"Are you sure it was God? It is claimed that line of Anjou is descended from the devil."
He reined over to join his men at the side of the road and let her ride on to Saumur. Despite the heat of the day warming the castle walls, Eleanor felt shivery, as if she had a fever. She walked back and forth across the chamber to which Henry's steward had shown her. Henry himself was absent, hunting, even though he knew she was expected. She felt too sick with apprehension to be angry. Indeed, she almost welcomed the delay. She had changed her dusty travelling gown for a court robe of gold silk, embellished with pearls, the lacing pulled tight to emphasize that once more she had a waistline between the curves of breast and hip. Her women had dabbed her wrists and throat with precious scented oil and dressed her hair with a jewelled net, but not all the gems and perfume in the world could make this moment any better or easier. Isabel, who was attending her, turned from the window where she had been watching the courtyard.
"Madam, the king is here."
She too was strung with tension because her own husband was among the entourage. Eleanor joined her in the embrasure and looked out on a courtyard filling up with hard-ridden horses, panting dogs and ebullient men, all jostling and milling. Thomas Becket and Henry were laughing together, arms clasped across their horses in camaraderie. Henry was sweating almost as much as his horse. Isabel made a soft sound of concern as she located her husband amid the throng.
"He looks thinner," she said. "And he's limping."
"I shall not need you when I speak to the king." Eleanor touched her arm. "Go down to him. You have my leave." Cheeks flushed, Isabel curtsied, rose and hurried out on light, swift feet. Eleanor turned to her other women. "Find things to do elsewhere," she commanded. "I will summon you if needed." The women left, and Eleanor returned to the window. Henry had gone. The hound keepers were rounding up the last of the dogs and returning them to the kennels. She wondered if she should go and find Henry, but he would still be surrounded by the boisterous melee of the hunting party, and she would be exposing her vulnerability to the world. The sun shadow had changed angle on the castle walls, blocking one side in gold, shading the other in ash grey when Henry finally arrived, entering the chamber in his usual brisk fashion. He had recently washed, for his hair was dark auburn and sleeked back, and he wore a clean tunic imbued with the scents of rosemary and spikenard. For the time between one step and another he hesitated, and then came on, arms wide. She started to curtsy, but he seized her by the waist and pulled her into a hard embrace.
"I have missed you," he said, and gave her a hard kiss. "You look good enough to eat."
Eleanor gasped at the vigour of his greeting. His tone was open and jocular, as if he was still talking to his hunting cronies, as if nothing had happened and nothing was wrong. His smile was open and broad. Whatever she had been expecting, it was not this, and she was dumbfounded. "Henry?"
"Where is my daughter?"
He overrode her before she could speak, a sharp grey glitter in his eyes and his jaw taut.
"Let me see her, and my son."
Filled with unease, Eleanor went to the door and summoned the nurses to bring the children for his inspection. Henry's keen scrutiny fixed on the baby girl in her nurse's arms, a round little face, and the rest bound in swaddling bands.
"We shall make a fine marriage alliance for you," he said, chucking her chin. "The King of England's firstborn daughter, eh?"
He gave Eleanor a stiff smile.
"I have no doubt she will grow into a beauty."
He crouched to be at eye level with his namesake, now 16 months old, and clad in a long linen smock. Little Henry's hair was dark blonde rather than red gold, and his eyes a mingling of blue and grey.
"Walking now?"
Henry said with a grin.
"Aren't you a fine little man?"
He picked him up and tossed him in his arms until he squealed. Having handed him back to the nurse, he focused on the third child who stood on the threshold, half in the sun ray slanting through the window, his coppery hair glittering. For an instant, a look of surprise widened Henry's gaze. "I have kept my word to you," Eleanor said, "and I have brought him with me. Your mother has expressed an interest in fostering him."
"Yes, she said so in her letter."
So Matilda had written to him. Eleanor wondered what else she had said. Henry beckoned the nurse and child forward.
"I think it a good idea, but not quite yet."
He rumpled Geoffrey's curls.
"You have grown tall since I last saw you, almost a man."
Geoffrey puffed out his chest, making Henry chuckle.
"While you are here, we can spend some time together. Perhaps riding lessons, Do you have a pony of your own?"
"No, sire."
"Would you like one?"
Eleanor's throat tightened. This interaction should be Will's, not this little cuckoo's. Geoffrey's eyes shone.
"Yes, sire."
"Good. Then we'll find you one and I will teach you. And when you are older you can come hunting with me, eh?"
"Yes, sire,"
Geoffrey said, his expression wonder-struck. Henry smiled and dismissed the nurses and their charges. His gaze lingered on Joffrey before he turned round to Eleanor, clapping his hands and rubbing them together. "We shall have a feast to welcome your arrival, and tomorrow we can go hawking along the river. You have a fine troupe of players from Quercy you will enjoy, and Thomas has some bolts of cloth for your inspection." Eleanor listened to him in stunned silence. He was filling his mind with loud and superficial things, so that there was no opportunity for the deeper issues to leap upon him and take him where he did not wish to go. Before she could speak, he was at the door, shouting for Beckett, calling for musicians and courtiers. "Come," he said over his shoulder, looking at her but through her. "We must celebrate your arrival, and I am not the only one you must greet." The hours until retiring were an endurance test for Eleanor. She spoke and smiled, she mingled with the court, she received polite condolences, murmured outside of Henry's hearing, and she saw the sidelong glances people cast in his direction. Thomas Beckett was sincere and solicitous, but also eager to show off the yards of glorious silk damask he had bought at a bargain price from a Venetian merchant. While she was politely examining the cloth, he was at pains to inform her that the idea to make Henry's brother Count of Nantes had been his. "It is well thought of," Eleanor replied, giving praise where it was due. "Better than Ireland," he agreed. "Now we must find a similar position for my lord's youngest brother." Eleanor raised her brows and wondered how much responsibility Henry had delegated to Beckett. One did not have a dog and bark oneself, but at the same time, the animal could not be allowed to dominate the owner. Eleanor looked at the young man Beckett had mentioned. William Fitz-Empress stood among a group of young knights, ostensibly listening to their conversation, but taking his time to gaze round the chamber, measuring and assessing, never still. Eleanor did not particularly like Henry's sandy-haired youngest brother, but he was less of a threat than Geoffrey, and at only 20 years old, there was time to decide his future. He caught her watching him and lifted his cup in acknowledgement. She returned the courtesy, and he looked away. Hamlin arrived to speak with her, kissing her on both cheeks, holding her hands, and facing her without evasion. "My condolences on Will's loss," he said. "I cannot imagine what it is like to lose a child, especially one as precious to you both as he was." Eleanor swallowed, suddenly tearful that Henry's half-brother could mention Will while Henry could not. "No, you cannot imagine. But thank you," she said. Drawing a deep breath, she steadied herself. "How has Henry seemed to you? He will not even speak Will's name." Hamlin glanced across the room to where Henry was talking with Eleanor's chamberlain, Warren Fitzgerald. "He does not speak of him among us," he said with a shake of his head. "We have learned to avoid the subject, because he either deflects it in a rage or, as you see now, he diverts himself with other matters. He will not think about it, because if he did, the grief would unman him." "And he blames me. I know he does." Hamlin looked uncomfortable. "No one knows what my brother thinks and feels. Even those of us who are close to him cannot fathom his mind." He touched her arm. "I do know he is pleased to see you and the other children, and I believe it will make all the difference to him." "You are kind," she said with a wan smile. "No, I am truthful. He has missed you. Your presence will help him deal with the wounds he licks in private." She wondered if it would. After a hesitation, she said, "I have brought him the son born of his concubine. Do you have any insights for me, Hamlin? His expression grew wary.
I was raised under my father's roof, and Emma was sent to Fontevraud. The Empress was indifferent to me and Emma, but she was always fair, and I respected her for that, and still do.
And how did you feel?
He shrugged. I resented Henry because I was the firstborn, but he had all the privileges, and that only worsened when his other brothers arrived. I was always at the bottom of the pile because I was the Count's bastard. I would lie in bed, wishing things had been different. As I became a man, that changed. I learned to accept I would never be a king or a count. Indeed, would I want it? With the position I hold now, I can work for the good of the family and be rewarded for it. I am an important part of Henry's web, but I do not have to spin the thread of policy or worry about catching flies.
Eleanor smiled at the comparison and kissed his cheek. You have given me things to think about, she said. Thank you. But she still intended Joffrey for the church. Eleanor watched Henry raise his foot onto the bed and unwind his leg binding. They were alone, finally. She had feared he might find somewhere else to sleep in order to avoid her, but he had come willingly enough to her chamber. Removing her rings and dropping them into her enamelled jewel casket, she said, You have so many plans and you are not still for a moment, but you have not told me how you are faring yourself. He kept his focus on his task.
I do not know what you mean. I am well. You can see I am. You do not need to ask.
Henry, I do. You refuse to speak of Will, as if he never existed, and the more you do not speak of him, the deeper the wound cuts. It will never heal, no matter how many bandages you wrap over it. She came and stood in front of him, forcing him to look up. He put the leg binding down with a sigh.
Speaking of it is pointless. It will not bring him back,
he said in a rough voice, and pulled her into his arms.
Rather look to the future and the new lives we shall create.
Henry.
No more.
He set his forefinger against her lips.
It is over now, I have told you.
He kissed her, silencing her with his mouth over hers and the probe of his tongue. He took her to bed and made love to her with long, slow thoroughness. Eleanor gasped and sobbed beneath him as the languorous sensations grew into exquisite torture. She dug her nails into his upper arms and opened herself to him. He pinned her down as he thrust into her for the final moments of giving her his seed, and she welcomed his forcefulness and the tight throb within her body because she wanted to conceive another son, and for that to happen, the man's seed had to dominate the woman's. Henry took her twice more that night, and then, drained, slept curled into her, his arm across her body, the last thing he murmured as he fell asleep. I meant it. It is done. We shall not talk about it. Ever. She curled on her side, feeling wretched. Henry might think he was smoothing the path between them by refusing to discuss the death of their son, but he was just burying stones under the surface. If he would not allow her to speak of it to him, then how was she to shed the burden of her grief and remorse, and how was he to bear his? They would just stumble along that stony path, bent under the weight of their baggage, until eventually it brought them down. Chapter 7. Bordeaux, Christmas, 1156. It had snowed earlier in the day, a scant dusting that lay like crushed sugar over rooftops and turrets. Dark footprints patterned the courtyard of the Ombriere Palace and left an ephemeral record of activity across the open ground to and from the buildings. This was always my summer home when I was a child, Eleanor told Isabel as they walked side by side in the gathering dusk, bundled in thick, fur-lined cloaks. We spent our time in the gardens, and sometimes we had our lessons there in the shade of the trees. My lessons were held at our castle at Acre in Norfolk, Isabel reciprocated. I never imagined then what fate had in store for me. Nor me, Eleanor said ruefully. I would have told my younger self to run for her life had I known. Perhaps that is why God keeps us in ignorance. She glanced fondly at Isabel. Had her husband been more robust and chosen to dispute the throne, they would have been rivals for a crown. Instead, they were companions, cut from different cloth, but still with a pattern in common. You must have heard tales of Aquitaine, though. Isabel smiled. Oh, yes. We often heard stories and songs about troubadours and handsome knights who sought to seduce women away from their husbands, and told them to each other, too. Our nurse would warn us to be on our guard against the blandishments of young men, while we secretly prayed to be objects of their affection. How innocent we were. I was never innocent, Eleanor said with a grimace, except in believing that I might have what I wanted. And that belief withered on the day I was told I must wed Louis of France. I was 13 years old, and my father had recently died, leaving the instruction in his will without telling me. I was 16 when my father died, Isabel said. I was his only child, and King Stephen arranged a marriage with his son. William was 11 on our wedding day. She gazed into the distance. While I was marrying him, my mother was taking Patrick of Salisbury for her second husband, so we found ourselves wedded into opposing factions, and no say in the matter. That must have been difficult. It was, but we found a way, as women must always do. Small white flakes started to drift down after the dusky blue. Isabel looked at her. You and the king seem content in each other's company of late. I am glad for that. For the moment, yes, although who knows how long it will last, Eleanor said with a brittle smile, and did not elaborate. She and Isabel had come to know each other well, but she did not want to speak of her troubled relationship with Henry. Matters had indeed improved between them as they spent the summer and autumn together, progressing through their lands. The awkwardness of that first night at Saumur had healed over, like a deep wound that had closed but left a thick scar. The flesh was whole but not smooth, and would never be the same. She and Henry had gone forth from that moment as if the past was a blank and Will had never been born. Their daughter Matilda was almost 7 months old. 2 weeks ago, Eleanor had bled yet again, a sign that the seed in her womb had not taken root, and she was anxious lest God had indeed turned against them. The snow began to fall more swiftly, and the women abandoned their walk and returned indoors. Folk gathered around the hearth to roast chestnuts and eat small, tasty morsels that had been cooked earlier before the kitchens lost the daylight. Spicy pastries, fruits and marchpane subtleties. A troupe of musicians performed songs in the Lenga Romana of the Bordeaux region, and people played games, danced, and took time to laugh and socialize, forgetting serious matters for a while. Accomplished in her role as queen and duchess, Eleanor set out to beguile, to weave her spell. She felt Henry's brooding gaze upon her as she talked, laughed, and flirted with her courtiers. When she glanced his way, she detected both wariness and desire in his expression, like a lion observing dangerous prey. They danced together, Duke and Duchess, and when they touched, the erotic charge between them reminded Eleanor of their wedding night. The pupils of Henry's eyes were wide and dark, drinking in the light as they joined hands and circled. The dance was progressive, and they were separated for several verses, but when they came together, it was like fire. Eleanor's breath shortened. His hand cupped the curve of her hip, and his fingers angled inwards. She gave him a languorous look and moistened her lips. At least here, if nowhere else, they were very compatible. The January weather was bright but bitterly cold on the morning that Eleanor arrived at the convent of Notre Dame de Sainte to pay her respects to her Aunt Agnes, who was the abbess, and to visit Petronella, her sister, who was in delicate physical and mental health and had been in the care of the nuns for more than 5 years. The chestnut trees wore a lacy foliage of hoarfrost, and the convent sparkled in the hard winter sunlight as if dusted with powdered rock crystal. Eleanor dismounted at the gatehouse, her breath puffing in white clouds and her hands numb from holding the reins despite the insulation of fur-lined mittens. A groom took the horses, and a nun led Eleanor to the abbess's chamber, while her attendants waited in the guest-house. Her aunt left the lectern at which she had been reading and hastened to embrace Eleanor with tender affection.
"It is so good to see you, niece."
Her wrinkles deepened as she smiled.
"It has been a long time."
4 years, Eleanor replied with a tremulous smile of her own. So much has happened, and so much has changed.
Indeed.
Compassion filled her aunt's shrewd, dark eyes.
"Come, sit by the fire, warm yourself, and tell me all."
She gestured to a cushioned bench by the hearth. Grooming its fur in front of the fire was a handsome ginger tomcat that put Eleanor in mind of Henry. She raised her brows at her aunt, who made an embarrassed gesture.
"Tib earns his place by catching mice. It may be worldly sin to indulge myself with a cat, but he is God's creature, and it gladdens me to see him content."
"And why should God not take pleasure at your kindness?" Eleanor said. She joined the cat before the fire, as grateful as he was for the glowing heat on this raw day. A young novice brought her hot wine laced with ginger and cloves. Her aunt declined the wine and took a cup of water for herself, while Eleanor caught up with the years since last the women had seen each other, stitching all the stray threads into the tapestry of news until it was complete. Eleanor did not feel any lighter for doing so, but having run the events through her mind in sequence, she had new perspectives to consider. Her aunt gave her a thoughtful look.
"And after your visit here, what then? Do you remain in Poitou?"
Eleanor shook her head. "We have business in Normandy, and then I am to return to England, to govern as Henry's regent."
"It is a pity you cannot stay longer."
"I have thought that myself," Eleanor said ruefully. The cat gave a long, sinuous stretch and yawned, exposing a jagged landscape of white teeth, before strolling to the door and uttering an imperious meow. Her aunt rose to open the door, and a cold draught swept around the room as he stalked out, ginger tail waving like a furry banner. Eleanor rose too, shivering. "I should see my sister."
"I would have brought her to you here,"
Agnes said.
"But she has not been well, and we are keeping her in the infirmary, where it is warm and she can be properly nursed. Come, I will take you."
The convent's infirmary was a well-appointed room, holding a dozen beds, 4 of which were occupied by elderly nuns, being ministered to by the infirmeress and her assistant. The fire was bright, and clean burning, with plenty of room at the hearth to cook nourishing meals. A cauldron simmered over the logs, the steam laden with an appetizing aroma of meat broth. Huddling by the fire was a frail old lady. Gaunt-cheeked and hollow-eyed, she plucked at the squirrel pelts edging her cloak. Eleanor stared in silent shock as the woman gave a deep, wet cough. The hand she raised to cover her mouth was skeletal.
"Petra! Dear God!"
Eleanor hastened to her side and looked on, helpless to act, while the spasms tore through her sister. Eventually, Petronella spat bloody mucus into a cloth and sucked in a harsh breath. Eleanor cupped the thin shoulders and kissed her forehead.
"I grieve to find you in this state."
"Eleanor," Petronella croaked. "I wondered if you would come. I've been thinking of you often of late."
She coughed again, but not as harshly, and reached a shaking hand to the cup at the side of the bench.
"Whorehound," she said, and took a swallow. "They say it will do me good, but I know better. They think I know nothing, but I am merely mad, not foolish."
Eleanor looked at her aunt. "How long has she been sick like this?" Agnes shook her head.
"The cough began over a month ago, and will not shift whatever we do. We are keeping her warm and tended. She has spiritual comfort, and all of our prayers. Perhaps when the spring comes, she will improve."
It was a platitude. Eleanor could see how sick her sister was, and knew it would take a miracle to pull her through to the warmth of a new season. She was 31 years old, but looked like a crone. In her mind's eye, Eleanor glimpsed beyond her desperate condition, to see Petronella the child, Petronella the dancing young woman with lustrous brown hair and sparkling eyes. Her grip on reality had always been fragile, but to see her end her days like this was heartrending. So much promise never realized, like a rose that had begun to open and then withered on the stem. Petronella tilted her head as if listening.
"Is Papa home from Compostela?" she asked. "He has been gone a long time."
Eleanor looked at Agnes. "No, my love," she said. "He is not back yet." And never would be, because he had died there 20 years ago and was entombed at the feet of St. James.
"She spends much of her time in the past," her aunt said. "What is before her eyes is not what lies before ours. She never speaks of her marriage or her children."
"That is probably for the best," Eleanor replied bleakly. Petronella's marriage had been a volatile, passionate disaster that had caused more trouble than it was ever worth, and had ended in ruin for all concerned. Now her husband was dead, and her children in French wardship. If she had blotted it from her damaged mind, so much the better.
"Papa is coming for me," Petronella said. "I will see him soon."
She gripped Eleanor's hand.
"We should go up to the battlements and watch for him."
"No, stay here by the fire,"
Eleanor said, her throat tight with tears.
"He would not want us to get cold. There will be time later. Here, drink your tisane."
She sat down beside Petronella and wrapped her cloak around both of them, drawing her in close. The fire caught on a knot of wood and sent up a shower of swift red sparks.
"Do you remember watching fireflies in the garden at Poitiers?"
Petronella whispered. And making wishes each time we saw a new one glow. Of course I do. It was our favourite thing. All the possibilities, all the hopes and dreams. Eleanor's eyes filled, and the firelight became a single golden blur. They are gone now, Petronella said sadly. Every last one. Chapter 8. Rouen, Normandy, February 1157. Eleanor returned to her chamber from the latrine, where she had been sick for the third time that morning. Her stomach rolled as if she was already at sea, rather than waiting out the rough weather before embarking for England. Henry eyed her with predatory speculation. "Are you unwell, or is there another reason?" She rinsed her mouth with the ginger tisane Marquisa had prepared to combat the nausea. "I believe I may be with child again." Speaking the words made her feel queasy with hope and fear. She dared not smile, for this was a serious undertaking, and she would not have God think she was being frivolous. "That is good news indeed." Henry drew her into his arms. "You must rest and look after yourself." His tone was solicitous as he stroked her brow with his fingertip. "Let others do the work." He glanced at her ladies, who were packing the travelling chests ready for the return to England. "Do not worry on that score." Eleanor swallowed her irritation. If Henry had his way, he would confine her to her chamber, her sole occupations those of embroidery, keeping the nursery, and writing occasional innocuous letters to men of the church to further diplomatic relations. Little Henry toddled over to his father and threw his arms around his legs. Henry picked him up, turning him in a somersault on the way, eliciting squeals of delight. "What a fine, brave little knight you are," he said. "Be a good boy for your mamma while I am busy in Normandy with the King of France, The look he sent Eleanor filled her with guilt and unease, for it warned her that he had not forgiven her over the matter of Will's death. They would never speak of it. Henry had made that clear. But what need for words when looks said everything? "Papa!" Geoffrey, his bastard son, dashed into the room, holding his toy sword in one hand and a miniature shield in the other, painted with 2 gold lions on a red background. Eleanor strove to maintain a neutral expression as Henry laughed and tousled the child's hair. Each time she saw him, she saw Will, and she knew Henry saw it too. And while to her it was as gall, to Henry that resemblance was a joy and comfort, as if this little boy was Will made whole again. Perhaps, too, his affection was for the sake of the mother, but Eleanor did not want to dwell on that either. "Here is another fine little knight come to defend the household with his mighty sword," Henry declared. "Well met, Sir Geoffrey Fitzroy, slayer of dragons." Eleanor compressed her lips. If she had her way, the boy would not have a secular career as a knight and baron, because such a path led to virility and power, and who knew how far he might try to take his ambition. He was remaining in Normandy with the Empress, but that meant for the moment he would still have access to his father. It was only for a few weeks, she told herself, and could not be helped, but even so, she struggled with her misgivings. Eleanor put her hand on her womb as she felt a series of flurries and kicks. She had thought her other offspring busy little souls, but this one outdid them all. He, as she had determinedly decided his sex, was never still, and he had quickened early. She felt pleasure at this show of vigour and did not bid him be silent. She needed a strong child to rule Aquitaine, and she prayed regularly to Saint Radegonde and Saint Martial that this was the one. Despite her pregnancy and Henry's warnings, she had been busy about her duties all that late April morning. She had issued authorizations of safe conducts and permissions to leave the country under her seal to several merchants and 2 deacons on church business. She had notified a sheriff to desist cutting down trees in woodland belonging to Reading Abbey, and had instructed her chamberlain to order more oil for the lamps in her chamber. The tasks were routine, but she was looking forward to talking with 2 envoys from Navarre over dinner. "I think I shall name the child Richard if it is a boy, which I know it will be," she told Isabel, as her ladies made her ready to perform the duties of gracious hostess. Isabel gave her an inquiring look. "Why Richard?" Her women slipped a gown of patterned red and gold damask over her head. "It means hard ruler," she said, "and when he is a grown man, he will need to be to control my barons." She stroked her womb. "It is not a name from either side of the family, except in the distant past. This one shall stand in his own light." "Will the king not wish to call him for his own father, or perhaps for his grandsire Fulk, king of Jerusalem?" "It is not Henry's choice," Eleanor said curtly. "It is for me to do the naming, because this child is my heir." "And if it is a girl?" Isabel asked with a half-smile. "Then she will be Eleanor, and she will still be mine." Eleanor raised her chin, and a fierce look entered her eyes. "But I know it will be a boy." Henry arrived in London a week later, having ridden hard from his landing at Southampton. "You look well," he said, greeting Eleanor in the public chamber at Westminster. He kissed her on either cheek and then on the lips. His manner was more relaxed than it had been in Normandy, and his smile was sunny and generous. "And blossoming." Eleanor returned his smile, taking pleasure in his admiration. "I am, sire, very well indeed." While she was cautious, she too was less tense. The 2 months of absence had smoothed the rough edges caused by the friction between their personalities, and the sick exhaustion of early pregnancy had diminished. She was less irritable, and having received advance word of his arrival, had had time to make herself ready. The children were presented for him to inspect. Little Henry was bright-eyed and full of wriggling energy. Matilda was more solemn, as she considered her father from the safety of her nurse's arms, but she was rosy and chubby with health. Henry kissed them both, and nodded brusquely to Eleanor, indicating that he was satisfied she had kept them whole and safe. She did not know whether to feel relieved or resentful, and drew back behind a facade of regal dignity. "You have done well," Henry said to her later in her chamber, when the formal rituals were over and they were alone, their attendants dismissed. He poured them each a cup of spiced wine from the flagon on the coffer. "I am perfectly capable of overseeing the government of England while you are gone, even when I am with child," she said with asperity. "I do not deny that, my love, but you must be careful of your health. You do not want your womb to go wandering round your body. That is what happens to women who overtax themselves, often with fatal consequences. I have heard you are susceptible." "You leave your mother to rule Normandy. Why should it be any different for me?" "My mother's childbearing days are over. Why are you being so sharp with me when you have been acting regent here for the past 6 weeks?" "But always under careful scrutiny from your administrators." "Every ruler has advisers. Use them to good purpose and be grateful for their assistance." Eleanor controlled herself, aware that she was playing into his hands. "Sometimes assistance feels very much like interference," she said. "It is not intended to be." "Is it not?" Eleanor raised her brows.
English laws need taking under advice, and it is only common sense that you have support."
He made an exasperated sound.
"You are making mountains where none exist."
He was blocking her with that look in his eyes that intimated he was being reasonable and she was not. "So," she said, changing the subject, "did your discussions with Louis fare well?" He shrugged.
"They were as expected. He has acknowledged my rights as Count of Anjou in the Abbey of Saint-Julien, and is content to accept my brother as Count of Nantes. For the moment we have a cordial truce, which leaves me free to deal with English matters."
He contemplated his cup.
Indeed, he was in an unusually fine mood, because his wife is finally with child. Due in the late autumn, I gather. But his queen is delicate and narrow through the hips, I hear, so she may not fare well at the birth.
Eleanor's gaze sharpened. But if she survives and bears a son, matters will change overnight.
Indeed, but we can do nothing about it.
He gestured to the curve of Eleanor's belly.
Let us hope that Louis's queen births a girl, and that ours is another son.
A soft knock came at the door. Henry went and opened it upon one of the duty squires, and, standing behind him, Eleanor's chaplain, Father Pierre, his mouth set in a serious line.
"Sire,"
he said with a deep bow.
"Madam, I am sorry to disturb you after you have retired, but there is news from Aquitaine."
Henry beckoned the priest into the room, and he entered, tall and sombre, the cross around his neck glinting in the light. Eleanor shivered. It couldn't be about rebellion or war, because that would not be the task of her chaplain to announce. Priests, on the other hand, were always the harbingers of family death.
"Madam."
He presented her with a letter bearing the seal of the Abbey of Saint.
"The messenger is in the hall, but I will have him summoned if you wish."
Eleanor broke the seal tag and opened the letter. The parchment was shadowed with faint ripples where the animal's ribs had once pressed against its skin, and was overlaid with elegant script in dark brown ink.
"It's Petra,"
she said, putting her hand to her mouth.
"My poor sister. My poor, sweet sister."
She stared at the writing, assailed by a feeling of hollow shock.
"I knew she was sick. I knew I would probably never see her again, but even so—"
"Madam, I am deeply sorry. I grieve with you," said Father Pierre. "She was such a fragile lady."
Henry took her in his arms, and she gripped his sleeves, hard, almost angrily. Her eyes were dry and burning.
"She was,"
Eleanor whispered. The hollow feeling at her core spread outwards, engulfing her. Petronella. In childhood their lives had been closely intertwined. They had slept in the same bed, played the same games, got into the same scrapes, had done everything together. When their mother died, she had become the protective big sister and surrogate mother to Petronella, and then watched her wreck her life on the treacherous rocks and undercurrents created by men. Now there was no one else in the world to carry those memories. She was their sole keeper.
"Your sister had been unwell for a long time," Father Pierre said. "Now her suffering is over, and she is with God."
Eleanor bit her lip.
"I lost her years ago, but it was a comfort to know she was still in the world."
She drew away from Henry and folded her hands under her heart.
I shall always think of her as a little girl. In fairness, she never grew up, and when adult things were asked of her, she did not have the ability to do them. She gestured to the chaplain. Please make arrangements for masses to be said for her soul, and a vigil. I will talk with you later.
I shall do so immediately, madam.
He departed, his head bowed. Her throat was tight and aching. I should write to my aunt.
You can do that tomorrow, Henry said. You must consider the child and rest.
She shook her head. I shall not sleep.
No matter.
He made her lie on the bed and plumped the pillows and bolsters.
Shall I send for your women?
She knew his solicitous behaviour was in the interests of protecting their unborn child, and he had no part in this grief. It was hers to bear. But still she reached out to him. Henry, stay with me, please. He had been about to withdraw, but he hesitated, and then, with a sigh, climbed onto the bed and lay down at her back, wrapping her in his arms and resting his chin on her shoulder. She felt the prickle of his beard against her neck and the warmth of his breath, and it was at least some small comfort. Enfolded in his embrace, she remembered when she and Petronella had cuddled together in their childhood bed, the scent of laundered linen and chemises, warm skin, tangled hair, giggling under bedclothes festooned with breadcrumbs and sticky smears of honey sneaked from the high table, and once a jug of wine. Whispered secrets, hopes and dreams. Long ago and far away on the other side of innocence. Pressed against Henry's hard, masculine body, she daren't cry, because she knew she would never stop. Chapter 9. Beaumont Palace, Oxford, July 1157. Madam, I have found you a wet nurse. Isabel beckoned to the heavily pregnant young woman who waited on the threshold of Eleanor's chamber, her gaze modestly lowered and her hands clasped in front of her swollen belly. This is Mistress Hoarding of St. Albans. She is of impeccable reputation and can be vouched for with references other than mine. She indicated the midwife accompanying them. With an effort, the young woman dropped in a deep curtsy. Her hair was respectably covered by a wimple of bleached linen. She had fine, clear skin and white hands with short, clean fingernails. A plain gold wedding ring gleamed on her heart finger, but she wore no other jewellery. You come highly recommended, Eleanor said, with a smiling glance to Isabel, who, together with Dame Alice, had made it her task to find a suitable wet nurse from among the numerous candidates for the position. Thus far, few had measured up to the exacting standards. Your husband?
I am a widow, madam,
Hoarding replied with quiet dignity.
My husband was a sergeant employed by the Bishop of St. Albans, but he died of the stiffening sickness before I even knew I was with child. For now, I am living with my mother.
That was good. No man making claims on his wife's time and loyalty. Let me see your body. With quiet dignity, Hoarding unpinned her dress and shrugged down her gown and chemise to expose her breasts, which were large and white with prominent blue veins, pale brown nipples, and large areolas. Her figure was well nourished, but not obese, and her belly was a distended curve. Cover yourself, Eleanor said with a gesture. I can see no flaw in you, and will be glad to take you into my household as a wet nurse when the time comes. My Chancellor will see you paid. Once Hodierne had dressed, she curtsied again, and was ushered from the room by the midwife. Eleanor turned to Isabel. "You did well to find her," she said. "I am glad you approve." Isabel screwed up her face. "We lost count of the number who came seeking the position. I have never seen so many women with child, and none of them suitable. Hodierne was the gem among the dross." Eleanor's expression was wry. "There are many babies born as autumn arrives. The Christmas feast and the dark days of winter always result in a crop at harvest time." Isabel said nothing. For other women that might be the case, but not for her. She and Eleanor took their sewing into the garden, where they had the benefit of the full summer light. "Do you think the king will be home for the birth?" Isabel asked as they sat down. Eleanor took a hank of silk thread from her sewing box. "He said so, but I have learned that with Henry, saying is one thing and doing quite another." Having received the submission of King David of Scotland, Henry was occupied with a campaign to bring Owen Gwynedd, Prince of North Wales, to heel, and had taken an army to Rhuddlan to deal with the matter. Thus far there had been little news of his progress, but Eleanor assumed all was well. They had parted amicably enough, after going on progress together and attending Mass at the great Augustinian Abbey at St. Edmund's, with its altar front of beaten silver studded with gems. Following their progress, Henry had turned his attention to Wales, and Eleanor had come to Oxford to await the birth of their fourth child. She had not missed the thread of anxiety in Isabel's question, and was a trifle exasperated. "You fret too much over that husband of yours," she said. "Let him take responsibility for himself. You are not his mother." Isabel gave her a startled look, and then dropped her gaze to her embroidery. "For a while I was," she said. Eleanor raised her brows, but remained silent, knowing that letting a moment extend was often more profitable than filling the gap with chatter. Isabel sighed and spread out the altar cloth on which she was working. "My father rode away to war and never returned. I do not want to grieve for my husband in the same way." "He is doing what men do. It is a risk they take, and we must accept that," Eleanor said shortly. "I know, and I tell myself that, but I still worry. He was just a boy when he stood at the altar with me. I was very young, but I was a woman in ways that he was not a man. I have seen him shed the tears of a child, even when I have been his wife, and it is hard not to be overprotective." Eleanor was torn between compassion for her friend and the desire to tell her to let her husband be a man. In the end, she settled for lightness and touched Isabel's sleeve. "I cannot tell you when he will return, because that will depend on the king, but he will live to bring you his sack full of dirty baggage, steal the bedclothes in the middle of the night, and make you wonder why you ever worried." Isabel put on a brave smile. "I will hold that thought in mind whenever I turn foolish and begin to brood, especially the dirty baggage," she said, but her eyes remained haunted. Hamlin's shoulders prickled as if his mail shirt was lined with tiny thorns facing inwards and stabbing through his gambeson. The stifling August heat was cooking him inside his armour, but his discomfort was also caused by an acute sense of unease. Henry had taken a mounted contingent on a shortcut through the forest of Cenadlog, leaving the main army and baggage train to follow the coast road. His intention was to come up behind Owen Gwyneth's Welsh forces at Basingwerk, encircle them, and force a swift surrender. Their Welsh guides, enemies of Owen, were leading them along little-used forest trails, narrow and winding. Oppressive August heat bore down on them like an extra weight. The deep green light was suffused with sudden slashes of gold, where fallen trees opened up a shaft to the sky and fresher air. It was almost otherworldly, and although Hamlin was accustomed to hunting through dense forest, this felt different and dangerous. In front of Hamlin, Henry's big bay destrier swished its black tail against the irritation of numerous blood-sucking flies. Sweat dripped from its hide and frothed along the line of the rein. Henry's constable, Eustace Fitzjohn, rode at Henry's left-hand side, holding his skittish black stallion on a tight rein. Fitzjohn turned frequently in the saddle, his vision hampered because he only had sight in one eye. Ahead and to one side rode Henry of Essex, bearing the royal standard. Close to Hamlin, William de Boulogne leaned over to rub his bad leg.
"The Welsh have an affinity for forests," he said with a grimace. "They are certainly more at home in them than I am."
"You have fought them before?" Hamlin blotted his face on his gambeson cuff.
"No, but people talk of them around the fire, and the border barons employ Welsh archers and mercenaries in their retinues. They do not have great cities. They live on their herds, on milk and meat. They will not stand and fight, because they do not have the weight and power we do. Instead, they are wraiths with arrows. They are knives in the dark."
Hamlin arched his brow at William's poetic turn of phrase.
"And we are swords in the sunlight," he replied with a fierce smile. "We are the weight of powerful war horses and castles of stone."
"Indeed, and I shall be glad when we are within our walls of stone, because this is their domain." A sudden crashing sound from the trees ahead had everyone reaching for their weapons, but then Henry burst out laughing and pointed to a pair of mating pigeons thrashing about in the leaves of an ash tree. The men relaxed, puffing out their tension, chuckling and exchanging relieved, sheepish glances. The laughter was still on their faces, as with a swift singing of air, an arrow punched into the face of Eustace Fitzjohn, shattering his cheekbone and spraying blood. The scout who had been leading them screamed and fell, a shaft quivering in his chest. Another dart thudded into a tree, narrowly missing de Boulogne and causing his stallion to rear and plunge. Hamlin scrabbled for his shield and brought it to his left shoulder while drawing his sword, and felt the impact of two shafts thudding into the linen-covered wood. Arrows sang all around like angry hornets, creating destruction and mayhem. Following that onslaught, the Welsh came in swiftly on foot, armed with javelins and long stabbing knives, aiming to hamstring the horses and bring the knights down. Warriors leaped out of the trees, howling their battle cries, landing on saddles, swarming like ants. As Hamlin tried to reach Henry, a Welshman sprang into his path, armed with a round shield and a nailed club. Hamlin pivoted his stallion and struck with his sword. His shield took the blow of the club, and his enemy fell away with a howl. That was one disabled, he thought grimly, and spurred forward, chopping down at another bare-legged, snarling warrior. Aware of another Welshman attacking from his left, he twisted to strike, but there was no need, because William de Boulogne had already felled the man with a well-aimed backswipe. Before them, they saw Eustace Fitzjohn dragged from his horse and speared through the chest and throat by 3 of the enemy with javelins. There was no sign of the constable, and a Welshman had seized the standard and was wafting it with fierce triumph. Henry's big bay was bleeding profusely, and, as Hamlin reached Henry, the horse's legs buckled. Henry fought free of the saddle and avoided being crushed by a hair's breadth. His complexion was bone-white, save for a blood spatter across one cheek, and his eyes glittered with fear and rage as he hefted his shield and raised his sword. The Welshman who had slaughtered Fitzjohn advanced on him, javelin points thirsty for another kill. Hamlin spurred his stallion into them, striking and trampling. The hot tang of blood and spilled guts permeated the humid air. William de Boulogne dealt with the second warrior, and Henry fought off the third, ramming his sword under the Welshman's ribs. Hamlin seized the reins of Fitzjohn's big black and handed them to Henry, who grabbed them and hauled himself into the saddle. Roger de Clare had retrieved the standard and was bellowing at the knights to hold hard and rally round the king. For a time, the fighting intensified, but Henry's mauled troop, fighting cohesively now, seized the advantage and turned on their attackers, who started to melt away into the forest. "Hold!" Henry roared as some of the knights spurred in pursuit. William de Boulogne grabbed the hunting horn on his saddle and let out 3 sharp blasts to sound the recall. They could not go on, but had to retreat as swiftly as they could and rejoin the safety of the main army, their plan in tatters. The dead were hastily thrown across riderless horses, and the troop turned back through the forest. Hamlin rode as close to Henry as the trail allowed, protecting him with his shield and his body. The Welsh might still rally and pursue, hoping to pick off a few more as they retreated, and it only took a single arrow to strike home. Eventually, they slowed their pace to conserve the horses. Their scouts had died in the first rush of the attack, but the trail back was marked by broken branches and the imprint of shod hooves in the soft mulch. Another hour of riding brought them into thinner tree cover, and the heavy, humid scent of foliage became mingled with the smell of the sea. A sudden movement through the trees ahead sent hands to weapons again, everyone fearing that Owen Gwyneth had in his turn come round and encircled them. But then a hunting horn blew a sequence of recognized blasts, and the knights slumped in their saddles with relief. William de Boulogne took his horn and raised it to answer with 3 powerful notes. An instant later, soldiers from the rear guard of the army appeared on the path, together with the constable Henry of Essex, whose expression was a mingling of horror, shame, and relief.
Thank Christ you are alive, sire," he said hoarsely. "I thought you had been killed. I rode to bring help."
"Indeed, I am alive, but no thanks to those who did not stand," Henry replied with icy rage. "Fitzjohn and de Courcy are dead, and many other good men besides." "Traitor!" spat Roger de Clare. "You sought to save your own skin, didn't you, and let us bear the brunt?" A red flush burned the constable's cheekbones.
"I did not. I rode to raise the alarm. I am no traitor, and you shall not call me one."
"I will call as I see fit." De Clare reached for his sword.
"Peace!" Henry bellowed. "This is not the place to argue. We are not safe yet, nor will be until we join the main troop. Let everything stand in abeyance until then."
As they left the trees and headed out onto the firm, open road, Hamlin breathed out hard, trying to let go of his tension. Beside him, William de Boulogne leaned over his saddle and vomited. "I'm sorry," he said, looking shamefaced as he wiped his mouth. "It always takes me like this afterwards." Hamlin gave him an assessing look and was aware of others glancing their way. "But you did not run. You stayed to fight." William took his wine costrel from his saddle to rinse his mouth. "I wanted to, believe me I did, but a man who abandons his comrades is no man at all." Hamlin gave a brisk nod. "Indeed." He was never going to be a close friend of King Stephen's youngest son, but he respected his honesty and his ability to stand firm when called upon, no matter that he puked and shook afterwards like a green squire. The troop rode swiftly to rejoin the main army, the forest on their left and the sea on their right. The green darkness of the trees cloyed the late afternoon heat, and Hamlin could still smell the blood of the slain all around him. Chapter 10. Beaumont Palace, Oxford, September 1157. Honeyed September light shone through the open shutters onto the bed where Eleanor laboured. The thunderous August heat had yielded to crisper, fresher air, but it was still pleasantly warm, and the sky was as blue as the Virgin's cloak. Eleanor endured the painful hard work of travail with optimism. All was well, and she had made herself believe that the difficult times were behind her, and that this child's birth would herald a new beginning. The baby's head crowned between her thighs, and after another steady, controlled push, emerged from her body, followed smoothly by the rest of him. As the midwife laid him upon her belly, Eleanor saw that his hair was a wet red gold. He cried immediately, and his skin flushed with pink colour.
"A boy," the midwife said. "A fine, healthy boy."
She picked him up and wiped him with a towel. Then, smiling, she gave him to Eleanor. Gazing into his crumpled little face, Eleanor felt something that was almost recognition. This newborn baby was God's sign that he had not forsaken her after all. This was the heir to Aquitaine, and now her work could begin. "Richard," she said softly, feeling enhanced and strengthened. "My beautiful Richard." The baby gazed at her, as if already knowing his name, his tiny fists opening and closing, already grasping handfuls of the world he had so recently entered. While Richard was bathed in a brass bowl before the fire, the midwives tended to Eleanor, and by the time she was clean and comfortable, he was ready for her to take in her arms, wrapped in soft linen swaddling and folded in a blue blanket. Eleanor was exhausted, but resisted sleep. She just wanted to hold her newborn son, because not only was he a hope for the future, but a blessing to heal the past. Henry returned from an energetic day's hunting to the news that, while he had been pursuing heron and crane along the bank of the Thames with his white gerfalcon, Eleanor's labour had begun. He had returned from Wales just over a week since, the campaign having taken longer and cost more in lives and money than he had ever expected. However, he had learned his lesson from the mauling he had received, and had eventually made sufficient inroads on Welsh territory for Owen Gwynedd to come to terms and render him homage. For now there was peace, albeit uneasy.
"How's your horse?"
Henry asked Hamlin as his half-brother entered the room, plucking burrs out of his tunic.
"He is all right," Hamlin replied. "A leg strain, but not serious. Any news?"
Henry shook his head.
"No," he said,
and gave a sour grin.
"It is the law of the land that men always have to wait upon a woman. Didn't you know that?"
Hamlin poured himself a cup of wine and sat down on a bench, stretching out his legs.
"I had heard it was a courtesy," he said, "but not law." "Wait until you have a wife, you'll learn."
Henry glanced round.
"Where has Thomas got to?" "Still fussing over his hawk," Hamlin said. "He's not happy that it flew into a tree and he nearly lost it. Said he'd come in a moment."
Henry snorted.
"Told him he should have waited longer in the training, but he wouldn't have it. He had to fly it today."
The door opened, and Emma entered the room, her face bright with excitement and joy.
"Sire," she said, curtsying to Henry, "you have another son, lusty and red-haired."
"Ha!"
Henry raised his half-sister to her feet and gave her a smacking kiss on the lips.
"That is great news."
He felt expansive with pleasure, pride, and relief. The birth of another male child meant he could thicken the skin over the scar caused by Will's death and pretend it had never happened.
"And the Queen?" he asked. "How does she fare?"
"The Queen is well," Emma replied. "She is tired because of the travail, but joyous over the birth of another son,
and she sends you her greeting." Henry turns to the men gathered round the hearth, a wide grin on his face.
"Prepare a toast for when I return, and we shall celebrate."
He looked up as his Chancellor tardily entered the room.
"Thomas, I have another son. What do you say to that?"
The creases in Becket's face deepened as he smiled.
"Congratulations, sire. That is the best of news. I will present him with a silver christening cup when you bring him to his baptism. How is he to be named?" "I will let you know when I return."
Henry slapped his Chancellor's shoulder.
"How's the hawk?"
Becket grimaced.
"In need of further training, sire." "Ha! I told you not to fly her." "Next time I will take your advice, sire." "A man should always bow to superior knowledge, and his king," Henry said with a smug look. "You still have a great deal to learn, Thomas."
He slapped his Chancellor again and set out for the confinement chamber. Eleanor was sitting up in bed, her hair a skein of shining gold around her shoulders. She looked tired, as Emma had said, with fine lines around her eyes in the clear September light, but even so she was beautiful. She was gazing down at a swaddled baby, wrapped in a soft blue blanket, an expression of such fierce love and tenderness on her face that Henry felt his chest expand with an emotion he was at a loss to identify, except that it made him want to weep. He stooped to kiss her lips, and then gave the baby to the midwife to unwind the swaddling bands so he could look at his new son. The infant's hair sparkled red bronze like his own, and the brows were fine gold threads. The little fists were furled over like closed buds. He was long-limbed and strong, neither plump nor scrawny.
"What a fine little man," he said,
taking him in his arms so that everyone in the chamber would see his pleasure and acknowledgement. "I am going to call him Richard," Eleanor said, with the finality of a decision already made. A frown twitched Henry's brows at such audacity.
"For what reason?"
"Because he is the heir to Aquitaine, and mine to name, and I choose it for him. He will make it his own, and he will stand in his own light." Henry took a moment to think whether he would permit such a thing, and decided it was not worth fighting over.
"Have your will, let it be Richard," he said. "The next one shall be Geoffrey, for my father."
"The next one?" A spark of indignation kindled in her eyes. "Why can't now be enough?" Henry laughed softly.
"But you accomplish the duty so well, my love. Because of me, you are not a barren queen, but the matriarch of a dynasty. I promised you that when we wed."
He gave Richard to the midwife to wrap up again.
"I'll return later. For now I have to go and raise a toast."
He kissed her again and left the room, striding out as if he owned the world, which Eleanor supposed that for now he did. She was a little annoyed, but she smiled too. The alchemy of her seed and Henry's had united to create this wonderful little being, who would one day grow into a fine, strong warrior, a prince of Aquitaine. Hodiana sat on the settle before the fire, cushions under her arms as she suckled two babies, one with downy hair of copper gold, the other soft brown. Richard was latched onto her right breast, and her own son Alexander on her left. The room filled with the sound of their guzzling, and it amused Eleanor greatly to hear them.
"Heaven help the cellars when they move on to wine," she said.
"At least I have an excuse to eat well at table, madam." Eleanor laughed. Richard was already much bigger than his milk brother, although both babies were thriving. He was going to be tall and strong, a long-limbed warrior like her father and her uncle Raymond, once Prince of Antioch. Eleanor turned back to her seamstress. She was having some new gowns made for the Christmas feast, which was to be at Lincoln this year. Wearing their crowns, she and Henry would preside over a vast gathering of barons and clergy, and she intended to be magnificent in silk and fur, gold and jewels. The queen of an empire, stretching from the Scottish borders to the foothills of the snow-clad Pyrenees. Richard's birth had done much to improve her relationship with Henry. She had been churched just over a month ago, and their reunion in bed had been mutually satisfying. She did not resent Henry as much while they were both in England, because this was his birthright, and she did not have the same ache in her soul when he took command of ruling it. She still had her own roles within the Curia as diplomat and peacemaker, and she had a busy family household to oversee. The children had nurses and wet nurses to attend to their needs, but she had to keep an eye on those women, and even if her duties took her away from her offspring at regular intervals, she was often in the same room and keeping a watchful eye on their development. Little Henry had recently begun pointing to his chest and referring to himself as Harry, which was often how the English servants at court rendered the name Henry. He was a good-natured, charming child, with thick golden-brown hair and striking grey-blue eyes. He was swift, intelligent, and vastly curious, his constant chatter punctuated by numerous questions. Where did the sun go at night? Why did dogs wag their tails? Why didn't babies have teeth when they were born? He had a particular rapport with Isabel, who was endlessly patient with his demands, and would play games with him and tell him stories when he was tired. He loved his siblings, too, and constantly wanted to kiss them. Eleanor suspected that such behaviour would change in time, but for the moment, at least, all was sunshine, except when he poked the sleeping Richard and woke him up. She was relieved that Henry's bastard son had remained in Normandy with his grandmother. As yet, no other byblows had been presented at her chamber door, although she was constantly waiting for it to happen. Henry's sexual appetite was voracious, and he bedded other women in the same casual way he used food for sustenance. She was studying a bolt of ruby-coloured silk when Henry breezed into the room. Picking up his heir, he swung him in his arms.
"Well, my young man, what are we here?"
Harry giggled, showing 2 rows of perfect milk teeth, and reached up.
"I want your hat."
Henry removed his blue woolen cap and plopped it over his son's head.
"There, now you look very fine indeed, my boy. The apparel of a king suits you well."
Turning to Eleanor, he eyed the bolt of red silk cast across the trestle in shimmering ripples.
"Fit for the Queen of England herself."
With a beguiling grin, he seized Eleanor round the waist and danced her around the room together with Harry, the latter wearing the blue cap, covering his face as far as his nose. Eleanor began to laugh, her emotions bright with pleasure. "What has put you in such a good mood?" Henry set his son back on his feet and lifted little Matilda instead. He swept her in a swift circle, kissed her cheek, and returned her to her nurse.
"I have just heard that Louis's wife has borne a daughter," he said, grinning. "By all accounts, the mother has survived and the baby is healthy, but it confirms that Louis cannot beget sons. Even given a meek and biddable wife, he still cannot accomplish a man's task in her bed."
Eleanor spared a brief moment of pity for Louis. He must be beside himself. The news made her think of the 2 daughters she had been forced to leave behind when her first marriage had been annulled. Children she had barely known, yet at the same time had nurtured in her womb, flesh of her flesh for 9 months. Marie and Alex, were being convent-raised until they were of an age to marry the men to whom they were betrothed, Theobald and Henri, brothers of the powerful house of the Blois-Champagne. Eleanor had schooled herself long ago not to think of the daughters she had borne to Louis, but occasionally the memories would surface and take her unawares. "Does the baby have a name?"
"Marguerite,"
Henry said, with a shrug of such a thing being of no importance. "Saint Margaret is often invoked by women with problems in travail," Eleanor said thoughtfully. "A child named in her honour might be a sign of gratitude for surviving a difficult birth."
"If so, then Louis is on the horns of a dilemma. He has to decide whether to bed her the moment she is churched and try for another son, or let her rest for a while longer and regain her strength. For now, all that concerns us is that Louis still does not have a son, and we have two." He looked at her with a gleam in his eyes. "And after last night, perhaps 3.
Eleanor turned back to the red silk, a rueful half-smile on her lips. She wouldn't be surprised either. Certainly he had not given her time beyond her own churching to recuperate, and he was always at his most eager in the weeks when she returned to her marital duties after leaving confinement. Henry retrieved his hat from his heir, tucked it in his belt, and departed about his business. Eleanor pressed her hand to the soft curve of her belly. Never again would it be as flat as a girl's. Sometimes she envied the narrow waists and high, firm breasts of nubile young women. But then fecundity had its own areas of advantage, and it was better to be an experienced doe in the forest than a youngster, easily chased into a trap by men and brought down. Chapter 11. Worcester, Easter, 1158. For once, Henry had taken a moment away from throwing himself at life to sit and relax with Eleanor in the domestic chamber. The morrow was Easter Sunday, and they were to attend a celebratory mass in Worcester Cathedral, followed by a banquet. Being a formal occasion, they were both obliged to wear their crowns. Henry's remark in November about begetting another child had been wrong, but only by a month. Once again, the Christmas celebration had resulted in a pregnancy, and yesterday Eleanor had felt the child quicken. Richard would only be a year old and still taking sustenance from Hodierne when the new baby arrived. "I've been thinking about the crown-wearing," Henry said. "About having to do this 4 times a year, all the expense and ceremony and the weight of the thing. Everyone knows I am king by now." Eleanor rather enjoyed the crown-wearing ceremonies, but Henry was always impatient, bored and restless, tapping his feet, drumming his fingers. "So what do you propose?" "That we leave our crowns on the cathedral altar in permanence, and only wear them on exceptional occasions. I'm tired of the fuss every time. The man should wear the crown, not the crown the man." She could tell from his demeanour that he intended to push through the idea, whatever the objections. She supposed it showed he was sufficiently secure in his authority not to need the physical trappings of kingship, but others expected it of royalty. "What will your mother say? You know how set in her notions she is. She won't be overjoyed to learn you are dispensing with the crown-wearing ceremony, especially since she fought so hard to obtain you that crown in the first place." "My mother is not in England," Henry said dismissively. "And while I value her advice, I do not always take it. She has her ways of governing, and I have mine. I have no need of embellishment. Let others parade silks and furs in my stead. My Chancellor has proven himself more than adept. He enjoys such spectacles. Why have a dog and bark yourself?" Eleanor made no reply.
There was no point in arguing a decision when Henry had made up his mind. He was right about Becket. While many were uneasy at the sums the Chancellor spent on lavish clothes, entertainments, hawks and hounds, Henry was amused and indulgent, like a rich sponsor, watching an impoverished child stuffing itself at his table. He teased him sometimes, once riding into Becket's dining hall, all sweaty from the hunt, and tossing a gutted hare on his trencher, and another time forcing Becket to hand over his new cloak to a street beggar. But mostly he saw the largesse as a just reward for what Thomas was able to do for him in terms of raising revenue and putting forward ideas. And, as he said, why should he bother with the fuss of ceremony when he didn't enjoy it and his Chancellor did? A man who could indulge one of his servants thus was surely magnificent in himself. At Mass on Easter Sunday, Henry and Eleanor placed their coronation crowns on Worcester Cathedral's high altar. The diadems rippled with gold and red reflections from candles and lamps, as if flickering with the energy of regnal power. A king and a queen side by side. 3-year-old Henry reached to grip the silver-gilt coronet on his own head, his bottom lip quivering and his eyes big with tears. "What is wrong, my little man?" Eleanor stooped to ask him. He had stood proudly at his parents' side, a symbol of their fertility and the secured succession, and had behaved beautifully, but Eleanor knew the mercurial characters of small children and how everything might change in an instant. She cast her gaze round in search of Hodierne. "I don't want to put my crown on the altar," he said, articulate and forceful. "It's mine." Eleanor's lips twitched at his possessiveness. "Well, then it is a good thing you do not have to. Only kings and queens may do that, and you are still but a prince." She shared a moment of suppressed laughter with Henry. "A strong sense of possession never did anyone harm," Henry said. "But mark my words, you'll have to wait a long time before you wear that crown, my boy, and then you will discover just how heavy it is." Henry sat before the hearth with his Chancellor, drinking wine and fondling the ears of a dozing hound. Earlier, he and Thomas had played chess together and satisfied honour by winning 1 game each, which meant losing 1 game each too. Now they were discussing the business of the realm and finishing off the flagon at the end of a highly agreeable day. Thomas said thoughtfully, "Seeing your heir with that coronet on his brow today made me think." "Oh, yes?" Henry eyed him. Thomas had pushed back his sleeves as if preparing to do business. They were edged with a thin line of blackest sable, and behind the fur were stitched pearls and gemstones. Henry knew that if Becket had been king, he would not have put his crown on the altar. He would have taken it to bed with him and slept with it under his pillow and paraded it at every opportunity. "What scheme do you have in mind now?" "I was thinking of the little Princess of France, Marguerite, and wondering if it is too early to consider a marriage alliance." Henry's gaze sharpened and he sat up. He enjoyed these late-night talks with Thomas. You never knew what he was going to come up with. As a promulgator of ideas, and as a man capable of implementing them, he had few equals. "You mean a marriage alliance with my son?" Thomas took a sip of wine from his silver cup. "You would be able to settle the matter of the Vexin territory by a marriage treaty, and it would foster peace between you and France. If Louis continues to beget daughters, or has no other children, then, in the fullness of time, Marguerite's husband could become very important indeed. You have nothing to lose, sire, and everything to gain." Henry chewed his thumb-knuckle and rose to pace the room while he considered. He imagined his eldest son riding out as a glorious young man, his standard-bearer carrying the double banners of England and France on his spear. Suddenly, that moment in the cathedral earlier, when the child had desired to hold on to his coronet, seemed like a portent.
"The idea has potential," he agreed. "But will Louis be willing to consider this, or will he reject it out of hand?"
"Sire, I would not have broached the matter if I did not believe it was tenable. If we go about the proposition in the right way, then the King of France will see advantages in the alliance just as we do. His daughter will be Queen of England, and his grandson may well sit on the English throne, just as yours may sit on the French one."
Henry lifted one doubtful eyebrow at that, knowing French law, although he was smiling.
"We would need to take her for fostering and raise her in our traditions so that she cleaves to our ways."
"Sire, that goes without saying. If we undertook such a scheme, it would also prevent the King of France from wedding her to someone who might cause damage to our interests."
"I am not blind, Thomas," Henry said, casting his Chancellor a dark look. "It is a good plan. I put it in your capable hands to make overtures, but keep me informed."
Thomas bowed.
"I shall do so, sire."
Henry paced the room and turned.
"If we do go forward with this, I want discretion. There is no need to raise the issue with the Queen, or court her opinion, until we know whether there will be a positive outcome to the discussions."
Beckett's gaze was knowing.
"I understand perfectly, sire," he said with a bow.
"You always do, Thomas."
Henry clapped him on the shoulder and saw him out of the room. Then, rubbing his hands, he sent one of the doorkeepers to fetch the new girl he had noticed recently among the court whores. Her hair had a way of rippling like ripe wheat when she walked, and he had been saving her as a reward for himself. Tonight, he would thoroughly enjoy harvesting her field. Eleanor stood at her chamber window and inhaled the fresh April morning. In the 4th month of pregnancy, she felt bloated and ungainly. There had been no time for her body to recover from bearing Richard before she was with child again, and it seemed to her that she was a plodding beast of burden. Wherein, her chamberlain entered the room, bowed, and announced that the Chancellor was here, requesting an audience. Still facing the window, Eleanor closed her eyes and sighed. "Show him in," she said, and, after a moment, gathered herself and turned to watch Thomas Becket enter the room. As usual, his garb was immaculate, a fine robe with the large sleeves of a cleric, so that he occupied twice as much space as his narrow body actually required. A white linen shirt gleamed at cuff and throat, and a ring set with a large green beryl shone on the middle finger of his right hand.
"Madam,"
he bowed to her,
"I am sorry to impose on you this early."
"I am sure you would not do so merely to gossip, my Lord Chancellor. What can I do for you that my husband cannot?" Henry was conspicuous by his absence. There had been some talk of hunting, but she suspected his prey was of the female variety. She had asked Thomas to obtain some more lamps for her chamber, but that was a routine matter for one of his underlings, and would not warrant a special visit.
"Madam, it is a delicate matter of the realm and foreign policy."
He presented her with a letter that had been tucked up his sleeve. It had been opened, but the seal of France still dangled on a cord from its base. "What is this?" He clasped his thin, fine hands.
"Madam, we thought that now was the time to tell you. We did not do so before, because matters might have come to naught."
Eleanor read what was written, and then read it again, unable to take it in because it was so preposterous. It seemed to concern a marriage proposal between her eldest son and Louis's baby daughter Marguerite. Louis wished to discuss the situation in more depth and was inviting Henry to Paris for talks on that and other matters of diplomatic concern. Trembling, she struck the parchment. Whose idea was this? She was horrified that an issue of this nature could have been conducted behind her back and gone this far. You and the king have discussed this between you and omitted to tell me, despite the matter involving my son and having wide-reaching consequences.
Madam, you were unwell at the time in the first months of pregnancy, and there would have been no point in disturbing you if the proposal had come to naught, Beckett replied in a reasonable voice.
And you think I am not more disturbed by this? She struck the parchment again. That you went behind my back and chose not to tell me until you had to.
He opened his hands in a placatory gesture.
Madam, truly we thought it for the best. There was no intent to deceive.
She glared at Beckett, hating his obsequious smoothness. She knew it must be his idea, because he was always presenting schemes to Henry like jewels on a necklace, and Henry would seize on them with delight and further embellish them.
Do I look like a fool, my Lord Chancellor? Of course there was intent to deceive.
Madam, I assure you there was not.
She needed time to think, to organize and regroup. She folded the parchment so that the blank sides were outermost.
I shall give you my reply after I have considered,
she said with regal dignity.
You may go.
He cleared his throat and stirred his toe in a circle on the floor.
Madam, the reply has already been sent in anticipation. I am to travel to Paris to open negotiations.
His expression was a polite mask.
The king will tell you more when he returns.
Eleanor felt sick. She was being pushed out. They had not seen fit to tell her because they had known she would object.
Get out,
she said in a choked voice. Turning her back on him, she went to sit in the window embrasure and fanned herself with the parchment. Beckett did not ask her to return it, but he would have had copies made. The revelation of what had been done without her knowledge had stopped her brain. She could not think, could not comprehend. There was no one she could turn to for support. Behind her she was aware of Beckett taking his time to exit the room. He was talking to a scribe and collecting some parchments that needed dealing with, as if waiting for her to relent and summon him back, but she had no intention of doing so, because his words would be as smooth as syrup and make her sick. Eventually he did depart, murmuring that he would return later, and she closed her eyes in blessed relief. The shock had left her feeling limp and wrung out. She summoned her women to comb her hair and bring a basin of tepid water so that she could change her gown and cleanse away the stain of this news. She stared at the crumpled piece of parchment in her hand. For 2 figs she would have put it in the candle and burned it to ashes, but she needed this solid proof of treachery and disrespect.
Lock this in my jewel box,
she said, handing the letter to Isabel and suppressing a heave.
Is there anything I can do, madam?
Isabel asked, her expression full of concern. It would be easy to cry, but this was not worth the easy tears.
No, Eleanor said. This is for me to face by myself.
She watched Isabel fold the note and place it in the jewel box without looking at it. Isabel was as trustworthy as gold. Not so much as a sidelong glance to try and steal a glimpse of the content, but still Eleanor could not tell her.
I thank you for asking.
The scented water and change of clothes cooled Eleanor's body and restored her sense of self, but she was still perturbed and distracted. Sipping from a cup of wine, she paced the room, pondering strategies and trying to deal with the bitter upwelling of feelings of betrayal. Her thoughts were interrupted as the door flung open and Henry strode into the room. His tunic was covered in dust, and he was still wearing his spurs. The defensive gleam in his eyes told Eleanor he was well aware of her exchange with Beckett. Eleanor dismissed her ladies and waited for the last one to leave and the latch to fall. Henry went to pour himself a cup of wine, his attitude so deliberately casual and insouciant that it ignited her rage. "What is the meaning of this preposterous marriage alliance you have been negotiating with France?" she demanded without preamble. "You could not even tell me, but left it to your Chancellor. That is rank cowardice." She spat the words at him. "You have betrayed me. You have betrayed my trust. How could you do this, Henry? How?" He raised a warning forefinger from his cup. "You should not rile yourself. It is not good for the child. If I did not speak to you about it, it was because of your health, and the idea might have come to nothing anyway. Physicians say it is unwise for a woman with child to excite herself with political matters, lest her womb become displaced and she miscarry." Eleanor almost choked on her fury. "You said you would not take me for granted, but you always do. It is as though I'm but a marker on a bloodline with nothing for myself, a breeder of children." "This is precisely the reason I did not want to involve you," he said self-righteously. "You lose all sense and reason when you are with child." "You expect me to condone our son wedding into that bloodline, to marrying him to my former husband's daughter? Dear God, Henry, it is not my wits that have gone wandering, but yours." His eyes brightened with anger. "This match is a strong way of achieving accord. Mingling our bloodline with that of France will make us more powerful. It will pave a path to peace and prosperity. You must put the past behind you and look to the future. Louis is agreeable to the match in principle. Bloodline appears to be no hindrance to him." "How do you know how the girl will turn out? She is but a baby in the cradle." Henry gave her a pointed look. "How do any of us know how our spouses will turn out? You always take that gamble." "She is half-sister to the daughters I bore Louis. Dear God, it is almost incest." Her belly heaved. Turning from him, she ran to the guard-robe and was wretchedly sick. "I will summon your women," Henry said implacably. "I told you this would make you ill, and I was right. Mark me, this is for the best, and it will go forward. Accept it and be done, madam, because you have no other choice." That was what made her sick, the knowledge that she was trapped without a choice. 6 years ago, of her own free will, she had married Henry Fitz-Empress, hoping to create a golden future, but all she seemed to have had from him was a dross of broken promises, sharp-edged and tawdry. Her women clustered around her in concern. Eleanor waved them away and took to her bed, ordering them to draw the curtains so that she could have privacy to think. Obviously she could do nothing to influence Henry. He thought it an excellent notion and would not change his mind. He and Beckett were of one accord, and the rest of the court would follow their lead above hers. And yet she was the one who bore the heirs and controlled the nursery. The children were half hers and all in her keeping. A woman could wield power through her sons and daughters if she was astute. Even if little Harry was betrothed to a French princess, he would still be within Eleanor's sphere of influence. Like a patient general, she had to bide her time. Chapter 12. Westminster, Spring, 1158. "Look, Mama, look!" Eleanor raised her head as Harry burst into the room, his small face shining. His father and Thomas Beckett followed more sedately.
Perched on Henry's shoulder was a small brown monkey with a chain around its neck. It clutched a date in its dexterous, leathery hands and was busily eating the fruit and glancing around out of intelligent, dark eyes set beneath bushy brows. Eleanor stared, not knowing whether to laugh or be dismayed. A monkey in the chamber was the last thing she needed. Her women were all cooing and making silly kissing noises with pursed lips.
"Well, what do you think of this as a gift for Louis?" Henry asked, chuckling. "I thought it could sit on his shoulder and give him advice, since monkeys are renowned for their wisdom."
"It's called Robert," Harry said earnestly. "I want to keep him."
"Ah, no, my boy." Henry wagged his finger. "This is a gift for the King of France. When you are older, perhaps."
Eleanor raised her eyebrows. "Indeed, what a good idea," she said. "You could replace your own advisers with monkeys, and all it would cost you would be a few bags of almonds and dates. Think of the saving." Henry grinned.
"What do you say to that, Thomas? What if I were to replace you with a monkey?"
Beckett smiled with vinegar on his lips.
"I am sure you would find it most enlightening, sire."
The monkey clambered onto Henry's shoulder, wrapped its tail around his neck, and began industriously searching his hair for lice. Eleanor burst out laughing. "Certainly it would perform more functions than you, Master Chancellor, and that would be a miracle." Henry grabbed the creature off his head, making it screech, and handed it back to Beckett.
"Master Thomas has got lots and lots of monkeys."
Harry's voice was high with excitement. He screwed up his face as he calculated.
12! Come and see them, Mama! Come and see!
He seized her hand and tugged. "Why 12? Eleanor gave Thomas a cynical look. Was one not enough? Thomas exchanged glances with Henry and smiled.
"One to ride each pack-horse, bearing gifts when I enter Paris, madam," he said. "And then later they will be presented to select members of the French court."
"The intention is to show Louis how much wealth and power I have at my disposal," Henry said, "and also to make a spectacle for the French people." Henry slapped his Chancellor's shoulder in the same way he would slap a horse's neck when it had performed well for him. "Thomas has been particularly inventive. Not only monkeys for wisdom, but a parrot that can say the Pater Noster and 2 golden eagles." His eyes sparkled with mirth and pride. "Not to mention assorted packs of hounds, guard dogs, and enough furs, fabrics, and furniture to equip a palace."
"Is there anything left in the treasury, or are you giving it all to the French?" she queried in a biting tone. It sounded like a vulgar assemblage of unprecedented proportions. What Louis, with his aesthetic tastes, would think of it all, she dreaded to think, but perhaps the rest of Paris would marvel. It sat ill with her that all this money and effort was being spent on soliciting a match of which she disapproved. Thomas performed a suave bow.
"Rest assured, madam, I have not spent beyond the king's means."
"How good to know," Eleanor replied disdainfully, but to humour Harry and satisfy her own curiosity, she donned her cloak and allowed herself to be taken to see the fruits of Thomas's toil. The noise and the smell of the menagerie Beckett had assembled was overwhelming. Eleanor had to cover her nose with her wimple. There were packs of dogs, as Henry had said, black and tan slot-hounds with lugubrious features, floppy ears, and low, yodeling barks, curly-coated otter-hounds from the Welsh borders, darting terriers, yappy and energetic, and great golden mastiffs, as big and muscular as lions, for guarding the numerous wagons being assembled to carry the masses of gifts and baggage. Harry's eyes were as wide as moons as he moved from area to area, cage to cage, exclaiming at everything he saw. Henry took Eleanor's arm. "It will all be worth it, I promise." "They do say that the more you pay, the more it is worth." He gave her a hard stare. "You have to look beyond the personal things to the long term. This alliance with France will give us the lands of the Vexin when Henry and Marguerite marry. Making peace with Louis will enable us to take an army down to Toulouse and restore it to the Duchy of Aquitaine. This is the means to achieve that goal." Eleanor compressed her lips. She still thought all this show was about Thomas Becket's desire for lavish gestures and Henry's determination to outshine and overwhelm Louis with a flamboyant display of all the resources he possessed, and Louis did not. It was no more than one dog pissing higher up the wall than a rival. Nevertheless, if they did gain the city of Toulouse, which she had long coveted for Aquitaine, then this circus might just be worth it. "Trust me," Henry said, and smiled at her with the broad, straight grin that she knew never to trust. Taking Harry in his arms, he went to look at the stable of horses Becket was assembling for the parade. Henry's brothers, Hamlin and William, were already there, evaluating the beasts with John Fitzgilbert, one of Henry's marshals. Fitzgilbert was an experienced horsemaster, whom Becket had delegated to help collect animals of the colour and quality required. 2 of Fitzgilbert's sons had accompanied their father. The oldest was an adolescent, a handsome, grey-eyed lad of serious mien. The other, a couple of years younger, sat confidently astride a glossy bay palfrey, while Hamlin peered in the horse's mouth, assessing its age. "A fine animal," Eleanor said, joining the gathering. The men made their obeisances, and the brown-haired boy in the saddle bowed deeply from the waist. "It's to pull the wagons," Hamlin told her. "The Chancellor needs 5 sets of 2, all matching, and all of high breeding. He doesn't ask the impossible, just miracles," John Fitzgilbert remarked sardonically. "You know the traders to contact and the places to seek, my Lord Marshal," Henry said. "I have faith in you. You kept my mother in fine horseflesh when she was fighting her cause here, and in more difficult circumstances." Fitzgilbert bowed. "I still have my uses, sire," he said with a mordant smile. Eleanor was only a little acquainted with John Fitzgilbert. In former days, it had been one of his duties to provide horses for battle campaigns, but now his work was fiscal and mainly at the Westminster Exchequer. He was sometimes present at court, but part of the background rather than a prominent player. The left side of his face bore thickened burn scars and a ruined eye socket from a terrible time during the war for the crown between Empress Matilda and King Stephen, when he had been trapped inside a burning abbey. The right side revealed that before his injury he had been a handsome man, his features strong and clear-cut. He was in late middle age now, his fair hair silvered with grey, but he was still tall and straight, with an air about him that commanded respect and caused women to study him with interest despite his scars. Henry thought him an old warhorse who needed to be kept on a tight rein, but he esteemed him nevertheless. Harry pointed at the big bay. "I want to ride." "Hup," said the boy on the horse, and, leaning down, held out his hand. "You can sit with me, sire." Hamlin lifted Harry, and Fitzgilbert's son grasped him with cheerful confidence and tucked him securely in front of him on the saddle. "William has 2 younger brothers at home," the Marshal said, looking amused and a little exasperated. The Marshal's son took Harry for a ride round the yard at a steady walk, while the adults talked, then returned him, handing him down to his nurse before leaping lithely from the bay's back. He fed the horse a crust of dry bread on the palm of his hand and patted its neck. Eleanor decided she approved of the lad. He was mischievous and lively, but he did not overstep the bounds. In a sudden flurry, the monkey that Harry had been holding earlier swarmed up William's body, snatched a second crust out of his hand, and made to abscond with its prize. However, the boy was faster and seized its chain, apprehending the thief, even as it crammed the bread into its mouth.
"No," his father said, emphatically shaking his head. "Before you ask, we are not having one of those at home. God knows you and your siblings are bad enough. Your mother would take it to her heart, and there would never be peace in my chamber again."
Looking a little crestfallen, William handed the monkey to one of the Chancellor's attendants. Eleanor and her women gathered the children together and returned to the bower, leaving the men to their business. Beckett's circus, she thought scornfully. She gazed at Harry skipping along at her side. It was too hard to imagine him being betrothed when he was still so small and his bride barely out of the cradle. There was many a slip between now and adulthood, but she would still have to come to terms making him squeal, and then perched him on his shoulders.
"The victor!"
he shouted, and trotted him across the chamber floor.
"Thomas says Louis is keen for the match, and the way is clear for full negotiation. Now we have to hammer out the entitlements, and for me, that means the territories of the Vexin must be handed over as the bride's marriage portion when the wedding takes place."
He somersaulted Harry down his body to the ground. Richard escaped his nurse and crawled to his father, determined to have his share of the attention. Henry scooped him up, and Richard seized on the cross and chain around his neck, attracted by the bright gold and gemstones. Henry prized him off.
"I love this one dearly," he said, "but I will love him better when he's older."
Taking further stock of his offspring, he studied 2-year-old Matilda, who was playing quietly and seriously with a straw doll. "I hope that look means you are not thinking of betrothing our daughter just yet," Eleanor said archly.
"Not unless the right offer comes along,"
Henry replied with an irrepressible gleam. He turned as Eleanor's chaplain entered the room, followed by another cleric, mud-spattered from hard travel and hollow-eyed with exhaustion. With a jolt of anxiety, Eleanor recognized her brother-in-law's chaplain, Robert.
"Sire, there is grave news from Brittany."
Robert knelt at Henry's feet.
"It grieves me to tell you that the Count of Nantes has passed away while suffering a quartan fever."
He held out a sealed letter.
"There was nothing we could do. I was at his bedside when his soul left this world. I extend my deepest sorrow and condolence."
Eleanor summoned the nursemaid to remove the children. She was shocked by the news, but not grief-stricken. She had always avoided Geoffrey if she could. Indeed, she had been relieved when he had left court to become Count of Nantes, but she had never expected this. His health had always been robust. "I am so sorry," she said. Henry's mouth twisted.
"I should have expected no less of him. I put him in a position useful to all where he will benefit our family, and he has to go and die. He caused me trouble to the end. God give respite to his soul."
He gestured the kneeling chaplain to his feet.
"You came straight to me?"
"Yes, sire."
The man's expression revealed bewilderment and shock at Henry's brusque response. He heaved himself upright, stiff-kneed and wincing.
"What is happening in Nantes now?"
"Sire, I do not know. I left immediately to come to you."
"You may go."
Henry waved his hand. "But stay close, lest I need to ask more of you later." As the two chaplains departed, Henry began pacing like a caged lion. "You know what will happen," he said. "Duke Conan will take this opportunity to seize Nantes, and I cannot let that happen. I'll discuss the situation when I visit Louis and see what can be done." He made an impatient sound. "Why in God's name did the idiot have to drop dead when all was going so well? I could almost think he has done it to spite me."
Eleanor looked at him. The loudness of his protest was a shield, hard, shiny, and dense like a scar. "I suspect he would rather have lived," she said. "You are angry because he is not there to push against, and the landscape has changed." He gave her an irritated look that warned her she was treading dangerous ground. "I need more information. The danger of what will happen in the space left by his death is what concerns me. Grieving will not bring him back." "No, but it might help you to go forward."
"You prate women's nonsense," he snapped. "My grief is that he no longer holds the reins in Brittany. Let us hope that messengers with more than condolence are on their way."
Eleanor quashed her irritation and tried again. "Your mother will have to be told." Henry braced his shoulders as if settling a burden.
"I'll visit her on my way to France."
It is hard for a mother to lose a child, whatever their age, and even without the years of contact, Eleanor said softly. "They have still been flesh of your flesh, and you have carried them within your body for 9 months. She paused to balance herself as she thought of Will, such a short time in the world. Henry would not countenance a mention of that particular loss. She came and put her hand on his arm. "Even if this is no great grief to you, I am sorry all the same." He said nothing, but after a moment looked down at her hand and covered it with his own. And then he cleared his throat and withdrew, muttering that he had matters to attend to in the wake of the news. Eleanor called for her scribe, let out a deep sigh, and began to compose a letter of condolence to her mother-in-law. Chapter 13. Sarum, Wiltshire, November 1158. Heavy rain over the past 2 days had made thick sludge of the roads. Although the weather was not cold enough to turn the rain to snow, the air was bitter, and even wrapped in a fur-lined cloak, Eleanor was chilled to the bone. She and her entourage were slogging their way through the mud towards the royal palace at Sarum, on its lofty hill overlooking the wind-swept Wiltshire Downs. The vista was grey and forbidding, with needles of rain stabbing into their faces, forcing them to squint at the rutted path through half-closed eyes. Eleanor's most recent offspring, 2-month-old Geoffrey, travelled in a pack-horse pannier that was cosily stuffed with blankets and fleeces. Cheeks as rosy as apples, he gazed round with interest, his little face sheltered by an overhanging section of waxed canvas. This third son to secure the succession was named for his paternal grandfather, Geoffrey le Bel, Count of Anjou. He was a quiet baby, and although he had only been in the world since September, Eleanor had already decided he was going to be a watchful child, a thinker and considerer. Messages had reached her from Normandy with news that Henry's business in France was proving satisfactory. He and Louis had agreed a formal betrothal between Harry and the infant Princess Marguerite. Louis would yield the territory of the Vexin, together with 3 strategic fortresses, on the day that the young couple married, and in the meantime, those castles were to be held in trust by the Templars. Thinking on the matter as she rode, Eleanor screwed up her face against more than just the rain. Louis had insisted as part of the terms that she was not to have any part in Marguerite's upbringing, and had stipulated the child must be raised elsewhere.
Eleanor wondered what pernicious influence Louis believed she was going to exert on the girl should she be left in her hands. Teach her that men were perfidious liars who would betray you at the drop of a wimple-pin. Henry had agreed to the terms without protest, but Eleanor was not surprised. No matter. She had Harry, Richard, and now Geoffrey to raise, and for the moment they were hers to influence. If she did her job well, then the ties would remain strong. When Harry and Marguerite did marry, Louis would be unable to keep her from the girl, and she could exert her influence as a mother-in-law. The messengers also brought news that Henry had settled the situation in Brittany. Duke Conan had claimed Nantes on Geoffrey's death, but had yielded when faced by Henry's army, sanctioned with French approval. An agreement had been reached whereby Conan swore fealty to Henry and for the moment kept his gains. Judging from the letters Eleanor received, Henry and Louis had become warmly cordial during the negotiations, even to the point of visiting the abbey of Mont Saint-Michel and spending the night in prayer together. Diplomatic relations were well and good, and peace between England and France was essential for longer-term policies. But Eleanor was deeply suspicious of this accord between Henry and her former husband. It might all be a ruse on Henry's part, but she could not help feeling that she was being excluded and that it was a deliberate ploy by both men. The white walls and towers of Salisbury drew closer through the murk, and the smell of smoke from domestic fires drifted towards the royal party. Eleanor thanked God that they would soon be warm and dry. The scenery for miles had been dank grass, sheep and rain, and she had begun to feel that she was coming to somewhere at the ends of the earth. The wind blew at a fierce slant as they took the slope to the fortified palace. On the higher ground, the rain was flecked with snow. The baby, who had been as good as gold until now, began to grizzle in his pannier, and she could hear Richard whining too, and Audiobook trying to soothe him. She shivered. From somewhere, she thought she heard the words, "This is a God-forsaken place." But how could that be, when it was white and shining in the November murk, and she could hear the bells from the cathedral ringing the hour of nones? They clattered through the gateway and into the courtyard, where attendants waited to take her horse and escort her to the royal apartments. A glowing fire cheered the hearth and cast warmth into the room. On a table covered with clean white napery, jugs of hot, spiced wine and bowls of steaming meat broth with bread sops stood ready to nourish the travellers. Geoffrey's wet nurse, Edith, settled herself on a bench to suckle him, and Audiobook did the same with Richard, who barely needed the sustenance now, but still took comfort. Wrapped in furs, drinking a cup of the spiced wine, Eleanor held her hands out to the fire and soaked its warmth into her being. Various documents awaited her attention on a side trestle, but she would look at them later when she had recuperated. The bolts of cloth she had sent for from Winchester had arrived, ready to be made into winter gowns for the Christmas court at Cherbourg. There was red wool, thick and heavy, woven damask from Italy, and white linen of Cambrai for chemises. Eleanor ran her fingers over the fabrics, taking pleasure in their rich colour and textures. If nothing else, these things she could have for the click of her fingers and a few words. She had wealth. She had people to do her bidding and to see to her every comfort. A command brought her musicians into the chamber to play and sing for her pleasure. The smell of incense rose from small braziers on wafts of silver smoke, and the heat from the fire made her fingers tingle. Her life was like this fortress on top of its isolated, windy hill, one reality inside and another without. The wind howling against the shutters was a desolate sound, and she was out on the margins, far, far from Aquitaine. At another fire, in Rouen, Henry stretched out his legs towards the embers and eyed the King of France. Louis intrigued him. On the surface, he seemed mild-mannered and easily dominated. However, there was another side to him that Henry couldn't quite grasp. A thin, razor-sharp sliver of steel hidden at his core. They had been sharing a flagon and company over a chess set, and each had won a game. A third one had not been played, by mutual and diplomatic consent. They had been discussing women, and the subject had finally and convolutedly come round to Eleanor, who had been wed to Louis for 15 years, until their marriage had been annulled. In all that time, she had only borne Louis 2 daughters, whereas in 6 years she had already given Henry 4 boys and a girl. It was a subject neither man mentioned, but the awareness charged the atmosphere between them. Eleanor always had areas that she liked to keep to herself. Louis steepled his long, pale hands beneath his chin. She had little liaisons and enclaves with others at court, and there were often small things she should have told me, but which, in the way women do, whispering to each other in corners, she kept to herself. Things she did not share with me when she should have done. Louis tapped the side of his goblet. It is in her nature to be wayward, and because of that I could never trust her. Henry said nothing. He had noticed the things that Louis mentioned, but he was not going to open himself up and agree. That would be giving knowledge and power to a man who, for all their camaraderie, was his rival. Besides, Louis was probably exaggerating in the interests of sowing discord. Henry would do the same if the situation had been reversed. He knew how to handle Eleanor. He was not a fool in that department, like Louis. "I think we understand each other," he said. Louis nodded. "Then let it rest," he said with a satisfied glint in his eyes. "I have given you a word to the wise." In late December, the Angevin court gathered for the Christmas feast at Cherbourg. It had snowed on the eve of the solstice, and the land wore colours of ermine and silver. The sky had cleared to a pure winter blue, but it was bitterly cold, and everything had a sharp, crystalline glitter. The water had frozen in the butts, icicle daggers hung from eaves and gutters, and straw and ashes had been thrown down to grit pathways and thoroughfares. Red-cheeked children made slides and held snowball fights, and the older ones strapped the shin bones of oxen to their feet and skated on the frozen fish pond. The elderly felt their way gingerly, walking sticks in either hand, and prayed for a thaw. Henry was delighted when Eleanor arrived from England 2 days before the Christmas feast, and was mightily pleased with his new son. "What a fine little man!" Henry tickled him under the chin and smiled at Eleanor. "You have done well, madam. Another boy for our dynasty." She inclined her head, accepting the compliment graciously in public. Frozen from the long journey, all she wanted was a warm room and sustenance, but the courtesies and rituals had to be observed. Henry turned next to Harry, who was also swathed in furs and red-lipped with the cold. "And here's our young bridegroom." He patted Harry's head. "Let's see how much you've grown. Ha! As tall as my thigh now." Harry puffed out his chest. Eleanor set her lips at the mention of the marriage between Harry and Louis's daughter. Henry picked up Matilda and kissed her, and did the same to Richard, who was wriggling in Hodierna's arms. Then he turned again to Eleanor. "I know you must be cold and tired," he said. "I am not ignorant of your needs, even though you think I am. I have had food brought to your chamber, and the room prepared." Eleanor eyed him with surprise, and almost asked what he wanted, but then gave him the benefit of the doubt. She had not seen him for almost a year, and if he was prepared to make an effort, then so should she. "Thank you." She gave him a genuine smile, which he reciprocated. The chamber was indeed welcoming. The shutters were closed with a thick curtain drawn across them, and the room flickered with warm, golden light from fire and candle. The sensual perfume of the lamp oil she loved filled the atmosphere. She noticed 2 new books on top of a chest, and glanced at Henry before going to study them. One had a cover bound with ivory panels, set with small gemstones.
"I thought you might want something to read," he said. "I enjoyed the Geoffrey of Monmouth, and the other is a book of devotional songs in the Lingua Romana. You will have to let me know what you think."
She was torn between suspicion and delight. Perhaps this was his way of getting around her after all her protests over this marriage alliance with France. If so, it wouldn't work, but at least she could take pleasure in the fruits of his efforts. Knowing Henry, he probably had some scheme afoot. Food and drink had been set out before the fire. There was bread, a variety of cheeses, small date and nut pastries dusted with sugar, curd tarts, and broth with bread for the children. Henry sat down to dine with her, and while to Eleanor it was a golden moment of domestic harmony, snatched from the troublesome concerns of ruling an empire, it was unsettling, too, because it was so different from Henry's usual way. Getting him to sit down was normally a mammoth task in itself. Eventually, replete and warm, she dozed before the hearth, and sipped sweetened, spiced wine, while Henry told the children a story about a king called Wenceslas, and about the power and piety of ancient kings. Matilda climbed into his lap and curled up like a small dog, her fists furled beneath her chin. Smiling, Henry stroked the curve of her spine and looked at Eleanor across the firelight. Eventually, the nurses took the children away to bed, leaving their parents alone. Eleanor was tired from the journey, but sleepily receptive when Henry joined her on the bench and folded her in his arms. "Am I forgiven?" He nuzzled her throat. She turned to him and felt his solidity and strength. "Why should I ever forgive you for going behind my back and betrothing my son to my former husband's daughter?" she demanded. Henry nipped her earlobe and cupped a hand over her hip bone. "What if I were to say that by next Christmastide I would give you Toulouse? Would you forgive me then?" The word Toulouse was like being burned by a stray spark, and she straightened in his arms, suddenly alert. "Yes," he said with a broad grin. "Since I have a peace accord with Louis, I can turn to the matter of regaining Toulouse and setting it as a jewel in our regalia. I'm summoning a muster on Midsummer's Day. Thomas has the details in hand. It will be the greatest army gathered since the one Louis took to Antioch when I was still a youth." Eleanor shivered at his words. She had been a part of that muster, with all its fierceness, all of its vainglory, and eventual bitter defeat. She had learned to hate her first husband on that journey. "Let us hope you have better success than he did."
"Ah, do not spoil it," Henry protested. "You are looking my gift horse in the mouth, and you have still not answered my question."
Eleanor curled her arms around his neck and parted her lips close to his. "I would forgive you almost anything if you won Toulouse," she said into his breath. "Almost." He lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bed. "I told you," she said. "Never take me for granted, Henry, and do not promise me Toulouse if you are not going to make good on that promise."
"Trust me," he replied, pulling off his tunic and shirt,
revealing his muscular torso, marked with a pectoral cross of auburn hair descending to a thick bush at his groin.
"I shall not let you down."
Eleanor was eager to lie with him and enjoy the fierce strength of his lovemaking. It had been such a long time, and her own appetite was strong. But even as she responded to him with the eagerness of lust, she did not trust him an inch.
Chapter 14. Poitiers, Midsummer, 1159. Early morning light streamed through the open shutters and reached the foot of the bed, brightening a section of the embroidered linen coverlet to dazzling white. Turning over, Henry kissed Eleanor's throat and ran his hand over her bare hip and flank. Sleepily awake, she looked at him. His freckled, pale skin had darkened to gold on face and hands where it had been exposed to the sun, a testament to the amount of time spent in the saddle, but the rest of him was the colour of new milk. Her hair cascaded over his arm in a tawny shimmer. Of late she had discovered the occasional wiry strand of silver among the gold, and was ruthless in plucking them out, preserving the perfection of sheeted gold. Henry cupped her breast and kissed her mouth, running his tongue around her lips. But rather than foreplay, it was a taste before withdrawing, and he sat up with a sigh.
"As much as I want to linger here with you, I have a city to claim in your name and an army awaiting my command. I have no doubt my Chancellor will be pacing the floor fit to wear out his shoe leather by now." He gave a grunt of amusement. "The notion of being a soldier seems to have captured Thomas's imagination."
Eleanor yawned and stretched. "He is like you, in some ways."
"Huh! What makes you say that?"
"He enjoys power. He likes to be in control and have authority over others."
"He has no authority over me," Henry said sharply. "He is my Chancellor and he does as he is bidden. I delegate to him, but I am the king, and the word is mine."
She realized that she had touched a sore edge. "Thomas thinks of himself as a king by proxy," she replied. "He bolsters his importance through extravagant spending and demonstrations of magnificence. He throws lavish feasts. Even his ordinary tunics are trimmed with silk. All the things he feels you should do as king. He wants to make a gilded cover to throw over his humble beginnings, so that people will not see them. But of course they do, because he draws attention to them."
"But that is not like me," Henry argued.
Leaving the bed, he donned his brace and fastened the belt.
"I care nothing for embellishment. I left my crown on the altar at Worcester Cathedral because I was sick of having to bear the weight of the thing 4 times a year. By all means let Thomas have his silk and wear it in my name, because it means I do not have to bother. If it bolsters his sense of importance, what does it matter?"
He put his hands to his hips.
"I am still the king, whether I stand here in my brace or in robes of ermine and silk, and he is still my servant."
Eleanor gathered her hair in her hands and swept it over her shoulder. "Yes, but often Beckett's ideas are the coin on which you strike your hammer."
"But I choose whether to strike or not."
Henry kissed her again before leaving the room, but his gaze was thoughtful. The army assembling to advance on Toulouse was almost the size of a crusading force. Thomas Becket had 700 knights under his command, and had cast off his cleric's robes in favour of a mail shirt, an ornate scabbard slung at his left hip, from which the red leather grip of a fine sword stood proud. Fired with the same vigour he had brought to organising the betrothal parade in Paris last year, he had levied taxes on England and Normandy to pay for the war to the tune of £9,000. Despite her words of caution to Henry, Eleanor was delighted at the Chancellor's achievement. This great gathering of resources made her heart sing with fierce pride and anticipation. Toulouse must fall to such an undertaking, and perhaps when she finally sat in state in the great hall of the Château Narbonnais, as her ancestors had once done, and dispensed justice as Lady of Toulouse, she would know that everything had been worth it, and the world set to rights. In another chamber within the palace complex, Isabelle de Warenne was bidding farewell to her husband as he prepared to ride out. The army bent on seizing Toulouse was leaving Poitiers in full martial array for the benefit of the townspeople and their duchess. Isabelle had seldom seen William in full armour, which he usually reserved for the battle camp far from home, and it gave her a frisson of fear and pride to see him clad in his hauberk, with his surcoat of checkered blue and yellow silk, his sword belt latched at his waist. He had recently lain with her, and she was praying that this time there would be a child. "You look very fine," she said, and touched his arm where warm flesh was now covered by hard steel rivets. He gave her a drawn, preoccupied smile. "I am going to swelter in all this. I hope we don't have to ride too far before we stop to take it off. We haven't even set out, and all I can think is that I'll be glad when this campaign is over." She gave a small shudder. "I will be too." "Yes." He looked down, his lashes thick and dark. Her heart turned over. She wanted to smooth the frown from his brows and make everything all right. "I shall miss you," she said. "Take care of yourself until I join you in Toulouse." He eased the neckband of his male coif with a forefinger. "I dreamed of you last night," he said. "I knew you were there. I could feel you and smell your skin. Yet I couldn't see you or find you. And then I woke up and you were leaning over me with your hair tickling my cheek." "I am here," she soothed. "I will always be here." He took her in his arms and kissed her again, hard, almost desperately. When he released her, she staggered, moved and unsettled by his vehemence. While she was still regaining her balance, he left her, pausing at the door for a final look over his shoulder before he ran down the stairs to the courtyard. Isabelle went to the window arch, the imprint of his kiss still damp on her lips, and her stomach queasy. She hated the time of parting. She could remember her father setting out to join King Louis on the road to the Holy Land, and he had not returned. Indeed, he did not have a grave. His bones lay bleachings somewhere on the high slopes of a mountain in Anatolia, where he had been slain by Turks and left to rot. He too had worn his armour as he bade farewell and marched out with that single last glance over his shoulder. Men and their wars. How she hated them. Henry set out for Toulouse in brave array at the head of a long streamer of armoured knights, banners rippling on spears in the summer morning light. The townsfolk had lined the road to witness the spectacle and threw flowers or leaned out from their balconies and spinning galleries to cheer their support. Others ran out with gifts of food for the soldiers, bread, wheels of cheese, chunks of smoked sausage. A sunburst of pride lodged in Eleanor's heart as she watched Henry on his prancing white stallion, every inch the conquering hero, before he had even left the walls of Poitiers behind. Harry stood at her side wearing a coronet on his brow, his face shining at the sight of such martial pageantry. Hodierne held the infant Richard on high to watch his father ride out, and Richard waved his arms and shouted loudly. "When you see your papa again, Toulouse will be ours," Eleanor told her sons. "When will that be?" Harry wanted to know. "Soon, my love," Eleanor said, drawing a deep breath and feeling equal amounts of exultation and anxiety. "Very soon." In the late afternoon, the summer day was airless and laden with heat. Flickers of dry lightning turned the clouds a strange shade of milky purple. Thunder had been rumbling since noon, but still there was no respite of rain. Henry's army was busy making camp within sight of the walls of Toulouse, and the city too was outlined in eerie flashes of light. Hamlin felt the pressure of the thunderstorm as a thick headache clogging his skull. It had been a long, hot day in the saddle, and his shirt and tunic were sodden with sweat. Mosquitoes whined around his moist skin, and he batted at them with the back of his hand. Henry stood gazing at the city with his legs apart and his hands clasped at his belt. The expression on his sunburned face was fixed and determined. At his side, Beckett eyed the walls with the sharp gaze of a hawk intent on its prey. Although there had been successes along the way, nothing had quite gone to plan. The hope that Raymond of Toulouse would be intimidated by the size and strength of the army riding against him and surrender had not been realized. Instead, he had dug in his heels and ignored all threats, demands, and gestures of diplomacy. Henry had continued to pressure him. Cahors had been pillaged and burned as a warning, but Raymond had just reinforced his walls and stocked his larders. Louis had offered to mediate, but Henry had brushed that aside, knowing all Louis wanted to do was prevent the assault on Toulouse. Louis's sister Constance was Raymond's wife, and Louis had a vested interest. However, Louis himself had once tried to seize Toulouse 20 years ago when married to Eleanor, and thus was caught in a moral cleft stick.
"Well, my lords," Henry said, "here is the nut to be cracked."
Grimacing, Hamlin rubbed the back of his neck with a water-soaked cloth. The city supplied itself from the river, and the span of its walls meant it would be a massive undertaking to surround it. Even given the numbers they had, their time was limited. Despite all the gathering of provisions and organisation that had gone into preparing this campaign, Henry had only budgeted to pay his mercenaries for 13 weeks. When that money was gone, so was the campaign.
"It can be done," Beckett said, grim-faced with determination. "We came here hoping that Count Raymond would negotiate, but with the expectation that we would have to fight."
Hamlin glanced at him. All the organisation had been Beckett's, and his reputation was staked on the success of the undertaking. Henry demanded miracles, and thus far Beckett had performed them. But Hamlin had his doubts about Beckett's ability to achieve this particular one. His stammer was prominent today, and that was not a good sign.
"I shall give Raymond of Toulouse my ultimatum tomorrow," Henry said, "and unless he replies by noon, he will suffer the consequences."
He turned aside to give orders to one of his engineers about the siege machines. Already they were being assembled from the component pieces in the supply carts.
"I want them ready for Raymond to see when he rises in the morning."
The sky by now had bruised to the colour of charcoal, and the dry lightning was like a hammer striking an anvil. A hot wind swept across the camp and blew the sides of the tents like bellows. Henry's adjutants had managed, with much effort and extra tent pegs, to raise and secure the royal pavilion, a great circular affair of red and gold canvas, with enough room for Henry's bed and accoutrement.
"Come," Henry said brusquely. "We have a campaign to plan."
He sent squires and heralds to summon the other lords of his advisory circle, and entered the tent. From one of the chests that had recently been carried in, he removed a rolled-up plan of Toulouse and spread it on the table, weighing it down with a cup, a knife, and a large loaf of bread. Lamps had been lit because it was so dark, and the flames ghosted with each swirl of breeze from the tent flaps. Hamlin went to pour himself wine from the flagon standing on the coffer. It was raw, fresh from the vineyard, but he gulped it down anyway. One of Henry's scouts dismounted outside the tent in a lathered flurry, crying aloud that there was news.
"Sire!"
Panting with exertion, the man knelt and bowed his head.
"What is it?"
Henry demanded.
"Quickly, tell me."
"It is Toulouse, sire," he gasped. "The King of France has arrived, and is preparing to defend the city against you."
What?
A look of utter astonishment crossed Henry's face.
How can that be?
Sire, it is true, I swear it. One of our spies in the city managed to get a message to me. Even now, Louis's banners are being raised on the battlements of the Chateau Narbonnais.
By the bleeding hands of Christ, I do not believe this.
Henry shouldered out of the tent to stare through the purple gloom at the city walls, the lightning dancing over the crenellations.
The whoreson!
He spat as Hamlin joined him.
The poisonous, God-forsaken, toad-eating whoreson! All the time he was pretending to mediate, he was planning this treachery.
Hamlin was not surprised. Louis was often mistaken for a pious, mild-mannered weakling who would rather back down than stand firm in a crisis, but that was far from the truth. Louis was the kind to survive through devious stratagems while biding his time. A man who could give ground, stepping back until his heels were on the edge of the battlefield, but who would never leave it, waiting his moment to lunge. A man who lost the fights but won the wars, the most dangerous kind of all. Beckett joined Henry too.
We should still lay siege to the city, sire, he said.
Henry stared at him.
Have you lost your wits?
Beckett looked bemused.
No, sire. We have this great army at our command, and the full impetus to take Toulouse. If we stumble now, the enterprise will all have been in vain.
Who is this we, Thomas?
Henry sneered.
When last I looked, I was the King of England and you were my Chancellor, my servant. I was not aware of any change in our circumstances.
Beckett flushed, but stood his ground.
Sire, I apologize if I offended. I thought everyone in this enterprise had the same goals.
His gaze widened to include Hamlin.
Surely it is a waste to withdraw just because the King of France has taken up residence in the city.
Hamlin said nothing and buried his face in his cup. Even if Beckett could not see it, he certainly could, and was not about to get himself mauled in the lion's den. Henry flashed Beckett an angry glare.
I thought you had knowledge of the law, or are you being deliberately blind, Thomas? It is an act of treason for a vassal to attack his overlord, and that is precisely what I would be doing if I launched an assault on those walls now. It would set a dangerous precedent. Any noble with a grievance against me would see it as sanction to take up arms and claim he was only following my example.
But you have fought Louis of France often before,
Beckett protested, looking perplexed.
I have never been the first to draw sword. I have always defended myself vigorously against Louis and will continue to do so. What I will not do is attack my liege lord and risk the long-term consequences, and Louis knows that very well.
Henry turned his glare from Beckett to the lightning-battered walls of Toulouse.
But if you attacked, Louis would not want to be your prisoner, Beckett argued. That would be a terrible humiliation for him. He would flee Toulouse rather than face capture, and we could always turn a blind eye and let him go if it looked like he was going to be caught.
And why would he do that when he is causing the most damage by staying where he is?
Henry curled his lip.
He knows what he is doing. He knows very well indeed.
Perhaps if we drew him out from Toulouse, Hamlin suggested. Henry shook his head.
He would not take the bait. I wouldn't in his position. God's body, I should have seen this coming, or one of us should.
He turned a burning look on Beckett. Hamlin could sense the heat of Henry's rage and frustration burning outwards from his body. He was so seldom outwitted that he had no mechanism for coping with failure other than lashing out. That it was Louis who had done the outwitting was even more humiliating.
Leave the siege camp assembled for now,
Henry said brusquely.
We'll lay the countryside waste and take the castles where we can. Even if we do not draw Louis off, we'll make him and his brother-in-law pay dearly."
Lightning flickered throughout the night, but still without rain. An hour before dawn, the sky splintered with dazzling white veins of light, one of which struck from heaven to earth and scorched the ground in front of the English tents, killing 3 sentries where they stood, and to the encamped men it was a sign of God's wrath and a portent of things to come. Chapter 15. Poitiers, September 1159. In Poitiers, Eleanor was enjoying the golden weather of early autumn, mellow and fine. The sky was as blue as the coat on a shield, and all the colours were set and solid as if painted in a church. Poitiers was beautiful at all times of the year, but this was one of Eleanor's favourite seasons, with the last drops of the summer nuanced by the faintest melancholy of autumn. There had been no recent news from the battle campaign, and she was waiting on tenterhooks. Reports received had been of the journey there and the successful taking of Cahors, but information concerning the main objective had not been forthcoming. This morning she had ridden her palfrey for exercise, imagining how it would feel to parade in triumph through the streets of Toulouse, her inheritance restored. She wanted this so much that it hurt like deep hunger, but there was nothing she could do to influence the outcome except pray. Her sons were in the stable-yard, having their riding lesson, and she was present to watch, encourage and give advice. Harry's brown pony was sturdy and placid. Richard's shaggy piebald had short legs, and the toddler was being closely watched by an attendant, ready to grab him if he fell. Richard beamed like the sun, and although he was only 2, sat as straight as an arrow.
"See me, Mama! See me!" he shouted.
The sight of him crowing like a little rooster, his ruddy golden hair floating in the breeze, gladdened her heart and made her laugh.
"Ah," she said, "and everyone will indeed see you, my love, because one day you will be Count of Toulouse and Duke of Aquitaine." "And I will be king," Harry shouted, not to be outdone. "Yes, my heart," she said, "you will indeed." The groom led Harry's brown pony by a halter rope, but Harry held the reins himself. Eleanor took charge of Richard, walking his pony at a gentle plod, one arm ready to catch him. Richard sat his mount like a warrior, possessing a natural sense of balance that filled her heart with pride to see it in one so young. She loved Harry dearly, but her affinity with Richard was closer. He was her heir, and she recognized her male ancestors in him, men whose legacy lived on in this bright, vibrant child. A messenger arrived on a blowing horse as the children were being led back into the yard, Richard making a fuss because he wanted to stay out and ride some more. "Another time, my fierce little falcon," Eleanor said, and saw him into the care of Audienne, who then had to deal with the ensuing tantrum. Eleanor summoned the man to her side. Usually she would have waited for the master of her writing office or her chamberlain to present her with the letters, but this was quicker, and she was impatient. The packet bore Henry's military seal of a knight on horseback, sword brandished. Queasy with anticipation, she broke open the letter and unfolded it. As she read, her hand went to her mouth. Isabel was immediately at her side. "Is there something wrong, madam?" Eleanor looked at Isabel through a blur of tears. "Henry has withdrawn from Toulouse because Louis has gone there to defend it, and he refuses to attack his overlord." Her expression contorted with anger and frustration. "In other words, his great enterprise has failed, and he has been outwitted by Louis. The worm has turned into a snake, and Henry will not pin him by the neck."
She raised her head to the sky.
"All my life I have wanted to add Toulouse to my dominions. All my life I have wanted to prove to my ancestors, my father and my grandmother, that I could do this for them and restore what was stolen. Louis could not take it when I was wed to him. He came prancing back from his campaign, claiming victory when all he had was a handful of dust and a promise of homage that meant nothing. Now Henry has done even less, and with Louis resisting him. Dear God, I would laugh if I did not feel so betrayed."
"Is it certain Toulouse is lost?" Isabel asked tentatively. Eleanor crumpled the letter in her fist, feeling the sharp edges of the parchment buckle against her palm.
"Henry would not have written this unless forced," she said, baring her teeth. "He knew what it meant to me that he should be victorious. He knows he has let me down. All that is left to him now are petty deeds of burning and pillage, while the great prize remains untaken, and he is made to look a vainglorious fool."
She wiped her cuff across her eyes.
"There is no point waiting here for a victory parade now, is there?"
"But will not the king return to Poitiers?"
"No."
Eleanor shook her head.
"It would be too humiliating. He will want to bury this deep, but it will always lie on the surface for me."
The weather finally broke, and the rain came in sheets, drenching the land until it was waterlogged. Henry had struck camp and was riding north in haste, burning and looting as he went. Louis had remained behind the walls of Toulouse, but his messengers had been busy, and even as Henry scorched the land around Toulouse, Louis's brothers had unleashed French troops on Normandy to do their worst. Caught in a cleft stick, Henry had had to abandon Toulouse and ride to deal with the situation. He had left Becket in command of the town of Cahors, but in a display of pique had deprived him of men and the coin to pay them, blaming him for the failure of the campaign. On the third evening of their journey, as the army halted to make camp at Montmorillon, Hamlin by chance drew rein beside William de Boulogne. The young man was clinging to his saddle and shivering. Hamlin could not tell if it was sweat or rain on his face, but his teeth were chattering so hard that the motion of his jaw was a blur.
"You should have a physician attend you," Hamlin said.
Bloody fluxes and quartan fevers were rife among the men, another reason Henry had chosen to withdraw. If they had stayed longer in the poisoned air of the camp, there would have been an epidemic. William de Boulogne looked at him with fever-glazed eyes.
"I intend to," he croaked. "Jesu, my head feels as if 1,000 demons are beating drums inside it."
Hamlin made sure the young earl's men found a decent lodging in the town, and sent him Henry's own physician to tend him. In the morning, when Hamlin visited him to see how he fared, William's condition had worsened. His fever still burned like a furnace, and he was fighting for breath. His chaplain had confessed him, and the physician was dour and purse-lipped.
"I can do no more for him," he said. "He is in God's hands. If his fever breaks, he will live."
He did not state the alternative, but it was there in his eyes, clear and certain. Hamlin stood at the bedside. William's dark lashes flickered, and he turned his head towards Hamlin, showing him the face of death with waxen flesh and woad-blue shadows in his eye sockets.
"I shall pray for you,"
Hamlin said, feeling pity and shock in equal measure. How swiftly the affliction had come upon him, and how fragile life was.
"When I am dead, make sure the Countess receives this."
William raised a trembling hand and indicated a sapphire ring glowing on his middle finger. "I do so swear." Hamlin crossed himself. "But you may yet live, and give it to her yourself." William's face contorted. "Yes," he said, and tears slid from his eye corners. "I may." Hamlin found Henry about to mount his horse, cloak thrown back, foot in stirrup. Their youngest brother Will was with him, holding the stallion's bridle. "I've just come from William de Boulogne," Hamlin said. "How is he? Well enough to travel?" Henry asked. Hamlin shook his head. "He is mortally sick. The fever will not relent." "Is that so?" Will said with interest rather than concern. "Unless God sees fit to spare him," Hamlin replied, a trifle brusquely. He had little time for his youngest half-brother, and the feeling was mutual. "That is a great pity," Henry said, signing his breast, at least paying lip service. "I shall pray for him." Hamlin knew that for Henry it would be no tragedy if William de Boulogne did die, because it meant that Stephen's line in direct male tale would fail, and the demise would open all sorts of interesting possibilities when it came to the inheritance of his lands. Eleanor, too, was on the road, journeying north from Poitiers, and had stopped for the night at Tours, en route to Normandy. She was playing chess with Isabel and drinking a last cup of wine when Bernard, her chamberlain, announced that a monk had arrived with news from Henry's army. "Admit him." Eleanor was immediately on edge, because monks were often the harbingers of tragic news. Dear God! For all that she was angry with Henry, she could not begin to envision a world without him in it. The monk that Bernard ushered into her presence was a Benedictine, his habit and cloak mud-splattered and travel-stained. He had bushy silver eyebrows and deep-set dark eyes. "You have news?" Eleanor forestalled him as he started to kneel. He bowed and produced a sealed parchment from a satchel slung across his body. "Madam, the king bids me say that he will see you at the Christmas feast in Falaise. This is a letter from him." He withdrew a second packet, together with a sapphire ring looped through a coil of blue ribbon. "It also grieves me to say that I bring sorrowful news for the Countess de Warenne." Eleanor turned to Isabel, who had been standing ready to support her, but was now staring at the messenger and the object like a deer that had just been shot by a hunter's arrow. "No." She shook her head. "No." Eleanor turned and swiftly took her arm. "You had better sit down," she said. Isabel thrust her off. "I do not want to know," she said in a voice brittle with panic. "Whatever you are going to say, it is not true." "Isabel." "No!" she cried, and pushing away from hands held out in concern, stumbled from the room. "What happened? Tell me," Eleanor said peremptorily. The priest bowed his head. "It grieves me to tell you that Earl William de Warenne died at the Pilgrim Hospital of Montmorillon of a virulent fever," he said. "The king had his own physician to tend him, but to no avail. The ring is sent as proof." Eleanor took the item from him, so light to weigh so much. The sapphire cabochon gleamed like an oval of midnight sky. "Stay here," she said. "Warm yourself by the fire and take a cup of wine. I will need to speak to you later, and the Countess may wish to talk to you when she has recovered from the shock." Eleanor went in search of Isabel and found her prostrate before the altar in the castle chapel. She had torn off her wimple, and her beautiful brunette hair was spread around in a thick, disordered fan.
Please, God, let it not be true. I beg you, let him not be dead,
she entreated, her body riven with shudders and her breath coming in harsh gasps. Eleanor knelt at her side and tried to embrace her. "Isabel," she said, "come now."
I do not want to hear. I do not want to hear,
she thrashed in Eleanor's grip.
It's not true. I won't let it be true.
Eleanor tightened her hold. Hush, hush, she said. Let it be. She remembered the day she had been told that her father had died on a pilgrimage to the shrine of St. James at Compostela, the utter devastation scooping out a hollow inside her as if dug with a jagged spoon. She had had to stand firm because she was his heir, the new Duchess of Aquitaine, and she had a little sister to protect. In this moment, Isabel reminded her of Petronella, and it caused a piercing pain in her heart. There is no door you can close against it, and nowhere to run, she said. Isabel, you must face it now, because if you do not, it will fester and bring you down.
He can't be God! He can't be!
Isabel sobbed. I know you do not want to believe it, Eleanor said. I do not know your pain, but I remember my own when people who were everything to me left this world. Taking Isabel's hand, she placed the ring in it. Isabel stared at it, then gasped and doubled over with a howl, clutching her belly, crying out. Eleanor rocked and soothed her, while Isabel's grief rose to the vaulted ceiling, ringing out torment in place of praise. A priest came to investigate, and Eleanor sent him in haste to fetch her chaplain and her maids. Together, they returned Isabel to the chamber. She was trembling and sobbing so much that she could barely walk, and she was bleeding. The shock had brought on her flux, which was several weeks late. It was far too early to know if this was a miscarriage, but the bleeding was heavy, and the knowledge that she might be losing her husband's child sent Isabel into fresh paroxysms of weeping. The women cleaned her up and put soft rags between her thighs. Marquisa made her a hot tisane, holding the cup to Isabel's lips, coaxing her to take a few sips. Isabel refused to lie on the bed, but huddled on a bench before the fire, shivering.
I cannot rest,
she said in a ragged voice.
His soul still needs me, even if his body does not. I want to know how he died, and then I must hold a vigil of prayers for him. That is my duty as his wife and his widow.
Eleanor did not try to dissuade her from her purpose, but she was worried. Isabel had become a very dear friend. Running alongside her personal concern was the political awareness that Isabel had suddenly become a fine and eligible marriage prize. She was young, wealthy, and well-connected. She had yet to bear a child. There was a chance she might be barren, but she was still of an age to make it worth the risk. Henry would want to match her with someone that suited his needs. But since Isabel was Eleanor's companion and dear friend, she could bring her own influence to bear, and perhaps that was a glint of sunlight bordering a very dark cloud. Chapter 16. Fulfils, Christmas, 1159. Standing on the battlements of the great donjon at Fulfils, seat of the Dukes of Normandy and the place where William the Bastard had been conceived and born, Eleanor watched his great-grandson arrive.
Mama, look! Papa's here! Harry pointed excitedly to the cavalcade making its way through the snowy landscape towards them. "Yes," Eleanor said. "He is. The miracle is that either of us recognizes him." From her vantage point, the men were the size of toy knights. Henry wore a blue cloak lined with ermine and was riding a bright chestnut palfrey. Their paths had not crossed since he had ridden off to fail at Toulouse. He had not seen fit to visit her or the children, and had barely written either. She cared that he had not, but it was a caring born out of anger and contempt, not thwarted affection. She lifted Harry so he could better see the parade arrive, banners waving, the household knights glittering in their armour, the barons colourful in their thick woolen tunics and cloaks. And then she took him down from the battlements to the hall, collecting his siblings on the way. By the time Eleanor arrived, Henry was already in the great hall and had formally greeted his mother, who was holding court in her chair by the hearth. The winter cold had attacked her joints, and although she refused to use a stick, the fact that she was content to sit by the fire was indicative. Henry's bastard son Geoffrey stood at her side, now a sturdy, freckle-faced 7-year-old. His tunic of dark moss green brightened the copper tones in his hair. Eleanor was irritated that he had been the first to greet his father when he should have been the last, but she let it pass. It was not the child's fault. Advancing to Henry, she made her obeisance. Harry knelt, little Matilda curtsied as she had been taught, and Richard gave a proper little bow before losing his balance and falling on his bottom. Geoffrey gurgled in his nurse's arms. "Well," Henry said heartily, "what fine children! And you look well, madam." Eleanor inclined her head, playing the diplomatic role with aplomb. There were no chinks in her armour in public. "Indeed they are, as am I. And you, sire?" "The better for seeing all my family gathered," he said with a fixed smile. Eleanor raised one eyebrow. In that case, he could have felt better much sooner than now. "Will you come and refresh yourself, sire? Your chamber is ready." She saw his eyes flicker, and she wondered if he would try to extricate himself. But he stood tall and set his shoulders. "That would be most welcome," he replied, proving that he could play the diplomatic game too. She led him up the stairs to the chamber she had prepared. His squires were still bringing in his baggage, but the room was warm and the bed freshly made. Scented water stood ready in a bowl, and Eleanor removed Henry's boots and attended to the customary ritual of foot-washing. Little Matilda fetched a pair of warmed woolen socks and soft shoes, and knelt to help her. "You are training her well," Henry said. "Indeed," Eleanor replied. "She can also count to 100 on a checkerboard, and recite her prayers in Latin, although she doesn't fully understand yet what they mean, but that will come in less time than you think." Henry gave her an evaluating look, but said nothing. He played with his offspring for a while, and, having satisfied himself as to their well-being, dismissed them to their nurses. Casting his glance over Eleanor's ladies, he paused at Isabelle de Warenne. "I am sorry for your sad loss, madam," he said. "Your husband was a fine man who always gave of his best." "Thank you, sire. He was indeed," Isabelle replied, her eyes downcast and her hands clasped as if in prayer. "I miss him every day." Her eyes filled. "I never realized when I bid him farewell that it would be forever in this life." "Isabelle, don't upset yourself." Eleanor beckoned, and Emma came forward, folding Isabelle in her arms, and led her away, murmuring softly. "Good God!" Henry exclaimed, gazing after them. "The woman's become a bag of bones." "She mourns for her husband,"
Eleanor said curtly. I do not know if you understand that, but somewhere in your soul, I hope so.
Of course I do, but it is unseemly and foolish to grieve like that. Better to build your banks steep than allow them to flood.
In part, Eleanor agreed with him, because she knew what such grief was like, and she had built her own defences high over the years. But if you raised them too much, they became a prison, and in the end you drowned with no one to hear you scream. She felt guilty that she could not protect him. Henry snorted.
How could she protect him on campaign? What a foolish notion.
Mayhap it is, but I feel guilty every day that I could do nothing to save our son. Perhaps I did not pray hard enough. Perhaps the fault was mine. Henry compressed his lips, resisting any mention of their dead child.
She must abandon her moping and remarry, he said. She is a young woman of wealth and standing, and there is no shortage of suitors. Keep her close, because competition will be keen, and I want to control the choice of her next husband.
She needs more time. Eleanor kept her tone level. She is not ready yet.
It will be when I say.
She sat back and looked up at him. Have you really grown so hard and lacking in compassion? She is in no fit state to be of use to any man as a wife and helpmate. Whoever you choose, you would be doing them both a disservice. Let her heal a while, if not from your own sense of what is fitting, then as a favour to me. And after Toulouse, you owe me a favour. He returned her stare, his jaw thrust out in pugilistic fashion. But eventually he waved his hand.
Very well, let it lie for now, and we'll reconsider in the spring.
He spread his hands along the back of the bench and crossed his legs.
There was nothing I could do about Toulouse, not with Louis behind the walls.
I know you could not, and Louis knew it too, which was why he did it.
He would not rise to the bait when I tried to draw him out. He just sat there and mocked me, while his brother ravaged Normandy. I had no choice but to abandon the siege.
She rose to her feet and sent Matilda away with her nurse. Then it seems that you were outmanoeuvred. Henry's anger flashed.
It is but a single move in a game of chess. Yes, he outflanked me, but that does not mean I have been defeated.
Then what does it mean? She demanded. Toulouse remains untaken, and there will not be another campaign for a while, will there, because all the money and impetus is gone?
I thought you more sensible than to sulk and vilify me for it. Was I wrong?
Eleanor wanted to rage at him. She felt let down and betrayed, but ranting would only further his claim that she was a woman in the grip of hysteria. What would be the point? She said wearily. Louis tried to take Toulouse and failed when I was wed to him. Now he defends it and denies us both. I am not content, but I must accept it. She gave him a challenging stare. When we married, we both took a gamble. I want to think that it was a winning throw of the dice. Don't let me be wrong, Henry. He uncrossed his legs, rose, and came to take her in his arms.
Ah, Eleanor, he said. It is seldom I throw the dice and do not win. I will never let you be wrong.
There was something disturbingly ambiguous about the statement, but he covered her mouth in a searing kiss and ran his hands down her body with purposeful intent, and she set her misgiving aside to ponder a different time. Lust warmed her veins, and she still desired him. And in bed they were equals. Henry sat in his chamber before the fire, drinking wine with his brothers and his chancellor. Everyone else had retired to bed, except the watchman and the servants on duty, but Henry enjoyed keeping late hours. His mind was at its most lucid then. There was more space for his thoughts to expand and develop. Hamlin, legs stretched towards the fire, was idly scratching the ears of a silver-grey gazehound, his other hand cradling his cup. Beckett was preening, showing off his magnificent new cloak, lined with Russian squirrel fur in shades of blue and cream. His own drink was boiled barley water sweetened with honey. He was suffering from an upset stomach, to which he was intermittently prone. Henry's youngest brother, William, was flushed with wine. His sandy hair stood on end where he had been rumpling it. "It is a great pity about the death of the Count of Boulogne," he said. "What now becomes of his widow?" Henry gave him an amused look. "Why? Do you have a fancy to her? Shall I give her to you?" "You could do much worse. All that land and influence of kin, and still young enough to bear half a dozen children." "I take it you haven't seen the lady since our return?" William shook his head. "Not yet. Why?" Henry grimaced. "She's in deep mourning and as bony as a starved cow. You'd have no joy or airs out of her at the moment." "But do I have permission to court her after she is finished mourning?" William pressed. "Starved cow or not, I'd still like to milk her lands." Henry raised his brows. "You are eager, aren't you, lad? How much wine have you had?" "I'm not drunk," William said, "and I'm not a lad." Thomas Beckett had been listening in silence, but now he cleared his throat. "The match would be consanguineous. The lady is related within the prescribed degree." "What of it?" Henry waved an impatient hand. "So is my wife, but that didn't prevent the Church from joining us in wedlock. If necessary, I can obtain a dispensation." He shot Beckett an irritated look. "You are seeing trouble where there is none." "I was merely making you aware, sire." "I do not need reminding of bloodlines. Do you think I do not have the necessary information in my head?" He tapped his skull. "You don't legislate for everything, Thomas, even if you think you do." Beckett compressed his lips. Henry turned back to his brother. "You have my full permission to court the Countess de Warenne and take her to wife, but leave it until her mourning period is over. Otherwise I will never hear the last of it from the Queen, and she is already in a pet over the marriage between Harry and the French girl. Women cannot separate their hearts from their heads." "I shall be the soul of discretion." William pressed his palm to his heart and flourished a bow. "Not a word until the time is right. With me she will discover what it is to have a real man in her bed." "Then make sure you are one," Henry said with irritated amusement. William reddened at Henry's put-down, but then shrugged it off and called for more wine. Beckett excused himself to see to matters of the Chancellery before retiring to bed. When he had gone, the tension that had crept into the atmosphere eased and mellowed, not least because Henry ceased to bristle. "God knows I love Thomas," he said, "but I love him even better when he's not being a self-righteous prig." He refreshed his own wine. "Don't worry about the dispensation, Will. You'll have it." "Thank you." The young man lurched at Henry to embrace him. The latter stood up and adroitly avoided him. "Sit down before you fall over," he said with indulgent scorn, and as his brother plonked down on the bench, making it shudder, Henry began to pace. "As well as leaving a widow, our cousin also left a grieving sister." William blinked owlishly. "She's a nun, Abbess of Romsey." "For 10 years, yes." Henry rubbed a forefinger gently back and forth across his beard. "But I am thinking perhaps she might like a change now that she has inherited her brother's estate." "Jesu God, Henry, you can't mean to take her out of the nunnery." Hamlin was shocked out of his usual courtier's insouciance.
That makes consanguinity pale to nothing by comparison.
Henry shrugged.
It is not unknown, and the Pope will look the other way because he needs my support. I was thinking of our cousin Matthew, Aunt Sibylla's son.
Hamlin almost choked.
But to take her out of a convent when she's been there for the last 10 years! Dear God, she's the abbess. She'll thank me for it, Henry said. As the last of her line, she has a duty to produce heirs.
It seemed a specious argument to Hamlin, and yet Henry was his brother, and he owed him loyalty and allegiance.
What will you tell Eleanor? Nothing, Henry said. She will find out soon enough.
He gave a wry grimace.
No point in kicking over an ant's nest until you must. How could you?
Eleanor was so incensed with Henry that she was shaking.
You worthless snake! Of all the women in Christendom you could have married to Matthew of Alsace, you have to drag a bride of Christ out of a convent to satisfy your power-grubbing schemes. Your own kin, too.
He stood tall and puffed out his chest, in that way of his she hated. It was as if he was forming himself into such a posture that her words would bounce off him without impact, and his expression said that her opinion on the matter was irrelevant.
It is to secure our lands and the lands of our heirs, he retorted. I would not do this unless it was necessary.
She was disgusted.
And that mends everything and makes it right.
He lifted and dropped his shoulders.
Rail as you will, madam, it makes no difference to my decision. Count yourself fortunate I am not insisting the Countess de Warenne marry immediately. I have heeded your plea on that, but I can easily change my mind.
He walked out, leaving her to fume. It was always the same, she thought. When she confronted him, he either shrugged and walked away, or intimidated her with threats, the only opinion he listened to his own. There was indeed nothing she could do about Mary de Boulogne, but at least, for the moment, Isabel was safe. Chapter 17. Autumn, 1160. Eleanor considered the embroidery she had brought with her from England. She had not yet begun stitching, but the design of a hunting scene was drawn on the linen, ready for that moment. For the last 3 days she had been visiting Henry's mother at the Abbey of Bec. Henry was due to arrive. She had not seen him since the Christmas feast at Falaise, nor had she particularly missed him, and suspected that the feeling was mutual. Eleanor had not brought their 2 youngest children to Rouen. Richard at 3 was constantly into everything, and there was never a moment's peace, even when Hodierne had charge of him. Combined with 2-year-old Geoffrey's tantrums, the resulting mayhem would have been too annoying for the aging Empress, who preferred children to be seen and not heard. Harry at 5.5, and 4-year-old Matilda had reached an age where they were more civilized. Harry was outside having a riding lesson with his bastard half-brother. Eleanor was accepting of Geoffrey because she had to be, but it still caused her anxiety. Each time she saw him, he had grown taller, stronger, and more vital. Although he was ostensibly being prepared for a life in the church, there was nothing monkish about him. Here was no studious little boy with downcast eyes, rather instead a vibrant and vivid little warrior. The Empress was strict with him, but at the same time watched him with fond eyes. She was having him trained in military and riding skills, and Eleanor was beginning to wonder if she had made a mistake in sending him to be raised at her court. The Empress had seen little of Henry's childhood because of her struggle to gain England's crown. Perhaps she was substituting Geoffrey for the child Henry, and treating him as a prince, not a bastard sideshoot.
Little Matilda was busy sorting through a basket filled with hanks of embroidery wool. She selected a green one with a needle stuck through it.
"Is this the one you want, Mamma?"
Her hair shone in the firelight, thick dark gold like Eleanor's, but shot with subtle glints of copper.
"Yes, my love, the green will go very well."
Encouraged, Matilda rummaged again and held up a pink one.
"And this one?"
"Yes, that one too."
Matilda gave it to her and delved again, this time for blue.
"I think we have enough for now."
Laughing, Eleanor lifted Matilda onto her lap. Then nothing would suffice, but her daughter had to sew on the blank canvas. Eleanor indulged her, letting her take a threaded needle and put a few laborious stitches into an area that did not call for detailed work. Eventually, Matilda grew bored, as Eleanor had known she would, and went off to play with her doll.
"I can unpick these later if necessary,"
Eleanor said to her mother-in-law, who had been watching the scene without comment. "But they are neat for a child of her age, and I shall keep them if I can."
"She is very able,"
the Empress said. "Indeed, madam, she is." Eleanor let out a pensive sigh. "I pray God that men do not take too much advantage of her, for that is the way of the world. I know I must prepare her for hardship, too. Good needlework is but an embellishment of daily life."
"Have you and Henry considered her marriage yet?"
the Empress asked, eyes shrewd. "In passing, I have a few years with her yet." Eleanor's voice developed a bitter note. "Unless Henry suddenly decides otherwise, of course." The Empress shifted in her chair to ease her joints.
"I know it is difficult for you to come to terms with this match between your son and your former husband's daughter, but you must see what a strategic move it is for our dominions."
"I do see, madam," Eleanor replied. "My mind accepts it. My heart does not, and never will. It disturbs me that Henry has no such qualms. In fact, no conscience at all, she sometimes thought, after what he had done to poor Mary of Boulogne."
"He cannot afford to," the Empress replied. "He is the king, and he must often make unpalatable decisions for the good of all. I agree it is difficult when your head and your heart are not in harmony, but as my son's queen, you cannot let yourself be ruled by tenderness in matters of state."
"I know that, madam." Eleanor began threading her needle in order to avoid the Empress's perceptive stare, and while she mastered her irritation. The Empress folded her hands in her lap.
"Has Henry spoken to you concerning the marriage of the Countess de Warenne?"
Cold shock ran down Eleanor's spine. Dear God, what had Henry been doing behind her back now? And after he said he would leave Isabel in peace to mourn, she would kill him with her own hands. "No, he has not," she said. "Forgive me, madam, but why would he speak to you on the matter and not me, since the Countess de Warenne is my companion and a dear friend?" The Empress patted Eleanor's knee.
"It is unfortunate that he has not done so, I agree, but calm yourself. My youngest son has expressed an interest in the Countess, and that is why Henry broached it with me."
Eleanor gazed at her mother by marriage in horror. "Has he, indeed?" She had no love for William Fitz-Empress. Like Henry, he had a tendency to ride roughshod over others in order to get his own way.
"Naturally, the Countess is in mourning and must be given the opportunity to complete that with all dignity,"
the Empress said with regal hauteur.
"As Mary de Boulogne was allowed to grieve for her brother at Romsey Abbey."
The Empress firmed her lips.
"Indeed, I agree with you. That decision was not well made, but I have spoken to Henry about that.
And you probably received the same reply that I did, that it was necessary and that I was being squeamish and unrealistic because I am a woman. The Empress sighed.
There was a time when I thought I could change everything. I have learned the hard way that we only have so much strength. Better to use it for fights where we stand a chance of winning.
And if you had thought that way when Stephen took your crown? The Empress gave her a hard look.
But I did win that one for my dynasty. I warn you to be very careful in choosing your battles with my son.
She rubbed her thumb over a gold ring on her index finger.
Henry told me he would give the Countess de Warenne time to mourn, but it might be useful for you to prepare the ground.
Eleanor set her teeth. She had no intention whatsoever of promoting William's cause. Henry had already given his youngest brother valuable English estates and monetary wealth, but Isabel's lands would make him a powerful magnate. While she would welcome Isabel as her sister by marriage, the thought of having Henry's youngest brother frequently in her chamber was unbearable. Besides, she was toying with the idea of wedding Isabel to one of her Poitevin barons, thus increasing her own influence at court. The Empress narrowed her eyes.
You say nothing, daughter?
Eleanor gathered herself.
It has come as a surprise, that is all. Well, when you have recovered, think on it well. A judicious word from you could make all the difference in this matter.
Indeed, Mother. Eleanor decided she would do nothing for the moment. Henry had not broached the subject to her, so she had the excuse of ignorance. If he was hoping that the matter would be successfully carried forward by women's talk in the Bower, he was very wrong. The women worked at their sewing in ruminative and slightly strained silence until a clerk arrived from the Empress's writing office, bearing a message from Henry. The Empress set aside her needlework, took it from him, and read the contents, holding the letter away in order to focus.
There is news from France, she said. Louis's queen has died bearing a daughter.
She passed the letter to Eleanor. Reading the message, Eleanor was sad for the loss of Louis's young wife in the common lot of childbirth. Every time a woman opened her legs to a man, she risked her life. Politically, she was relieved that the infant was a girl, because it meant she and Henry continued to have the upper hand. Raising her eyes to the Empress, she saw her own thoughts mirrored in the older woman's face.
God rest her poor soul, said Matilda. I know too well the perils a woman faces in childbed. I almost died bearing my Geoffrey.
Eleanor set her hands to her own womb. She had not conceived at Christmas, so had a momentary respite, but knew that she must face that arena again and again until her muscles grew slack, her breasts drooped, and her body ran out of seed. It was the foremost duty of a queen to bear children, preferably enough sons to secure the succession, and then a plethora of daughters to create affinities. Yes, indeed, she said. God rest her soul, and God help all women. A fresh autumn breeze bustled Eleanor's cloak and tugged at her wimple. The court had ridden out for a day's hunting, men and ladies together, and thus the pace was brisk but merry, rather than hard with competitive purpose. The sky was an intense deep blue, populated by a few wind-chased clouds. Twirls of ruddy leaves from ash and beech showered upon the riders as they trotted through light woodland, and hunted over soft, tawny fields, fallow after the harvest. Eleanor was enjoying the fresh air, her white gerfalcon on her wrist, and her spirited chestnut palfrey dancing beneath her. Isabel rode beside her, on the dun palfrey that had been her husband's favourite mount. She was still in mourning, although Eleanor suspected that her grief had become a mantle, protecting her from suggestions of a new marriage. William Fitz-Empress kept trying to strike up conversations with her, and sidling his horse close, but Isabel responded with indifferent courtesy. Eleanor endeavoured to keep Isabel as near to her as she could, and squeeze William out. Henry had said nothing as yet about betrothal plans. Eleanor had been waiting for him to broach the subject, and had no doubt he was waiting for his moment. The hunting party stopped to picnic on the edge of the trees, where a natural hollow created a windbreak and shelter. Servants had ridden ahead to prepare food, cooking it over the hot coals in shallow-dug fire-pits. There was griddled fish with piquant sauce, conies cooked in wine and honey until the flesh was tender, with a sticky, sweet-sour coating, and skewers of pork interspersed with chunks of roasted apple. The bread was white, soft and plentiful, and the wine, for once, was as smooth and rich as a silk curtain. Chancellor Becket dismounted from his white Spanish stallion and gave the reins to his groom. The horse was trapped out like a beast from a song of the troubadours, gold thread twinkling on the saddlecloth, which was dyed with Tyrian purple. Becket's robes were in forest colours, but of expensive hues, rich and deep, and his belt was punctuated with silver studs in the shape of crosses. In contrast, Henry wore serviceable hunting gear of plain madder-dyed wool, and his mount was a broad-rumped bay with unembellished harness. Becket might easily have been the king, and Henry his servant, both in terms of appearance and behaviour, the one high-handed and finicky, the other sitting on a tree stump, sucking sauce off his fingers. Sitting with Isabel, Eleanor bit into a chunk of the skewered pork and apple. Becket chose the fish, and, as usual, cut his wine liberally with spring water because of his delicate stomach. Eleanor had heard a rumour to the effect that Becket had himself scourged before he went to confession, and she was trying to decide whether to believe it or not. He seemed at ease among the gathering, and he hadn't ridden like a man suffering from the effects of a whipping. Henry's younger brother William joined her and Isabel. He was eating a piece of the sticky rabbit, and a red smudge of sauce bedaubed his upper lip. The napkin in which he held the meat was smeared and blotched too. "Have you tried the coney?" he asked Isabel. "It's excellent. Would you like some?" He indicated a spare portion in the cloth. Isabel gave him a swift glance and shook her head. "It is kind of you, but I have enough." He bit into his own piece, chewed with vigour and swallowed. "That dun of yours," he said. "He's too big and strong for a woman. You should change him for a daintier mount. I will find you one." "I am content with him, sire," she said, her expression setting like stone. "He belonged to my late husband, and he is dear to me." "But I still think you should—" He broke off as a messenger galloped up to the line of tethered horses, dismounted at speed, and went to Henry, who was sharing his rabbit with his favourite gazehound. Henry wiped his hands, took the letter presented to him, broke the seal, and read what was written. "Ha!" he cried. "The conniving weasel!" He jumped to his feet and thrust the parchment at Becket. "Louis," he said. "He's arranged a new marriage for himself already, the skinny old goat." Becket studied the document with narrowed eyes. "To whom?" Eleanor asked, annoyed that Henry had shown his chancellor the document before her. "To Adela of Blois-Champagne, madam," Becket said.
There is no doubt whose influence rules at the French court now.
Eleanor recoiled. The brothers of Blois-Champagne, Théobald and Henri, were betrothed to Marie and Alex, her daughters by Louis, and that was influence enough. But for Louis to marry their sister Adela meant that they had truly nailed the royal banner of France to their mast. It was like a gleeful smack in the face to Henry's policies. Furthermore, the Blois bloodline was that of England's former King Stephen, and that made Louis's choice of wife even more undesirable and dangerous.
He intends to do it immediately, Henry said. He's not even allowing time for the earth to settle on his wife's cold corpse before he is climbing into another consanguineous marriage bed. Ha! So much for his vaunted piety and godliness.
Eleanor gave an involuntary shudder. Louis projected himself as a golden king and the champion of Christendom, but she had been married to him. She knew what he was like. God help his new wife, whatever her affinities. Henry paced the chamber like a caged lion, back and forth, back and forth. The tread of his boots raised the scent of crushed herbs strewn over the floor rushes, and the candles flared with each pass he made. It was very late, but he was still awake and restless, worrying at the problem of the new French queen and what it would mean to him and his heirs to have a Blois wife as Louis's consort. The Empress had retired to bed long since. Eleanor's eyes were tired and sore, but Henry showed no signs of slowing down. Becket's expression was controlled and stoical. Pope Alexander needs support while there are disputes over the papacy, Eleanor said. In return for your goodwill, he might be prevailed upon to ban the match on grounds of consanguinity. At the least, he could force him to wait a while and undertake a proper time of mourning.
You think I had not considered that?
Henry growled.
It is like striking an enemy with a cushion. It won't have any impact because the Pope will be seeking support from France too, and playing us against each other. It will be as easy to issue a dispensation as a ban.
But better than nothing. I know Louis. His life as a man is perilously tangled with his relationship to the Church. Papal condemnation will unbalance him. Henry gave her a speculative stare, tinged with suspicion. Such a detail can hardly be taken for granted. Becket said,
Sire, what if the betrothal between your son and the Princess Marguerite was advanced into marriage immediately, instead of waiting 10 years? You would gain the castles promised by the treaty and the lands in the Vexin.
Henry stopped pacing and turned. No! Eleanor was appalled. She looked between Henry and Becket and saw the collusion. The twitch of a smile on Henry's lips, the gleam in the Chancellor's eyes. You should leave this to the allotted time. No good will come of it. Henry shot her a swift glance.
Why court the wind when you can have the leaves that fall now?
Wedding a 5-year-old boy to an infant barely out of the cradle is neither reputable nor honourable. People will vilify you for this. She saw Henry exchange a glance with Becket, as if to say, See, this is what I have to deal with in my chamber, and she clenched her fists.
Some may do so, I agree, Henry said, but others will say I am merely being astute. The Pope will have to give a dispensation because of their youth, but since he needs my support, and Rome is always eager to listen to the entreaties from Saint Gold and Saint Silver, I am sure it can be arranged without difficulty. Louis can hardly cavil when his own intended marriage is not following a pious route. He will need a dispensation too, so cannot turn on the Pope no matter how displeased he is.
The Templars are holding the dower castles in trust, Becket said. Are they likely to yield?
The agreement has nothing to do with them beyond the fact that they are custodians of those keeps. When the marriage is accomplished, their part is over.
Henry clapped his hands and rubbed them together.
"We can set matters in motion first thing in the morning."
"I shall prepare letters, sire." Becket bowed and left the room. Henry turned to Eleanor.
"Come," he said. "Put your anger aside. This is a fine plan, and it gives us a way out of the dilemma."
"You and Thomas Becket are too clever for your own good," Eleanor retorted. "I still stand by what I said. You should not do this."
"And I have heard you, but Thomas is right. A betrothal can be broken, but it is far less simple to unforge a marriage. The Vexin will be ours."
He pulled her against him.
"Come,"
he cajoled, kissing her temple and then her lips.
"Leave it for now and come to bed. There is no point talking about it any more tonight."
There was no point any other time either, Eleanor thought, because he would not listen. He never did. She might as well be part of the wall. On a freezing, rainy day in early November, Eleanor looked down at the infant girl who had been brought to the women's quarters to be shown to her. Marguerite, Princess of France, was 3 years old, with a chubby face and shiny brown eyes. Her cheeks were rosy with cold, and her nose was streaming. A stolid, plump child, she bore no resemblance to the dainty, blonde-haired, blue-eyed daughters Eleanor had borne to Louis, and it was impossible to think that this was the future Queen of England and mother of Harry's heirs. "What a sweet child," Isabel said, wiping the infant's streaming nose with a square of soft linen cloth. Eleanor shook her head. Isabel thought all children were sweet. "She must resemble her mother. I can see nothing of Louis in her. Let us hope she does not have any of his traits." Harry's nurse brought him to be introduced to his future wife. He had had the details explained to him at a superficial level, and did his part by bowing to Marguerite and reciting a little speech of welcome, to which his bride responded by turning around in a circle and falling over. Harry regarded her the way he might regard a puppy that had just pissed on the bed, and, the instant his duty was done, made his escape to run off and play vigorously with his toy sword, cutting and swooshing with it in a frenzy. His sister, Matilda, her sense of duty already honed at the age of 4, showed Marguerite the bed of straw she had made for her cloth doll, and gave Marguerite another doll she didn't like quite so much to play with. "All will work out well," Isabel said, to reassure Eleanor. "I hope so," Eleanor replied dubiously, "but I feel as if I have travelled a long way and gone nowhere." Harry and Marguerite's marriage was celebrated next day in Rouen Cathedral. The rain had stopped, but the day was still overcast and bitterly cold, and everyone sported thick, fur-lined cloaks over their finery. Eleanor wore a close-fitting gown, dyed a dark blood red, with subtle gold embroidery swirling at the hem and banded at the cuffs. The colour and the effect made her look long-limbed and elegant, if a trifle austere. Watching Harry do as the Archbishop told him, and speak his part without a stumble, made Eleanor proud, even through her disapproval. She loved Harry with all her being for behaving so well when he was the centre of attention. He looked every inch the prince, in his tunic of red silk edged with purple, his golden brown hair curled around a jewelled coronet that glinted in the light from the cathedral windows. She had explained to him all about the marriage and the land, and that he must be a big boy and do his duty for his family. Living with Marguerite would come later. It was just a formal ceremony to settle everything. There would be a feast afterwards with special food and entertainment, and if he was a good boy, he could sit at the high table under a silk canopy. He need not bother with his bride beyond being formally polite in public, because she was smaller and younger than him and would not understand what was happening. He was to be a little man and protect her. All this she had told him, feeling utterly heartsick, knowing she could do nothing about it. Perhaps as a political matter, Henry was right, and it was for the best, but it would never be something she would have chosen of her own accord. How much Harry understood she did not know. How could he? He was only 5 years old. Once the marriage had been solemnized, Marguerite was returned to the nursery, being too young for the wedding feast. Her part was over. Harry, however, occupied the place of honour at the high table, where a special wooden block had been made for his chair to boost him to table height. By now, a hectic flush of exhaustion flared on his cheeks, and his eyes were glassy. Henry gave him a sip of sugared wine to revive him, and Harry sat manfully through the speeches and the first course of the feast, designed to whet the appetite for more to come. Eleanor kept a close eye on him, and as he began to droop once more, she beckoned his nurse. Henry forestalled the woman and lifted Harry in his arms. "I will take him," he said. "He has done well, and it is only fitting I should do him this honour, as he has honoured me." Eleanor signalled the feast to continue, and within a short while Henry returned, a satisfied smile on his lips. "Asleep before his head touched the pillow," he said, and taking Eleanor's hand, kissed her knuckles. "You will come to see that this was the best course." "Do not seek to cozen me," Eleanor replied frostily. "You have your marriage. Let that be enough." "As you wish, madam." Henry's tone was equable. He leaned back in his chair, full of indulgent bonhomie, because now he legally had the Vexin and its most powerful castles under his belt, and there was nothing Louis could do about it, because it was all legal. When they retired, Henry came to Eleanor's chamber and made love to her with ardent force. She had been determined to lie passive beneath him and not give him the satisfaction of a response. But instead, in a moment, she found herself responding with fierce vigour of her own, because whatever he gave, she could take and return double measure, and even win, because when a man was finished, he was finished, but a woman had no such limitations on her flesh. Chapter 18. Le Mans, Christmas, 1160. Hamlin made his way down the nave of the Cathedral of Saint-Julien, his path to the north ambulatory illuminated by swords of bleak winter light. Walking at his side, eyes wide and alert, was his bastard nephew, Geoffrey, a sturdy red-haired boy, freckles standing out against his pale complexion. The soft sound of their footfalls mingled on the flagstones. Whenever Hamlin was in the vicinity of Le Mans, he made a point of visiting the cathedral to pray, give alms, and pay his respects to his father, Geoffrey le Bel, Count of Anjou. Today, he had taken it upon himself to show Geoffrey the tomb of his paternal grandsire. It was so cold that Hamlin's breath clouded the air, and his knuckle joints were stiff. A brass lamp above the tomb glinted soft light on the representational enamel plaque illuminating his father's likeness. At Hamlin's side, the boy shivered. Using his cloak to cushion his knees from the icy stone flags, Hamlin knelt at the side of the tomb and unfastened his prayer beads from his belt. Geoffrey copied him, clasping his hands and closing his eyes. The sounds of the church echoed around them, the soft footfalls of the attendant clergy, the murmur of other worshippers, the rattle of a censer on its chain. Geoffrey's lips moved, reciting in flawless Latin. Requiem aeternam dona eis Domine et lux perpetua luceat eis, requiescant in pace. When they had completed their prayers, Geoffrey tentatively touched the small enamelled effigy plaque, admiring the detailed workmanship and vibrant colours. The hair was the same copper gold as his own and his father's,
and the eyes were a piercing aquamarine blue. "He was my father, and I loved him," Hamlin said with reverence. "He did not forget me when he begot me. He took me into his household. He fed and clothed me, and raised me to manhood under his protection." The boy's attention sharpened with interest. He eyed Hamlin's rich apparel, the gilded belt and the rings on his fingers, the cloak of smoke and silver vair. "Can I be a knight in your household?" he asked. "That depends on what your father intends for you," Hamlin said. "I know it will be a role that gives you honour and prestige. Being the bastard of a high-born man is a privilege, not a shame." Gazing at his father's effigy, he clenched his fists. He had not always felt privileged when his sire was alive. There were times when he had wanted to murder Henry for being the legitimate heir when he was the firstborn son. And there were times when he had felt the least and little more than a whipped dog. Even now, whenever he and his brothers were together, there was always that divide. And this child must learn to live with that kind of division. There was shame, too, whatever he said to the boy. A bastard child was born not from the sober needs of duty and dynasty, but from the sin of lechery and lust, even if some called it love. "Do you have any bastards?" Hamlin's mouth twisted, and he shook his head. "No, lad, I do not." There had been women in his life. He had taken no vow of chastity, but he was always careful, and thus far that care had paid off. "But if I did, I would acknowledge him or her as my child, and make him my responsibility, as my father did to me." Hearing a sudden movement behind him, Hamlin turned to see the Countess de Warenne accompanied by her maid. She had clearly been at prayer elsewhere in the church, but had paused to acknowledge him. Her face was pale and sapped of colour against the dark wool of her cloak and white wimple. Indeed, she looked almost like a nun. "Madam." Hamlin bowed. Her smile of greeting was reserved but genuine. "My Lord Vicomte," she said, and turned to Geoffrey, "and Messiah Fitzroy. It seems we are on similar errands, praying for the souls of dear ones departed." "That is so, madam," Hamlin replied courteously. "May we escort you back to the keep?" She inclined her head. "Your company would be welcome." Dusk was falling as they set out in the sharp, frosty cold from the cathedral to the donjon. "I heard what you said to your nephew," she said. "That was kind of you, and wise." Hamlin shrugged. "I know his position, because I have been in it too. The life of a royal bastard is both privileged and cruel. Geoffrey will have a difficult time of it, but he's a spirited lad. If I can help him from my own experience, I will." They walked in silence for a while, and then Hamlin asked with careful tact how she was faring. "I am well, sire," she said with quiet dignity. "It is the season of our Lord's birth, and I am ready to rejoice in it." Hamlin gave her a swift smile. "My father often told the story of how he went to Mass in the cathedral here one Christmas Day. He saw a clerk outside the door and called out to him, asking if he had any news. The clerk answered, 'Sire, there is great news indeed.' My father was excited and said, 'Quick, tell me.' So the clerk replied, 'Jesus Christ the Saviour is born today.'" Hamlin chuckled. My father was rightly humbled by those words, and rewarded the man for his timely reminder by taking him into his household as one of his chaplains. "It is a fine story," Isabel agreed. "Indeed, it reminds us of the true meaning of the Nativity."
On arriving at the castle, she left him with a graceful curtsy and her thanks for his escort. Watching her walk away, Hamlin noticed a small sprig of red-berried holly tucked in the band of her wimple, and it made him smile. She was a lovely, gracious woman, quiet but by no means a mouse. The notion of her being married to his brother gave him a feeling of distaste, like seeing a fine sword being used to scrape mud from shoes. But since it was the way of the world and Henry's will, he knew he had to be pragmatic and detached. 3 months later, on a brisk March morning, Henry greeted Eleanor with a hearty kiss on the lips. She had returned to Le Mans, having visited England in January to deal with matters of state on Henry's behalf. Their time apart had served to ease the abrasiveness between them, while not being long enough to create the diffidence of strangers. Henry flicked a glance at her waistline.
"Either you dined very well while in England," he said, "or you have some good news for me, my love."
"You left me with another gift at Christmas," she answered wryly, "and I will deliver it back to you in the autumn." Henry drew himself up with masculine pride and looked smug.
"Ha! There is no sign of Louis's new queen being similarly blessed. It takes a man, after all."
He kissed Eleanor's cheek.
"I have to go, but I will come and eat with you later."
He breezed off in his usual manner, and Eleanor shook her head with exasperation, but smiled despite herself. Several hours later, she and Henry sat at a long trestle in her chamber. Beeswax candles gave off a warm, golden light, and a cosy fire glowed in the hearth. Eleanor wore a dress of silk damask, the colours flowing into each other, red and gold like the fire. In the privacy of her own chamber, she had dressed her hair in a simple loose braid twined with gold ribbons. She knew that in the muted light she looked alluring, and with the new life growing inside her, she felt powerful. Henry considered the slight curve of her belly.
"Dare I hope God will grant us another daughter," he said.
"Men usually wish for sons," she replied with a smile. He looked amused.
"Only those that cannot beget them. Louis would have an apoplexy if he could hear me wish for a girl. A seasoning of daughters is not to be sneered at. Her father can make some very useful marriage alliances."
He smiled and leaned back.
"I think if this one is a girl, we should name her Eleanor for her incomparable mother."
"Yes, we should," she said, her light tone matching his. They were like partners in a dance, or opponents stepping purposefully in a sword fight. Henry suddenly raised the tablecloth and peered down.
"Child, what are you doing under there?"
he demanded of little Matilda, who was busily working away at his feet. Matilda peeped up at her father. "I'm a shoemaker, Papa," she said seriously. "Would you like a new pair?" Diverted, Henry chuckled.
"My Chancellor is the one who sets store by such things. But yes, why not?"
Matilda removed his shoes and sat cross-legged like a little tailor to study them. She fiddled about, folding and unfolding the vamp and chattering to him earnestly as she pretended to make his shoes. Henry raised his eyebrows.
"So this one's future is as a leather worker," he said to Eleanor.
"It runs in the family, does it not?" Eleanor replied, and Henry gave a shout of laughter, because William the Conqueror, his great-grandsire, had been the grandson of a common Falaise tanner. He was secure enough in his own manhood to find the detail a source of grand amusement. Matilda trotted off to a corner with the shoes, saying she had to attend to them in her workshop. Henry drank his wine, and when he and Eleanor looked at each other, it was with reciprocal mirth. Children, as well as dividing a couple, could bring them together.
"Oh, mistress, are my shoes ready?"
Henry shouted.
"Nearly, Papa. You have to wait." You don't know how impossible that is for your father, Eleanor said. I don't think anyone has ever dared say that to his face before. Henry raised his goblet in a sarcastic toast. I can bide my time if I must. Matilda returned to him, pink in the face. Each shoe now had a large green cross stitched in embroidery wool to the vamp strip down the front. Here you are, Papa, she said. They're all new now. Henry's chest heaved with suppressed laughter.
I can see that they are. No one else will have any quite like this.
No, Papa, they cost 5 marks. Henry choked.
Who have you been taking lessons from, mistress? You should ask my chancellor to buy them if you're demanding that sort of sum.
But they're special, Papa, Matilda explained. You can wear them this way or that way. She folded the vamp over to demonstrate the attractions. A long trail of green thread dangled from one of the shoes. She knelt and placed them back on his feet with comical seriousness.
She gets her shrewdness and powers of persuasion from me,
Eleanor said, her shoulders shaking.
Oh, very well, Henry capitulated. But you will still have to ask my chancellor for the money, because he has the keys to the strong-box. But you may have this as a token of my faith.
He tugged a small gold ring off his little finger and presented it to her. Matilda took it from him with a curtsy, and then backed away with a mercantile flourish that made Henry snort. He signalled to her nurse, and the woman came from her seat near the door to take Matilda off to bed. Henry readjusted his shoe, but made no attempt to remove the awkward big green stitches, and Eleanor's heart was warm that he should do that and not mind. Indeed, that he should take time to play with his daughter. If only you were always like this, she said softly. He raised one eyebrow. You likewise, my love. The door opened to admit a chamberlain, ushering before him a chaplain from the household of Theobald of Canterbury. Eleanor marked their progress across the room. The chaplain's expression was grim, and his face grey with tiredness. She also noted the mud-spattered hem of his cloak. With an effort, he knelt to Henry and Eleanor. Sire, madam, I bring you grave and sad tidings. It grieves me to tell you that my lord, the Archbishop of Canterbury, gave up his soul to God at sunrise on the feast of Saint Apollonius. Eleanor was saddened, but not surprised by the news. The elderly archbishop had been ailing during her last visit to him in England before she returned to Anjou. The difficulty now would be finding someone wise enough to replace him from the candidates who would hope to be chosen. The Bishop of Hereford for one, and Robert of London for another. She was not particularly fond of either man, but then again, the see could be left vacant for as much as a year while candidates were considered. What they needed was a primate who would serve both church and state with a tactful and even hand, and that was not going to be easy. Isabel was sitting in a window embrasure, her sewing tilted towards the light, when William Fitz-Empress strolled up and sat down beside her. She shifted on the seat to put space between them, her stomach clenching. She had noticed him looking at her recently, like a cat biding its time at a mouse hole.
You spend a great deal of time at such toil, he commented.
I enjoy the work, she replied, and it is practical.
But surely it is not all your life.
Indeed not. Isabel was flustered. My life is full. I attend upon the Queen, and I have my own duties as a countess.
But surely not full enough. It must be empty for you without a husband to protect and advise you, and give you heirs for your earldom.
Isabel lowered her gaze to her needlework, worried at the course the conversation was taking. I mourn my husband deeply, even now, she said.
and since I am under the Queen's protection and have loyal people to serve me, I have not considered the matter."
He shrugged. "But you must turn thought to it in the near future. It is 1.5 years since you were widowed."
Isabel pressed her lips together. His words had formed a knot of fear in her belly as she remembered what had happened to her sister-in-law. The former Abbess of Romsey was now wed to Matthew of Alsace and pregnant with his child. The king could do anything he desired, and no one could stop him. Across the hall, a sudden vicious sibling fight broke out between 3.5-year-old Richard and 6-year-old Harry. The small boys rolled about the floor, punching, kicking, and yelling. Their sister Matilda tried to pull them apart and was sent flying by a wayward blow. Hamlin Fitzcount, who was on his way through the hall, diverted to drag his nephews off each other and stand them at arm's length, giving each of them a good shake.
"Enough!" he roared. "Is this the behaviour of royal heirs?"
Their sister sat on the floor crying and rubbing her arm. "I must see to my Lady Matilda," Isabel said, relieved to have a reason to leave her place. "You will excuse me, sire." William rose to his feet, taking his time.
"We shall talk again, my lady," he said.
Isabel murmured an inanity and eased past the small space he afforded her, making her focus the sobbing little girl and not his predatory smile. "Come, come," she soothed, stooping to Matilda. "Brothers are not worth shedding tears over, and this is but a graze." She kissed the angry red stripe on Matilda's forearm. Having confiscated the toy sword over which his nephews had been fighting, Hamlin stuck it in his own belt.
"You make a good nursemaid,"
William sneered, sauntering over with folded arms.
"I learned from my childhood mistakes," Hamlin said, and turned back to Richard and Harry, who were both glaring at him, united against a common enemy.
"You can have this back when I see fit. Now go, and if you must fight, do it some way you're not going to be a nuisance to others."
Isabel folded a comforting arm around Matilda and took her upstairs to Eleanor's chamber to find some salve for the greys. Halfway there, she realized she had left her needlework behind, but wild horses could not have dragged her back to retrieve it while William Fitz-Empress remained in the hall. Eleanor was busy dictating a letter to her scribe when Isabel and Matilda arrived.
"Richard and Harry were fighting over a sword,"
Isabel told her,
"and Matilda tried to stop them."
Eleanor sighed. Harry and Richard would fight over anything, and it won't be long before Geoffrey is joining in. I sometimes believe the tales about Angevins being born of the devil are true. The males of the line certainly seem to have the devil in them. She stroked her daughter's hair as Isabel searched in a casket for a pot of salve. "It is the task of a woman to be a peacemaker," she told Matilda, "and a very important one it is, too. Kingdoms have been won on the diplomacy of a woman's work, but she should also know when not to waste her time on a lost cause."
"Richard and Harry are lost causes,"
Matilda said, putting her nose in the air. "Yes, they are." Isabel had just finished rubbing salve into Matilda's grazed arm when Hamlin arrived to take Emma to visit their father's tomb while the court was still in Le Mans. Isabel eyed the disputed toy sword still stuck through his belt. Hamlin followed the direction of her gaze and gave a dry smile.
"I shall keep this safe for the time being," he said. "I'll think about returning it later if my nephews are polite to me. In the meantime, I have something for you, my lady."
He produced her sewing from under his cloak.
"I don't mind wandering the court with a toy sword stuck through my belt, but a piece of lady's needlecraft holds its own set of dangers. You left it behind, and I thought I would spare you or your maid the trouble of fetching it."
Isabel felt her face grow warm. "Thank you. That was kind of you."
"I could see you were done with the company,"
Hamlin replied with a quirk of his eyebrow. He bowed to her and departed with Emma. Isabel saw to Matilda and then took her sewing away to a quiet corner. She felt unsettled and a little weepy. All the feelings about losing Will washed over her again. The guilt that she had been unable to help him, that she had failed as a wife. She didn't want to think about making another match, but she knew she was on borrowed time. Eleanor joined her on the bench. "You have come here to hide," she said. "This corner is far too dark for sewing. What is wrong?" Isabel shook her head. "I was thinking of my husband," she said. "The king's brother came to me in the hall and said it was time I thought about remarrying." A tear plopped onto the fabric. "But when I try to imagine myself as another man's wife, I cannot." Eleanor set a gentle arm around her shoulders. "You will have to wed again at some point," she said. "It is inevitable, you know that. You have a duty to your lands to give them an heir." "But not yet." Isabel's voice grated with panic. "Let me stay in your household a while longer." "Oh, now you are being foolish," Eleanor said with exasperation. "I will make sure you are not pestered, but it cannot be forever." She gave her a firm look. Isabel swallowed. "I understand that, madam," she said, but her heart quailed at the thought of being tied to William Fitz-Empress. "I just need a little more time." Holding a bowl filled with gobbets of raw rabbit flesh, Eleanor fed the white female gerfalcon perched on the hawk stand in her chamber. La Reina was old, and no longer ruled the skies as she had done in her prime. Eleanor had a new young gerfalcon in training, but she kept La Reina as a pet, and still flew her in the exercise yard on bright days when the sun was warm on the bird's gleaming white feathers. The falcon seized a lump of meat from Eleanor's fingers and gulped it down. In spite of her years, she still had a voracious appetite. Eleanor glanced round as Henry arrived. "Your brother is paying court to Isabel de Warenne," she said. "I assume he has your permission. When were you going to tell me?" "I thought you knew," he said blandly. "Your mother dropped hints when last I saw her. I suppose you were using her as your filter to avoid broaching the matter with me in person." She pursed her lips and made a smacking sound to the bird. "Perhaps I have someone else in mind. She might settle very well with one of my own barons." "But her keeping is not in your gift," Henry said. "It is for me to decide." He removed his cloak and tossed it across an oak chest. "My brother is the son of an empress and the grandson of a king, and that matches with what she had before. Why should I want to give one of your barons influence in England? My brother already has English estates, and this will suit him very well." He picked up the toy sword lying on the hearth bench. Hamlin had earlier restored the weapon to Harry and Richard, following a stiff lecture about actions and consequences. "But you put your men in positions of authority in my household," she retorted. "My chancellor and my steward are both your choices. Why should I not reward one of my own? I am pretty sure you could afford one switch of affinity. There are plenty of other women your brother could marry." Henry scowled. "That is not the point. William will marry Isabel de Warenne. I have promised him. You will not fight me on this." He cut the air left and right with his son's sword. Swish, swish. Eleanor fed the gerfalcon another gobbet of meat and stroked her snowy breast. "Isabel is not ready for remarriage. I cannot see the need for haste when the revenues stay in your hands while she remains a widow. No one is going to abduct her out of my household. She is safe, and she will still be of childbearing age, even if you delay another year. Let your brother bide his time a while longer, and I will encourage Isabel to take a more active part in the life of the court."
Henry gave her a dark look.
"I will not wait forever on this," he said. "When I give the command, it shall be done."
Indeed, as you say. Eleanor was prepared to be conciliatory, now she had at least the hint of a concession. Henry gave a brusque nod, put down the sword, and went to pour himself a cup of wine. "Your sons were arguing over that toy, and Hamlin had to sort them out," she told him. "Brotherly love does not extend to sharing possessions."
"Brotherly love is rarer than daylight in December," he said with cynical amusement. "If it was over a weapon, I expect Richard started it."
Eleanor wiped her bloodied fingers on a napkin. "He is very forward for his age. He learns swiftly, and he is dexterous. He doesn't see himself as smaller than Harry." She felt a quiet glimmer of pride. She loved both of her sons, but Richard was the one she had marked out.
"But he will have to learn his place in the family nonetheless, and that is subordinate to Harry as the heir."
Eleanor said nothing. Richard would not view himself as subordinate to anyone, and she had no intention of dampening his spirit. Henry took a swallow of wine, and after a long moment said,
"What would you say if I told you I was thinking of making Thomas Becket Archbishop of Canterbury?"
Eleanor turned and stared at him in astonishment, and then disbelief. "I should say you were utterly mad. He is already the Chancellor. Why would you want to give him more power than that?"
"Because he performs the task of Chancellor very well. If I make him Archbishop, then Church and State will work together, hand in glove."
Eleanor gave a vehement shake of her head. "You will be putting the power of Church and State in the hands of a single man. There will be no checks and balances." Henry's nostrils flared with impatience.
"Of course there will. Thomas will do my bidding. He has been my Chancellor for 6 years, and I know him well."
"Do you?" Eleanor shook her head. "I do not believe anyone knows Thomas but Thomas. The face he shows to you is a charming front. He is a consummate politician, and he will tie you in knots. And even if I am wrong and you do know him, Henry, he knows you better. He is not even a priest. How will the clergy take to his rule?" Henry scowled at her.
"You are always contrary. Why do you always have to oppose me?"
Eleanor returned his look. "You asked my opinion, and I gave it. Have you said anything to Becket about this?"
"Not yet."
Henry bit his thumbnail. "There are other candidates?"
"Yes, Gilbert Folio and Roger of Pont l'Evêque, but neither would fit the shoes as well, even if they think they would. They will act as checks to Thomas should it be required."
"I think you are treading on dangerous ground. I counsel you not to act in haste, lest you repent at leisure." Henry shrugged and drank his wine.
"I will not change my mind. The advantages far outweigh the pitfalls."
Eleanor was less convinced, but well recognized that stubborn look by now.
"I am also of a mind to put Harry into Thomas's household to be tutored."
Another shock jolted through her. "He is too young for that." She felt as if she were in a fight and being pummeled by blows from all angles. "He already has a tutor."
"Yes, a good one, but that only suffices for the moment. He needs more. Thomas employs learned men in his household who will take him a stage further. He is a future king. He must be prepared, and the Chancellor's household is the best place."
He made an exasperated sound.
"Christ, stop looking at me like that. I did not mean immediately. These things have to be planned well in advance."
Oh yes, she thought. Henry always had everything planned, always one step in front. But sometimes, being one step in front meant you were first over the edge of the cliff.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook. Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.
Hachette Audio presents The Winter Crown by Elizabeth Chadwick, read by Katie Scarf. Chapter 19. Fécamp, February 1162. Entering her chamber, Eleanor went straight to the cradle to look at her baby daughter. How is she? Although it was not long past midday, the light was already failing and candles had been lit. Eleanor had been at the cathedral, attending a prestigious reburial ceremony for the bones of the Dukes of Normandy, but had hurried back to her sick child the moment she could escape. "No change, madam," said Hella, the wet nurse. "She is still very hot. I have bathed her in tepid rosewater, and she has taken suck from me once, but not for long. Her little mouth round my teat was scalding." Eleanor touched the baby's cheek with a gentle forefinger, and fear arrowed through her. This, her second daughter, had been born at Domfront on a golden morning in October, and baptized Eleanor, but called Ali to differentiate her from her mother. She had been small at birth compared to her siblings, a dainty child, perfectly formed, but not a hearty feeder like the others. Her brothers and sister were recovering from a contagion of itching pox. Now little Ali had succumbed and was very unwell. Eleanor had been worrying about the baby throughout the reinterment ceremony, and although she had performed her role with grace and duty, her thoughts had been with her sick daughter. She could not be bothered with Henry's dead ancestors when their living child stood in peril of her life. It brought back all the terrible memories of Will's death, and the reburial ceremony seemed like a portent. Henry arrived, broad-shouldered and stocky in his ceremonial ermine and scarlet. "How does she fare?" His gaze darted to the cradle and then swiftly away. "She is in God's hands," Eleanor said. "All we can do is pray." A muscle clenched in Henry's cheek. "You are needed among our guests," he said shortly. "Do not be long." Turning on his heel, he almost ran from the room. "I am needed here, too," she said to the space where he had stood and been unable to hold his ground. She felt helpless and riddled with guilt. Angry with Henry, angry with God. What if he dropped Ali as he had dropped Will? Eventually, she joined Henry among the great gathering in the hall. Harry accompanied her because he was over the rash and the itching, but Richard, Matilda, and Geoffrey were still covered in scabs and confined to the nursery. It would not do to have the heirs of the Duke of Normandy sitting at the table scratching their crusted sores. Eleanor played her role to the hilt. She was smiling and gracious to their guests. She made witticisms. She listened and nodded and wove a smooth social ribbon. She engaged in serious conversations, although later she was not to recall what she said. But the moment she could escape without seeming discourteous, she retired to keep vigil over her tiny daughter. Harry remained with Henry, so that all could witness the continuity of the line from father to son, and everyone remarked upon the boy's good looks, his charm and finesse, uncommon in one so young. "The saying goes that the fruit never falls far from the tree," Henry said, and patted his son's head. "I own him all mine." In the small hours of the morning, the baby's fever reached crisis point, and her little body stiffened and convulsed in a seizure. Eleanor had been dozing at the bedside, but the wet nurse's screams shocked her wide awake. "Demons have entered her body! Send for the priest!" Hella wailed. "Holy Mary, save us all!" "Be silent!" Eleanor smacked the girl across the face, the sound cracking like a whip.
I will not hear such stupidity. Get out! Get out now! I do not want to see your face again!" The young woman fled, sobbing, and Eleanor turned to the baby, her heart pounding with terror. The convulsion ceased, and Allie flopped like a rag puppet. She was still alive, but her little ribs flexed and fell like overworked bellows. Marquisa arrived with a bowl of fresh, cool rosewater. "We must keep wiping her down, madam," she said. "I have seen this kind of thing before in babies." "Did they live? Look at me. Tell me the truth." Marquisa met her gaze with a steady brown stare. "Yes, madam." "All of them?" For the briefest instant, Marquisa hesitated. "Most of them," she said. For the remainder of the night, Eleanor wiped her daughter's body with a moist, cool cloth wrung out in the rosewater, and begged the Virgin to spare the baby's life. Her eyes burned with dryness because she dared not close them, lest Allie be taken in that moment of blinking. She would not even leave her to Marquisa. Only her own hand would do. Another wet nurse was sought and found in one of the huts outside the castle, and when Allie would not take suck, Eleanor dripped honey and water into her mouth from the tip of a twisted rag. As the dawn rose in the east, with tiny specks of snow floating in a grey and gold sunrise, the infant's fever finally broke, and her breathing eased. Eleanor watched the gentle rise and fall of the little chest, no longer frenetic, and felt as twisted as the cloth she had been using as a drip feed. She had no energy for euphoria. Uttering a sound midway between a sob and a sigh, she pressed her face into her hands. She wanted to cry, but the tears would not come. She had hoped that Henry could visit to see how their daughter fared, and had been disappointed, but not surprised that he had not. "Come, madam, you must sleep for a little while now," Isabel said. "I will see to everything." She put her arm around Eleanor. "If there is a change, I will waken you immediately." Eleanor drank a cup of spring water, while Marquisa combed out her hair and helped her remove her gown. She was achingly tired, and nauseous too. She fell into bed, barely aware of Isabel drawing the curtains, and Marquisa speaking softly to the sick baby. Within moments she was asleep, and it was a deep, dark slumber, bereft of dreams and heavy with exhaustion. She woke late in the morning to the sound of Henry talking to her women, his voice husky and cheerful. She sat up, bleary-eyed and sluggish. There was a vile taste in her mouth, and the nausea of last night was still with her. Pulling a loose robe over her chemise, she parted the bed curtains and looked at Henry, who was his usual robust and energetic self. "You have finally come to see how your daughter fares," she said, raising her brow. "I knew you would send for me if needed," he replied with a shrug. "What use would I be with a sick baby? That is women's business." "You could have sent word to inquire." He gave her a look that said she was being ridiculous. Anger bubbled up inside her, hot, vile, nauseating. She had to run to the guardrobe, where she knelt over the hole, retching. Henry listened to the sound with a thoughtful look on his face. She returned, hunched over, her stomach sore. "I am with child again," she said, and felt drained just announcing it, for Allie was only a little over 4 months old. He had indeed turned her into a brood mare. "I thought so," he said with a hard smile, and kissed her cheek. "That is good news indeed, and meanwhile there is still no sign of an heir for France." Eleanor forced herself to straighten. "Are you going to look at your daughter, now you are here?" Humouring her, he went to the cradle. Little Allie had developed a flush of red spots over her body,
but was sleeping oblivious. The new wet nurse assured Eleanor that the baby had recently fed well.
"See," Henry said, "there was no cause for all this fuss."
Eleanor said nothing because she was incoherent with rage and contempt.
"Go back to bed," he said in pacific tones. "You must rest if you are to grow us another healthy child, and in truth you do not look well."
"What do you expect when I have been keeping vigil all night with our sick daughter, one you have not bothered to visit until the crisis is over, and now you say it is a fuss over nothing?"
"Because it is," he said. "The evidence is before your eyes."
He took her arm, his manner patronizing and solicitous, as if he was being kind to a half-wit, and led her to the bed, where he made her lie down and pulled the covers around her. Then he waved her women away and sat on the coverlet.
"That is better,"
he said. She did not answer. Henry picked at a piece of embroidery on the coverlet where a thread had come undone. She watched him unravel it and stifled the urge to slap his hand. He looked at her from under his brows.
"The Countess de Warenne has had more than enough time to mourn," he said. "I want you to speak to her before Easter about my brother's suit."
Eleanor sighed, just wanting to be rid of his presence. "I will do as you wish," she said, "but she shall keep me company until the child is born. Let the wedding wait until then. She and your brother will have time for courtship in the meanwhile." His eyes narrowed, and she thought he was going to refuse, but eventually he nodded brusque assent.
"Very well, but they will be wed the moment you are churched. I will brook no delay after that."
"As you wish," Eleanor said, and shut her eyes. The door closed behind the squire, and Henry reached for his wine and considered his chancellor. They had been playing chess, and honour had been fulfilled by a stalemate, although the satisfaction of a triumph had eluded both men.
"I want to talk to you, Thomas," Henry said. "It's about the vacant see at Canterbury, but I think you already know what I am going to say. You know I have not summoned you here solely for the purpose of taking my son into your household to educate."
Beckett bowed his head.
"Sire, I had wondered."
His expression gave nothing away.
"Well then, let me put an end to your wondering. I desire you to take the position of Archbishop. It seems to me to be the most practical solution."
Thomas inhaled, and Henry raised a hand to stop him.
"No arguments. You will be lying if you say you did not desire this, or that you are incapable. I need you to accept this post and bring church and state together in harmony. I have thought the matter through, and you are the only man I trust to do it successfully."
"Sire, there are others who could accomplish this task, who are already seasoned bishops of the church."
Henry snorted down his nose.
"Folio upon l'évêque, you mean? I want men who are going to look to the future, not the past."
Thomas's face had flushed, and Henry saw his fists curl in his sleeve like a cat flexing its paws.
"If we are speaking straightly, sire, I am not sure I should accept," he said. "It will be difficult to unite the secular and the spiritual, because one will always push against the other."
Henry brushed the detail aside.
"Well then, it makes sense to have the two in harmony, not opposition. You will be able to blend them together. You can always delegate more tasks to others and have them report to you."
"Sire, you honour me."
"Yes, I do."
Henry's eyes brightened, and he leaned forward in his chair to put over the full force of his will.
"I expect you to take this up, Thomas. If you do not, I shall indeed have to consider the likes of Gilbert Folio. Would you rather deal with him as head of the church while you are Chancellor, or would you wear both mantles and have him answer to your authority on all counts?"
"I think you know the answer to that one, sire," Beckett replied,
But it is a big step to take. But one you want, despite your protestations. I know you, Thomas. I know your ambition and hunger. How great would it be for your family? A common London citizen raised to the pinnacle of church and government.
Henry watched his Chancellor's flush deepen. He knew how much Thomas hated references to his mercantile roots, and how he yearned after the power of privilege.
I need you in that position, he reiterated. It is time for reform.
Thomas clasped his hands together as if in prayer, and pressed his fingertips beneath his chin.
You have raised me to the Chancellorship, and now you ask me to be your Archbishop of Canterbury. I will do my utmost to fulfil those roles, but, by your leave, I must pray for guidance. As you will, Henry said, knowing he had caught his fish, but content now to let it land itself.
Harry wore a new blue tunic that enhanced his eyes, turning them the colour of wild harebells. His cloak was of bright red wool banded with gold, and his belt-buckle carved from a piece of walrus ivory. Today he was leaving the care of his nurse, his mother and her women, and entering the Chancellor's household to begin a more rigorous regime of education. Eleanor's throat tightened as she looked at him, so grown up, yet still so much the little boy.
I want you to work hard at your lessons, she said, smoothing his dark golden hair. One day you will be a king and a duke, and what you learn now will stand you in good stead for then. I want to hear good reports of you from the Chancellor.
Yes, Mamma. Harry nodded manfully, his expression a mixture of anticipation and bravado. He knew Chancellor Thomas well, because he was often about the household, speaking to his parents about matters of finance and government. He had wonderful clothes, much finer than Papa, and 2 muscular white gazehounds with red collars and silver bells. Harry knew from overheard conversations that Thomas was going to be the new Archbishop of Canterbury, and that it would make him very important indeed. When he had asked his Papa if Thomas was going to be more important than the king, his Papa's eyes had hardened, but he had then laughed and said that no, the Archbishop of Canterbury was still the king's servant, and Thomas would have to do as he said. Beckett arrived, wearing a magnificent cloak lined with squirrel fur and pinned with a rough gold brooch. Eleanor steeled herself to be polite to him.
May I congratulate you on your new position, my Lord Chancellor, she said.
Beckett's expression was calm, but his eyes were wary as he bowed to her.
Madam, I do not underestimate the importance and difficulty of the task I have been set, and will attend to it as diligently as I am able.
I am certain you will, she answered with diplomatic grace. Time would tell, she thought. He had many enemies among the barons and prelates, including the bishops of Hereford and London, who had been passed over for the appointment. But he had friends, too, several at the papal court, and that counted for much. She still thought Henry insane to give one man so much power, but for now she would hold her peace. I am counting on you to educate my son with integrity, she said. Teach him what he needs to know in order to rule wisely and well.
Madam, I shall do my utmost.
Eleanor bade formal farewell to Harry. She had already said her heartfelt goodbyes, and this was not the time for more beyond the official kiss of peace. But even so, as she felt his child's lithe body and inhaled his scent, it broke her heart to know that never again would he be a small boy playing underfoot in her chamber. This was his moment of severance from the world of women, the time when he turned away from her, towards manhood, and absorbed different, harsher influences.
her chest constricted, but she held her head high as he left the room, Beckett's arms sheltering him like a wing. Chapter 20. Falaise, Normandy, April 1162. Eleanor had been feeling exhausted and queasy all morning. From the beginning of this pregnancy, she had been unwell, and the sickness had continued beyond the early weeks. The usual remedy of drinking barley water with a pinch of ginger and taking more rest had done nothing to alleviate the symptoms. This was the 7th occasion that Henry's seed had taken root in her womb in 9 years. She was 38 years old, and the frequent pregnancies were taking their toll. She brought her embroidery to the window seat and joined Isabel, who was working on a chemise. For a short while, Eleanor picked away at her own stitches, but the act of looking down increased her nausea. Raising her head, she looked at the light filtering through the lozenges of glass in their lead housings and tried to distract herself from her discomfort. "You know that the king has marriage plans for you and his brother," she said to Isabel. "When I tried to broach it before, you said you were not ready." Isabel's needle wove in and out, glinting with silver light. She said nothing, and Eleanor received the impression that she would have melted into her work if she could. "I need you to consider it now. My lord is looking to make this match before the end of the year." Isabel set her needle in the fabric without looking up. "You have been very patient, as has the king, and I am grateful. But that patience is finite. The king has agreed you may stay with me until the child is born. That will give you and my husband's brother time to become better acquainted before you are wed." Isabel's expression was blank. "Yes, madam." "Think on it," Eleanor said. "I can do no more for you, even though you still have my protection. It is your obligation to do your duty, as we all must." She picked up her sewing again, but before she could make the first stitch, a deep, squeezing pain struck in the small of her spine, and she doubled over with a gasp. Isabel pushed aside her own work, put her arm round Eleanor, and cried for help. Eleanor's women came running and helped her to bed, although Eleanor was barely able to walk. Her belly cramped, and she felt the first hot flush of blood between her thighs as the miscarriage began. Someone ran to fetch a midwife, someone else a physician, and everything became a blur of frantic activity. Nothing could be done to stop the labour and save the baby. Eleanor saw the fear in her women's eyes, and it mirrored her own. This was not an early miscarriage, and there was a lot of blood. Her chaplain had been sent for too. She could hear his voice in the antechamber. The midwife arrived, rolled back her sleeves, and set to work, externally massaging Eleanor's womb and entreating the intercession of St. Margaret, patron of women in travail. Isabel held Eleanor's hand, and in between her own entreaties to the saint, murmured reassurance. The baby was another boy, no bigger than the length of Eleanor's palm, born still and dead, followed swiftly by the placenta. The midwife quickly covered the blood-spattered bowl with a cloth. "He died in the womb," she said. "It happens sometimes. There is naught to prevent you from bearing another child when you are well." Eleanor stared dully at the wall without answering. The midwife's pragmatic remarks, the soothing murmurs of her women, and all the looks exchanged across her body seemed to be part of someone else's experience, and she a stranger watching it happen. Journeying in the Holy Land, she had miscarried of a boy on the road between Antioch and Jerusalem, and this experience had exhumed all those terrible memories. No matter how deep she buried them, they would always resurface, unquiet and crying out to be acknowledged. There was nothing to prevent her from bearing another child, the midwife said. That had to be a curse, not a blessing. No consecrated ground for this little corpse. No baptism, no resurrection, just the long void of limbo. Eleanor passed the next several days in a state of pain and fever. The latter burned so high that her wits wandered, and she thrashed in nightmare dreams. Isabel, Marquisa, and Emma attended her constantly, cooling her with rosewater and soothing her when she cried out. Physicians came and went. Once Eleanor saw Henry watching her at the bedside, but could not be sure if it was real or just the fever dreams. She thought she heard his voice, hoarse with anxiety.
"She is going to live, isn't she?"
"Sire, she is in God's hands," the physician replied gravely.
"I say to you again, she is going to live, isn't she?"
"What for?" Eleanor heard herself ask in a scratchy, faded voice. Henry leaned over the bed, and she could smell the fresh scent of outdoors on his clothes, and the more pungent aroma of hard-ridden horse and sweaty man.
"Because, my love, you are always contrary. You will not give up the fight, even if it is only to spite me."
"I could spite you by dying," she murmured. Across the darkness behind her lids, a white gerfalcon soared into her vision, wings outspread like those of a fierce angel. When she next woke, Henry was still at her bedside. Morning light filled the room, turning his hair into tongues of fire and making the green of his tunic as vivid as new grass. His grey gaze met hers.
"I told you so," he said.
"I am most certainly not in heaven," she croaked. "It remains to be seen whether I am in hell." He lifted a sardonic eyebrow.
"That is up to you, my love, but I am glad you decided to stay."
He leaned over to take her hand and pressed his lips to her wedding ring. A memory surfaced of blood and pain. "The child," she said. "I lost the child."
"Hush, it does not matter."
"But it does."
"You are still very weak. Rest now and grow strong. I do not want to lose you."
He kissed her brow and left the room, his footfall quiet for once. "He has been here every day, madam," said Emma, as she tidied the covers and poured Eleanor a cup of barley water. "He cares for you, truly he does." Eleanor sipped the cold, cloudy drink. She felt frail and hollow, but she was hungry, and her mind was clear. "Yes," she said with weary cynicism. "He cares that I should live, because if I do not, he will face upheaval and rebellion in Aquitaine. He cares for the prestige and the affinities I bring to our marriage, but he cares for me only in the way of pushing against a familiar obstacle. Should that obstacle suddenly disappear, it will unbalance him, at least for a while." She shook her head when Emma made to protest. "It is the truth. I know where I stand with him. Better that than living with delusions." September sunshine bathed the walls of Chinon Castle, turning the stone to the same mellow gold as the surrounding harvested fields. Orchards hung heavy with ripening silver-green pears and red-flushed apples. In field and meadow, animals fattened on the last of the glut before the autumn slaughter. Eleanor had been slow to recover, and only now was she beginning to feel strong and well. Recuperating, she had been glad to sit at her sewing and involve herself with her children, playing games with them, reading, listening to music. She had found peace of mind in taking time for contemplation and prayer. Let others see to the details of policy, government, and diplomatic striving. What did they matter? She had been quietly indifferent towards Henry during this time. It was as if she was contained within a protective bubble, and whatever he did had no impact on her. A favourite opinion of his was that women lost their wits when they were breeding and became as bovine as cattle. Eleanor had felt that way throughout the long weeks of recuperation, and only now, in the mellow autumn days, was she beginning to feel lighter in her being and to look beyond the bower. The world was developing focus and colour again, and her appetite for its caprices was sharpening. Standing by the open window, she saw Henry's brother William strolling towards the stables with Isabel at his side. A falconer walked behind, William's peregrine perched on his gloved wrist. William was gesticulating to Isabel and talking rapidly. She had her head down and slightly turned away. He had asked her to come riding with him, and although Isabel had agreed, she had left the bower with the look of someone going to their doom. Out on the sward, Hamlin was practising swordplay with Richard and Geoffrey, teaching them their strokes and defences. Richard was hammering at his uncle as if he were on a battlefield and meant every blow, whereas Geoffrey's movements were more measured, lacking the killer fire. Eleanor looked round with a start of surprise as Henry burst into the chamber, disturbing the tranquil atmosphere. This morning, when she had seen him in the great hall, his humour had been sharp and cheerful, but now his lips were set in a hard, thin line, and his eyes were narrow with fury. "Whatever is the matter?"
"Beckett!"
He almost spat the name and kicked a stool out of the way.
"I cannot believe he has done this to me. How could he, after all the privileges I have bestowed on him, the low-born ingrate?"
"Why? What has he done?" Henry's jaw worked as if chewing on gristle.
"Resigns the chancellorship. Says he cannot in conscience dedicate himself to both church and state. God's teeth! He knew when he accepted the position he would have to deal with both."
Eleanor raised her brows. "You took the risk when you appointed him," she said, and forbore to comment that she had warned him against choosing Beckett.
Henry glowered. "Why can he not delegate more duties as he agreed to do when I appointed him?"
"Perhaps he has more responsibility than he thought, more to learn and to do if he is to control the church."
Henry exhaled hard. "Huh! Thomas is capable of that with one hand tied behind his back."
"Then perhaps he prefers to give his full attention to the greater calling," she said. "As head of the English Church, he is your equal, not a subordinate. He little needs to answer to you as Archbishop, in the same way he does as Chancellor." She suspected that for Henry it was like having his favourite hawk fly off into a high tree from where he could neither retrieve nor control it. In his mind, it was one step away from betrayal, and even while he was prepared to break his own word as easily as washing his hands, it was unacceptable for others to mete out the same treatment to him. "What are you going to do about it?"
"I shall refuse and tell him to think again."
"I fear you may have sown a crop that will cause you a bitter harvest."
"There will be no harvest," Henry snapped. "If the crop is poisoned, then I shall uproot it."
Eleanor eyed him with foreboding. She knew what he was like when thwarted. She saw the same behaviour in her sons when they had tantrums. If the difficulty was straightforward, and Beckett was indeed just overtaxed, then perhaps matters would resolve themselves. But she suspected the issue was more tangled and difficult than that. It would not be as simple as uprooting. Anyone who tried to do that to nettles always got stung. "You will need a chancellor in the meantime."
"Geoffrey Rydell can take on the task. He's Archdeacon of Canterbury and knows the working of the chancellery. He's competent, but still not what I intended."
His tone became harsh, almost petulant.
"Thomas knew. That is what sticks in my craw."
Eleanor liked Rydell even less than Beckett. an obsequious slug of a man with a sly gaze and dirty fingernails, competent but hardly an asset. The children came hurtling inside from their outdoor play, several boisterous dogs leaping around them, with Hamlin following in their wake, tugging down his tunic, which had been stuffed in his belt. Richard was still at such a pitch of excitement that he chased Geoffrey around their father, yelling, and accidentally whacked Henry on his shin, where a horse had recently kicked him. Henry roared with pain and rage and struck Richard across the face with the back of his hand, so hard that he felled him. Immediate silence fell, everyone trapped in the reverberation of the slap. Geoffrey was the first to move, running to hide his face against his nurse's skirts. Richard rose from the floor, a livid red mark striping his cheek. His lower lip quivered and then tightened. He shot his father a fierce blue look filled with hatred. Henry snatched the toy sword from him and snapped it across his thigh.
"Teach him some manners, madam," he snarled to Eleanor, "or I will thrash them into him myself."
He rounded on Hamlin.
"And you fool, should know better than to feed such folly. You are worse than they are."
He tossed the broken sword on the floor and stormed from the room. Richard stared after him, trembling like a hound, but not with fear. Eleanor wanted to take him in her arms, but held back. From a very young age, Richard had eschewed tears, and on the rare occasions he did cry, it was always hidden away, or on Audiona's soft breast. With Eleanor, he was always manly and proud. "Come," she said. "Your father is angry about something else, and you rushed in at the wrong time without thought or manners. You must learn to control yourself if you are going to be a great ruler and commander of other men." Richard thrust out his lower lip. "Papa doesn't." "That is not true. You should not have barged into my chamber like a wild animal." "He broke my sword." "Because you challenged him." Eleanor did reach out now and lightly caress his hair. "I shall have one of the squires make you another one. Go now with Audiona, and she will put some salve on your face. We shall talk later about the responsibilities of princes." When Richard and Geoffrey had been taken away by their nurses, Hamlin, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, asked, "Why is Henry in such a temper?" Eleanor told him about Becket's resignation. "What do you make of it?" Hamlin grimaced. "A man cannot look in two directions at once, nor serve two masters with opposing needs. I fear we may be at the top of a slippery slope, but I pray not." "Indeed, there is always prayer," Eleanor replied cynically. Hamlin rubbed the back of his neck. "I'd better find Henry and see what's to be done in the interim." When he had gone, Eleanor sat down in the embrasure, her expression thoughtful and troubled. In the stable-yard, William Fitz-Empress stood beside Isabel, close enough to touch cloaks. "I've been looking forward to riding out with you," he said. Isabel looked down, feigning modesty. She did not reciprocate his sentiment, but he appeared not to notice, being more concerned with the sound of his own voice. "When I am your husband, we shall go hunting and hawking often." She murmured a platitude. His gaze became predatory. "I will show you a world your first husband never did. I will show you the difference between a boy and a man." Isabel's expression set like stone. A true man did not need to boast at the expense of others. He had already been looking over the charters and terms by which she held her lands, had been cultivating her knights and retainers, speaking to them as if she was no more than his appendage, buying them with big talk and bribes. She had heard him issuing promises of grants and largesse to his own retainers too, each time she imagined being wed to him, sharing the same bed, sitting with him in church and at the dining trestle, She felt sick. William signalled, and the grooms led out the horses, saddled and ready. A dainty black gelding for Isabel, followed by her deceased husband's favourite golden dun, Carbonel. She was horrified to see the palfrey, because it was sacrilege that William Fitz-Empress should ride him. The fact that he had given the order to have him harnessed when he was not entitled infuriated her. "Sire," she said, "the horse belonged to my first husband. I would rather you chose a different mount." He gave her an arrogant shrug. "I know full well this was your lord's palfrey. I would think you glad for me to ride the beast, for certainly it is no mount for a woman." Isabel hated conflict, but could stand her ground if she must. "We are not yet married, sire. I would have you wait until you have the right, and I have no difficulty handling him." William's lip curled. "We would have been wed years ago but for you prevaricating, my lady. Since we are soon to be joined, I see no reason to wait longer for what is mine." He boosted her onto the black, and placed her foot in the stirrup, his hand lingering on her ankle in a gesture that signalled possession. Isabel moved her foot. He gave her a narrow smile, and turned away to mount the dun, deliberately wrenching the horse's head round with a vicious pull on the bit. Isabel swallowed. She did not want to ride with him, but to refuse would be giving up too easily. Perhaps when he had finished showing off he would settle down. She made an effort to push herself through the moment, but could not prevent a murmur of dismay as she saw the blood on Carbonel's bit, and the way the palfrey was rolling its eyes. "You have to show a horse who is master," he said. "My husband never had any difficulty with Carbonel's obedience," she replied. "He did not need to use spur and whip." William arched his brows. "Then likely he was fortunate, my lady," he said. "And he is no longer your husband. You are his widow." The barb cut Isabel to the quick and robbed her of words. He seemed to think he had put her in her place, and as they rode along, he talked expansively of the plans he had for earldom. As Isabel listened, she became increasingly dismayed, not because the plans were outrageous or foolish, but because he was already taking it for granted that her property was his to do with as he chose. They were taking a track through a hay meadow, blowing with daisies, dandelion and speedwell, when a young hare flashed away from beneath Carbonel's hooves. The dun, already sweating and distressed, reared, plunged sideways, and gave several twisting bucks, the last one flinging William from the saddle, and then bolted. William landed hard, the air slamming from his lungs, leaving him struggling like a landed trout. Still fastened to his wrist, his hawk flapped and baited. Isabel clapped her hand to her mouth and stared at him in horror, although she had a desperate urge to laugh. William's squire spurred after Carbonel's dust cloud. "He never did that to my first husband," she said. "Are you hurt?" Aided by another squire, William struggled to his feet. He handed his frantic hawk to the youth, and then beat at his mud-smirched garments. "No, by the grace of God!" he snarled. He took his squire's horse for himself, but had to be boosted into the saddle because he was still out of breath. The hunt aborted, they returned to Chinon, William in a thunderous mood, and speaking barely a word to Isabel. She did not attempt to cozen him out of his rage, but rode in silence. Her satisfaction at seeing him take a fall, the momentary urge to laugh, had gone. If he was like this now, how was he going to behave when they were married? They were dismounting in the yard when the first squire caught up with them at a rapid trot, Carbonel on a leading rein. Sweat dripped from the trembling dun's coat, and he was lame on his offside hind leg. Isabel was appalled. William dismounted gingerly and, clutching his ribs, eyed the distressed horse.
That nag is fit only for dog meat, he spat, and turns to a stony-faced groom. Have it slaughtered and fed to hounds.
No! Isabel was no longer able to hold her peace. The horse is mine, and I say what is to be done with him. She turns to the groom. Unsaddle him and see to his injuries. Do it now, I say. The groom hesitated, caught like a grain between two millstones. William glared at her.
He is not a fit mount to ride. He's worthless.
Then no one shall ride him. I gave you no permission to do so, and even if he is worthless to you, he has value beyond gold to me. Again she gestured to the groom, and this time he obeyed her with downcast eyes. William bared his teeth.
By God, when we are married it will be different. You need someone to handle you and teach you to be a biddable wife. You have been too long in my sister's company.
His hand pressed to his side, he lurched from the yard. Isabel drew a deep breath and strove to hold herself together. She followed the groom into the stables. The palfrey was dancing on his hooves and swinging his rump in a distressed manner. The groom spoke softly, seeking to calm him down. "Will he be all right?" she asked. The man screwed up his broad, freckled face.
As far as I can tell, madam, he has a sore mouth and a strained leg, and he's been stirred up by a hard rider. I reckon with a few days' rest and care he'll recover.
A hard rider was a tactful way of saying that the palfrey had been abused by a fool. "I have a mind to send him back to Norfolk," she said. "But until I can make arrangements, I do not want him ridden again without my permission. Is that understood?"
"Yes, madam."
Isabel gave a firm nod, but inside she was shivery and upset. Returning to the keep, she went directly to the castle chapel and knelt before the altar to pray for strength. It was difficult to form the words and concentrate because her mind kept flitting over what had happened. Whatever was decreed by the king, she could not wed this man. His treatment of Carbonell had marked the final turning point. But how she was going to extricate herself, she did not know. Eleanor looked across to Isabel, who was sitting in her usual seat in the embrasure, sewing as if her life depended on it. She had been very subdued since returning from her ride with Henry's brother, and had kept her own company, speaking in monosyllables when addressed. Bidding her other women continue with their duties, Eleanor joined her. "Now then," she said, "tell me what is wrong. You cannot keep it all to yourself." Isabel pressed her lips together, but her chin was wobbling, and she suddenly burst into tears, and grabbing a scrap of linen pressed it to her face. "I am sorry," she sobbed. "I am so sorry." "For what?" Eleanor demanded, with bewildered exasperation. "What have you to be sorry about?" Isabel swallowed and wiped her eyes. "I cannot make it right that I should marry William Fitz-Empress," she sniffed. "And yet it is my duty to do as the king bids. I have tried and tried, but I cannot bear to be in his presence and company for the rest of my days." "Why, what has he done?" Eleanor looked sharply at Isabel. "Did something happen on your ride?" Isabel told her, pausing now and then to wipe her eyes and blow her nose. "I would stand in his path with a sword in my own hand before I would let him near Carbonell again." She was vehement through her distress. "I do not wish to let you down, because I know it is for the king's political purpose, but I cannot do this." She squeezed the damp scrap of linen in her hand. Eleanor was desperately concerned about Isabel, but also dismayed, knowing how Henry would respond. She knew what it was like to have the wrong husband, and Isabel, although outwardly gentle and soft, had a core of steel, and she had to take what she said seriously. This was no whim. "Do not worry," she said. "I am certain something will happen to remedy the situation. I will see what I can do." Isabel shook her head. "But that will make it difficult for you. And what can you do, anyway? I cannot put this burden onto your shoulders." Come, let us have none of that talk. I would not be a friend if I did not try to help." She patted Isabel's hand. "I am glad you have told me." "But in truth, madam, I do not see how you can help." Eleanor kissed her. "You do not need to know the details, only that I will do what I can. A queen has certain ways and means open to her that may yield results." Calling for her scribe, she left the embrasure. She thought of Henry striking Richard across the face a few hours ago. She thought of the conversation she and Henry had had on the matter of Isabel's marriage, and then she thought of William's mistreatment of Carbonell and his threat to have him slaughtered. There was one avenue that might be of benefit, and she was sufficiently nettled to take it. The scribe arrived, sheaves of parchment tucked under his arm, several quill pens behind his ear, and an inkhorn hanging from his belt. "Madam?" "I want you to write a letter to the Archbishop of Canterbury," she said. Chapter 21. Barfleur, Spring 1163. The storm had finally abated, but the wind remained brisk. It was going to be a wild horse of a crossing to England. Eleanor did not enjoy heavy seas, but neither was she a victim of mal de mer. Bernard, her chamberlain, had always spent the journey with his head in a bucket. She and Henry had expected to spend Christmas in England, but the bad weather had prevented their voyage. Henry had been impossible to live with during the lack of communication with his kingdom. It was several years since his last visit to England, and he needed to attend to business there. He was currently pacing the dockside like a leashed lion. Had he possessed a tail, he would have been lashing it from side to side. At almost 30, the lithe contours of youth had set into more solid masculinity, and the first fine lines etched the skin around his eyes. He was no longer the lithe young king, untried and fresh, but a man of power with a tread made heavier by a weight of suspicion and the burden of ruling a vast empire stretching from the Scottish borders all the way to the folds of the Pyrenees. Eleanor winced as she heard Allie wailing in her nurse's arms. The child was at the fractious toddler stage, too small to listen to reason and brimful of furious emotion. She was ready for a sleep, too, but that would not happen until they boarded ship. Well on her way to being 7 years old, her older daughter was solemn and composed. Just now she was shaking her head at Geoffrey and Richard, who were dashing about the dockside creating mayhem. "Let them run off their wildness," Eleanor said to her. "We'll be cooped up on board ship for several hours." Matilda gave a superior little sniff. "Boys are not as sensible as girls." "Indeed, that is true." Eleanor gave her a woman-to-woman smile and a hug. It began to snow, small, fine flakes, little larger than scurf in a beggar's hair. Eleanor looked over at Isabel de Warenne, who stood shivering among her other ladies. Her grey cloak, with its sable collar, exaggerated the pallor of her face and the dark circles under her eyes. Eleanor had not received a reply from the new archbishop to her letter about Isabel's marriage because of the wild weather, but she would find out soon enough. Eventually, the tide was right and everyone boarded for the voyage. With the disaster of the White Ship in mind, where the vessel had sunk with the heir to the throne on board, the royal children were divided. Richard, Matilda, and the baby sailed with Eleanor, and Geoffrey accompanied his father on the sleek, magnificent king's vessel with its double lion banner, which pleased him mightily and caused Richard to sulk. The fleet sailed out of the harbour's calm water and struck the hard salt spray of the open sea. Eleanor gazed out over the swell of marbled green water. It seemed a lifetime since she had first voyaged to England, with all her hopes fresh and new, and a crown to be claimed. So much hope and anticipation. Today her feelings were gritty and edged with endurance. The nights were opening out, and spring was on the horizon, but that sense of anticipation had trickled away like water through her hands. A welcoming party waited to greet the royal fleet in Southampton. Drawn up in serried ranks, the Archbishop of Canterbury's knights and men-at-arms were polished and equipped to the last detail. Becket shone in his robes like a winter morning of frost and gold. He held a crozier of silver gilt and rock crystal in his right hand, and his left rested benignly on Harry's shoulder. The lad was dressed in a dark red tunic and fur-lined cloak, a golden circlet gleaming on his brow. At a gesture from the Archbishop, his entourage knelt as one, the sound resembling the muted flapping of a ship's great sail.
"Sire,"
he said, and he too knelt, drawing Harry down beside him. Henry studied the display with hard eyes, and Eleanor felt a deep sense of unease. Becket's attitude was that of a ruler greeting guests at his door, rather than a royal servant acknowledging the arrival of the country's sovereign and his consort. However, she hid her concern beneath a regal exterior and murmured platitudes. For now, she needed Becket's support. Their eyes met for a moment in acknowledgement of their business, and then he looked away, and she turned to Harry, greeting him with kisses on his wind-chilled cheeks and exclaiming at how tall he had grown.
"You are almost bigger than me!"
He gave her his beautiful sun-ray smile.
"And my father, too."
Henry overheard and gave an indulgent chuckle.
"Just as long as you do not grow too big for your boots,"
he said, and then shot his Archbishop a piercing look that sat completely at odds with the smile on his face. Later that day, Henry and Becket sat over a cup of wine, as they had so often done in the past, but everything had changed. Where there had been trust and cordiality, now distance and wariness held sway.
"I refuse to accept your resignation,"
Henry said coldly.
"That was not my intent when I made you Archbishop of Canterbury."
Thomas looked regretful but resolute.
"My bishops accuse me of paying too much attention to secular matters. There is a constant clash of interests, and never enough time to sort out the needs of the Chancellery and the Archbishopric. I cannot do both tasks well." "That is a paltry excuse, and you know it. You could delegate more tasks and just keep an eye on matters. I do, so why can't you?" "God does not deserve divided attention, sire." "That did not concern you when you accepted the post. I appointed you, and it is for me to remove the chancellorship should I see fit, not for you to resign." That was what stuck in Henry's craw, that Becket should do something like this of his own accord. "Sire, I confess that I believed in my pride that I could do my duty to both offices, but it is too much for one man to hold, even with delegation. I do not do this thing lightly. I gave it much thought, but in the end I concluded that service to God is the most important service of all, for any man." Henry's chest expanded with anger. "It was not God who raised you from the dust, but me. Do not think to aggrandize yourself at my expense, because if you do, I will cut off your arms." He made a gesture of angry dismissal. "Do then as your conscience dictates, but be it on your own head. I shall appoint Geoffrey Rydell Chancellor in your stead, because he is accomplished at fiscal work, and will perform his office with more faith than you have.
Sire, I am sure he will serve you well,
Beckett said calmly, although a muscle flickered beneath one eye.
Better than some.
A heavy silence ensued as the men drank their wine. Henry banged his cup down.
Since you desire to abandon your duties as Chancellor and devote yourself to ecclesiastical matters, there is the business of the dispensation my brother needs to wed the Countess de Warenne. The woman is being difficult and insisting upon it. I want you to draw up the document so that we can hold the wedding before Lent.
Beckett fiddled with the edge of one voluminous sleeve.
Unfortunately, I cannot do that, sire.
What do you mean you cannot do it? Don't be preposterous.
Sire, I did mention it to you once before. There is a matter of consanguinity. The couple are related in the 3rd degree. There are too many close family ties to make their union viable.
Well, of course there are family ties, Henry spluttered. That's why they need a dispensation, but they are hardly brother and sister, are they?
Beckett remained implacable.
Unfortunately, sire, the fact remains that the Countess de Warenne and your brother are too closely related. I cannot give a dispensation when it is against the law of God.
Henry leapt to his feet and stood over Beckett.
By Christ, why do you balk me on this? You shall give me that dispensation. This marriage has been planned for years, as well you know. You are doing this to flaunt your own power. Do not think I cannot see through you.
Beckett, too, stood up, tall and grey as a granite rock, compared to Henry's volcano.
Sire, I do not do this to inconvenience or spite you, but because it is not lawful. After what was done to the Countess de Warenne's sister-in-law, I would have expected you to treat this lady gently. Mary de Boulogne has been petitioning me for an annulment on the grounds that she was a nun illegally dragged from her convent ever since you arranged that particular union. Surely it is better to show tact and yield to the laws of consanguinity. I am given to understand that the Countess de Warenne does not look favourably on the suit for those very reasons. There are concerns at court.
Henry's complexion, already bright, grew incandescent with fury.
You are given to understand, Thomas. Who gave you to understand? Has the Countess de Warenne asked you to deny the dispensation?
Beckett shook his head.
No, sire, she has not.
So someone else has done so, which suggests that I have spies and meddlers in my household.
A nauseating sense of betrayal ripped through him. Treachery and disloyalty were what he feared the most, especially under his nose, and he could guess the source.
The salient point remains. The match is consanguineous, and I cannot condone it,
Beckett said, making a shield of righteous dignity.
Be careful, Thomas.
Henry's voice was thick with rage.
Be very careful. You have damaged that bond between us. Push the boundaries one step further, and you will harm it beyond repair. Do not fight me, because I will not let you win.
Marquisa ran the comb through Eleanor's hair and followed downwards with her palm, smoothing gently. Finding a grey strand amid the burnished gold, she carefully plucked it out.
Another one. Eleanor was rueful. They are gathering apace these days. They say wisdom and experience are compensations for the aging of the body, but I'm not convinced of that. It would seem to me more practical to have all those attributes at the same time. She was rubbing rosewater unguent into her hands. They, at least, were still smooth and without blemish.
but nevertheless belonged to a woman of 39, not a girl. Hands that had held an orb and sceptre, that had touched Christ's crown of thorns in Constantinople and impressed seals upon letters of destiny. Hands that had gripped Henry's flanks in pleasure as they conceived a child, and then held that child as he died burning with fever. Marquisa had just finished her task when Henry slammed into the chamber unannounced, his expression thunderous. Eleanor dismissed her women with a swift word and rose from her chair, pulling a loose silk robe over her chemise.
"Have you anything to do with this, madam? I know it's you."
He threw the piece of parchment he had been clutching so that it landed at her feet in a crumpled ball. "To do with what?" She feigned indifference, although her heart had begun to pound.
"You know very well. Thomas Becket has refused the dispensation for the marriage of Isabel de Warenne to my brother on grounds of consanguinity. He could grant a dispensation with a flick of his wrist, and yet he has chosen not to. Why should he do that unless someone has whispered in his ear?"
Eleanor made no attempt to pick up the parchment. "Perhaps he followed his own conscience," she said, her voice calm but forceful. "Sometimes I think you have lost yours."
"Christ on the cross, madam, I will not have you interfering in matters of state. This was a sound match, and you have destroyed it with your foolish meddling."
"As was the match with Mary de Boulogne?" She faced him with her chin up.
"Yes, it was. I will not have you pushing me on that. You have never liked my brother. Every time I mention advancing him, you either look the other way or make a disapproving face. Do you think I have not noticed you hiding Isabel de Warenne in the bower and protecting her under your wing?"
Eleanor stood tall and met his blazing stare with composure, even though she was very afraid. She did not regret what she had done, and she was not going to back down or apologize. His expression contorted.
"You are the woman I take into my bedchamber, the mother of my heirs. You are supposed to support me in what I do, and be a haven of grace and trust, and yet you agitate against me and thwart me at every turn, and then wonder why I am angry."
"And you never listen to what I have to say," she retorted, her chest tight with anger and grief. "You ride roughshod over all needs but your own, and then wonder why everything falls apart around you. I have done nothing of which I am ashamed. You put Thomas Becket in the position of Archbishop of Canterbury, and the final decision on the matter of dispensation was his. Had he chosen to sanction the marriage, there is nothing I could have done to prevent it. It is my duty as Queen to intercede when requested, just as much as it is yours to govern." Henry clenched his fists.
"Do not use your specious arguments on me. I will not have you interfering and going behind my back. Do you hear me?"
"I hear you," she said, and it was a statement of fact that acknowledged without giving ground. He could bluster all he wanted. It did not alter the fact that Becket had refused the dispensation, and she had won.
"You will obey me."
She bowed her head and said nothing. Looking contrite was not the same as being contrite. Henry pulled her against him, cupping the back of her head in his hands.
"Or I will break you,"
he added, his breath mingling with hers. Not if I break you first, she thought, but let her body flow against his like water. "As you say, sire." She reached her hand down between them to stroke him, and found him as hard as an iron rod. Henry made a sound in his throat, took her arm and pushed her roughly onto the bed. She welcomed him and goaded him, urging him on, scratching him with her nails when he bit her shoulder, and wrapping her legs around him as he thrust inside her. No matter how many mistresses he took, only she was the vessel by which his heirs were begotten, and no matter how strong he was when he entered her, she would take that strength and leave him soft and drained. That he might plant a child in her body was both a challenge and a danger, and in this moment she was ready to accept both, even if the light of day might bring regret. When they had finished, Henry rolled over and pillowed his head on his bent arms. Coppery tufts of hair gleamed in his armpits and fuzzed a dark red stripe down to his groin.
"This annulment," he said breathlessly. "I am not done. The Countess de Warenne will marry whom I say. If you were thinking to match her with one of your Poitevins, you may scrap your scheming now, because it will not happen."
"As you please, sire," she said, with a twist of contempt.
"No, I don't please," he snarled, "but I will make the best of it."
He left the bed and donned his clothes. She looked at the scratches on his shoulders before he covered them with his shirt, and wished she had gouged them deeper. In the morning after Mass, Eleanor bade Isabel attend her, and waved her other ladies out of earshot. Isabel was pale and sombre, her hands clasped in front of her, and her eyes downcast.
"You must know why I want to talk to you," Eleanor said quietly.
"Yes, madam." Isabel bit her lip. "I am prepared for whatever you have to tell me."
"I am not sure you are."
Isabel gave her a wide stare, brown eyes full of dread, and Eleanor shook her head. "You have the manner of someone waiting to hear terrible news, but in truth you should have a smile on your lips and be wearing that red dress that suits you so well." Isabel looked bewildered.
"Madam?"
"The Archbishop has ruled that the proposed match between you and William Fitz-Empress is consanguineous, and he will not be issuing a dispensation." Isabel gasped. Eleanor curled her lip. Of course, the Archbishop's reasons are mostly not concerned with accommodating my plea, but still, he has seen fit to block the proposed match. She smiled to see the change in Isabel as realization dawned, and her face flushed with colour.
"Thank you, madam."
Tears welled in Isabel's eyes.
"Thank you. I dared not hope for a reprieve."
"I said I would do what I could." Eleanor grasped Isabel's hand.
"The king has not taken this defeat well. You must be careful around him. I do not think his brother will be sanguine either, so you had better keep to the bower until the storm passes."
Isabel nodded and wiped her eyes on her sleeve.
"I owe you a debt I can never repay."
"Let there be no talk of debts. I did little enough but write a letter."
"Even so, madam, I am grateful, and even if you say there is no debt, I still hope one day to repay you," Isabel said stoutly.
"You can do that by living the opportunity you have been given to the full," Eleanor said, a bleak look entering her eyes. "With all your strength and without looking back. So few of us are permitted that grace."
"He cannot do that!" William Fitz-Empress shouted in furious disbelief. "He cannot ban my match with Isabel de Warenne on the grounds of consanguinity." "He can, and he has," Henry said, tight-lipped. "Why?" William demanded. "And why didn't you stop him?" He crashed his fist down on the table, causing the goblets on it to leap and the wine to slop onto the board. "You said everything would be simple once Becket was Archbishop of Canterbury, so why isn't it simple now?" Henry's face reddened. "I was not to know that becoming an archbishop would addle his wits." He waved his hand impatiently. "You will just have to take a different bride. I will find you one." "From where?" William spat. "Out of thin air? There are no other women with lands or connections comparable to hers. You promised her to me. Are you going to let an upstart like Becket get away with this? Appeal to the Pope! Get a dispensation from him!" "I have greater concerns than that with the Archbishop," Henry replied. "It will be for the best if you do marry elsewhere. I have made up my own mind on this. Accept it and be done." "I will never accept it," William shouted. "Becket is a common huckster's son who winds us all around his precious Archbishop's crozier, a crozier you gave to him. Mark me, he will bring you down if you do not stop him. You are his dupe, brother. Do not expect me in my turn to be yours." "I have heard enough," Henry said. "Get out." "Enough, mayhap, but this is not the end." William strode to the door. "We shall see." He banged from the room, yelling for his squire. Seated at the long dining trestle on the high dais, Eleanor looked out on the gathered clergy and nobles. Archbishop Becket had blessed the bread, and servants were bringing the first-course dishes of roast venison, roast capon, and spiced frumenty to the table. There was an empty place halfway along the board that should have been occupied by Henry's brother, but he had not been seen since storming out several hours ago, calling for his horse to be saddled. At a brusque gesture from Henry, a steward quietly removed the setting, and everyone eased along on the bench, so there was no gap to show that a place had been laid for the king's brother at the high table. Harry sat between his parents under the gilded canopy as a special honour. He was boosted to the height of the adult company with the aid of several silk cushions, and his eyes shone with pride and a certain smug pleasure. His siblings all had to sit with their nurses at a different table, their presence emphasizing the virility of the royal bloodline, but keeping them separate. They could gain experience and learn their manners without being a nuisance to the adults. Richard kept glowering at Harry, his jealousy plain to see, and Harry responded to it by smirking and preening in his fine new clothes. Henry's mood was dour, and he barely spoke to the Archbishop. He tapped his fingers on the board, he fidgeted and ate his food with the deliberation of a soldier on campaign, chomping through it without enjoyment. Eleanor could see that more trouble was brewing between the men. Henry intended to raise taxes, and Becket had been objecting on behalf of the sheriffs. The Archbishop had also been insisting that the barons still holding church lands they had seized during the Civil War, now 10 years over, should disgorge their gains. There were numerous bitter disputes over the issue, with claims and counterclaims clogging the courts. Becket was insisting on observing the minutiae, and Henry thought there was no good reason for Becket's obstruction beyond high-handed power play. There was the additional matter of criminous clerks, which Henry had hoped to tackle with Becket in the dual roles of Chancellor and Archbishop, but that strategy was now as defunct as a mill with a boulder thrown into the cogs. Henry's opinion, widely shared, was that every crime in the country should be tried in a secular court. Becket, however, insisted that clerics must be tried in the Church's own courts, in keeping with current practice. Henry wanted the law restored to that of his grandfather's time, when everyone, whatever their occupation, had been tried by the ancient customs of the land. Too many concessions had been made to the Church in moments of need, and it was time for everything to be put back as it was. Henry and Becket were like dogs circling each other with raised hackles, but tails still wagging. However, Eleanor suspected that a full-blown fight was about to ensue. The formal meal ended with a serving of ginger comfits, spiced wine and sweetmeats. Henry retired to his chamber to drink hippocras and socialize with a select group of courtiers that did not include his Archbishop, the strongest sign yet that all was not well between them. The chosen group talked, played games of hazard and chess, and listened to Henry's Welsh harpist coax glorious rills of music from his instrument. Eleanor moved among the gathering, flirting lightly with a turn of her wrist and a gesture of her sleeve.
smiling, engaging in conversations, collecting impressions and information without being obvious, promising to take someone's nephew into her household as a page, talking to a knight recently returned from a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Eleanor's diplomatic smile froze on her lips as Henry's youngest brother staggered drunkenly into the chamber, his hand clamped around the wrist of one of the more notorious court whores. She was drunk too, but less than he was. She was hanging back, but unable to free herself from his vicious grip. William reeled up to Henry.
"I'm going to marry this one," he slurred, lurching and swaying. "No consanguinity here. Thomas can't complain about her. She started out from the Bishop of Winchester's brothel in Southwark. What do you say? Will she make a good wife, do you think?" "You can't marry her, Will lad," yelled a courtier who had also imbibed too freely that day. "She's already had the king in her burrow. It'd be incest."
A horrified silence fell. Then someone stifled a guffaw. William let go of the whore and attacked the courtier with a roar of rage, fists flailing. The man, one of Richard de Lucy's household knights, lurched, blood bursting from his split lip. William pursued him, and they grappled against the sideboard, knocking over flagons and cups. The whore took her opportunity and fled the room, and two of Henry's knights stepped in to drag William off his victim. William stood swaying, barely able to stand.
"All women are sluts and whores," he panted. "Queen or countess or common Southwark bath girl, they are all faithless harlots who lead men on with their cunts."
He glared at Eleanor and Isabel. Henry made a sharp gesture, and the knight dragged William, cursing and swearing, from the room.
"Well,"
Henry said, addressing the shocked gathering,
"an interesting piece of spontaneous entertainment. I am sure the good Archbishop's chambers are dull by comparison."
He looked at the courtier with the bloody lip.
"Let that be a lesson to you, sire. It is what you get for spouting inanities. Blood for your words."
Uneasy chuckles followed Henry's pronouncement, and conversation resumed, limping at first, but gradually rising to a normal level. Isabel quietly retired, accompanied by Marquisa, but Eleanor had no such option, as Henry joined her and gestured to a vacant chessboard in the embrasure.
"Madam, will you play?"
She was aware of everyone watching to see how she would react to William's outburst. To silence the gossips and deny them the satisfaction of seeing the king and queen at odds in public, she smiled at Henry and acquiesced with grace, although she felt far from gracious towards him. She arranged her pieces on the board with elegant movements that emphasized the beauty of her hands.
"That was interesting,"
she said, speaking quietly but with excoriating scorn.
"I did not know you had added her to your tally."
"That is because I was not foolish enough to waft her under your nose. She is nothing, a slut from the stews who can as easily return there. What happened a moment ago was unfortunate, but of no consequence."
"Ah, yes, of course. And now your brother has cast slurs on myself and Isabel and ranked us alongside the Southwark whores." Henry folded his arms and leaned over the board.
"The Countess de Warenne is the cause of all the trouble in the first place, madam. If she had accepted my brother as was her duty, the situation would never have arisen, would it? She has been indulged and allowed to make a meal of her grief. She should have been married long ago."
"And what a husband your brother would have made for her," Eleanor retorted. "Wearing bruises with dignity is always difficult for a woman because they make her feel ashamed, even when they shame the man." She took a silver coin from her purse, marked with Henry's head on one side and an incised cross on the other. Which side, my lord, king or cross?
Henry waved his hand. I yield my potential advantage, madam. You make the first move, and I will watch you. I prefer to observe which way the land lies, rather than leave it to chance, contrary wives and archbishops.
Eleanor gave him a caustic smile. Well then, do not complain when you lose. She made the first move.
Vixen, he said with dour amusement. William will be all right when he is sobered and has had time to consider. I am sending him back to our mother, and she can talk sense into him for a while in Rouen.
Eleanor raised her brows. Or he might try to talk her into negotiating with the Archbishop to change his mind. That is sly, my lord.
Henry shrugged and did not deny it. My mother has a certain way with recalcitrant men of the Church.
Eleanor contemplated her next move. She won't succeed. The Archbishop will break before he will bend.
Then if it becomes necessary, I will break him, Henry answered, his mouth a straight, tight line. The game ended in stalemate, as Eleanor had known it would. He was determined to defeat her, and she was equally determined that he would not win. They retired to bed to continue the battle. When it was over with no one victorious, but both of them gasping and mauled, Henry got dressed and left her, and Eleanor did not know whether to be thankful or depressed. Leaving the bed, she went to the garderobe to clean herself with a damp cloth, and as she performed her ablutions, saw the blood. Her flux had begun. There would be no child from this sowing, and all she felt was glad that she had a reprieve from the battlefield for at least another month. She sent one of her women to bring soft rags and donned a pair of old brays under her chemise, and then she went to find Isabel. She was not abed, but sitting over a candle hemming a chemise. It was servant's work, but easy to see in the dark, and Eleanor knew how soothing the repetitive action could be, a way of ordering one's thoughts, or of banishing them to limbo. Are you all right?
Isabel nodded.
Thank you, madam. I am sorry the king's brother took the news so badly, but it only reinforces to me that I could not be his wife. Without the Archbishop's intervention, I might have had to wed him. I would have done my duty while praying for release every moment.
Her face clouded.
I am sorry for what happened in front of the court. It was not seemly.
And not your fault. Eleanor's eyes brightened with anger. Never take that blame on yourself. What William did is upon his conscience, not yours. Like a winter storm, it will blow itself out. She shifted on the bench in discomfort as her womb cramped. What will be left is a new shore with clean sand, and you can make any footprint you desire. Chapter 22. Westminster, October 1163. Eleanor looked up from the letter she was reading as her chamber door opened and Harry entered with his father. "What's this?" she asked in surprise, because Harry should have been at his duties among the Archbishop's pages and squires.
"I am taking our son out of Becket's tutelage," Henry said, an angry glitter in his eyes. "That household is proving no fit place to educate a future king. God knows what seditious notions that man is planting in my son's skull."
Eleanor stood up as Harry knelt to her and then raised her son to his feet and embraced him. "It didn't occur to you before that he might plant them?"
"Why should it?" Henry snapped. "He served me diligently until I made him Archbishop. Now he has chosen to interpret his post as a challenge for power, not partnership." He stamped around the room, picking things up, banging them down. "If I could undo his office, I would, and give the responsibility to Gilbert Folio, but since I cannot, unless Becket resigns as Archbishop, I must bring him to heel by other means. There are plenty of better tutors who can educate our son."
"I liked it in the Archbishop's household," Henry said, and then shrugged. But it was boring sometimes.
Did the Archbishop say anything to you about me? Henry asked suspiciously.
No, Papa. He only said he was sorry he was not going to be tutoring me any more, and hoped I would return to him later when matters had been resolved.
Well, that's just another of his vain hopes.
Harry went to greet his other siblings. Matilda gave him a huge hug, which he reciprocated, being very fond of his closest sister. 5-year-old Geoffrey, who had been playing a game with a ball and scoop, wanted to show him how good he had become at landing the ball in the socket. So then Harry had to have a go, adding small flourishes such as catching it under his raised thigh and while twirling round, his movements swift and dexterous. Richard said nothing. With Harry back in the family, no matter for how short a time, his own ranking immediately diminished. He watched, his arms folded scornfully, until Harry came over and gave him a friendly punch. It turned into a scuffle, and Henry bellowed at them to go and take their brawl into the garden.
Brats,
he muttered under his breath. They take after you, my lord, Eleanor said sweetly. Henry grunted.
Mayhap, but they need direction. Every tree requires pruning, whatever the stock.
Eleanor said nothing. Henry's direction would turn them into versions of himself, and that was not what she wanted.
I've decided to spend Christmas at Berkhamsted, he said.
Eleanor eyed him in surprise. Becket had been granted the use of Berkhamsted Castle as a concession when he had first been appointed Chancellor. He used it often and had refurbished it magnificently for his own comfort.
I have revoked Thomas's privilege to use it, Henry said. Why should he have such honour when he defies me and refuses to listen to reason? We shall stay there and make it clear who is master. I want you to gown yourself in full array, and we shall hold a great court.
As you wish, my lord. Eleanor was rather pleased, because Berkhamsted had been hers to use as queen, and she had been accepting but not overjoyed when Harry had lent it to Becket. She doubted ploys such as removing Harry from Becket's household and curtailing the Archbishop's privileges would bring him to heel, though. Henry was only hitting back, not dealing with the problem. She had no obligation to speak out on Becket's behalf. Even if he had done her a service over Isabel's marriage, that particular issue had been a matter of mutual interest. She had no desire to become embroiled in Henry's quarrel with his Archbishop, which was of the men's own making. Your mother sent a letter about William, she said, changing the subject. She brought him the parchment she had been reading when he arrived. Henry gave her a sharp look.
What of him?
She says he has no appetite and has lost his interest in hunting. All he wants to do is sit by the fire and curse his bad fortune. He complains of gripes in his stomach, but whatever the physicians do has no effect. Henry grunted and read the letter himself.
She also says she has written to Becket and cannot understand why he has suddenly become so concerned about a matter of consanguinity.
He gave her a dark look.
If she knew you had meddled, I doubt she would be pleased.
Of course she would not be pleased, Eleanor answered calmly. You may tell her if you wish, but I do not see what purpose it will serve. Becket could as easily have granted a dispensation as not, as well you know. I will pray that your brother makes a good recovery from whatever is troubling him, and I will pray for your mother's comfort and succour.
How charitable of you,
Henry said. No, how dutiful, she replied with a sarcastic dip of her head. Following a lavish, ostentatious Christmas at Berkhamsted, the court moved to the royal palace at Clarendon, where magnates, barons, and clergy alike were summoned to a great conference to debate the laws of the realm. Once again, Henry, and his erstwhile Chancellor-turned-Archbishop, locked horns and grappled over the rights of church and state, each becoming more entrenched until the talks ground to a halt. Becket had finally agreed to verbally acknowledge the ancient customs of the land, but had refused to put his seal to any document that would bind him deeper than words. Henry had eventually handed him a chirograph detailing the proceedings of the conference and listing the disputed customs. Roger of Pont-l'Evêque, Archbishop of York, had a copy too, and Henry had retained one for himself. Becket had chosen to see it as mere written reminder. However, a choreograph, even without a seal, was a legally binding document. In the sharp winter's morning, Eleanor went for a walk around the palace grounds, accompanied by boisterous children and dogs. Snow had fallen heavily the previous day, but the skies had cleared overnight, and the wind had dropped, leaving a world of biting, crystalline white, shadowed blue in the hollows. The pure air and fluffy humps of snow encouraged high spirits, and her companions flurried and bounded through the drifts, yelling and barking until Eleanor could barely hear herself speak to her ladies. Despite the thick snow, various bishops and magnates had begun departing from the failed assembly, Becket included, still muttering that the ancient laws and customs of the realm infringed on the rights of the church, and that Henry had them rewritten to suit himself. "What will happen now, madam?" asked Isabel, as they watched another cavalcade of laden pack-horses plod down the snow-rutted track on its way to the road. The men wore the livery of Gilbert Folio, Bishop of Hereford. The latter rode behind his banner-bearer, corpulent body enveloped in a sable-lined cloak. Bells jingled on the breastband of his dappled grey palfrey, and his purple saddle-cloth was embroidered with silk crosses in gold. 4 sleek gazehounds loped alongside the horse, and they too had bells on their collars. Folio was Becket's implacable enemy because he believed Canterbury should have been his. Since Henry had declined to sponsor him to that position, his relationship with the crown was strained too, an influential and dangerous man. "I do not know," Eleanor said. "Henry may think he has got the better of the Archbishop by issuing that chirograph, but it will not be the end of it. I suspect Becket will appeal to the Pope." "But the Pope needs the King's goodwill and support too." "Indeed," she said wryly. "They all argue and believe matters would be simple if only the others would see sense." Wild yells broke out as Richard and Harry began a fight in earnest, laying into each other with kicks and punches as hard as they could. Eleanor sent one of her household knights to pull them off each other. Richard stood panting, blood dripping from a cut lip. Harry writhed on the ground, clutching himself between the legs, and then he rolled over and retched. Geoffrey, observing with bright eyes, rubbed his nose with the back of his hand. "What now?" Eleanor demanded with exasperation. "You are the sons of a king, and have futures as rulers ahead of you. How are you going to govern your lands if you cannot govern yourselves?" Droplets of blood splashed from Richard's lip and landed in the snow like scarlet berries. "He said I had to kneel to him because I was his vassal, and younger than him, but I will never bend my knee, never." "It is not worth a fight to the death at your age," she said wearily, and gestured one of her escorts to pick up Harry and set him on his feet. "And hopefully, by the time it is, you will have resolved your differences before you are both the death of me. Far better to find common enemies than tear each other to pieces." She sent Richard off with a squire to have his lip tended, and had one of her knights bear Harry back indoors. "I despair sometimes," she said to Isabel, her breath puffing out in clouds of vapour. "It is good that my sons are competitive and ambitious, but the way they are constantly at each other's throats is fit to turn all my hair grey." "I do not fight, Mamma," Geoffrey piped up, No, she agreed wryly. You don't. But you often say things to start them, so don't pretend to be innocent with me. Geoffrey gave her a look from wide, dark blue eyes, but Eleanor was not fooled by his blameless expression. As the youngest of the three boys, and only by a year to Richard, he constantly strove to carve out his own niche and undermine the other two. I suppose it is the price of raising eaglets, she said to Isabel with a pained smile in which there was still pride. They all want to be king of the birds. Henry looked up from the parchment he was reading as he became aware that his 5-year-old son was standing before him, holding a large book bound in leather with an ornate clasp. It was too big for him, and he was struggling to hold it. Henry set aside his work. "Where did you get that, my boy?" he asked with amusement. With all the difficulties concerning Beckett and his perfidious, ridiculous behaviour, Geoffrey's appearance was a refreshing diversion. "It was in Harry's chamber," he said, "but he doesn't want it because he just left it on the window seat, and I thought a mouse might make a nest of it, like it did of one of Mamma's letters." Henry's lips twitched with malicious amusement. The book must be from Beckett's library and have been among Harry's baggage when he left that household, because certainly he had not seen it before. It looked like a costly volume, too. "And what are you going to do with it, my son?" "I'm going to read some of it to you, Papa," Geoffrey said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Are you indeed?" Henry lifted Geoffrey onto his lap. "Let me see how good you are." Henry unfastened the clasp and opened the thick, creamy parchment pages. "What does this say, here?" He pointed to a large red letter, embellished by the illumination of an eagle flying towards the sun, which was depicted in brilliant gold leaf with rays flashing out. Geoffrey screwed up his face and very laboriously began to read to his father. "The eagle can look directly into the sun as a test of the worthiness of its young. The eagle holds them up facing the sun. The birds that cannot stare into the sun and turn their eyes away are cast out of the nest." Henry studied the boy as he struggled doggedly through the text. Geoffrey, in comparison to Harry and Richard, was a quiet child who made little fuss and was often overlooked. He never became embroiled in fights between his brothers, although he was not above setting the two older ones against each other. He was obviously intelligent to be reading at this kind of level at so young an age. Henry decided that perhaps he ought to pay him more attention. When he reached the end of the piece about eagles, Henry praised him and gave him the lump of amber in his pouch he had been intending as a gift for his current concubine. "Do you think you could look into the sun if I held you up?" he asked. Geoffrey pondered. "It would make me sneeze," he said after a moment, "and see spots before my eyes, but it would be better than being thrown from the nest." He held the piece of amber to the light. "I suppose it would," Henry said, grinning at his son's logic. "I will look after the book now. You can come and read it to me again another time." "Yes, Papa." Geoffrey started to run off, but then turned round in mid-stride and returned to bow to Henry. "Thank you, Papa," he said, and then dashed off again. Chuckling to himself, Henry closed the book and gave it to one of his attendants. He was pleased and proud. Not many children could read so well at that age and of their own accord. He would have to remember to tell Eleanor, although, knowing her, she'd make some preposterous claim to have taught him. "A proper scholar, sire," said his justiciar, Richard de Lucy. "Perhaps he will have a great career in the church." I could make him the next Archbishop of Canterbury," Henry said with a sour grin. "I do not have the church in mind for him. There are far better uses to which he can be put." He glanced across the chamber and saw Hamlin talking to a travel-stained cleric who had just arrived. Henry's cheerful mood dissipated, his first thought being that Beckett had done something else outrageous or against everything he was trying to achieve. Already he had heard from his spies that Thomas had declined to take Mass and donned a hair shirt in mortification because he had agreed to the ancient customs against his will. He had appealed to Rome, too. If this was more bad news concerned with Beckett, Henry did not want to hear it. However, as Hamlin approached with the cleric in tow, Henry realized the man was one of his mother's chaplains from Beck, and his heart kicked in his chest, because this could only be news of a personal and more difficult sort. The chaplain knelt at Henry's feet.
"Sire, I grieve to tell you that your brother, William Fitz-Empress, has died of the wasting sickness in Rouen and been buried in the cathedral, God rest his soul. I have a letter from the Empress."
He extended a sealed parchment. Henry's first emotion was relief that it was not news about his mother, but that was fleeting and was replaced by a sensation like a lump of ice settling in his stomach. Both his legitimate brothers were gone. His only sibling kin now were Hamlin and Emma, born of his father's concubine. Was this God's plan? And if so, what was the point of it all, except perhaps to prove God's omnipotence, that he could take anyone at any time? It made him feel naked and vulnerable, and angry. He could not rely on anyone, God least of all. "How is my lady mother?" He broke the seal and read the contents of the message. The words were formal and reserved, and what he expected. His mother would not break her heart in a letter, or in public. She would grieve in private, and show a stern, proud face to the world.
"She mourns deeply, sire, but is taking comfort from the Almighty."
Who had done the taking in the first place, Henry thought. The chaplain cleared his throat.
"People are saying in Normandy that the Lord William pined away because he could not have the Countess de Warenne to wife."
Henry snorted.
"My brother would not pine away over a woman, or even over losing the lands. Eat himself up with bitterness about it, certainly."
His eyes narrowed.
"Who do you mean by people?"
"His knights," the chaplain said. "Those who knew him best, especially Robert Brito."
Henry shrugged.
"It will do no harm to promote the tale and discomfort the Archbishop, although I suspect the real cause of Brito's woe is that his hope of carving his own comfortable little niche from the de Warenne estates has been dashed. He will have to take his chance elsewhere, as will the rest of them."
He waved his hand in dismissal.
"Leave me. I will talk with you later when I have had time to reflect and prepare a letter for my mother."
Hamlin saw the chaplain out and returned to Henry.
"I am sorry," he said.
"You were never fond of him."
"But we were born of the same father, and he was our brother. We shared the bond of kinship, and for that I regret his passing." A muscle worked in Henry's jaw. How easily death happened. How suddenly life was taken away. He couldn't trust anyone not to leave him, and that caused him to feel sick. He looked at Hamlin, who returned his stare, and then crossed the space between them and embraced him, hands folding around his shoulders in a firm hug. Henry was frozen with surprise and shackled by his inability to deal with grief. But some shard of emotion pierced his restraint, and for an instant he dared to open himself up and grip Hamlin tight and close in return. Abruptly he drew away before the chasm in his defences became any wider. He sniffed once and took a deep breath.
"I may have some more news for you later," he said gruffly. "But I need to think on it first, and I want to be alone for a while."
Hamlin gave Henry a long look, but did not question him. Swallowing down his own emotion, he bowed, and then, adjusting his cloak to settle himself, went to the door. Henry watched him leave. One moment on this side of the arch and in full view, the next lost from sight. That's how easy it was. Eleanor glanced at Henry, who was sitting by the fire in her chamber. He had not attempted to move, and she had made preparations for him to stay the night. Everything was quiet and soft so as not to disturb him. The children had been warned to be on their best behaviour, and even Richard had been subdued for once. The nurses had taken them off to bed, and she and Henry were alone, save for 2 dozing hounds. She came to rest her hand lightly on his shoulder. She no longer believed that their marriage was a haven against the world, but she wanted to offer him comfort. "I have heard the rumours," she said, "that he pined away because he was denied the de Warenne lands, but I do not believe them."
"Neither do I," Henry said, grimacing. "My brother was of stronger metal than that."
"I'm relieved to hear you say so."
"Why? Because it will make you feel less guilty?"
"Because it is a foolish argument. In some ways it is fortunate that the marriage did not take place. Isabel would have been widowed scarcely before becoming a wife."
Henry raised his brows. "I dread to think what you would consider unfortunate," he said. "Outside this chamber, I want to let the rumour spread that my brother died of a broken heart."
She looked at him in surprise. "Why?"
"Because Thomas Becket denied him, and men will blame him. Even if they do not think it now, they will come to do so, and that suits my purpose."
It was a clever ploy. He would do whatever he must to win.
"At least my brother is proving useful for once," he said.
She recoiled at the flippancy of the remark, but then she saw the tension in his jaw and the tightness around his eyes, and realized he was struggling. She suspected he had a raging headache, but knew if she suggested he call for his physician, he would snarl at her to mind her own business.
"Still," he said, "I now know what to do about the marriage of Isabel de Warenne."
He rose to his feet and paced the chamber, dissipating his emotion. Alarm jolted through her, but her expression remained impassive. "Whom did you have in mind?"
He sent her a fierce look. "After Lent, she will wed Hamlin. I will brook no argument."
Eleanor was fleetingly disappointed because she would have preferred someone of her own affinity, but it was a decent choice, and a fair one. She noted that once again Henry had succeeded in snubbing Becket. His choice meant that the de Warenne lands would still come under royal influence. "I will give you no argument on that score," she said. "I think it a fine idea."
"Well, at least that deserves praise and celebration," Henry said with an ironic twist to his lips.
"I am always amenable to reasonable suggestions," Eleanor retorted. "Perhaps you do not make them often enough. I shall tell her on the morrow."
"And she will do as she is bidden. I will not have her hiding behind your skirts this time."
"I think you will find her compliant," Eleanor said. "It is late, sire. Will you come to bed?" He walked back across the room and set his hands around her waist.
"It is a long time since you asked me that."
"It is a long time since you have been in my chamber at night." She reached to his belt buckle. "Perhaps we should both make the most of such a rare opportunity." The next morning after Mass, Eleanor drew Isabel to the embrasure seat in her chamber for a quiet word.
"I am sorry about the king's brother," Isabel said.
I have prayed for him, and I hope he is with God in heaven now. I did not want to be his wife, and I disagreed with him on many occasions, but I did not wish this end for him." She bit her lip. "I know what people are saying about his death. I have heard the rumours." "Foolish gossip," Eleanor said briskly. "I could imagine nothing less likely than him pining away. He didn't have that kind of nature." She took Isabel's hand. "Listen to me. The king has chosen another man to be your husband, and this time I think you will approve." Isabel's eyes filled with trepidation, and Eleanor shook her head and smiled. "Do not be alarmed. Henry has his other brother, Hamlin, in mind for you." Isabel covered her mouth with her hand. "I know it is sudden, but it is a good match. You have known Hamlin for many years, and I have never seen you ill at ease with him. He has Henry's favour, he is dependable, and handsome into the bargain," Eleanor added with a smile. Isabel took a deep breath. "It is all so unexpected. A moment ago I was praying for the welfare of William Fitz-Empress's soul, and now you say the king desires me to wed his remaining brother." "He does, and he will not be gainsaid," Eleanor warned, steel entering her tone. "It is a good offer, and I advise you to take it." Isabel bit her lip. "I have never allowed myself to look at the Vicomte of Touraine in that way. I have to adjust, but I do not think it will be difficult." Her lips curved in a tremulous smile. "If it be the king's will, I shall obey with a glad and joyous heart." Eleanor kissed her. "You would be a sheep if you said otherwise," she said with a relieved laugh. "Hamlin may not be a prince by birth, but he is certainly a prince among men, and an honoured one, too, to have you to wife." Isabel blushed. "I hope he thinks so," she said. "I will be sorry to leave you, madam." "And I shall miss you," Eleanor replied. "But you will visit often, and we still have some time together, because the wedding will not take place before Easter. We have time to plan your nuptials, and you and Hamlin can better acquaint yourselves before you share a bed." Her eyes sparkled mischievously, and Isabel's flush deepened, travelling all the way from her throat to her forehead. "I have long thought of you as a sister," Eleanor added, "and now we shall be sisters by marriage, and that pleases me most of all." Isabel accepted Hamlin's help to dismount from her black palfrey and walked with him a little way until they came to a wooden bridge, hunching over the river Wandle with a watermill beyond. The spring sun was almost warm, but it had rained recently, and the water rushed under the arch at tumbling silver speed. Hawthorn leaves had begun to show the tips of pale green buds, and yellow celandine flowers starred the upper reaches of the riverbanks. Hamlin leaned on the bridge to watch the racing water, and she was intensely aware of him at her side, as if they stood together in an illuminated reality that separated them from all but their immediate surroundings. Yesterday, the announcement had gone out that they would marry, but since it was Lent and the court was in mourning for William Fitz-Empress, the celebration had been muted and the toasts formal and serious. Nevertheless, she and Hamlin had become the centre of attention, and there had been no time to talk alone until he suggested going out for this ride and leaving London several miles behind. Isabel had almost declined, because the last time she had gone riding with a suitor, the enterprise had ended in disaster, and that suitor was now untimely dead. Although she had agreed to Hamlin's request, she was unsettled and on edge. Hamlin clasped his hands loosely together. "I brought you here so that we could talk without being overheard," he said. "That is an excellent idea," she said with a tense smile. It was also proof that he had been thinking ahead. He fixed her with a steady gaze. His eyes were hazel in the sunlight, a blend of pale amber and grey like fine shingle.
We are to marry, and I want us to be able to talk openly and honestly. I see a lack of it elsewhere at court. The truth is as difficult to find as a fleck of gold in 6 feet of mud, and I do not want that to be the way of our match.
Isabel's feelings tumbled at the same speed as the water. She returned his gaze with candour, because he had used the words openly and honestly, but it was a hard thing to do. She did not know him well, and did not want to appear improper.
Neither do I, my lord. I want you to know that, although this match has been agreed for political purposes at the king's behest, I enter it willingly and with a whole heart. I will put no other above you, and you will be my wife in love and honour for the rest of my life.
It was as if he had plucked a resounding note on her heartstrings, and for a moment Isabel almost reeled. It was the stuff of romantic dreams. These were words that young girls imagined handsome young knights saying to them in courtship, but they were not the coin of everyday life. Did she take them for kindness, for falsehood, or for truth? The latter was like daring to stare into the sun. She was 32 years old, and Hamlin similar. They had both weathered the storms of life and were not naive. His stare had that same intensity of focus as his royal brother's, but rather than fierce, it was patient.
What do you say?
Isabel shook her head. I do not know what to say. Whatever my words, they will not be adequate. He set his hand over hers and smiled.
I am the only one to hear them. I truly mean what I say about openness and honesty. Never doubt that.
She inhaled deeply. Then, in honesty, I will endeavour to content you and honour you through the blessed times and those of hardship too, and come to you with a whole heart. Her face was burning and she had to look down.
Then we have an agreement, and all is well.
He put his arm and his cloak around her, drawing her against him, and the symbolic strength of his protection filled Isabel with a delicate but growing happiness, like a bubble of light in her hands. Chapter 23. Palace of Westminster, Easter, 1164.
You are beautiful, Eleanor told Isabel as they prepared to leave the Queen's chamber at Westminster and parade to the Abbey for Isabel's marriage to Hamlin. Isabel smiled shyly at the compliment and adjusted her embroidered gold belt. The wedding gown of blue silk, damascened with gold, clung to her body before flaring at the hips. Her brunette hair, woven in 2 thick plaits, was secured in a net of gold thread, forming a base on which to pin a silk veil and a coronet set with sapphires. Do you think Hamlin will like it? I think that you will take his breath away, Eleanor replied. He is not a fool. He knows his good fortune.
This is a new beginning, Isabel said, and I have you to thank for it.
You can best repay me by living your life with Hamlin to the full, Eleanor said. Do not waste a single moment.
I do not intend to.
Isabel stooped to accept a posy of spring flowers from little Matilda, recently picked in the palace garden.
Bless you, she said, kissing her cheek.
Eleanor's other children had gathered in the chamber, waiting the moment to go to the marriage. For once, Richard, Harry, and Geoffrey were behaving themselves, handsome royal princes of 9, rising 7, and rising 6. They were strong, long-limbed, and sturdy for their ages,
and made Eleanor deeply proud. Their sister Allie, at 2.5, had just begun to wear proper little dresses. Her hair was a mass of smoky brown waves, and she had the striking green-blue eyes of her grandsire, Geoffrey le Bel, Count of Anjou. She was a dainty child, fine-boned and delicate in all her movements, but her will was as fierce as fire, and despite her fragile looks, she was robust. "Are you ready?" Eleanor adjusted the clasp on Isabel's cloak of soft red wool. "Almost." Firming her lips, Isabel removed, after some tugging, her first wedding ring and handed it to her maid to put in her jewel casket. "Yes," she said, raising her chin. "Now I am." Isabel looked round the comfortable chamber at Westminster Palace, where she and Hamlin were to spend their wedding night, before setting out for Acre in Norfolk next day. The women had removed her beautiful blue wedding gown and underdress, and all she wore now was a white chemise of delicate linen chancel. Eleanor, who had been helping her disrobe, playing the part of lady's maid to honour the bride, started to unpin the headdress, but Isabel stopped her. "This is my new husband's privilege," she said, pink-cheeked. "My lord has never seen my hair unbound. I do not come as a virgin to our marriage bed, but it will be the first time he sees my hair loose, and the first time we sleep in the same bed, and that is as sacred as virginity." Her words humbled Eleanor, and almost brought tears to her eyes, because she remembered her wedding night with Henry, when she had experienced those kinds of feelings for a mate, and gloried in the protection and strength of a virile man lying at her side. Sometimes she still caught glimmers of that emotion, but these days they were like motes on a sunbeam, briefly glittering and then gone. "Indeed, you are right," she said softly. The men arrived, jostling the groom in their midst. Hamlin was laughing and taking the jests in good part, while Isabel presented the face of a modest, embarrassed wife, although her eyes were sparkling. Gilbert Folio, the new Bishop of London, attempted to bring sobriety to the proceedings, but the guests, intent on merriment and full of ribald advice for the couple, were reluctant to cooperate. Thomas Becket pushed himself forward. Being more sober than most because of his delicate stomach, he set about controlling the proceedings, which earned him glares from Folio and amused contempt from Henry. "Is there any area where you will not stir that spoon of yours, my Lord Archbishop?" he asked. "I would prefer not to sup with the devil, sire," Becket replied. "But oft-times in this world it seems I must." Henry arched his brows. Becket continued smoothly, "For now, I desire to wish the bride and groom well and leave them in peace, as I'm sure we all do." He raised his voice on the last few words. "And we are all capable of doing so without your instruction, Archbishop," Henry said. "Sire." Becket bowed and stepped back with a flare and swish of his gilded cope. The guests finally brought to order, Hamlin and Isabel were placed side by side between the sheets and liberally sprinkled with holy water by Gilbert Folio, who had reclaimed his role. Once blessed and exhorted to be fruitful, they were finally left in peace. "As far as weddings go, I think we escaped rather lightly," Hamlin said. "I've attended bedding ceremonies far more boisterous." He went to bar the door and knelt to peer under the bed and make sure there were no surprises. "I've known people tie bells to the frame so that every movement rings a carillon, or else put powders in the piss-pot to make it foam over." He climbed back into bed and turned to her. "My brother can be vile and ride roughshod over everyone to attain his own desire,
but I will love him forever for this gift. He promised me a great heiress many years ago, before he was king, but I never thought it would come about like this."
"I too am glad," Isabel said. "I owe the Queen a great debt too, but I will not be sorry to leave court and live on our lands for a while."
"Indeed, I will not be sorry either. I am looking forward to having time to explore all that I never thought to have." He touched the golden hairnet. Will you unbind your hair for me?" Isabel slanted him a look. "No, my lord, I will not." He stared at her askance until she smiled. "It is your right to unbind it now, a husband's privilege. No other man has seen my hair loose since I wed my first husband. Not your brother William, and not the king." Hamlin swallowed, almost undone by her words. With trembling hands, he removed the fine metallic mesh, and then, one by one, plucked out the gold pins securing her plaits. Slowly, he unwound the heavy, dark braids, each as thick as his wrist, and inhaled a wonderful aroma of nutmeg and spices. He ran his hands through the strands to loosen them, until he was looking at a shining brunette sheaf that spilled over her body like a second cloak, and left him speechless with awe. This was all his. This woman, her beauty, her status, her virtue. What he had felt earlier when told he was to marry her, what he had felt on the bridge when he had settled the terms of their relationship, was as nothing compared to now. It was like having a beautiful box and then opening that box and finding a sacred and precious jewel within it. He unfastened the ties on her chemise and stroked the smooth shoulder that gleamed through her abundant tresses. She was like Eve in the garden, her wide hazel-brown eyes, those slightly parted pink lips. She had never borne a child, and even while she was knowing, she was virginal too. He pulled off his shirt and laid her down, and her hair spilled beneath them like a sable blanket. "This is sacred," he said. "This is for the rest of our lives." Isabel put her arms around his neck and drew him close. "It is forever," she said, and her voice was fierce. "You are mine, and from now on, you come first above all." Chapter 24. Palace of Woodstock, Oxfordshire, summer 1164. The Royal Hunting Lodge at Woodstock, 8 miles from Oxford, had been a favourite domicile and retreat of Henry's grandfather. He had feasted and entertained his barons here, gone hunting in the park, and pleasured himself with his mistresses. The complex had also housed a menagerie of exotic animals that had been his whim to assemble. Eleanor was not a frequent visitor, but she enjoyed the comfort and the idyllic surroundings. The children loved Woodstock. There was plenty of room to play and ride their mounts in its rambling grounds. The menagerie, although a ghost of its glory during the old king's time, was still a huge attraction. Richard was especially taken with the lions and loved to listen to their belching roars and lean over their enclosure to watch the keeper feed them bloody chunks of beef and venison. The stench was choking, but the children barely noticed. Eleanor warned Richard not to lean too far over to watch, but smiled to see his affinity with these great beasts, the emblem of his bloodline. "When I'm king, I'm going to have a collection bigger than my great-grandsire had," Harry said, leaning beside Richard. He had camels and a porcupine.
You could ask Papa, Matilda said, tucking a strand of golden-brown hair behind her ear. He might get some. What's a porcupine? Like a hedgehog, but a lot bigger, and its spines come out and stick in your hand, said Geoffrey, who had been reading again. Harry shook his head.
Papa would say no. He's not interested in things unless they are useful.
Eleanor listened to her children with amusement. Harry certainly seemed to have his father's measure. You have to ask him in the right way at the right time, Matilda said in a superior tone. Animals are useful to show off to your guests or to give as gifts, like the monkeys Papa gave to King Louis, and people are always giving Papa hawks and hounds for his hunting. Eleanor approved of her daughter's reasoning, and the child did have a way of getting around her father that no one else did, herself included. Richard dismissed her with a wave of his hand.
You should rely on yourself to get things, he said. If you wait for others, it puts you in their power.
I was relying on myself, Matilda retorted. There is no harm in asking to start out. She made a face at him. You don't have to use siege weapons for everything.
Mamma?
Geoffrey touched Eleanor's arm and pointed towards her constable, Sauldebroi de Sanzay, who was approaching them at a brisk walk. Eleanor braced herself. For Sauldebroi to come in person, rather than sending a squire, the message was more than routine. On reaching them, he bowed.
Madam, the Archbishop of Canterbury is here, asking to see the king, but he is out hunting and has left no instructions. What shall I say?
His intelligent dark eyes were full of speculation. Eleanor gnawed her lip. The trouble between Henry and Becket had continued apace since Clarendon. Becket had come to Woodstock to speak with Henry, following their most recent quarrel, and Henry had ordered the guards to turn him away, saying he did not wish to see him. Becket had then tried to leave the country, but been forced to turn back when the crew of his ship had thought better of incurring the royal wrath. Since being a bridge and a peacemaker was one of a queen's most important duties, it was incumbent upon her to act.
Admit him, she said, and bring him to my chamber.
You are certain, madam?
Sauldebroi had been with her long enough to be permitted the leeway of a question.
No, I am not, but admit him.
Madam,
de Sanzay said neutrally, and went to see the order carried out.
Papa will feed him to the lions, Richard declared with a gleam of relish. Your papa will do no such thing,
Eleanor answered sternly. She hoped not, anyway. She handed the children into the care of their nurses, all save Harry. Since he was being groomed as Henry's heir, he needed to observe diplomacy and government at work. Looking at Thomas Becket as she entered her chamber, Eleanor was shocked by the change in him since Clarendon. The lines on his face, superficial before, were deeply carved, and his eyes were guarded and hard, lacking their glint of humour. His skin was grey, and his bone structure sharp, as if he was in the act of turning to stone. He reminded her of the fanatical Bernard of Clairvaux, whose intensity had always frightened her. There was no peace to be had here. As Henry's Chancellor, Becket had resembled a polished gem set in gold, shining and complacent. Now that he had found God instead, he was like a hard black flint, with razored edges that would cut to the bone. He bowed, and she kissed his bishop's ring with its large blue sapphire. Harry followed her example, and for an instant Becket smiled.
I have wondered about you, sire, he said. Are you well and attending to your lessons with your new tutor?
Yes, my Lord Archbishop, Harry replied, his tone polite but guarded.
I am pleased to hear it. To become a king as great as your father, you must apply yourself with diligence.
Harry raised his chin. I shall be greater, he said.
Then you will be mighty indeed, sire.
Eleanor shot Harry a warning glance. Wine, my Lord Archbishop? Beckett shook his head and touched his stomach.
Just barley water, if you have it.
Eleanor sent a maid to fetch the requested drink, and gestured to Beckett to a bench near the hearth. The most I can do for you is grant you entry here, she warned. Beyond that, I cannot intercede between you and the king. Beckett inclined his head.
I understand, madam, and I thank you. I deeply regret the quarrel between us, but if I compromise, I am failing God, and he is the greatest authority of all.
Spare me your justifications, my Lord Archbishop. This is not about God. It is about men's desires and stubborn will to have the last word.
Beckett looked affronted. Everything is about God, madam.
Eleanor was saved from having to find a diplomatic answer as Marquisa returned with a small crystal flagon filled with barley water. Eleanor took it from the maid and served Beckett herself, presenting the cup to him together with a small napkin of fresh white linen. The water comes from the spring at Everswell, she said. I think you will find it palatable.
Thank you. I have tasted the spring water before, and it is always refreshing.
The door opened and Henry arrived, muddy and flushed from his morning's hunting. He had clearly received the news of Beckett's arrival, for there was a glitter in his eyes that boded ill for the likelihood of cordial discussion. That swift, hard glance flicked over Eleanor and then back to Beckett.
"My Lord Archbishop," Henry said. "What a surprise to see you. Here I was thinking you wanted to leave my kingdom because you thought it not big enough to contain us both."
Beckett rose and bowed, and Henry kissed his ring. Neither gesture was conciliatory.
"Sire, my only wish is to have peace and understanding between us."
"Well, that is a fine wish for a beggar to ride," Henry snapped. "I too desire to see church and state work together in harmony, and I thought, when I appointed you to the primacy, that it would happen, but I was wrong."
He took a gulp of wine from the cup Eleanor handed to him.
"You do not look well, Archbishop. Perhaps your new-found piety is taking its toll on you."
"Indeed, I am not well, sire," Beckett responded. "My conscience troubles me deeply, as does this dispute between us. I have a duty and responsibility to my office and to God, and I must do it to the best of my ability, whatever the consequences."
"If that is all you have come to tell me, then you might as well leave," Henry said. "You have a duty and responsibility to your king also."
"Indeed, sire," Beckett said. "It is of that duty and responsibility I would talk."
Eleanor sat in her chamber as the long summer dusk grew into soft nightfall. The windows had oiled linen stretched across them to keep out mosquitoes and night-flying insects, although several moths had managed to blunder their way in to flutter around the lamps. A young Poitevin troubadour was singing a plangent lie about unrequited love in the blossom days of summer, while making eyes at her. She was amused and vaguely diverted. He was a good-looking youth, with fair curls and blue eyes, and she had employed him to teach her children the musical arts. She enjoyed flirting with him, but he was no challenge, nor of particular interest. She only kept him for his delightful music and his looks. The notes from the lute dropped on the evening air in liquid sweetness, and closing her eyes, she was transported to her chamber in Poitiers on a soft spring dusk. She needed to be back there. It was like craving wine and knowing there was none in the barrel. North of Bordeaux, so few people played the lute. It was an instrument of the south, imported like precious rock crystal from the lands beyond Christendom. The last note fell on the gathering darkness, and the youth looked at her from under his tumble of blonde curls and gave her a dazzling smile. "Beautiful," she said about both the boy and his music, and dismissed him with a smile and the gift of a small pouch of silver as Henry arrived to interrupt her dreaming. Earlier, he and Beckett had been locked in deep argument that had looked as if it might continue all night. Henry eyed the young man's departure with a slight sneer and muttered under his breath about pretty boys. Having unfastened his belt, he slung it across the coffer. "Well," Eleanor said, "I assume you are here to speak to me and not just to hurl your clothes about and cast insults at my lute player." Henry glowered. "He will not budge an inch," he said with frustration and disgust. "He refuses to yield over the matter of my right to try criminous clerks in my own courts. He is also refusing to cooperate on land claims made on the church by my barons, even though he agreed at Clarendon they should go through my courts." His tunic followed his belt onto the coffer, and there was a tearing sound as his seam gave way. "Now my new chancellor tells me he has discovered evidence that Beckett was milking funds from the Toulouse campaign to line his own coffers. The man is not fit to be an archbishop. Small wonder he wants to flee the country." "What kind of sums?" 3,000 marks of silver." The pungent scent of sweat wafted from his shirt. "I will have him answer to me in a secular court for that one." "The Pope may well uphold him." "Ha! I do not care what the Pope does. He is not the King of England. Beckett will confirm and obey the ancestral rules of this country and answer to me in my court for what he owes." "And if he does not?" "Then I will crush him." Hearing the harshness in his tone, Eleanor said nothing. He had declined her advice when he made Beckett his archbishop, and he would not be interested in her opinion now. As he said, all he wanted to do with the opposition was either bend it to his will or crush it. He took her to bed, and his attentions were vigorous. It was not love-making, but a venting of fury and frustration, and an effort to subjugate her to his will, too. On other occasions she had fought back, biting and scratching, but this time she yielded and did nothing, because her passivity was another form of defiance. She went elsewhere and thought of other things, of a warm summer evening in Aquitaine with a scent of roses on the breeze, and knew that he could not touch her. Chapter 25. Lewes, Sussex, November 1164. In the fading light of a dank November afternoon, Isabel finalized her preparations for travelling to court. She had barely worn her elaborate gown since her marriage 7 months ago, because she and Hamlin had been riding from manor to manor, castle to castle, visiting her lands, and that called for practical garb, except for formal feasts and oath-taking. Hamlin had been absent at a council in Northampton, but his outriders had arrived, announcing he would be here by nightfall. Isabel carefully folded 2 chemises of fine white linen that were a gift for Eleanor, and placed them in a chest layered with sweet herbs. She had stitched the garments herself, including the smocked pleats, which were her speciality. There were small gifts for the children, now her nieces and nephews by marriage. A fine antler-handled dagger for Harry, black leather belts with silver pendants for Richard and Geoffrey, each with different buckle shapes, a leather-bound psalter for Matilda, and a soft doll with yellow braids for little Allie. Her packing complete, she checked that the fire in the main chamber was stoked up to give off lavish heat, because Hamlin was bound to be chilled after his long ride. She changed her working gown for one of dark red wool that particularly suited her, and pinned her hair so that it would cascade down her spine with just a few light touches when her veil was removed. Moments later, there were brisk footsteps on the stairs, and Hamlin entered the chamber with a handful of knights and retainers. Her heart quickening, she performed a formal curtsy.
"My lord husband." "Madam, my wife,"
he replied with equal gravity. She gestured the servants to take his cloak, and he handed it to them, before throwing propriety aside, pulling her to him and soundly kissing her. His lips and hands were cold, but she didn't care.
"I have been thinking of this all day," he said. "You and the welcome of this chamber."
She caressed his face. "That is passing strange, because I have been thinking of you also. Will you wash and eat?" Hamlin nodded and sat down on the bench at the foot of the bed, with a heavy sigh of burdens released. He unlatched his belt with attached sword and dagger, and handed it to his squire with a wave of dismissal. Isabel brought him a cup of hot wine, and then knelt to remove his boots. Hamlin chuckled. "Before I was wed, my squire accomplished the task well enough, but you are a far more rewarding sight to look upon," he teased. She shot him an upward glance. "I should hope so." He had beautiful feet, well formed with high, smooth arches. She began to wash them, performing the formal duty of a wife on a husband's return. It was also a good opportunity to talk. "How did you fare at the council? Has there been a resolution?" "No," he said. "My brother and the Archbishop are riding runaway horses and spurring them on." He drank his wine. "I lost my temper. I'm not proud that I did, but done is done." Another glance showed Isabel that something had upset him. His hazel eyes were muddy, and he was no longer smiling. In the months since their marriage, she was coming to know the man beneath the courtier's mask. He had a plentiful seasoning of Angevin flash and fire if he was caught on the raw or passionate about a subject, but it was a generous anger, quick to burn itself out. Right was right, wrong was wrong, and fair was fair. At court he had immense self-possession. "Lost your temper with whom?" "The Archbishop. It's a long tale." "I am ready to listen if you want to tell me." He considered, and then nodded. "It is best you should know before we go to court. What I said that day on the bridge holds true. We should be able to talk openly and honestly." Isabel flushed with pleasure. Hamlin had his notions about the place of men and women in a marriage, but he was not hidebound by them. He changed his travelling attire for a soft linen shirt and loose tunic, and slipped his feet into comfortable sheepskin-lined shoes. Isabel poured him more wine, and they sat down to eat at a trestle table placed near the fire. There was fresh white bread, wheat frumenty, and a warming dish of beef in ginger and cumin sauce. Hamlin broke a piece off a small loaf and dipped it in the spicy stew. "The Archbishop arrived in Northampton to answer a summons brought by John the Marshal about a land dispute. He expected to stay in the castle, as he usually does, but Henry made sure those chambers were already occupied, and Becket had to lodge instead in the Priory of St. Andrew, outside the walls." "Oh dear," Isabel replenished his cup. "That would not have pleased him." "It didn't," Hamlin agreed. "Henry was making the same point he did at Berkhamsted. Becket took for granted what he should not, and was justly put in his place." Hamlin ate a mouthful of stew. "Next day, Becket was summoned, to appear accused of contempt of court in the matter of denying John the Marshal justice in the business of a dispute over lands. The Marshal never arrived to make his case. Henry gave out that he was busy at his exchequer duties, but the truth is that his horse cast a shoe and he was unable to reach Northampton in time and turned back. Hamlin shook his head. It was a specious excuse, but I do not blame him. Between my brother and the Archbishop, he would have been ground to dust. Hamlin paused to eat more of the beef, and then wiped his lips. Becket told Henry he had no right to try the case anyway, because it was a matter for the ecclesiastical courts. Stood there with his spine like a poker, and banged his crozier on the ground, and told us he was the Archbishop of Canterbury, and none of us should presume to judge him because only God had that right. Ha! That does seem high-handed, she said, still none the wiser as to why Hamlin had lost his temper. What he had told her thus far was a catalogue of irritations. And not the worst of it. Hamlin lifted his cup. Henry ordered the bishops to pronounce a sentence of contempt of court on Becket, and demanded he repay the money owing from the Toulouse campaign. Becket insisted the amounts had been written off when he became Archbishop. Henry said they hadn't, and unless Becket could account for every penny he had spent as Chancellor, he would confiscate his lands in lieu. It sounds to me as if the King is determined to bring Becket down. Isabel was worried at the wider repercussions. Whatever Becket had done, she owed him her gratitude for refusing to grant a dispensation of marriage between her and William Fitz-Empress. Hamlin owed him gratitude too, but clearly he would not see it that way. No more so than Becket is determined to make his righteous stand as Archbishop, he said. The bishops encouraged him to resign, but he refused and took to his bed with bowel gripes. Some said fear had caused his upset belly, and others thought he was playing Henry like a fish on a line. Henry chose to see it as falsehood and prepared to arraign him for treason. Isabel listened with increasing dismay. As Chancellor, Becket had been a consummate politician, urbane, charming, powerful, never putting a foot wrong. But if he had changed, then so had Henry. In the early years of the reign, he too had been flexible and less harsh. His treatment of Becket was that of a tyrant, and she had witnessed him exert that tyranny on Eleanor, and on poor Mary de Boulogne. "You said you lost your temper," she said to Hamlin. "What happened?" He rubbed his forehead. On the last day, Becket recovered enough to say Mass and preached a long sermon about the despotism of kings. Henry accused him outright of treason and ordered the Earl of Leicester to pass the sentence. Becket said he would not be judged by the likes of Henry's whoremasters, common servants, and low-born bastard hangers-on. Isabel gasped and put her hand to her mouth. Hamlin's face contorted. He said that were he a knight, he would strike us all down, but since he was a man of God, he would leave. He was like a hissing cat, cornered by dogs but scratching with its claws. I am not proud of myself that I shouted in his face and threatened to silence him by wrapping his crozier around his neck. Isabel was incensed. Becket's words were a slur intended to attack Henry, but the insult to Hamlin was inexcusable, even if Hamlin had let his anger get the better of him and responded inappropriately to a man of God. "So has he retreated to Canterbury?" Hamlin snorted. "The Archbishop would not call it a retreat. But no, he has not gone there. He left the priory in stealth late at night through an unlocked gate in the town that some sympathizer had left open. No one knows where he is. Henry has put a watch on all the ports. If he absconds abroad, he will appeal to the Pope. He is indeed a traitor to his king and his country, but of course not to his God, if you can believe that. Henry has written to France, asking Louis to refuse succour to the Archbishop, but I cannot see Louis passing up an opportunity to cause trouble in Henry's domains. Isabel bit her lip. What will happen now? Who knows? Hamlin shrugged. It depends what the Pope decides. If fortune favours Becket, England may end up under interdict. If fortune favours my brother, Becket will resign, and Gilbert Folio will become Archbishop instead. He gave a humourless laugh. It is coming to something when everyone is looking to Gilbert Folio to save us. For now, I am home, and I have never been more pleased in my life. Neither have I, Isabel said, supporting him with every iota of her being. Put this incident behind you. To me you are a fine man and husband, full worthy to be the Earl of Surrey and Warenne, and father to the future heir. She took his hand and brought his hands to her belly. His eyes widened. I am with child, she said. Hamlin looked at his hand against her body, and slowly a smile lit up his face and continued to brighten. That is the best of news. When? In the summer, I believe. Late May or early June. Well, that brings summer into my life immediately, and a plague on Becket and his doings. You have put everything into perspective and back in its place, my clever, beautiful wife. He kissed her tenderly. Isabel stroked his face. Then I have succeeded in my duty, she said, and wished Henry and Becket would attend to theirs and make peace. Eleanor looked up from her needlework as her usher announced the arrival of the Countess de Warenne. Moments later, Isabel entered the room, her cheeks red with cold and her eyes alight with pleasure. Eleanor rose and greeted her friend and sister by marriage with a warm embrace. You are blossoming, she said, holding her away to look at her. Marriage certainly suits you. I expect it is the freezing sleet that has put colour in my face, Isabel said with a laugh. But I am indeed blossoming. Hamlin and I expect a child in the summer. That is good news indeed. Eleanor drew her to the fire and saw her comfortably settled on a cushioned bench with a cup of hippocras. Outside, the wind flung fistfuls of sleety rain against the shutters. Marlborough Castle stood upon a great mound that legend said had been built in the pagan times and belonged to the same age as the great circles and avenues of stone that strewed the Wiltshire landscape. The castle had been held by John the Marshal in the days of the war between Henry's mother and Stephen of Blois, but Henry had taken it back into his own hands 6 years ago as part of the reclamation of royal castles and estates. I am pleased to see you looking so well, Eleanor said. I have sorely missed your company, but I suspect you have missed mine less. She was amused to see Isabel blush. Indeed, I have missed your company, madam, Isabel tactfully replied. But from the news coming out of court, I am glad to have been absent. Eleanor waved her hand in irritation. Henry is like a bear with a sore head. He asked Louis not to succour Becket, and is affronted because Louis will not take his part and support the Archbishop. What did he expect? Louis might agree to marriage arrangements and smile and extend courtesies, but if he can tear Henry apart, he will. She sighed. Henry's mind is as sharp as a new knife when it comes to the law. He understands all things that work with cogs and stratagems. But he does not know how to deal with people when they behave with their guts and their hearts and all the places inside themselves that are not governed by cogs and logic. And that is because he cannot control those things inside himself, except by locking them away. She gave a short laugh. You see how I have truly missed you. You are the best listener of all my ladies. Isabel picked up her wine. I like to listen, and I am glad to serve you, she said. I think you have the measure of the king. Indeed, Eleanor said with a wry look, but having the measure does not always mean being able to do something about it. Has there been any word from Rome about the Archbishop? No, Eleanor said, but envoys are expected daily. Hamlin told me about Northampton. Eleanor was surprised and a little curious. He talks to you of such things? It helps him to settle his own mind and put his house in order. She smiled. I am a good listener for him, too. A pang went through Eleanor that was almost envy. Then I hope he has the wit to use your talent for your benefit and his, she said. What happened at Northampton consumes Henry. All I hear about from dawn until dusk is the perfidy of Thomas Becket and what a traitor he is. Henry cannot deal with being defied. I pray that Becket will withdraw from the brink and resign. Do you think he will? Eleanor shook her head and looked pensive. I do not know, she said. I suspect not. In the late afternoon, on the eve of the Nativity, Henry's envoys returned from their petition to Rome and were ushered to Henry's personal chamber to make their report. Eleanor was with her household in the hall, watching an entertainment, but alert to the happenings in the background. Everyone was on edge, but pretending to enjoy themselves, and the entertainment was apt, if incongruous. A man walked on stilts. Another man perched on his shoulders. A voluminous robe covered both players from neck to ground, so they appeared as a single giant. The giant held a monkey dressed in a miniature archbishop's robe and mitre. The creature had been trained to make the sign of the cross on its breast in exchange for almonds. Harry loved that one, the sight doubling him up with laughter. Another entertainer juggled with swords, the blades gleaming blue-silver where the light caught the razor-sharp edges. Richard was fascinated, and Eleanor made a note to keep an eye on him. It was obvious he was desperate to attempt the trick, and would likely cut himself or someone else into the bargain. Glancing to one side, Eleanor noticed one of Henry's scribes, 2 writing tables under his arm, following a messenger through the chamber. Ranulph de Broc, the doorkeeper, accompanied them, his stride heavy and brutish like the man. By the time the next entertainer had finished making his fluffy white dog jump through a series of hoops, de Broc was back, cloaked and booted for a journey, spurs at his heels, a sealed packet clutched in his meaty hand. A few brusque commands brought sergeants and henchmen from their posts. Eleanor abandoned the entertainment and went to Henry's chamber, where she found him prowling the room with clenched fists. An open letter lay on the trestle, and the scribe was writing busily on a fresh piece of parchment. "What has happened?" she asked. Henry spun to face her. "Becket has tendered his resignation, but with all the tricks and dramas you'd expect." He indicated the letter on the table. "He arrived to petition the Pope on a prancing white stallion with an escort of Louis's French knights, if you please." Henry kicked the floor rushes in disgust. "Proclaimed himself the defender of the rights of the Church, and told the Pope I was trying to emasculate those rights. Oh yes, he calculated it to the last degree. I should have known what he would do. He's always had a taste for the grand gesture." "What did the Pope say?" Henry curled his top lip. "The Pope is a two-faced weasel," he growled. "Thomas went down on his knees, handed him his archbishop's ring, and begged that he be allowed to resign. But the Pope put the ring back onto his finger and refused to accept it. If that was not all prearranged, then God's a monkey." Eleanor's heart sank at the implications. So Becket is to return to England? No, the Pope has sent him to the abbey at Pontigny with instructions to consider his position and come better to know God. Henry snorted down his nose. In other words, he has placed him out of my jurisdiction and in Louis's, where Becket can continue to subvert me, and there is nothing I can do about it. He launched a vicious kick at a stool and sent it crashing over. Eleanor bit her lip. That was certainly not good news. Everyone had been hoping Becket would resign and Gilbert Folio succeed to the primacy, but, as Henry said, Pope Alexander was a weasel. In sending Becket back to Pontigny, he had put him where Henry could not get at him, but by saying Becket was in need of spiritual guidance, he avoided the accusation that he was taking Becket's part. Henry kicked the stool again. If the Pope believes everything will pass over like a headache on the day after a feast, he is mistaken. Anyone who trifles with me swiftly discovers that I return the favour fourfold. As from now, all revenues to the papacy shall cease, and since Becket is going to dwell at Pontigny, his dependents can go there too, and let him care for them. I won't have them in England on my soil.
Eleanor stared at him. You mean to exile his family?
Every last one,
Henry said grimly. If you do that, there is no way back.
Becket's behaviour has put him outside the pale. I didn't start this quarrel. He is the one who has made diplomatic moves against me. I will not suffer a single relative of his to remain on my lands. Let him have them all and find homes and livings for them. It is no good rooting out only one rat from a nest. All must go.
But surely not all to Pontigny. There will not be room.
That is Becket's problem, not mine. The Christ child was born in a stable. Let Becket's kin sleep in one. Ranulph de Broc has gone to clear them out.
He wagged his index finger at her.
If any of them come crawling to you seeking succour and requesting intercession, do not seek to meddle by helping them. I know your habit of going behind my back, and I shall be watching you.
Eleanor drew herself up in regal dignity. Has it come to this, then? She demanded. Is this all there is left? Suspicion and spying, and being so consumed by the desire to win that everything else falls away?
I do not desire your advice or your lectures, madam, only your compliance. I trust that is understood.
Eleanor came very close to loathing him in that moment. Frequently these days she was reminded of her first marriage to Louis and the battles she had endured with him. There was a familiar ring to the argument. It was a man's place to go his own way, and a woman's to do as she was bidden, unless the man asked for advice or gave her permission to speak, and she was sick of it. Yes, sire, she said icily. Completely. Do I have your leave to go? He gave her one of his bright looks, sharp enough to cut, and she returned it, full on, meeting edge to edge. Yes, he said. You have my leave, but expect me later in your chamber, madam. So, he intended to use her bed to further exert his authority. Eleanor disengaged and turned away. If she had had a dagger in her hand at that moment, she would have used it. Eleanor had read the medical treatises of Salerno, which said that a woman should wash and perfume her body, including her private areas, if she was going to lie with a man. Waiting for Henry, she was disinclined to prepare herself, yet the political, logical part of her mind told her that a show of compliance would make matters easier. Overcoming her reluctance, she bathed and had her maids comb her hair until it shone in a heavy sheaf to her waist. She dabbed oil of roses at her wrists and throat and between her thighs. Her chemise was soft linen with delicate embroidery, and the sheets were fresh and tight.
When Henry arrived, she greeted him with dutiful courtesy. He gave her a suspicious look, and she returned it blandly, and, behind the facade, wondered how far Ranulph de Broc had galloped on his way to London to roust out Becket's relatives.
"I have thought again about what you said," Henry remarked as he removed his clothes. "About turning Becket's relations out. It is not practical for all of them to make the journey, so I have decided some may stay."
Eleanor stared at him, taken by surprise. Henry seldom went back on his decisions, and was even less inclined to heed her advice. He pulled her down onto the bed and nuzzled her throat. His breath was warm, his beard raspy and soft at the same time on her tender skin, and despite having expected the encounter to be a duty, her body moistened with lust, and she gasped with pleasure as he entered her. And when he gave her his seed, she climaxed with him and gripped him fiercely. He kissed her mouth and patted her hips as he withdrew.
"There now," he said. "That was good, wasn't it? I don't know why you fight me."
He turned to dress, making it clear that, deed accomplished, he was not proposing to stay the night. "Have you sent a message to de Broc, making your intentions clear?"
"Yes, and by fast horse."
His tone was cheerful.
"He has instructions to let anyone stay who wishes to pay a fine of 200 marks.
Eleanor's softened opinion of him vanished on that instant.
Hardly any of them will be able to afford to pay that.
As well he knew. The infirm and those least able to cope would still lose their homes.
"That is their problem, not mine," he replied with a shrug. "Let Becket and the church help them out. They're a merchant community. They are bound to have money hidden under the hearthstone. Becket embezzled thousands of pounds from me when he was Chancellor. I am only recouping my losses."
He pinched her cheek hard, kissed her mouth, and left the chamber.
"Bastard,"
Eleanor said softly. Donning her cloak, she left the bed, poured a goblet of wine, and went to sit by the fire. From Henry's point of view, she could see how everything fitted together perfectly. Becket was punished, whatever happened, and Henry stood to gain financially from it. She could not condone Becket's behaviour, but Henry's was as bad. Gazing into the hot embers, she acknowledged that she and Henry had been riding along parallel roads for a long time, but those roads were gradually pulling apart, and soon they would be unable to see each other at all. Chapter 26. Rouen, April 1165.
"Well, my dear,"
said the Empress, a tremble in her voice.
"Another one to add to your brood. You have surprised me indeed, because I did not think you and my son would engender more children between you."
She sat at the fireside, wrapped in a fur-lined mantle. A jet-topped walking stick leaned against her chair. She had been sick with a fever and congestion of the lungs, and was only slowly recovering her physical strength. Her mind was as keen as ever, though, and she was conducting business from her fireside with all her usual imperious will.
"Yes, Mother, I had thought so too." Eleanor placed her hand on her womb, which was swollen with the child conceived at Marlborough. She had not been overjoyed to find herself pregnant again, but it proved to everyone that Henry was still sharing her bed, and that she remained fertile and capable of fulfilling the duties of a queen. Not that Henry had visited her chamber very often since. She had remained in England while he crossed to Normandy, and her arrival in Rouen for the Easter court was recent. She had also been making wedding arrangements for her eldest daughter. German envoys had visited England earlier in the year with various proposals. Delicate negotiations were still being conducted, and Eleanor had yet to speak with her daughter about the match, but knew Matilda must suspect something. She was an astute child, quick to understand nuances.
"Perhaps it will be another daughter," the Empress said, "to be your companion and consolation when this one goes."
She nodded at her namesake, who was weaving blue and red braid on a small loom and telling her little sister a story. "I do not know if that is a thing to wish for or not," Eleanor said. "To raise another girl child and watch her beat her wings against a closed window." The Empress nodded, but her eyes, deep set with age and ill health, were guarded, and reminded Eleanor to be careful about criticizing Henry. His mother was permitted to do so, but not his wife. However, the Empress would sympathize with her about a woman's lot in society. "But," Eleanor added, "only a woman can bear sons. A man sows the seed, but it is the woman who makes it flesh and endangers her life in the bearing. It is the woman who raises the child until it is old enough to leave the nursery. She has more enduring strength, because she must."
"That is true."
Her mother-in-law nodded again, this time positively. She continued to observe her granddaughters.
"I left England for Germany when I was 8 years old, the future bride of a grown man I had never met. I was married to him at 12 and became his consort, by which time I spoke fluent German and had been taught the ways of his court. I had come to know him, too. She will tread a similar path."
A pang of loss very close to grief surged through Eleanor. "I will prepare her as best I can. She will begin learning German. She knows some words already, and she will have a magnificent trousseau and a household of people she knows and likes." She bit her lip. These were all practical concerns, but she was going to miss her eldest daughter terribly. It worried her, too, that the bridegroom was almost 30 years older than Matilda. It was an enormous age gap to cross. She was confident Matilda would rise to the challenge. She had no qualms about her shirking her duty, but her heart still ached at the burden being laid upon shoulders so young.
"I was deeply unhappy to leave behind everything I had known," the Empress said, as if reading her mind. "But I knew my duty. I did not weep when I bade farewell to my parents, because I did not want to shame myself or them, and they did not weep either. I never saw my mother again. My husband was kind, and I became fond of him. Indeed, I came to be happy with my life there."
Her face tightened with remembered pain.
"If I had a choice, I would not have returned to wed Geoffrey of Anjou, even if we did make Henry between us, and 2 other sons, God rest their souls."
She made the sign of the cross on her breast and clutched the ruby crucifix around her neck.
"They made little of their lives, and I grieve that they left the world untimely. But Henry has achieved all that I hoped and more, and begotten a generation who will follow and increase his fame. It is to the future we must look."
Eleanor gave an appropriate murmur. Whatever their disagreements, Henry was a determined and remarkable man, and their descendants would straddle the world. The Empress had never spoken about her childhood before. From the way she was looking at her eldest granddaughter, Eleanor suspected she saw herself in the little girl, and it had awakened old memories. Indeed, Matilda resembled her grandmother in many ways, being strong-willed and intelligent, with a rigid sense of right and wrong. But she was lively and limber, too, and her husband would be many years older than the Empress's had been. The Empress gazed at the ruby cross.
"The years have flown. There are few left to me now. Many things in my life I would have done differently, and I regret. But they gave me my son and my grandchildren. Had I stayed in Germany after Heinrich died, I would never have borne Henry and seen him become a great king."
"Indeed not, madam," Eleanor said, and lowered her gaze when the Empress gave her a sharp look.
"I hope my son can count on your loyalty and support."
"Always, madam," Eleanor replied, "just as much as I can count on his."
"I admit he is difficult. Even though I bore him, I know his faults. But you must both rise above the troubles between you for the greater good."
Eleanor was spared from answering as one of the Empress's chamberlains arrived with a message from a contact at the French court. The Empress opened the letter and squinted at the lines.
"My eyes," she said impatiently. "Time was when I could see a fly on the wall hangings even from the other side of the room. Now I can barely make one out if it lands on my skirt."
She gave the letter to Eleanor.
"Read it to me."
Eleanor's own eyes were not as sharp as they had been, and she had to hold the letter a little away to focus. "The Queen of France is with child," she said. "Due in the late summer." She read out the rest of what was written and returned the letter to the Empress.
"They kept it quiet for a long enough time."
The Empress made a sound of contempt and struck the letter with her hand.
"And Becket is being cited as a miracle worker because it was after his arrival at Pontigny that she became pregnant. How foolish."
"I expect he got Becket to bless the marriage bed," Eleanor said flatly. The Empress looked at her askance. Eleanor made a face. "When I was married to Louis, he had trouble when it came to the procreation of heirs." Matilda raised her brows. "Not at first, when we were very young. He was eager then. But after I miscarried of a son, he struggled to play the man's part. It came to a point where he could only become aroused when the church was involved. Marie was conceived after the dedication of Saint-Denis, when Abbot Suger and Bernard of Clairvaux interceded on our behalf. Alex was begotten in a bed blessed by the Pope at Tusculum. In between were long gaps of time, when he either did not visit my chamber, or was incapable when he did." Eleanor leaned forward to emphasize her point. "Louis can only perform the act with his wife when the Church gives him sanction. It would not surprise me if Becket's arrival in France gave him that impetus." The Empress looked stern for a moment, as if the subject was too unsavory to discuss, but then a glint of wintry humour entered her gaze.
"Well, if this debacle is to blame for an heir to France, it is an unfortunate result of my son's dispute with his archbishop, but there is nothing to be done about it."
The women looked up as Henry arrived, returning from a day's hunting with his vassals and retainers. Close by his side was his bastard son Geoffrey, his boots and tunic mud-spattered like Henry's. He was just starting his journey from boyhood into adolescence, and had begun to grow like wheat in May. His face glowed with the pleasure of masculine camaraderie, and a swipe of bright blood painted his right cheek, to show that he had been in at the kill for the first time. Henry tousled his curls, and, bidding him stay back near the door, crossed the room to join the women. The smell of the hunt was a pungent miasma around him, a combination of hard-ridden horse, sweaty man, and a faint tang of the butcher's stall. Dark blood rimmed the fingernails of his right hand. She did not have to guess who had smeared the boy's face.
"Good hunting?"
asked the Empress.
"Why, yes, mother, indeed it was," Henry replied, eyes gleaming. "We cornered a great boar in his full prime. There is some excellent feasting in prospect. I hope the cooks have a big enough apple for his mouth."
The Empress clucked her tongue.
"Should you have taken the boy on a boar hunt? Is he ready?"
Henry looked affronted.
"He is my son. I was barely older than he was when I crossed the narrow sea with an army to challenge the King of England."
"Yes, I remember," she said, looking up to heaven. "And it wasn't an army. It was a band of adventurers whom you couldn't afford to pay."
"But it made everyone take notice, did it not? And it put fresh heart into our supporters. I'm not going to coddle the boy, Mother. He played his part in the hunt the same as the rest of the squires, and he is a natural on the back of a horse. He holds a spear well, too," he added with a teasing grin.
Eleanor said, "Is it wise to encourage him in such pursuits, sire, when he is intended for the church?"
Henry sent her a taut look. "There is time enough to train him for whatever vocation he comes to, and even priests hunt. For now there is no harm in him accompanying me. Our own sons are either still too young or else not here. I will take them hunting when they are of age."
He turned to leave, saying he had to wash away the grime and gore. "Before you go, you should know that news has come from France," Eleanor said. "Louis's queen is with child."
"Is she, by God?"
Henry grimaced, and then gave a hefty shrug.
"Well, the last 4 have been daughters. God willing, both our luck and his will hold, and she'll birth another girl. If not, our sons have the advantage over his, because they're already half-fledged."
He continued on his way, his arm across young Joffrey's shoulders in a man-to-man fashion.
"You will have to accept the boy," the Empress said quietly. "I have done my best to prepare him for a life in the church, but in the end it is Henry's choice what happens to him. He loves him and will do his duty by him, but it does not mean he loves his heirs any less or lacks care for them."
"Perhaps not," Eleanor replied, "but I know he sees in him our firstborn son who died, and the mistress he had who also died, and that makes the boy precious to him. When he takes him hunting before he has taken his legitimate sons, then it hits me, here and here." She pressed her hand first to her heart and then to her abdomen.
"Then you take the blows," the Empress said curtly. "That child has the potential to be a firm ally to your sons, not an enemy. Without the aid of my own brothers, born of my father's mistresses, Henry would not now be King of England and Duke of Normandy. I counsel you to use your head, not your heart, in this."
"And I shall do so, Mother," Eleanor said, "but it still does not prevent my heart from being wounded. I have shields for many things, but not this. You must have those places yourself, no matter how you hide them from the world." The Empress said nothing, and instead held her gnarled, age-spotted hands to the fire. That evening, Eleanor dismissed her women and sat to comb her eldest daughter's hair herself. It was beautiful, the glossy golden-brown tresses so long that Matilda could sit on them. "I have some news for you, my love," Eleanor said after a while. "I know how grown-up you are, and I want you to listen carefully." She felt the cool silkiness of the hair under her palm. How difficult it was going to be to send this nestling out into the world, to know that there would never be moments like this again. Matilda looked round, her clear grey eyes wide with question. Eleanor took a deep breath. "We have a marriage offer for you, from a very important family in Germany, a cousin of the Emperor Friedrich, no less. Henry, Duke of Saxony, very much desires to marry you." Matilda's eyes remained wide, but they were assessing rather than afraid.
"Is that why the bishop was in England before, Mamma?"
"Yes, my love, it is. The envoys from Germany came to discuss with me whether a match might be made. Your father thinks it a very suitable liaison." Matilda chewed her lip.
"I know I have to make a good marriage, Mamma," she said steadily. I know I must help my family, and that you will choose well for me."
The words were adult, but they emerged in a little girl's voice, and Eleanor's heart caught with pain. "Your future husband is a great knight," she said. "A man of whom you can be justly proud, and who is strong enough to take care of you. You will have your own household, and you will go with everything you need, including people you know." Matilda folded her arms protectively around her body.
"When do I have to go? Will I have time to say goodbye? Will I be able to see the new baby?"
"Of course you will." Eleanor put down the comb and hugged Matilda to her breast, unable to bear any more. Dear God! Dear God! "For now it is but an agreement for the future. You will not be leaving for a while yet, perhaps 2 years. We have to set up your household and arrange your trousseau. You will have lessons in German and learn the customs of their courts to prepare you. By the time you do go, you will be bigger and stronger and ready for your duties." Matilda relaxed when she realized she was not about to be packed off at dawn, but a frown lingered on her brow.
"After I go, will I ever see you again, Mamma? It is not forever, is it?"
"Of course you will see me." The words were bitter in Eleanor's mouth, because the truth was that she probably never would. Her heart bled. She opened her jewel coffer and poked among the pieces until she found a small gold ring with a dove incised on the flat top. "I want you to have this," she said. "You are old enough now to look after it. It was mine when I was your age, and my father gave it to me, and told me it had belonged to his mother when she was a girl." She slipped it onto Matilda's middle finger, and it was a perfect fit. "There," she said. "Now we shall always be close."
"Thank you, Mamma."
Matilda rubbed the surface of the ring and blinked hard. "Come," Eleanor said briskly, and kissed her cheek. "No more now. It is past time you were asleep." She took Matilda to her small box bed, and when she had said her prayers, tucked her in.
"May I wear the ring tonight?"
Matilda asked. "Of course, but you must put it away safely first thing in the morning." Eleanor kissed Matilda again and watched her snuggle under the covers so that only the top of her head was showing, and then she tiptoed away from the bed. Her throat ached with grief. It didn't seem a moment since she had held her daughter in her arms, a snuffling newborn baby, and now her marriage was being arranged, and she had to prepare to bid her the long farewell. Little Allie was not yet 4, still a baby, but in another 4 years was she to lose her too to some distant land? And this new child growing in her womb, son or daughter, flesh of her flesh, barely quickened and already with a future carved in the shape of a broken heart. Chapter 27. Castle Acre, Norfolk, June 1165. Hamlin checked the baggage chest waiting to be taken from his chamber to the cart in the bailey, and made sure he had packed his favourite hunting dagger. He knew very well that it was in there, but being certain helped to take the edge off his tension. Outside it was the high morning of a perfect summer's day, and he should have been riding to join his brother on campaign. War had broken out along the Welsh borders, and Henry had planned a summer campaign intended to bring the troublesome Prince of Gwynedd to heel once and for all. Hamlin had intended to leave at dawn, but Isabel had begun her labour in the small hours, and since it did not matter to a day when he joined Henry, he had chosen to wait. Now time was passing like the slow drip from a leaky spigot. The birthing chamber was barred to him, and although Isabel's women constantly brought him news and told him everything was progressing well, he remained agitated. His own mother had died bearing him. He dared not think about losing Isabel like that. She had become as dear to him as his own life. Puffing out his cheeks, he took himself to the stables. Carbonell turned his head and nickered. Hamlin stroked the palfrey's soft taupe muzzle. "Well, my beauty," he said. "Surely it cannot be much longer." Carbonell butted him and lipped his hand. As a child, jealous of Henry, hurting, Hamlin had once lamed a horse that had been passed down to him after Henry had finished with it. He hadn't wanted yet another of his golden brother's cast-offs. Their father had never realized what Hamlin had done, and had given him a replacement, a well-upholstered plush white creature, suitable for a staid matron, and worse than the first horse, because Hamlin had become a laughing-stock. At the time he had raged at the unfairness of it all, but as he matured, he had come to be deeply ashamed of the deed committed by a foolish, resentful boy. The guilt still burdened him, although he had confessed the sin long ago and been absolved. He would never tell anyone beyond the priest, especially not Isabel, who trusted him. One of the reasons he had no bastards was because of his childhood, even if he was the brother of a king. His new family was his sustenance, and he would work himself to the bone to see it become illustrious, without taint or tarnish. "Sire!" Thomas, one of the lads who worked in the hall, hastened up to him and bent the knee. "Sire, you are sought by the midwife." Hamlin's stomach wallowed. He started to ask a question, and then shook his head. "Never mind, boy. Tell her I am coming." He gave the horse a last pat on the neck and returned to the hall, trying not to run. Conscious of his dignity, he took measured steps and walked as if he was unconcerned. The midwife was waiting for him, a squeaking, snuffling bundle cradled in her arms. Her expression was anxious, and Hamlin was immediately on edge. Something must be wrong with the child, or with Isabel. He gave the woman a hard look, anger masking fear, and she recoiled briefly before gathering her courage.
"Sire, the child is born, but it is a girl."
Hamlin experienced an instant of weak, almost debilitating relief. A son was the goal that all men strove for, but he didn't care just now.
"That is of no consequence," he said. "Is she healthy?" "Indeed, sire," the midwife swiftly reassured him. "She has all her fingers and toes, and cried the moment she entered the world." Her expression still tense with worry, she placed the baby in his arms. The child had been loosely wrapped so that he could check for himself that she was healthy in all her limbs. Her hair was dark and damp, either from her birth or a recent bath. Feeling the little head in the crook of his elbow, Hamlin felt such a flood of joy and gratitude that tears stung his eyes. "I acknowledge her of my house," he said. "She shall be called Isabel for her mother." He looked at the midwife, who was now smiling tentatively. "How fares the Countess?" "She is well, sire. There were no difficulties at the birth."
"Good." He swallowed to try and clear the tightness in his throat.
"Tell her I shall visit her when she is ready."
He gently gave his daughter back to the woman and turned to receive the congratulations of the household. Ordering 2 tons of the best wine to be broached to drink the baby's health, he decided to defer his journey to Shrewsbury until the morrow and spend today at home in celebration. Once everything was in hand, he sought solitude to have a quiet weep, releasing the heavy weight of emotion he had been holding back. Later, he visited Isabel and found her sitting up in bed, their swaddled daughter in her arms and her face radiant with joy. Going to her, he kissed her tenderly. "You don't mind that it is a girl?" she said with trepidation.
Hamlin shook his head. "I care only that you are both well and whole.
She will be a beauty like her mother. Men will vie for her hand, and her besotted father will think none of them worthy." Isabel gave a teary laugh. "I never thought to bear a child. She is precious to me, and I cherish her because she is such a great gift from God." Her hazel eyes were almost golden. "I am so pleased you stayed to see her."
"The Welsh are not going to run away," Hamlin said with a shrug. At the moment he barely cared about them. "I shall see to her baptism tomorrow before I leave. I would rather stay here, but needs must, and I hope to be home soon. When I return, we shall hold a great celebration for your churching."
"Just come back to us whole," she said, and stroked his face. "We will be waiting."
In the morning, Hamlin took his daughter to be baptized in the font of Acre's Castle Chapel. Isabel, daughter of Hamlin, the king's brother, and forever a princess to her father. Riding out from Acre, his heart was overflowing. The weather started out bright, but by the time Hamlin reached Shrewsbury 4 days later, the sky wore heavy swatches of grey cloud, and he had to pull up his hood and bend his head against the driving rain. Eventually, the light darkening towards a wet dusk, he splashed into the sludgy stable-yard of Shrewsbury Castle and dismounted from Carbonell, uttering a heartfelt groan. The palfrey's head was hanging with weariness, and Hamlin felt the same.
"See that he's dried off properly and given plenty of dry bedding," he told the groom.
"Sire."
Hamlin wished the same for himself and grimaced. He did not know whether to rub his aching back or knees first. His men would have to find lodging in the town and somewhere to pitch the tents, but his harbinger had that in hand. For himself, there would be sleeping space in the castle, even if he had to bed down in the hall with a host of others. A squire escorted him from the stables to the castle, and they squelched along straw paths, half buried in mud, before entering the keep. Henry was ensconced in a large chamber on the upper floor, the latter heaving with activity. By lamplight and candlelight, scribes worked frantically under the direction of Robert of Leicester and the new Chancellor, Geoffrey Rydell, pieces of parchment piling up at their sides. Henry sat at a trestle, working through a sheaf of documents and talking to one of his shipmasters. Perched on a stool at his feet was an exquisite young woman, little more than a girl, with an apple-blossom flush on her cheek and flawless, creamy skin. A light veil did little to conceal her waist-length honey-brown braids. As Henry worked, he lifted her hands to his lips and kissed her knuckles. The latest mistress, Hamlin thought, but he was shocked by Henry's blatant behaviour and the girl's youth. Henry glanced up and saw Hamlin. For an instant, his lips remained on the girl's hand before he raised his head.
"Here at last," he said. "I expected you yesterday. Married life is slowing you down."
Hamlin bowed. Water dripped from his wet hair where the hood had not protected him and trickled down his face. His feet felt clammy and cold inside his boots.
"My apologies, sire. The Countess was in travail, and I waited to see my daughter safely born and baptized. I thought you would not mind a day's delay." "You are becoming presumptuous for the sake of a girl child," Henry said, but there was wintry amusement in his eyes. "Better if your wife had borne you a son."
"I do not mind," Hamlin said.
"I am just pleased that both mother and child are in good health. We have named her Isabel, and she is already a beauty." Henry snorted with affectionate scorn. "I would never have thought to see you so fond."
"Nor you, brother," Hamlin retorted pointedly.
Henry sent him a bright look filled with challenge. "You have not asked, but I will tell you. This delightful young lady is Rosamond, daughter of Walter de Clifford of Bronlis and Clifford Castle.
Hamlin knew Walter de Clifford, although not well, a pragmatic marcher baron of stature and backbone. "My lady," he said. De Clifford would need that pragmatism now. Perhaps he was looking forward to seeing his family's advancement through Henry's attachment to his daughter. "Sire?" Henry was still holding her hand, but she acknowledged Hamlin by inclining her head.
"A rose of the world," Henry said, "but only for me."
The pink in the girl's cheeks deepened. She flicked him a shy but coquettish look, to which Henry responded with a doting smile.
"There are no thorns on her anywhere, or none that I have yet found."
Embarrassment burned Hamlin's face. He was long accustomed to Henry's infidelities, but this was a step further. "I came to report the moment I arrived," he said stiffly, "but I can see you are busy with other matters. Do I have your leave to go and get dried out?"
"As you will," Henry said with an insouciant wave. "We can talk later at dinner."
When Hamlin returned to eat with Henry, he found him feeding the de Clifford girl from his own dish, holding morsels of chicken for her to bite daintily from his fingers. On Hamlin's arrival, he dismissed her with a pat on the bottom, telling her to wait in his chamber, and as she left the room, with a maid in tow, he gazed after her with lust and longing. "Are you mad?" Hamlin said. "I know you have your casual mistresses, but how old is she, Henry? Dear God!"
"Don't go all sanctimonious on me," Henry snapped. "She brings innocence and freshness into my life. She has not been corrupted by the ways of the court. I know I will have the truth from her without any politicking behind my back. She brings me to life in ways you could not begin to understand."
"I do understand," Hamlin replied, standing his ground. "Isabel does that for me, but she is my wife, and of an age and awareness. You cannot afford to flout this child as your paramour." Henry's expression took on a stubborn cast.
"She is probably the only person in my life who has not beggared or betrayed me in one way or another. She is mine, and I look after what is mine."
"Have I ever beggared or betrayed you?" Hamlin could not keep the anger and hurt from his voice.
"You know that I did not mean it like that."
"Sometimes you make it very difficult to do so."
"You are mine too," Henry said. "Stop scowling."
"What of Eleanor?"
"What of her?"
Henry gave an impatient shrug.
"She is in Angers, and she knows I take my comforts elsewhere when she is breeding. Our worlds do not mesh, save in matters of state and business that concern us both."
He leaned towards Hamlin to emphasize his point.
"When you lack something in your life, you go out and find it. Rosamond is my finding, and I will not hear a word said against her."
Fixed by Henry's bright stare, Hamlin felt a jolt of recognition. There was an expression on his brother's face he had never seen before, and that expression was love. Standing on top of the high sandstone rock, Hamlin filled his lungs with the cold, salty air. On his left, the sun sparkled on the Dee estuary. On the right, the sea was a series of blue and grey pleats running to a horizon of scudding storm clouds. Far from teaching the Welsh a lesson they would never forget, the campaign had been a disaster. Hamlin had never experienced such rain before, and thought this was how it must have been at the start of the Great Flood. Streams had become raging torrents, rivers had burst their banks and raced more swiftly than galloping horses, surging with brown foam and swirling with vicious currents. He had seen men and baggage beasts swept to their deaths. There had been sudden landslides where supplies had disappeared down mud slippages into ravines. There was no escaping the constant rain, and fires could not be lit to cook or to dry out saturated clothes and equipment. Men went hungry and sickened. Everyone had phlegmy coughs and aching lungs. Welsh snipers had attacked them all along the route, shooting arrows, setting traps, and melting away once damage was done, to become no more than wraiths in the forest. The army had retreated to the Wirral Peninsula to await their supply ships, which would aid them along the coast, but there was still no sign of them. The only glimmer of light in the whole boggy morass of this campaign was that it had finally stopped raining, and the sun was pleasantly warm on his body. He had heard mutterings among the men that God had turned against them because of the way Henry had treated his archbishop, and because the life he lived was one of sin and debauchery. There were times Hamlin thought it might be true. Turning at a noise behind him, he was surprised to see the De Clifford girl emerging through the trees. When she saw him, she hesitated, but then folded her arms inside her cloak and continued, a determined set to her jaw. "Are you looking for the ships?" she asked. "Henry says they should have been here by now." Hamlin was perturbed, almost shocked that she should refer to his brother as casually as Henry. The fact that he had confided in her about the ships was unwise. For now her power was naive and uncalculating, but that would change. Henry indulged her far beyond wisdom. "They should," he said, "but we are at the mercy of winds and tide. Does my brother know you are wandering around unescorted?" Rosamond returned a smile to his frown. "No, and he will scold me, but he is never angry for long." She slid him a mischievous look. "I shall say I was with you." Hamlin recoiled and she laughed. "He won't be jealous. Do not worry." "I am not worried," he snapped, "but I wonder if you know the depths in which you are swimming." She sobered and gazed out over the water. "What choice do I have, my lord?" Suddenly, she was not a girl barely old enough to bleed, but a woman full grown. "My body has bought my family favour, and given me a life beyond them and the nunnery at Godstow. I am fond of both, but this is a taste of a different feast, and while it is mine, I intend to enjoy it. The king is my dear lord. I please him, and he is good to me." She gave Hamlin a steady look. "That is all there is to it." Hamlin was nonplussed. This chit of a girl had just spoken to him as if she was a queen. "You are wrong," he said. "There is far more to it than whether or not you and the king please each other. There are matters of what is right and seemly. You are both treading a precarious path." Her cheeks grew pink. "Sire, I know that, but the king has chosen me, and I will tread that path for him and with him, whatever the consequence." And like a cat, would probably not lose her footing, Hamlin thought. Suddenly she narrowed her eyes and pointed. "Look!" Hamlin followed her finger and saw several long shapes the size of earwigs bisecting the sea and sky on the D side of the horizon. "The king's ships," he said. "We should return to camp." Rosamond walked beside him, her eyes downcast and her manner demure. He supposed she must have acquired that from the nuns at Godstow, and it was incongruous when he thought of the way she behaved with Henry, leaning on him, letting him feed her lover's titbits. She was lithe and dainty, no taller than his shoulder. She was nothing like Eleanor, yet she possessed a hint of that same core of supple steel. The ships, when they docked, proved to be only half the number Henry had expected, and many of the supplies they carried were salt-ruined and useless. The vessels had been blown off course, and when they tried to land at Anglesey to make repairs, they had been set upon and mauled by the locals.
"A whole summer wasted," Henry raged. "An entire campaign scuppered. Why am I surrounded by dolts and incompetents who cannot do their duty?"
"Sire, the weather was against us." One man was foolhardy enough to venture. "There was nothing we could do but run before the wind."
"I do not want your feeble excuses."
Henry shoved away from the table against which he had been leaning and threw up his hands.
"Time and again I have sailed in gales and storms and still made landfall ahead of time with all intact."
Hamlin stood near the door flap of Henry's great campaign tent, listening to him flay the shipmasters with his tongue. In their childhood, Henry had often thrown spectacular tantrums where he would thrash on the floor, drumming his heels and screaming at the top of his lungs. Such an episode looked imminent now. A young man arrived at the royal tent, clutching a sealed parchment. Hamlin eyed John Fitzjohn, who had recently succeeded to the position of Royal Marshal, following his father's death, and was still settling into his new official role. He was tall and broad-shouldered, but whether those shoulders would bear the burden of his office remained to be seen.
"News?"
Hamlin asked. John Fitzjohn eyed the raging king with trepidation.
"Yes, sire. The Queen of France has given birth to a living male child."
"I see."
Hamlin took pity on the discomfited young man. Bearers of bad news were frequently blamed for it, and John Fitzjohn was trying to establish his position at court.
"I will deal with this," he said. "Go and see to your other duties."
"I am willing to do this, sire,"
the young marshal protested to his credit.
"No, you are not, even while I know you will do your duty. Go."
Hamlin gave him a dour smile.
"I shall call in the favour another time."
He waited until Fitzjohn had gone, relief in his step, and then he approached the pacing Henry.
"It is a night for bad news, brother,"
he said, and handed him the letter.
"Perhaps you should swallow it all at once."
Henry snatched it from him, read what was written, and then crumpled the parchment and tossed it in the brazier where it caught light and burned up in a cloud of pungent blue smoke.
"I don't care a fig," he growled. "Let Louis beget a dozen sons. None of them will ever be a match for mine. Get out, all of you."
"Henry," Hamlin began.
"And you too, you sanctimonious prig."
Hamlin stepped back as if Henry had punched him in the face. Any other man he would have grabbed by the throat, but this was the king, upon whose favour he was dependent for his every privilege. He had no choice but to swallow the insults. Turning on his heel, he swept out. He could hear Henry crashing around the tent like an angry bull. Rosamond arrived, and Hamlin caught her back.
"You should not go in there."
"He did not order me to leave, sire,"
Rosamond said. "I am not," and was already proficient. He had a tuneful singing voice, clear and pure, a passion for fine music, and a talent for composing it. He tilted his head to one side.
"Mamma, you are beautiful,"
he said with a smile and a courtly flourish. Eleanor laughed. "You will go far, young man. That is what a woman always wants to hear."
"I have composed a song for you. Do you want to hear it?"
"Of course I do." Eleanor gestured her women to gather and listen. Richard sat on a chair before them and checked that the lute was in tune. He handled the instrument with confidence, and his hair was a gleaming tumble of copper on gold as he leaned over the strings and sought the tune. The song, in praise of the Virgin Mary, was a simple one in a minor key, but its pared-down clarity was an exquisite performance for a child of just 8 years old. Eleanor's eyes welled with tears of love and pride.
"That was very well done, my heart," she said. "You are a true heir of Aquitaine." She gave him a ring from her little finger, as she would any troubadour, and Richard flushed with pleasure. "You must play for your father at the Christmas feast." Richard's smile dimmed. "When is he coming, Mamma?" "He won't be long," she said. "A few more days." Richard ran off to play a fighting game, needing to exert himself after the discipline of concentrating on the music. Eleanor turned her own attention to preparing for winter banquets, and sent instructions to the huntsman to mark some good game for the men to pursue during the festivities. Joanna started to wail in her cradle, and her wet nurse lifted her out and put her to her breast. Richard returned in search of his practice sword, which was made of whalebone, and his pride and joy. Following on his heels was a messenger from England, with a letter bearing Henry's seal. The note was short and to the point. Henry hoped she and the children were in good health. He bade her remain in Angers to keep the Christmas feast and entertain his vassals. He regretted he was unable to come because the difficult Welsh campaign had caused too much upheaval, and he was still dealing with unfinished business. He had to settle the matter of knightly service owing to the crown, and would be spending Christmas at Oxford. He would join her at Easter, bringing Harry with him, but for now he bade her farewell. Eleanor gazed at the words with contempt, scorn, and feelings more ambivalent. She was angry and concerned that he was not coming, that she and their new baby daughter did not matter enough for him to make the effort. However, it would be more peaceful without him, and she would not have to live in an atmosphere of tension bordering on hostility. "Your father will not be here for the Christmas feast," she said to Richard. "He has too much business in England." Richard had found his sword underneath a tunic on the coffer, and now he swished it about as if cutting at an enemy. "He has business here too, Mamma." "Indeed, but not as much as in England. Do not concern yourself. We shall celebrate the feast well enough without him, and Easter is not so far away." Richard's look was as bright as a knife. "But it dishonours you, Mamma." His observation was as sharp as a cut. "The business of state comes first, and he will be here at Easter, I promise you." "What if something else stops him?" He swiped repeatedly at the air, making a low, thrumming sound. She realized that for all Richard's loyalty to her, he had a jealous and covetous eye to his father. It would not have escaped her golden son's perception that Harry was spending Christmas with their father, basking in his attention and playing the prince to the hilt. "It won't," she said firmly. "And Easter is far better for making journeys. It is not long away. I know you are disappointed, but it cannot be helped." "I'm not disappointed." Richard's face was a mask, the flesh taut on his bones and his cheeks starred with red. "I hate him. I hate the way he treats us. I don't care if he comes at Easter or not. Why should I want to see him when he doesn't want to see me?" "Curb your tongue," Eleanor snapped. "When you come to rule Aquitaine, you will understand that some things take priority. Your father would come if he were able." "Would he?" Eleanor met his hard blue stare. "You have my leave to go." He whirled and ran from the room. She bit her lip, knowing he would vent his anger in aggressive military play. He was big and strong for his age, and his playmates would suffer as a result. Going to the hearth, she held out her hands to the fire. The ruby ring winked on her finger like a wound. Henry could have come if he had really wanted. Matters might be urgent in England, but they were also excuses. And where Henry was, the court was too. Thus she was pushed to the margins. By the time she saw him again, they would have been apart for a year, and he would not have seen their children either, except for Harry. Eleanor lifted her head and compressed her lips with determination. It did not matter that Henry was not joining her to hold the Christmas feast. She would hold a great celebration of her own, here in his heartlands, and she would make sure that while people might notice Henry's absence, they would not miss him.
"I had not expected you home from court so soon," Isabel said to Hamlin. He had sent word ahead, and she had hastily prepared for his arrival with the hour's warning his outriders had given. Hamlin went to look at his baby daughter, who was asleep in her crib, all rosy pink and contented. The sight made him smile and soften the tension in his shoulders.
"Henry gave me leave for a fortnight," he said, "although I shall have to return before long."
She marked the tone of his voice, and prudently said nothing more until he had washed and changed, and they were sitting together by the fire over a meal of bread, cheese, and a flagon of good red wine.
"What is wrong?"
He took her hand and squeezed it.
"Ah, nothing," he said. "Henry is making a fool of himself."
"Why?"
She looked at him in concern.
"What has he done now? Is it to do with the Archbishop?"
"No, it's not that kind of matter."
Hamlin grimaced.
"He became involved with a new mistress when we went to Wales in the summer. Walter de Clifford's daughter, Rosamond."
"He always had women when I was at court. He only kept a faithful bed when he was busy getting the Queen with child."
"You do not understand. This is not one of his casual amours," Hamlin said with distaste. "He has bought her a little dog and gowns and jewels, and a ring, if you please, that she wears on her wedding finger. He has her sit beside him at table and feeds her from his own dish." His face flushed as he warmed to his theme. "He even seeks her advice above that of his courtiers, and spends hours in his chamber with her. Even when the chamber is open to others, she will be there, sitting on his bed, wrapped in one of his cloaks. He is besotted to the point of folly."
Isabel gazed at him in shock, and her thoughts flew to Eleanor.
"Oh, that is not right. Indeed, it is disrespectful."
"The girl herself, I do not know what to think."
Hamlin tossed his crust to a hound dozing by the fire.
"She is convent-raised and gentle, but knows her worth. She was a virgin when he took her, and no brazen harlot, and that makes a difference too."
Isabel was appalled.
"How old is she?"
"Grown, but not yet a full woman. 15 at most. He has always liked girls of that age. I am gladder than you know to be away from the court just now."
"Does Eleanor know?"
Hamlin shrugged.
"I do not know, but she will find out. That kind of news always travels. Henry was supposed to be spending Christmas at Angers, but he has chosen to stay in Oxford to deal with English business, and Harry is with him."
"What must he think, seeing his father sporting with this young woman? It is no example to set."
Hamlin's mouth was downturned.
"My brother is as he is, and nothing will change him. Standing in his path is like being an ant in a thunderstorm."
Isabel poured him more wine.
"I suppose this passion will burn itself out. He was always keener on the chase than the capture, from what I saw at court."
"It may, but for the moment he is smitten. She does not fear him. She is gentle and sweet, but she has a core of steel. And she is lovely to look upon."
"I could almost think you are smitten yourself,"
Isabel said, not entirely in jest. Hamlin gripped her hand more tightly.
"There is only one woman for me, and I am married to her," he said. "And for all that it was a match for political gain and we were directed to wed, I thank God every day for his great blessing."
He lifted her hand and kissed her knuckles.
I want to forget court. Tonight there is just you, me, our daughter, and the children within us still to be born. Let that be all that matters.
Chapter 29. Angers, Easter 1166. The April sun shone from a sky of rain-rinsed blue and warmed the castle battlements with primrose-pale light. Wearing the red dress and an ermine cloak, Eleanor stood on the battlements with the children and watched Henry's entourage approach the gates. Once her heart would have swelled with anticipation and grown so light that she could have flown it from the battlements on a silken ribbon. But now it stayed in her chest, beating in solid, turgid strokes, and she was full of dull tension because she knew how their reunion would go. Among the banners and the glittering array of knights and sergeants, she fixed her gaze on her eldest son. Even from a distance, she could see how tall and straight he sat on his horse. He had turned 11 during Lent, and she could not believe he was standing on the last stepping stone of his childhood, and that added a tender pain to her heart, blended with an uplifting of pride. Henry held his chubby baby daughter in his arms and tickled her under the chin. "A fine little girl," he said, smiling. "She entered the world with a cry fit to raise the rafters," Eleanor replied. "It was not an easy birth. Perhaps we both realized our lot in the world." "I'm sorry I could not be here any earlier." He busied himself handing the baby back to her nurse rather than meeting Eleanor's gaze. She withheld the comment that he could have been here had he wished. "I am sorry too. Your children have missed you, and there are matters for your attention. Your men refuse to obey my orders, and there is disruption in Brittany and northern Poitou. They probably thought they could rebel because you were looking the other way." "I am here now, and I shall deal with everything," Henry said, his voice level, but irritation in the set of his shoulders. He rubbed his leg and grimaced. "Just a few more years, and Richard will be old enough to be my sword hand in Aquitaine, and then I shall not need to ask." Henry's expression tightened, but he let the remark pass. "I may have been occupied in England, but I've been considering policies in the wider field," he said shortly. "Brittany can be solved by bringing Conan to heel and making a marriage alliance." "A marriage alliance?" She eyed him warily. "Duke Conan has a daughter, Constance. If we match her with Geoffrey, he can govern Brittany when he comes of age. That will provide him with lands and bring Brittany into our sphere." The proposal made sense, and Eleanor gave a guarded nod. She would have to know more about it first, but on the surface had no cause to cavil. Henry grunted with bleak amusement. "It seems we have an accord for once." She inclined her head. "Perhaps," she said, refusing to be too impressed. Henry greeted the other children, presenting them with gifts he had brought from England. Geoffrey gave him a serious look when told he was going to be Count of Brittany. "Thank you, sire," he said, holding the beautiful ivory writing tablet Henry had presented to him, carved with lions, their eyes set with chips of ruby. "Always the quiet one," Henry said. "What is happening inside that head of yours? I shall expect great things of your rule, Geoffrey the Thinker." He ruffled his son's hair and was rewarded with a considering smile. Richard was not to be cozened by the hunting horn and baldric that Henry gave him, and was sullen and sulky, barely muttering his thanks, so that eventually Henry lost patience and dismissed him from his sight. "I dislike the boy's attitude," Henry said to Eleanor when they were alone together. "You have been indulging him." "He was angry when you did not come to Angers for Christmas," she replied.
He had been expecting you.
Then he will have to grow up and understand his role in the world, Henry retorted. He is a king's son, not a spoiled child.
Indeed, but that king has not been here to set an example. And even when he had been present in Richard's life, that example was not always to the good. Yes, she had indulged Richard, but she had not spoiled him. Henry was only reaping what he had sown.
You know my reasons for that, madam. It could not be helped.
He rubbed his leg again and winced. What's wrong?
Nothing. My horse kicked me, the contrary nag.
Henry's horses were always kicking him. He was not gentle with them, and they tended to lash out. Let me see. She half expected him to push her away and tell her not to fuss, but he unfastened one leg of his hose and rolled it down to expose a livid, hoof-shaped bruise on his thigh. Eleanor gasped. She could see where the nail studs from the shoe had macerated the flesh. You should have a physician tend to this.
Henry waved her away. He can look at it in the morning. I've taken worse. Rub some salve into it and stop fussing.
Eleanor shook her head, but did as he bade. There was no point in arguing. You are a fool, she said as she hunted out a pot of marigold salve and began gently rubbing it into the affected area. You should get rid of a horse like that.
Perhaps I shall, he said, but the beast has its uses.
He took her hand and drew it higher up his leg.
I will have him know who the rider is before I am done.
They went to bed for the first time since Joanna had been conceived. Eleanor blew out the candles, because the dark was a kindly cloak, concealing the ravages wrought by time, and without sight the other senses were heightened. Henry's own body was no longer that of a lithe and limber youth, but of a solid, mature male, broad, stocky, and powerful. They had to be careful because of his injured leg. Eleanor had to play the greater part, which was much to her taste.
What were you saying about being the rider?
She laughed breathlessly, as at last she climbed off him and lay down at his side.
Ah, he said, but it was of my will as much as yours. I gave you permission to play that part. You would not have done it without.
And I played to win. He gave a huff of amusement.
I'll grant you the victory this time.
She felt him gathering to leave and put her hand on his arm. Will you stay? Please. He hesitated, then gestured assent and lay back on the bed.
As you will.
She suspected he was too sore to argue. She did not want him to stay because of desire, or to comfort her slumber, but because in the morning their children and the courtiers would find them in the same bed, and it would bolster her position and power as queen. But as she settled against him, she received the impression that even though he was present in body, his mind had gone far from her, closed off and unreachable. The next morning there was a commotion at the forge. Richard had taken an unfinished sword blade from the armourer's supplies, had heated it in the fire until the tip was a glowing red, and had gone charging about with it, swiping it in the air and declaiming that he was the knight of the firebrand. He had attacked Harry in earnest, singeing his brother's fine new cloak, and the armourer had thrown a piss bucket over him to put a stop to this wild outburst. Henry was furious. It was no way for a prince, or indeed any man, to behave. Richard said nothing, and stoically accepted the thrashing Henry administered.
That boy is a reckless fool,
Henry roared at Eleanor.
How is he going to rule Aquitaine if he cannot rule himself?
What boy is not wild at times? Eleanor rushed to defend her cub. It is passing strange that his behaviour is always angry and unpredictable when you are here.
Meaning?
Henry snapped. Meaning I indulge him less than you have neglected him. He will do very well for Aquitaine when the time comes. Henry narrowed his eyes. That remains to be seen, madam. However, that afternoon, Henry took it upon himself to spend time in weapons training with his sons, showing Richard, Harry, and Geoffrey various tricks and moves. Eleanor watched him with the boys. For Henry, it was all about control and supremacy. He kept correcting their stances and grips, as if they had not been receiving lessons in weapon play since they were small. Each blow that Henry struck in demonstration was forceful and dominant. He was never going to relinquish power to any of them. He might give them titles and plan for their futures on the map of his empire, but they would all remain his subordinates, and since Henry had been such a young man when he begot his heirs, their flowering would only clash with his prime. Chapter 30. Winchester, August 1166. Eleanor had been trying to sew, but had to pause and press her hands to her womb as the child within her sent out a frantic flurry of kicks and punches. Her reunion with Henry at Easter had resulted in another pregnancy. Since the child was due at Christmas, she had to stay in England until after the birth. That it was the role of a queen to provide heirs, and that she had actively encouraged Henry to her bed at Angers, did not prevent her from feeling like a trapped animal. It was unfair that a man could sow his seed and then go about his business unencumbered. She had quickened a few weeks ago, but this new babe was never still, and she was exhausted. The others had all been busy infants in the womb, but this one kept up a constant pummeling. A couple of times she had thought she might miscarry. Her womb had cramped, and there had been a few spots of blood, but the danger had passed, and the pregnancy had continued. Henry was still in Brittany dealing with matters, and she had to stay near the port of Southampton, ready to send Geoffrey across the sea to his father the moment he was summoned. He was to be betrothed to Conan of Brittany's daughter, Constance, and made heir to the province. They were all so many chess pieces on Henry's board, although Geoffrey was delighted by the arrangement, because it would increase his standing and assure him lands of his own when he was older. An attendant approached and murmured that the Countess de Warenne had arrived. Eleanor immediately brightened. "Admit her, and bring wafers and sweet wine," she commanded. Isabel was shown into the chamber and knelt to Eleanor, who hastened to kiss her and raise her to her feet. "It is so wonderful to see you." She noticed with a quick sweep of her friend's figure that Isabel too was with child. A nurse had followed her into the room, a chubby baby in her arms. "And this is little Isabel?" "Yes, this is Belle." Isabel took the baby from the nurse and kissed her cheek. "Hamlin dotes on her." "She looks like you. And another on the way, I see. When are you due?" "The end of November. And you?" "Christmas," Eleanor said flatly. "I shall be in Oxford and Henry in Poitiers." The wine and wafers arrived, as well as a platter of almond paste balls wrapped around a date stuffing. Eleanor had the refreshments carried to the window embrasure overlooking the gardens, and the women sat down to gossip in the breeze from the open shutters. "Oh, I've missed these." Isabel popped an almond ball in her mouth and closed her eyes to savour the taste. "My cook has the recipe, but they are still not as good as yours." "But in all other ways you are content. It shines out of you." Isabel smiled. "Indeed I am. I have to pinch myself sometimes to know I am not dreaming." "I am pleased for you." Eleanor was wistful, even slightly envious. Such a bond is rare and precious. Isabel looked down and fussed with her sleeve. Eleanor immediately recognized the signs. "So, if all is right in your world," she said, "what is troubling you?" Isabel folded the cuff over and then turned it back. "I am unsure about broaching this with you. Perhaps you already know, but if not, you should." Eleanor's stomach sank. "Know about what?" Isabel raised her head, and her brown eyes were full of chagrin. Hamlin says the king has a new mistress." Eleanor shrugged, relieved, but weary and a little puzzled that Isabel should think this news of any import. "What of it? I know he is unfaithful. He has the urges of a tomcat." "It is more than that," Isabel replied. "I would not have spoken if this was one of his usual paramours, but she has been with him for over a year, and he dotes on her. Hamlin says he is making plans to build her a manor at Woodstock." Isabel returned to pleating her sleeve. "I am sorry to be the one to tell you." Eleanor shivered. She thought of the other mistress who had been more than a passing fancy and had given him a son. Aylber. The name was still branded on her mind. "Who is she?" "Rosamond, daughter of Walter de Clifford. He took up with her during the Welsh campaign last year. Her family are Marcher lords, and she is no more than 16 years old." Eleanor put her hands to her mouth and gave a dry heave. Isabel set her arm around her. I'm sorry. I knew this would hurt you, but you had to know, because everyone else does, and it's not right." Eleanor swallowed and gripped Isabel's arm until she regained control. "It does not surprise me," she said bitterly. "A house at Woodstock, you say?" She gave a cynical laugh. "I suppose it is fitting. He keeps his menagerie there, just as his grandsire used to do." "Hamlin says it is outside the complex, at Everswell." Isabel brought her a cup of sweetened wine. Eleanor held the goblet between her hands and took a slow sip. "He once told me he was going to build a pleasure garden there. Little did I think. Thank you for having the courage to tell me. I take it as a mark of our trust and friendship." She straightened her spine. "I am the Queen, and the mother of his heirs, and I will have his respect for that. Let him be the laughing-stock." She gave Isabel a fierce look. "I will not see pity in anyone's eyes." "No," Isabel said hastily. "I am indignant on your behalf, never pitying." Eleanor did not believe her. Isabel had too soft a heart. "Henry treads his own path these days, and I tread mine," she said wearily. "Once this child is born and the arrangements for Matilda's marriage finalized, I shall return to Aquitaine and raise Richard to govern it." She gave Isabel a wry half-smile. "I have become adept at biding my time. Henry has never known how to do that. He has never had the patience. Indeed," she added with a curl of her lip, "he has never had to have the patience." Their talk turned to the continuing difficulties with Thomas Becket, who had retaliated for the exile of his relatives by excommunicating the men Henry had sent to expel them and laying more people under interdict, including the justiciar. "Do you believe there will ever be a reconciliation?" Isabel asked. Eleanor shook her head. "Fences will be difficult to mend, that is certain. And of course my first husband is joyfully stirring up trouble. It is a complete tangle, and I'm sick of it." She sighed and placed her hand on her belly as the baby began kicking and pummeling again. Eleanor sat at dinner with Harry, who was visiting her en route to join his father for Christmas in Poitiers.
He was full of the adventure of the journey. At almost 12 years old, he considered himself very much the man and a king in waiting. Watching his dexterity as he carved slices from the haunch of venison and placed them on her trencher, succulent with juices, Eleanor was immensely proud. "You are going to be taller than your father." Strong, long-limbed sons of her womb who towered over Henry were satisfying images with which to feed her mind. Harry preened. "I will be a better king than he is." "You still have much to learn," she cautioned. "Have a care how you talk to him. Watch and listen and learn. It does not mean you should behave in the same ways, but observe how he treats people and how they respond to him. Watch how he deals with situations and think about what you would do in the same circumstances. Everything you learn will serve you in good stead later." She felt his withdrawal and could almost see him rolling his eyes because he thought he was being lectured. "Of course I will, Mamma. I know what his temper is like, and he always has to be right even when he is wrong." Her lips twitched. "Just so, my son," she said. "You must learn how to deal with that and how to arrange your own rule. Your father plans to have you anointed his heir, and there is more to kingship than wearing a crown. You will have to take on the responsibilities and duties and become a man." Harry's eyes brightened. "Papa has the gold ready for my crown. He showed it to me 2 years ago." A petulant look entered his expression. "I would have been crowned then if not for Thomas Becket." "That is true, but at least by the time you are anointed you will be older and more able to perform your duties." That was another bone of contention between Henry and Becket. It was traditional for the Archbishop of Canterbury to crown the King of England, but Becket was refusing to do so. Henry had a dispensation from the Pope, obtained 5 years ago, granting him permission to have his son crowned by any bishop he chose, but Becket had persuaded the current Pope to declare that no bishop was to obey the dictate. Eleanor suspected Henry would still find a way round it, and there was enough rivalry and aggravation among the bishops where Becket was concerned that some would ignore papal wrath and do the deed anyway. But for now, the sacred gold remained in its coffer. On the following day, Harry continued his journey, heading for Southampton to take ship across the narrow sea. Richard was simmering with anger. "Why is he going to Poitiers and not us?" he demanded. "I am the heir to Poitou, not him. Papa should have sent for me." "I cannot travel that far with your new brother or sister in my womb," Eleanor said with thin patience. "Your father is standing surety for me, and Harry is his heir and future head of the family. You are not yet 9 years old." "I hope he's seasick," Richard muttered. "He is your brother, and you will hope no such thing. You will go to Poitiers soon enough, I will make sure of it." She touched his hair, glinting like fine wire of blended copper and gold. "Curb yourself, my young lion. Your time will come." Chapter 31. Beaumont Palace, Oxford, December 1166. Eleanor studied the silver cups presented for her approval. Most were intended for her eldest daughter as bridal goods to take with her to Germany, but she had ordered one especially as a gift for Isabel's new baby, a little boy, born a month ago and christened William. The cups sparkled in the sparse winter light from the high windows. Eleanor was also sending a carved ivory rattle, and for Isabel, a gold net and silk veil to dress her hair. "This is beautiful workmanship," she said. "I am well pleased. See that the silversmith is paid promptly for his effort." "Madam?" Eleanor grimaced at a deep twinge from her lower spine. Her advanced state of pregnancy made walking difficult.
Whatever posture she adopted, she could not be comfortable. Throughout the Christmas celebration, she had been exhausted and nauseous. There seemed to be no room within her, save for this mass of baby and its constant activity that deprived her of sleep. The weather was cold and sharp, and the days so short that the candles remained constantly lit. What light there was filtered through the high windows, bleak and pale. Eleanor could not remember when last she had been warm. Perhaps it was a matter of the soul, too. She wanted to be in Poitiers, and the longing was almost pain. It did not help her situation that only 4 miles away, Henry's child mistress was keeping Christmas as a lay visitor at the nunnery at Godstow. She had sent spies to find out what they could about the girl, her whereabouts and more of her circumstances. From all reports, the girl was lovely, sweet-natured, educated, intelligent, and she and Henry were besotted by each other. She was his love, and that made Eleanor feel colder still. It was long since she had felt like that about anyone, and never about Henry, even when they had shared the passion and the glory. It had been like a fire made of dry tinder and parchment, swift to blaze up, but with no red core to sustain the heart. The presence of the young woman at Godstow gnawed at Eleanor like toothache. She wanted to be rid of it, but it would not go away while the tooth remained. And while she kept this bleak winter feast in exile and waited to bear the child conceived on the eve of Christ's rising, Henry was in Poitiers, sitting in her hall, drinking the rich wine of her duchy, and listening to the music of the south with their eldest son at his side. The twinge came again, stronger this time. She glanced towards the sound of her daughter's voice. Matilda was reading aloud in German to Geoffrey and Ali. She stumbled over many of the words, but she had been practicing hard and had improved immeasurably in only a month. By the time she went to her marriage, she would be proficient enough to hold a simple conversation. Geoffrey, with his way with words, would probably be proficient in German by then too. Matilda's future husband had written to her, saying how pleased he was that she was going to be his bride, and exhorting her to work at her lessons, so that they would be able to talk as man and wife. He had sent her a Christmas gift of a silk bag containing ivory playing pieces, wonderfully carved with all different animals, and an inlaid draughts board, which Matilda loved. He had also sent her a belt of pearls and gold wire, which she wasn't allowed to wear because it was to be added to her trousseau, but she kept opening the enamelled box to admire it. The pain came again, a regular pinching squeeze, and her belly tightened, harder this time, taut as a new drum. She called to Marquisa and bade her send for the midwives. Sitting on the birthing stool, her hair hanging down in loose straggles of gold and grey, her shift bunched beneath her breasts, Eleanor did not know how many hours she had been in labour. The pains were excruciating, and she felt as if she was being torn apart by the infant within her, struggling to escape. She feared for her life. The shadows of winter dusk were gathering, and still the baby had not come. She was bilious and tired, on the edge of exhaustion, and the midwives were exchanging glances with each other. A part of her wanted to give up, to close her eyes and let everything end here. The call was insistent, but more insistent still was her sense of duty to her other children. They still needed her guidance and protection. They still needed her to fight for them. If she died now, then Henry would have triumphed, and by planting this seed inside her, he would be responsible for her death. Perhaps that was what he was hoping, that she would die in travail, and then he could marry an adoring, compliant wife, perhaps the little nun at Godstow. Another contraction surged through her. "Push, madam, you must push!" The senior midwife gripped her hands. Eleanor squeezed her eyes tightly shut and bore down.
I will not let him be the death of me. He shall not win."
The last of her strength brought the baby's head to crown between her thighs, and she slumped, panting.
"Once more," encouraged the midwife. "Once more, and carefully, madam, lest you tear. Call upon the blessed Saint Margaret for help, and she will assuredly aid you. The babe's head was in the wrong position, but it has moved now. Come, only a little more effort."
Eleanor had been calling on the blessed Saint Margaret all day with little result. She was done with saints.
"Damn you, Henry!"
she gasped as the head was born and then the rest.
"Damn you forever!" "A boy,"
said the midwife as she caught the baby in a warm towel, and an infant's thready wail filled the room.
"A fine boy. Madam, you have another son."
Eleanor was past caring beyond the fact that the child was out of her body. She closed her eyes and gripped the sides of the stool, enduring. The afterbirth followed swiftly, and then, just as she thought it was done, she began to hemorrhage, a red stream of blood spattering the straw beneath the birthing stool.
"Blessed Saint Margaret!"
The midwife thrust the baby into the hands of one of the other women and grabbed Eleanor, issuing urgent commands to her senior assistant. Eleanor went away to another place while they desperately tried to stem the flow from her womb. Perhaps Henry was going to win after all. She imagined him in Poitiers with Harry, receiving the news that she had died in childbirth. Would he grieve even the smallest part? And if he did, who would know, because he always hid his grief from the world?
"Madam, drink this."
The midwife raised Eleanor's head and urged her to swallow a bitter-tasting tisane. She drank and choked, then drank again. The world returned for a moment, swamping her in raw pain. The woman stood back, one hand bloody to halfway up her wrist where it had been inside Eleanor, compressing her womb.
"Praise God and St. Margaret, the bleeding has eased." Her voice shook. "But we must watch you lest it begin again. It is always a danger when a woman has borne many children."
"Too many," Eleanor croaked. The shadows had deepened, and although the maids had kindled the lamps and built up the fire, the room was heavy with darkness. The youngest midwife brought her the baby, damp from his first bath, and yet to be swaddled. He was small like Ali had been, and wiry too. His natal hair was dark with none of the coppery glint that she had seen straight away in Richard, but his wail was strong and querulous, and his grasp on life surer than her own. Conceived at Easter at the rising of Christ, born in his nativity season, surely this was a blessed child. But she could raise neither joy nor enthusiasm.
"I am pleased with him,"
she said for form's sake. He waved his little fists and legs with the rapid movements she had sensed in her womb, but now he had the space to flex his limbs.
"How is he to be named, madam?"
She could not think. Her mind was filled with fleece. They would need to know for his baptism, but it was almost too much effort. One more duty to perform.
"John," she said. "Name him for the saint on whose day he will be baptized."
Speaking the words exhausted her. Her eyelids seemed to have weights on them. The women would not let her sleep for longer than an hour at a time. The midwife checked and changed the cloth between her thighs and made her drink more of the bitter tisane. The baby continued to wail and fuss. The wet nurse arrived, a buxom young woman called Agatha with a snub nose, thick flaxen braids and milk-heavy breasts. She put the baby to suckle and he latched on with a will.
Knows what he likes. Eleanor heard one of the younger midwives giggle. He'll be one for the ladies. The other women shushed her with glances at Eleanor. She pretended she had not heard, and gazed towards the closed shutters, which were painted with dancers in a garden and a musician playing a sitar. She drifted off to sleep, and dreamed that she was with them in that garden. She could smell the roses and the sweet, tarry scent of warm pine needles. There was a building like a cloister, with arches open to the air. She was holding a pair of ripe cherries on slender green stalks, and she tasted intense sweetness as she bit down and pierced the glossy black skin. A warm breeze fluttered the sleeves of her green silk gown. Her sister, Petronella, darted out from behind a cloister column, and with a joyful cry ran to embrace her. She was young and carefree, her brown eyes sparkling and her hair flying loose. Then Eleanor saw their father strolling towards her, his expression smiling and relaxed, and at his side a dark-haired small boy wearing a red tunic, her brother, Agré. She became aware of other people in the garden, all turning to welcome her. A man with dark hair and hazel eyes, a baby in his arms, a man she had last seen on his deathbed when she had still been wed to Louis. She dropped her gaze at a tug on her gown and met the blue eyes of another little boy, with a mop of red gold curls and a toy sword in his hand. "Mama?" he said. Her knees weakened and joy poured through her like exquisite lightning as everything turned to white radiance. Her next awareness was of voices talking over her in swift urgency, calling her name, shaking her and exhorting her to wake up. She didn't want to. She wanted to go back to the garden, but it wasn't there. It was a vision glimpsed in a flash of light, and now there was only the grainy nighttime darkness of the birthing chamber and the cramping pains from her abused, exhausted body. "Let me be," she said in a rusty voice. "Let me return to the garden." Her throat was dry, and they raised her to make her drink more of the tisane. "There is no garden, madam," the midwife said gently as she lifted the covers to check that Eleanor had not begun to bleed again. "You are here in your chamber at Beaumont Palace, safe and warm. The garden is all asleep under deep snow." "There is a garden," Eleanor insisted. Beyond the bitterness of the tisane, she could still taste the residual sweetness of cherries on her tongue. "I saw it." "You were dreaming, madam." Eleanor turned her head away and closed her eyes, but the vision refused to come again, and she felt bereft. She heard the women talking quietly among themselves, but not quietly enough. "This must be her last one," said the senior midwife. "She cannot sustain another child. It would kill her for certain, poor lady, if this one does not." Eleanor's eyelids tensed. Is that what it had come to? Poor lady. Then indeed she might as well die. She found the strength to raise her voice. "Do not pity me. I will not have it." The women immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere strained with tension. "I am sorry, madam," said the midwife. "I should not have spoken thus in your hearing." "Nor out of it. I am the Queen, remember that, and I am the Duchess of Aquitaine and Normandy, and Countess of Anjou." "Yes, madam." For whatever that was worth. Eleanor closed her eyes as her son began to wail. Eleanor was churched on the Feast of Candlemas in early February, a few days short of the 40-day recovery period. The day celebrated the churching of the Virgin Mary and was auspicious. Eleanor had not yet recovered from her ordeal. She was still bleeding, albeit scantily, and she tired very quickly. She had to pace herself as if she were an old woman and coddle what energy she did possess. Isabel had come to attend her churching, her child having been born in late November. Having made a full and swift recovery from her own travail, she was journeying from Lewes to Castle Acre and had taken a long detour to visit Eleanor. "I worry for you, for your health," Isabel said as they sat together after the obligatory banquet. Eleanor was lying on her bed, her feet propped on an embroidered cushion. Isabel's baby son slept in his crib, and she was gently jogging John in her arms. He was a fussy baby, but for Isabel he was being as good as gold. "I am better than I was," Eleanor said, "but I have been so slow to recover. The midwives say I should not bear any more children, that I will die if I do." Isabel made a soft sound of concern. Eleanor gave her a tired smile. "Oh, I shall take their advice. We have 4 living sons and 3 daughters. Let that be enough. I swore when I was in travail that I would not let my husband kill me, this way or any other." She gave a cynical lift of her brow as she saw Isabel's shock. "Bearing a child is every bit as much a battlefield as the ones by which men set so much store. So is marriage." Isabel stroked John's cheek with her forefinger. "But it is glorious, too," she said softly. "And sometimes there are miracles." Eleanor suppressed the urge to call her a fool. Whether deluded or not, Isabel was plainly happy with her lot and besotted by her children and that husband of hers. She had wished the best for them, and they had the best. If her own situation was a cup of poison, then she should drink from it herself, and not expect Isabel to sip. "Yes," she said to humour Isabel. "Indeed, sometimes there are." A week later, the weather turned mild, with pale blue skies and weak sunshine, harbingers of spring. Strong enough at last to sit a horse, Eleanor decided to ride the 4 miles to Woodstock with Isabel and the 3 older children, leaving the others with their nurses. Richard was eager to be out in the fresh air, galloping his pony, waving his toy lance around, riding with the knights of Eleanor's escort as if he were one of them. Eleanor watched him with amused pride. She could clearly see the warrior knight in him, and the imperious future Count of Poitou and Duke of Aquitaine. These were currently dominated by the eager, spontaneous child, but time would change that. Geoffrey rode after him, trying to keep up, but each time he came anywhere near Richard, his brother struck out at him and pulled away. "It is a good thing they will have all their different spheres of influence," she said wryly to Isabel. "They are like young eaglets, all wanting to dominate the nest. Geoffrey will have Brittany, Richard Aquitaine, and Harry England and Normandy, and I know they will all look at what the other has got and feel resentful." "What of John?" Isabel asked. "What will there be for him?" Eleanor waved her hand. "The church, perhaps, or Ireland, or an heiress with lands and influence. For the moment it does not matter, save that he is another son to make the inheritance secure. That is how Henry will view him." Their last child. As everyone said, she could not sustain another pregnancy, nor did she desire to endure that ordeal ever again. A part of her was raw, because it meant bidding farewell to an element of her femininity and her power to be the vessel that gave birth to the heirs. No mistress, no matter how exalted, could do that. She was losing precedence and prestige. That which had set her apart was now diminished. "What did Hamlin say when you bore a son?" she asked Isabel. Isabel laughed and turned pink. "The moment he heard, he ran into my confinement chamber and wanted to hold him. The midwives were horrified." Eleanor was astonished. "I would never have thought that of him from the way he behaves at court." Isabel's blush deepened, making her radiant. "There are courtiers' robes, and there are robes for every day," she said. "And then there are the moments without robes at all." She paused to guide her horse around a deep rut in the road. "He is a true and honest man, and I love him dearly." "As he clearly loves you." "I think so." "I am glad for you," Eleanor said. "Truly I am." Approaching Woodstock, they crossed the path of another party riding out in the fresh February air. Curly-coated retrieving dogs and narrow-flanked gazehounds loped beside the horses, and a brace of hair hung from one huntsman's saddle. A young woman rode in the middle of the party. Her head was covered by a wimple, but long braids of soft golden brown showed beneath its edge. Her cloak was of costly blue wool, and small silver bells tinkled in the braids on her horse's mane.
"Make your obeisance to Queen Eleanor," shouted Soldebroy de Sanzay, and brandished his mace of office. The hunting party pulled off the road, dismounted, and bent the knee, although it took a moment to control the milling hounds. Eleanor drew rein instead of riding on past. She knew most of the minor nobility in the area. They had come to pay their respects at her court at Christmas, and then again at her churching. This young woman, barely out of girlhood, had not been present. Yet she must dwell locally. "Tell me your name, child," she said.
"Rosamond de Clifford, madam, daughter of Sir Walter de Clifford," the girl replied, a red flush burning her brow and cheeks. Eleanor stared, bitterness welling up inside her. So this was what Henry wanted. She did not blame him, but taking it and setting it on high like a cherished precious jewel was a different matter. "And where are you going, Rosamond de Clifford, daughter of Sir Walter?" she asked. "And where have you been?" The girl's gaze was wary, a touch resentful. "I have come from the abbey at Gostow, and I am returning there, madam," she said. She gathered herself. "I rode out to enjoy the sunshine and exercise the dogs." Eleanor raised her brows. "Godstow," she said. "I take it by the state of your garb and present company, you are not a nun or a novice." "No, madam. I have a corrody there, and so does my mother." The girl had weathered the initial shock and spoke in a steady, quiet voice. Doubtless paid for by Henry. "Then you had better return there," Eleanor said, "and fall on your knees and ask God's forgiveness, for you are sore in need of it." She shook the reins and rode on, her posture upright, and did not look back. Isabel joined her. "Dear God, Eleanor!" Eleanor's heart was taut with pain. "You told me she was young, but I had not realized. Small wonder there is gossip at court." She wanted to call the girl a slut and a whore, but she was nothing like the regular court prostitutes, and that made her dangerous. This was no practised concubine. This was a gently bred girl, fresh and sweet. Someone Henry could dominate and who would not argue with him. Bile rose in her throat, and she struggled not to retch. "I am sorry. I do not know what to say," Isabel said, her expression filled with sympathy and disgust. "What is there to say?" Eleanor continued to stare straight ahead. "Henry has always liked younger women. They are easier to control, and he can dictate the terms. When he married me, he hated that I was more astute than he was, that I knew more of the world and had a greater experience of life. He could put it to one side when we were both younger, but it is different now. I should not be surprised. What will you do? Eleanor set her jaw. Nothing. It is beneath my dignity as a queen to pay heed. I refuse to be undermined by this little girl, just because she can lead my foolish husband by his ever-rampant member. She looked at the children, but they were all riding along without concern, so at least the scandal had not reached their ears yet. However, many of her entourage looked uncomfortable. In the adult world it was already common knowledge. She would armour herself in untouchable poise and self-possession. The more Henry lost his dignity, the more she would clothe herself in hers until nothing could touch her. Eleanor frowned as she pondered the direction from which Rosamond had come. There was only Woodstock nearby. She considered turning back, but something urged her on. She would know the worst. At Woodstock's gates, the porter told her that the hunting party had passed that way, but not stopped or entered. Eleanor frowned. Do you know where they were going? The kneeling porter stared at the ground as if he thought the mud was fascinating.
No, madam.
Isabel said, Hamlin told me Henry was building a house and garden beyond the palace, to make use of the watercourses. Eleanor compressed her lips. She urged her palfrey through the gates into the Woodstock complex, but rather than riding to the palace gleaming through the trees, she took the path into the park, bidding all but Isabel wait behind. When Richard protested, she ordered him with brusque irritation to stay with his attendants and ignored his scowl. She had no time for male fits of pique. The path wove through the woods, the horses squelching in patches of pliable mud and disintegrated leaf mulch. As yet, no buds showed on bush or branch, and the tree bark was still winter black. The trail was lightly churned up. Horses had been through here, but the tracks and the droppings were several days old, which told Eleanor that today's group must have taken the long way round the perimeter of the complex. They came to a wicker fence and a gate tied with a thin piece of rope. Isabel leant down from her mount and unfastened the latter, giving access to an area of cleared woodland and signs of building activity, abandoned over winter but left ready for spring. Foundations for a hall were clearly marked out, and the felled area revealed just how ambitious the project was. Here were clear tracks and fresh dung, showing that horses had been here today, even if not at Woodstock. Eleanor gazed round with a set jaw. It was a muddy, bleak building site now, but in a couple of years it would be beautiful, a finely wrought setting for a favourite gem. Bastard! She said, feeling contempt, hurt and bitter anger as she imagined Henry riding up through the trees from Woodstock to indulge in cosy liaisons with his mistress. Isabel reached for her hand and squeezed it. Eleanor shook herself. Well, now I know, she said. I have seen all that I need. Come. She turned her palfrey and rode away from the place without looking round, but her awareness of its presence travelled back with her as a dark burden. On their return to Beaumont Palace, she ordered every candle to be lit, and she called for joyous music, for light-heartedness and dancing. She donned a gown of April green silk trimmed with gold, and she dressed her hair with a net of gems. Her smile was brilliant. She was witty, vivacious, and scintillating. She danced and flirted and lit the room beyond the light of all the blazing candles, putting on a facade for others and herself until that facade became the reality.
Isabel watched with compassionate anxiety that she dared not show as Eleanor burned herself out. When at last she stumbled in the middle of a dance, Isabel caught her and summoned her ladies. Together the women helped Eleanor to her chamber, undressed her and put her to bed. Marquisa brought her a tisane, and Isabel sat with Eleanor, combing out her hair and gently rebraiding it to make it comfortable for sleep. Eleanor roused herself to drink the tisane, but only a flicker of vitality remained after the energy expended. "I had to do it," she said, her voice as thin as mist, "to remind myself of who I was and who I am, whatever happens." "Indeed, but you did not need to do it all at once." Isabel stroked her hair. "You are not yet fully recovered from childbirth. You must ration your strength." Eleanor gave her a shadowed smile. "Yes," she said, "but tonight I had to know I was still alive." "Even if you kill yourself in the act?" "There are worse ways to die. But do not worry. I survived bearing John, and I shall not give up now. My children need me. Aquitaine needs me. And most of all, I shall not give Henry the satisfaction." Her lids drooped, and the tisane cup trembled in her hand. Isabel took it from her and set it on the coffer. She removed her own gown and headdress, and, clad in her shift, climbed into bed with Eleanor and took her in her arms. Eleanor clung to her, rigours shaking her body, but there were no tears. Isabel shushed and soothed her, and eventually Eleanor slept, and it was Isabel who silently wept for her friend. Chapter 32. Dover, September 1167. On a perfect September morning, the deep woad blue of the sky was reflected in a sea bumped and hollowed by a gentle swell. Occasional clouds, fluffy as clean white fleece, were herded across the sky at the pace of peacefully grazing sheep by a westerly breeze. A beautiful day. A farewell day. In the harbour beyond the castle walls, a small fleet of ships rocked at their moorings, while the crew and labourers finished stowing the chests, barrels and sacks that 11-year-old Matilda was taking to her new life in Germany as the betrothed and eventual wife of Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony. For more than 2 years, Eleanor had known this day was coming, but having the time to prepare made no difference when it came to the parting. She was clenched inside, holding everything in. She did not know how she was going to bear this moment. She could not imagine her life without Matilda by her side. Her daughter was a companion and a helpmate, someone to talk to and share her days, someone who understood. To lose all that was like having the umbilical cord severed all over again. Henry had made no effort to see his daughter before their parting, although he had written a letter bidding her be a good and dutiful wife and obey her tutors. She was to remember she was the daughter of a king and uphold that truth in all she said and did. He was proud of her, and he would pray for her well-being daily. He had sent her a casket of jewels for her personal use. Eleanor could not fault him for the gift, yet she doubted he had chosen them himself, and she could not let go of her bitterness and disillusionment towards him. Whatever Henry did now would be like scratches on once clear glass. Matilda had been chucking her baby brother John under his chin and kissing him farewell in his nurse's arms, but at Eleanor's summons she joined her, and they walked down to the ships with Geoffrey and Richard, Ali and little Joanna.
They all boarded the galley on which Matilda was to sail. Richard immediately set off exploring the vessel, tugging the halyards, running his fingers along the wash-strake, ducking inside the canvas deck shelter to inspect it. The strengthening breeze carried a fishy tang of sea and shoreline. Gulls wheeled and screamed above their heads, and the vessels rocked on the rising tide. Eleanor tenderly adjusted Matilda's cloak and strove to control her sorrow. "If you need anything, write to me and I will send it," she said. "Do not think that distance will divide us."
"Yes, Mamma."
Matilda's grey eyes were steady and clear.
"Remember me in your prayers, as I will remember you in mine."
Earlier, Eleanor had given her a small folding triptych for her personal devotions, so that when Matilda opened and closed it each day, she would be reminded of her family.
"Yes, Mamma."
Eleanor strove for composure, while her daughter remained serene and sensible. She was fearless, and Eleanor was so proud of her. The ship rocked under Eleanor's feet, and she heard the shouts of the crew as they prepared to cast off.
"Until I see you again,"
she said, imbuing her voice with all the warmth and certainty she could muster as she embraced Matilda for a final time. In all likelihood, she would never see Matilda again. Even if she did, she would not be the child to whom she was bidding farewell, but a young woman who would have grown and learned from experiences in which Eleanor had had no participation. She sent up a silent plea to God.
"Keep my child safe on this journey. Give her your blessing, and let her flourish."
The courtiers who were escorting Matilda to Germany boarded the vessel. The tall, red-haired Richard de Clare, Lord of Strigwell, had been chosen to lead them. He wore a sword at his hip with casual grace, and he had a feline air, poised, elegant, and dangerous.
"Look after my daughter,"
Eleanor said, her voice tight and fierce.
"As you value your life, look after her."
"Madam, my life would be worthless if I let anything happen to the Princess Matilda," he said with a bow. "She is my sacred charge. You can rely on me."
There was a courtly smile on his lips, but the sharp candour in his eyes and the flexing of his broad shoulders conveyed that he took his duty seriously. Eleanor liked Richard de Clare a great deal. She enjoyed his flirting and banter when he was at court, which had been often of late as preparations advanced for Matilda's departure. Henry considered the de Clares over-powerful and had removed Pembroke Castle from their custody and demoted the family from the rank of Earl. Richard de Clare had always sworn his loyalty to the crown, but Henry deemed it prudent to send him on a diplomatic mission and have him out of the way for a while. He was good with a sword, but eloquent of speech and ideal for the task. The ageing William d'Albany, Earl of Arundel, was attending too. As the father of several daughters and the widower of a former Queen of England, he was perfectly suited to the assignment. With strong young sons to rule his estates, he could afford to leave them and embark on this diplomatic mission. He had been showing Richard and Geoffrey how to tie a particular knot in a length of rope, but now brought the boys over to Eleanor.
"We shall be casting off very soon, madam. The tide is nigh."
His gaze was compassionate, and he exuded an air of solid dependability. Eleanor nodded.
"God speed you on your way. You are all in my prayers."
She disembarked to stand on the wharf side. The vessel still took a while to cast off, and she clenched her fists inside her cloak. Matilda stood at the ship's side, a brave figure in her scarlet cloak, protected by the powerful bulk of William d'Albany, while de Clare strode about the ship, making sure everything was in order. At last, the galley eased from her moorings, together with her companion vessels, laden with the baggage and trousseau of a princess going to her betrothal and marriage. A gap of sea opened between ship and shore. Matilda raised her hand and waved, and Eleanor waved in return, her eyes burning with the intensity of her focus as she took a last look at her daughter's pale face. "I love you. I love you. I love you." Once back at the castle, Eleanor buried herself in preparing to move to Winchester, but as she chivied the maids and spoke to her officials, her mind was constantly on Matilda, as she waited for the turn of the tides to receive news that she had made safe landfall in Normandy. She eyed a gown that Emma had laid out on the bed. A wine stain had gone unnoticed on the apple-green silk, and looked almost like the mark of a deep wound. "It is ruined, madam," Emma said. "What shall I do with it?" The gown had been a favourite, but the last occasion Eleanor had worn it was on discovering the building at Everswell. Since then it had lain in the bottom of the coffer. The stain might be remedied by dabbing with a solution of vine ashes steeped in water, but even if it were cleaned, she would never don it again. Nor would she cut it down and make dresses for her 2 remaining daughters. Every time she saw it, she saw Rosamond de Clifford. "Give it to the church," she said. "They will find a use for it." The Cistercian monk Bernard of Clairvaux had always said no one should clad themselves in the work of worms, but vast numbers of the clergy did not subscribe to that view, and she had no doubt the silk panels could be reworked. Emma laid another robe on the bed, gold silk this time, with a weave so fine that it was almost possible to believe it had been created by angels. Eleanor had brought it with her from Constantinople, a gift from the Empress Irene. She thought of the marble columns and pavements of the Blakeney Palace in the Greek capital, the gilding and the resinous perfume of incense. Every piece of cloth, every garment had its history, and this silk had travelled on sere desert roads from the lands of the Zin peoples. And now here was her coronation gown, catching radiance from the September light gleaming through the window. A promise that had turned out to be a lie. Little Allie was awed by the sight of the shimmering silk lozenges and stroked it with a pale, tentative hand. "May I wear this when I'm grown up?" she asked. Eleanor gave a wry smile. "You will have such robes of your own one day, when you are a queen in your own right." "When I go away to my marriage?" The words cut Eleanor to the quick. She didn't want to think of that now. Losing Matilda was already a struggle. "When you are a bigger girl," she said. "Not yet. You are mine for a little longer at least." Eleanor's chaplain entered, followed by a messenger, his garments stained by salt and sweat, and his expression tight and grim. Eleanor's first horrified thought was that Matilda's ship had foundered and sunk. The messenger knelt and handed her a sealed packet from which dangled the seal of the Archbishop of Rouen.
"Madam, I regret to tell you that the Empress Matilda died 2 evenings ago in Rouen. She was at peace with God, and all has been settled as she wished."
Eleanor's knees almost gave way because she had been preparing to hear the worst. This was momentous and sad indeed. It made her heart lurch, but there was also a euphoric surge of relief. Eleanor took the letter and, fumbling, broke the seal. The Archbishop sent her the sad news and offered his condolences. He had written to Henry, too, but he was dealing with rebellion in Brittany and unlikely to attend the funeral. He would not deal with it well.
Death was just another form of betrayal to him, and grieving about it a weakness. Yet despite everything, her heart went out to him.
"There was another message on the same ship," her chaplain said, and handed her a second package. "The Lady Matilda has landed safely in Barfleur and is continuing with her journey."
Relief and gratitude flooded through her at the confirmation, and she put the packet aside to read later because she could not deal with both at once, and the situation with the Empress was more pressing. "Go and refresh yourself," she told the messenger. "Be ready to carry a letter to Normandy within the hour." She turned to her women and clapped her hands. "Pack the small baggage chest," she said. "I am going to Rouen." The Abbey of Bec blazed with torches and candelabra, creating crowns and flowers of light to illuminate the passing of an empress from her mortal life. Eleanor inhaled the scent of incense and dust, and felt the heat from the candles reflect on her skin. The empress's sealed lead coffin stood before the altar, the fringed silk shroud surrounded by wax tapers in a radiant palisade. The inscription on her tomb read, "Great by birth, greater by marriage, greatest in her offspring. Here lies the daughter, mother, and wife of Henry." The Empress had worded that epitaph before her death, and indeed all her hope and pride had been invested in her golden son, who was too occupied in dealing with war and politics in Brittany to attend her burial. There was no mention of his father, Geoffrey le Bel of Anjou. Rather she had chosen to recall her first husband, Heinrich, Emperor of Germany, to whom she had been wed for 11 years, from girlhood to young maturity. As Eleanor knelt and prayed, stood and bowed, she deeply mourned the Empress's passing. Something great and noble had gone from the world. All that hard-won wisdom now silent in the tomb. Her different ways of solving problems had given Eleanor fresh perspectives. Matilda had always defended Henry fiercely, but she had not been unsympathetic to Eleanor, and had often taken her part and offered support. The Empress had been a restraint on Henry, too. He might not always have taken her advice, but he had been willing to receive it, and she had been a bridge between church and state, respected by both. Now he would no longer have that resource to call upon, and it would only diminish him. The Empress had bequeathed vast amounts of treasure to the church: gold chalices, portable altars, a magnificent cross set with gems, various crowns that she had commissioned throughout her life. She had liked her crowns, had thought them vital to her standing. Eleanor's lips curved in a sad smile, and Henry had put his on the altar at Worcester and left it there. Eleanor's chamber for her stay in Rouen had belonged to the Empress, the place from which she had governed Normandy, and where she had died. That did not bother Eleanor, for Matilda's soul had departed in peace, and it was a space that had seen courage and loyal service. She drew strength from it and was not afraid. Entering the room in the evening shadows, she saw a movement in her peripheral vision, and for a moment her heart clenched. A youth turned in haste from the table beside the hearth, and she found herself gazing at Henry, as he must have looked in the space between boy and man. He had Henry's wide brow and strong jaw. His hair gleamed with coppery tints in the light cast by a cresset lamp. He held a box of carved ivory that contained the Empress's chess pieces, and seemed unable to decide whether to hide it behind his back or brazen it out. "Geoffrey," she said in a level voice, "what are you doing here?" Removing her cloak, she draped it over a coffer. Emma, who was attending her, went to light more candles.
Nothing, madam, he said stiffly.
Indeed. Eleanor raised her brows. He gave her a wary look, not exactly hostile, but it could easily turn that way, and was all Henry's. He would have to be found a new household, and that meant either taking him into her own, sending him to Henry in war-ravaged Brittany, or leaving him in the care of his tutors at Bec. "Sit," she said, and gestured to the bench by the hearth. He swallowed. The large knot in his throat revealed his change towards manhood, and with the increased light she could see a sparkling line of gilt hair on his upper lip. Still clutching the box, he lowered himself onto a bench. "It seems a strange thing to risk sneaking in here to steal." Eleanor poured a cup of wine and gave half a measure to him. A flush mottled his face. "I wasn't stealing it." "Then what were you doing?" She gestured, and reluctantly he handed the box to her. It was surprisingly heavy, and for a moment her hand bowed under the weight. "My grandmother, she used to play chess with me in this chamber." He sent her a defiant look. "She said one day the pieces would be mine in her memory, but I do not think she had it written in any will." "So you came to take them without asking?" I wanted to stand in her chamber again before it was all changed and remember how it was. And then I saw the chess set on the table." "And if I had not walked in at that moment, what then would you have done?"
"I do not know, madam. I suppose I would have taken it. No one would have noticed."
"You think not? Where would you have hidden such a thing about your person? You were bound to be discovered." He made no reply. She considered him thoughtfully. Henry's bastard son. What sort of a man was he going to make? She was ambivalent towards him. When her children were younger, she had regarded him as a threat, but with 4 sons to her name, the danger had diminished and she could view him objectively. His upbringing with the Empress had given her that distance. It would still be for the best if he entered the priesthood. A bishop or 2 in the family was always useful, but it would be expedient to bring him into her sphere all the same. "You were fond of your grandmother?" she said.
"Yes, madam."
A forlorn note entered his voice.
"She was kind to me, and she taught me a great deal."
Eleanor wondered at the bond between the Empress and her grandson. She had seldom been present in Henry's childhood, her focus concentrated on fighting for her crown. Perhaps she had compensated for that lost time by lavishing her attention on this boy who looked like Henry and was her own flesh and blood. "So," she said, "what is to be done with you? Did your grandmother ever speak of your future?" He looked down. His eyelashes were like Henry's, short and stubby, and dusted with gold.
"She said it was for my father to say, but in the meantime I was to receive an education fit for all purposes."
"Well, for now you shall come with me to England and dwell in my household," she said, deciding as she spoke, "and I will bring you to your father at Argentan for the Christmas feast. Should he complete his business in time to be there." She could not keep the cynicism out of her voice.
"Yes, madam."
He drew a steadying breath. She gestured to the chess box. "Perhaps you will play with me now to honour your grandmother. I think she would approve." Geoffrey swallowed again, bowed to her, and, fetching the board, set it on the bench between them, his movement so commonplace that it was obvious he had done this many times before. He removed the pieces and arranged them with reverent precision. He resembled Henry and had some of his mannerisms, but his movements were less restless, and he had an air of reserve that was certainly not his father's. She won the game, but had to concentrate, and on a couple of moves he almost caught her out.
He had been well taught and had a quick mind, but he was indecisive, and when faced with a choice under pressure, he hesitated and made the wrong one. And then he became cross and frustrated, and that indeed was like Henry. "You must trust yourself," she said, as he returned the pieces to their box. "Do not let your opponent see you are ruffled, and take your time. There were moments when you could have pressed your advantage." "Yes, madam." She could see that he was irritated and did not enjoy being criticised, but he was obviously absorbing the lesson too, and storing it away for later digestion. "You may go," she said. "The chess pieces and the board are yours. Tomorrow I will have a writ made, saying so, and you may collect them then, and do with them as you choose." He thanked her with genuine gratitude, and departed to wherever he kept his bed. Eleanor leaned back in her chair to finish her wine. It had been an interesting encounter. The youth had layers she knew she was not yet seeing. She had a desire to understand him, but not to come any closer than that in terms of an emotional bond. She intended to keep a very close eye on him and monitor his progress, because she recognized ambition when she saw it. Chapter 33. Argentan, Christmas, 1167. Henry breezed into the domestic chamber of the great donjon at Argentan, and then stopped mid-stride and stared at the infant boy who was wobbling across to him on unsteady legs.
"John?"
He crouched, opening his arms. The child gave him a comical, quizzical look, and crowed with delight as he reached him. Henry steadied the infant before he turned his wriggling little body this way and that to examine him from head to toe.
"Aren't you the fine little man?"
He ran a stubby forefinger through John's sandy blonde hair. Henry's expression was so full of genuine delight that Eleanor almost softened towards him. She had arrived in Argentan with trepidation and a heart heavy with anger and disillusionment. Even setting eyes on Henry was like being punched. She had written to him following his mother's funeral and had received a curt, formal reply that told her nothing of his mood, save that he had made himself too busy to attend a beginning in the birth of his son and an end at his mother's requiem. "It is a pity you could not have found the time to visit sooner," she said. "You have missed seeing your last child, or your last legitimate one, as a baby in the cradle." John tottered away from his father, making his way determinedly to Eleanor. Henry's face tightened.
"What is that supposed to mean?"
"That I almost died bearing him, and it took me months to recover. Physicians and midwives tell me that if I quicken again, neither I nor the child will survive. I cry enough. I have done many things for you, Henry, but I will not die for you." She caught John and lifted him in her arms, sitting him on her hip in the age-old pose of motherhood. Henry stood up and planted his hands on his hips.
"I had expected a warmer greeting to begin a family gathering after so long apart, but I see I was being optimistic."
"It sets out where we stand," she replied. "Your mother, God rest her soul, produced 3 sons and no more. I have given you 6, 4 of whom still live, and 3 daughters. It is beyond me to bear you more." She saw anger flicker in his eyes, and she did not care. He turned away from her and went to stand in the embrasure, facing the narrow window that looked out on the grey waters of the River Orne.
"So be it," he said. "You know why I could not come to England. You know why I could not attend our daughter's leave-taking and my mother's funeral."
"Yes, I know," she said wearily. "Because you are indifferent to your wife, and because you are too damaged to face parting from your daughter and your mother. And besides, we are only women."
Duty and the business of state always come first, as my mother was well aware, God rest her soul.
I realise it more than you will ever know, Eleanor said with quiet scorn. I have spent the last 14 years either with child or recovering from bearing one. You have often said that women's minds turn to fleece when they are breeding, but since that will no longer be the case, it is time I took an active part in other arenas.
Such as?
Aquitaine, she said.
I was the Duchess of Aquitaine before I was the Queen of England. I should return before people forget who I am. Richard is no longer a small child, and he must be introduced as my heir. I have been in exile for too long. He turned to look at her. In exile?
Sometimes that is how I feel, she said. I need to reconnect with my heartland. A look, both calculating and pleased, crossed his face.
For once, my love, we are in agreement, he said. I was going to suggest that you go to Poitiers in the spring, and take Richard and the others with you. It is indeed time that people saw their lady again.
He stroked his close-cropped beard.
Since your barons are so volatile, you will need protection, and a man of experience to help govern that element with a sword, if necessary. I have Patrick, Earl of Salisbury, in mind for the task.
Eleanor eyed him with shrewd awareness. Patrick of Salisbury was an experienced soldier and courtier. She had had dealings with him when she had visited Salisbury and Winchester. He was pleasant company, but he was Henry's man to the core and would always do his bidding. It would be like having a guard dog set over her to ensure she behaved herself. She had no doubt he would report her every move to Henry. Perhaps fortuitously, his wife, Ella, was Isabel's mother, which might play to her advantage.
I shall do my best to work with him, she said. Well then, all to the good.
Henry's expression was both relieved and wary, as if he could not believe she was yielding so easily. He crossed the chamber and chucked 2-year-old Joanna under the chin. She eyed him solemnly and clung to her nurse's skirts, plainly unsure as to the identity of this strange man who had invaded the domestic chamber. Henry moved on to Ally, who, at 6, had more awareness, and swept him a proper curtsy, calling him my Lord Father, which amused him greatly.
What a fine and gracious lady you are going to grow up to be, he said. Just like your mother.
He shot Eleanor a sardonic look.
Pray God she marries a husband worthy of her love and respect,
Eleanor replied, meeting his gaze steadily.
Richard and Geoffrey are busy with their riding master. Your other son is with them. Yes, I saw them as I rode in.
What will you do with him?
Henry wrapped his hands around his belt. He may serve in my household as a squire while I take his measure.
Eleanor nodded and did not push him. If she suggested the church, Henry would only argue in the opposite direction, and she had learned since the early days. Geoffrey's half-brothers had accepted him with an air of cheerful superiority, and he had fitted himself into the mould of subordinate, although she suspected deep undercurrents were at work beneath the smiling exterior. After all, he was Henry's son, and his mother had been a concubine, and that brought her to another point she needed to raise with Henry.
Just after I was churched, Isabel and I rode over to Woodstock, she said. That elicited a brow raised in mild curiosity. What of it? I saw the work being undertaken at Everswell. A Sicilian garden, is it called? She curled her lip. And I met your concubine on the road, the fair Rosamond, so sweet that if you cut her she would bleed honey.
He said nothing, but his expression turned to granite. I know you take women to slake your lust, and that you have had particular favourites in the past. I have borne with it because whatever the Church says, men are the ones more susceptible to weaknesses of the flesh. Women have far more reason to abstain. But when you flaunt her before the court, when you behave like a besotted fool and build her a fine house and gardens, when you pluck her from a convent, then it becomes a scandal. It weakens you, and it shows a lack of respect to me and your heirs. If you must have your whores, do not make yourself a laughing-stock. Did you think I would not hear about it, or did you just not care because you consider me of no consequence? His complexion had been darkening steadily, but she had no fear. The time for diplomacy was past, and she was riding the crest of her anger and hurt. You ride roughshod over others, Henry, but do you ever turn and look over your shoulder to see all your bleeding victims rising behind you with revenge in their hearts? His voice congested with rage.
By Christ, madam, you go too far! Do not threaten me.
I merely hold up a mirror and tell you to look in it and see yourself. You are the one who has gone too far, but who will hold a king to account? Who has the right to tell him no? An archbishop? John squealed, clamouring to be put down again, and staggered to his father.
Papa,
he said, pulling himself up on Henry's legs. Henry ignored him, his eyes boring into Eleanor.
Certainly not you,
he said with a curl of his lip. Indeed, I thought not. She nodded at a notion confirmed. Your son is indeed clever to have learned that word in absentia, although I am not sure he knows what it means. Perhaps none of your children do. From being livid with fury, Henry's complexion was now bone-white.
I am warning you, madam. Do not bait me, he said. I have the power to crush you, as I would crush a wasp. It might sting me as it dies, but it will still be dead.
He stepped over John and stormed from the room. Eleanor sat down on the bench and clutched her stomach, her emotion so strong it was painful. She had wounded him, but in doing so had caused more damage to herself. She hated him, but she hated him because she still cared. She needed to find a state of blessed indifference, and perhaps that would happen once she was back in Poitiers, once she was home. Chapter 34 Poitou, April 1168. Eleanor closed her eyes in bliss and absorbed the warm benediction of the sun on her face as she rode. Another month, and that sun at midday would be as hot as pepper, but just now it was perfect. A warm breeze ruffled the trees, shaking loose the last late petals of cherry blossom, and softly bumping the green nodules growing on trees that had set their fruit earlier in the season. The sky was the wonderful shade of blue she remembered from her childhood, and the scents of greenery and spring made her feel youthful and alive for the first time in many years. Eleanor and Henry had travelled to Poitiers shortly after Christmas. Henry had spent time putting down rebellious vassals in the north of the region, and then returned to Brittany to deal with yet more upheaval. Their parting had been formal and gracious, their manner to each other tepid, as they exchanged the kiss of peace. 16 years ago, straight from their marriage bed, he had left her in Poitiers and ridden off to deal with pressing issues elsewhere. Back then she had felt hollow and bereft at his leaving, so consumed by love and lust for the red-haired, energetic youth that all she had wanted to do was bury her face in the shirt he had discarded at the bedside and dream of him. Now she had barely been able to contain her relief at his going. Opening her eyes, she glanced at the strong young half-knight keeping pace beside her on the sun-drenched path, one hand on the reins, the other resting on his thigh. She had first encountered Patrick of Salisbury's nephew William when Thomas Becket had been preparing his menagerie for France, and a smiling, playful boy had given Harry a ride on one of the big bay wagon horses. Now she was coming to know William the man as a knight in the Earl of Salisbury's entourage, and to appreciate his talents. He was courtly without being obsequious, intelligent, reliable and astute. They shared a sense of humour. She loved his rich singing voice, and that he appreciated music and song as much as she did. Beyond the skills of the court, he had already gained battle experience in skirmishes with the French in Normandy, and had taken part in several tourneys where he was making a name for himself. Although William's posture was relaxed, he was vigilant too, constantly looking round. There might be a truce after several uprisings of Eleanor's unruly vassals, but the dust was still settling.
"Do you always wear your hauberk on everyday journeys?" Eleanor asked. "Surely you must be stewing in all that mail." He turned in the saddle to study the members of her entourage, strung up on the path behind. A few of the sergeants wore padded tunics, but the knight's equipment was mostly borne on sumpter horses, with the destriers on leading reins. "I had some new links put in my hauberk yesterday, madam, and this seemed a good opportunity to test the fit and see if more adjustment was needed." He flexed his right arm. She studied him with a sharper eye, noting a section on his shoulder where links of a different colour had been patched in, but were certainly not new. When she asked him about it, he made a face. "It happened soon after I was knighted, at the fight to hold Drancourt against the French. Some Flemish mercenaries cornered me and put the hook of a thatch pole through my hauberk to try and drag me off my horse. I managed to fight them off, but they tore open 13 links from my hauberk and gashed my shoulder." "You were fortunate to win free." "Indeed, madam, although I did not think I was fortunate at the time," he said with a rueful shrug, "and I still have a scar." Eleanor marked that his battle experience was of close-up hard fighting, not just as part of a mob. Perhaps it might be worth stealing him from Patrick and giving him a place in her household. "What do you think of Aquitaine now you have been here a few months?" she asked. "How does it compare with England?" "There is no comparison, madam. They are very different." "That is a courtly reply," she said with a smile. "But a true one. Aquitaine is steeped in sun, whereas in England it often rains. Aquitaine is a land of good wine and sweet red grapes. England is one of sheep and ale and blazing fires." "As the wind whistles under the door," Eleanor said. He grinned. "I grant you that, but the grazing is good. The English have a reputation for being clods and drunkards, who then want to brawl, except when they drink too much, and then all they can do is fall in the gutter. But they are tenacious. My mother's kin were landholders long before William the Bastard came to our shores. It is my homeland, but for the moment I would rather be in Aquitaine in April, and riding among present company." "You will go far," Eleanor said with a laugh. She tilted her head to one side. "Someone told me the other day that all English men have tails. Is that true?" He glanced at her sidelong with a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. "No more than all men do, madam, and not that you would ever notice or be exposed to in polite company." "I am pleased to hear it. You have set my mind at rest." He bowed in the saddle, and then gathered the reins. "We should pick up the pace. We are falling behind." Eleanor clicked her tongue to her mare. William excused himself and rode ahead to join his uncle. She studied with appreciation his long, straight spine and the effortless way he controlled his horse. It entertained her to jest with him. They shared a sense of humour, and he played the game with skill. They stopped to water the horses at a wayside stream.
Some of the party produced food from their saddle-packs and started to eat. Aliénor's seneschal, Geoffrey de Roncamp, helped her dismount and presented her with a cup of wine, which she drank with gratitude, being parched from the dusty road. Patrick of Salisbury joined them. The bony arch of his nose was sun-reddened, and sweat glistened in the creases of his throat.
"We should keep the troop closer together, madam," he said. "Strung out on the road, we are vulnerable."
"I will make sure to take closer order when we move off," she promised, adding, "Your nephew mentioned it too. He is a fine young man." Patrick glanced at William, who was watering his horse in the stream and jesting with the younger knights in the troop, something to do with a mouse in someone's bedroll.
"He plays the fool at times, as they all do at his age, and he eats enough to feed an entire troop, never mind one man. But yes, he shows promise.
Patrick turned at a sudden yell from a squire who had gone into the bushes to empty his bowels.